When Wei Jiuzhou's image appeared on the big screen, the entire live broadcast room instantly went wild. This seemingly ordinary man hides huge global wealth and influence that is unknown to the public. Today, the eating contest he personally organized for his son Wei Ning not only made Wei Ning the focus of the whole nation, but also caused the stock prices of him and the Sharp platform to skyrocket instantly. At the same time, the top leaders of the Rothschild family were also secretly working to establish a connection with Wei Ning, and the future trend had quietly opened up. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Wei Jiuzhou praised Trusova's work and smiled. You did a good job. There's no trace at all. Trusova smiled bitterly. Boss, this time it really wasn't me who did it. It was sent spontaneously by netizens. Sent spontaneously? Wei Jiuzhou was a little surprised. Aining was so popular? Trusova, help me download the Shark software. I want to go and take a look. Yes, boss. Soon, Wei Jiuzhou logged in through the Shark software and saw the lively scene in the live broadcast room. The comments from netizens almost filled the screen. Wei Jiuzhou nodded with satisfaction. His son was really a potential stock. An amateur could have such popularity. Zhou Shuyu, Wei Qinghe, and Wei Wenxi were also very excited. Aining earned 70,000 or 80,000 yuan at the beginning, and the amount of money he earned after the competition was even more unpredictable. However, Jiang Gaoyang was not happy. Seeing Wei Ning's results, he muttered to himself, "It's just a gift worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty?" Jiang Gaoyang logged into the Shark platform and began to spend a lot of money, preparing to show off his style on the live broadcast. At 8 o'clock, the Big Eater competition officially began. The Shangri-La Hotel waiter served king crabs and Australian blue crabs, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. In front of each contestant were 5 king crabs, which looked huge and ferocious. Wei Ning looked at the king crabs on the table and smiled helplessly. "I only wanted to eat a few before, but I saw 5. Instead, I don't know how to eat it." Zhou Yuan swallowed his saliva, looking at these huge creatures, feeling full of pressure. Mitzi recognized the preciousness of these ingredients at a glance. This is Alaskan king crab, and blue dragon is even rarer. The luxury of the organizer is astonishing. All the contestants were amazed that the value of the ingredients was more than 1 million. Li Ziki added, "These king crabs are very difficult to catch, and the yield is scarce. The unit price has been driven up to 20,000 yuan per crab." Zhou Yuan was shocked after hearing this. He lamented that Dad Wei was so generous in supporting Aining. In a live broadcast room, viewers were also shocked by these top-quality ingredients. Jiang Gaoyang was giving gifts to Miao Xian at this time and instantly upgraded his account to Super God Emperor, and the popularity of the live broadcast room soared. Jiang Xiao is awesome, spending a fortune on a beauty. The barrage of comments filled the screen crazily. The director also focused the camera on Miao Xian, and netizens were discussing the issue, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was boiling. However, the contestants on the scene were still worried about how to deal with the king crabs. Wei Ning was a little at a loss, looking at the crabs in front of him, thinking, what if these crabs come back to life? The only one who was relatively skilled was Tuanzi, who handled the crab meat easily, and Zhou Yuan watched intently. He took the opportunity to ask, "Tuanzi, can you teach me how to cook these king crabs?" Tuanzi smiled and nodded, "Sure." Zhou Yuan was delighted, but then Tuanzi turned his gaze to Wei Ning. "This piece of crab leg meat is for you. It tastes good." Tuanzi stood up, walked around Zhou Yuan, and put the crab leg meat he had prepared on Wei Ning's plate. Wei Ning was stunned, full of confusion. What's going on with Tuanzi? Why is he giving me crab leg meat? He subconsciously looked at Zhou Yuan, feeling a little nervous, afraid of being misunderstood. Zhou Yuan's face turned very stiff, and he cursed in his heart. So Tuanzi wanted to get close to Aining. Although he was unhappy, seeing Tuanzi taking the initiative to give her crab legs, Zhou Yuan could only silently wish her the best. Wei Ning quickly waved his hand. I can peel it myself. Let's focus on the competition." Tuanzi smiled and said, "Brother Wei Ning, don't worry. We won't compete for the championship. Second place in the competition is also good. The most important thing is to enjoy the food." After hearing this, Wei Ning also thought it made sense. "That's settled. Thank you, Tuanzi." Tuanzi happily returned to his seat and continued to process the crab meat skillfully. "Brother Wei Ning, you're welcome. I'll help you." Wei Ning said again, "Really? No need. I can do it myself." However, he clumsily cut off a piece of crab meat, making a mess. Tawanzi smiled and said, "Let me do it. I'll need your help to open the crab shell later." Okay. Wei Ning agreed, but he was full of entanglement in his heart. Zhou Yuan felt like he had become a light bulb. He looked at Tawanzi, busying himself, and said with a wry smile, "Let's change seats." Tawanzi said, "Not so good," but sat down in Zhou Yuan's seat without hesitation. The director captured this scene and quickly pointed the camera at the two of them. The comments from netizens instantly exploded. Tawanzi finally fell? I'm not sad at all. This boy seems to be quite suitable for Tawanzi. Let's get together quickly. Tawanzi is so outstanding. He will definitely find someone better. Please don't steal my young master. Wei Jiuzhou saw this scene and nodded with satisfaction. His son's charm is limitless. However, he also reminded Trusova, investigate Tawanzi. Zhou Shiyu was a little worried, thinking that it might not be appropriate for Aining to have a girlfriend who was a live streamer. Just when the atmosphere was pleasant, Feng Zheng suddenly announced a big news. Miao Xin received 60,000 exclusive gifts and topped the popularity list. The whole hall was in an uproar. 60,000 gifts. What does this mean? Miao Xion's head portrait appeared on the big screen, and everyone was curious about who was behind her. Miao Xian looked at Jiang Gaoyang proudly, and Jiang Gaoyang responded with a confident okay gesture. It seems that Jiang Xiao is not just talking, he really has the ability. Miao Xian favored him even more. The director also captured the interaction between the two, and the fans speculated about their relationship. Jiang Gaoyang was even more pleased when he saw that Wei Ning didn't notice his provocation. He raised his middle finger to Wei Ning, looking very arrogant. The fans reacted immediately, especially Tawanzi's supporters and several wealthy people, who were furious. How dare you challenge our young master? Show him some color. Soon, Wei Ning's gifts exceeded 1 million, instantly crushing Miao Xion's gifts. Seeing this, Wei Jiuzhou sneered and said, Trusova, recharge me 100 million to maintain Aining's popularity. Trusova reluctantly agreed. Many fans have given gifts to the young master, and he has returned to the top of the popularity list. Wei Jiuzhou looked at the live broadcast room and felt relieved to see the support from his old friends. Trusova, give his friends some money to ensure their support. He turned his head and glanced coldly at Jiang Gaoyang. Check his background. Jiang Gaoyang had no idea that he had become the focus of Wei Jiuzhou's attention and was looking forward to his vacation with Miao Xian. But at this moment, the sound of the kite broke his dream. Wei Ning received 200,000 exclusive gifts and returned to the top of the popularity list. Jiang Gaoyang frowned, looking at the numbers on the screen, and couldn't help feeling heavy in his heart. 200,000 exclusive gifts. That's nearly 1.8 million. He was thinking whether he should spend this huge sum of money again for Miao Xian, but he soon became hesitant. Just when he was struggling, Miao Xian suddenly sent a text message. Mr. Jiang, 200,000 gifts are already a lot. If it doesn't work, forget it. I won't compete for the best popularity award. No way. Jiang Gaoyang straightened his back and replied angrily. Don't worry, this award will definitely be yours. Then, he started giving out gifts like crazy. After giving out more than 2 million, Jiang Gaoyang stared at the list, ready to hit the top again. However, what he saw shocked him. Wei Ning had actually received nearly 600,000 exclusive gifts, more than 5 million. Jiang Gaoyang's mood instantly plummeted. Who is this Wei Ning? He quickly began to check the IDs of those who gave gifts to Wei Ning, but was surprised to find the names of some big shots. Principal Wang, Emperor Liu, Princess Warwick, Penguin Girl. Any of these people could easily crush him, but he actually fought against these top masters. He was a little annoyed. Why was he so eager for quick success and rushed blindly without knowing his opponent? Helplessly, he sent a message to Miao Xian. I'm afraid I can't keep this popularity award. The opponent's firepower is too strong. Miao Xian was also shocked. Principal Wang calls Wei Ning the young master. What exactly is Wei Ning's identity? She couldn't help but feel the gap between herself and Wei Ning. Especially after seeing Tawanzi take the initiative to approach Wei Ning, she understood everything. Miao Xian decided not to back down. Since her competitor was so strong, she would fight. She made up her mind. Since Tawanzi peeled crab legs, I will peel Blue Dragon. Miao Xian learned how to peel Blue Dragon through online tutorials. Although she had never done it before, she successfully peeled a perfect Blue Dragon. She walked towards Wei Ning holding the Blue Dragon and said with a smile, Brother Wei Ning, I don't think you know how to peel the Blue Dragon. Let me peel it for you. This scene made the netizens completely dumbfounded, and a barrage of comments instantly exploded. Isn't Miao Xian's action too bold? Is she trying to poison the young master? Jiang Gaoyang was so angry when he saw this scene that he almost exploded. He spent 2.5 million, but in return he got this woman's attentions. He pressed his temple hard, almost fainting. He turned around and glared at Wei Ning and Miao Xian fiercely, swearing in his heart. One day, I will make you pay the price. Wei Ning was a little confused. Wasn't Miao Xian his competitor? Why did she come to show her goodwill? He said coldly, I don't like blue dragons. King crabs are my favorite. When Tuanzi saw Miao Xian approaching Wei Ning, he immediately picked up a piece of crab leg meat and stuffed it into Wei Ning's mouth. Brother Wei Ning is right. King crab is still more delicious. Tuanzi's every move exuded a provocative meaning, and Miao Xian felt a strong pressure. She left silently, feeling a little lost, but she still believed that Jiang Gaoyang would come back. However, when she looked back, Jiang Gaoyang had quietly left. Zhou Yuan also felt a little regretful. Why did she come to participate in this competition, but ended up with dog food all over her head? The netizens were laughing so hard. Tuanzi is simply a little tiger protecting his food, so adorable. Wei Jiuzhou looked at Tuanzi's information and was secretly satisfied. Tuanzi is so self-disciplined and career-oriented in the live streaming circle, he is indeed worthy of recognition. He considered whether he should allow Tuanzi to contact his son, but finally decided to let his son choose. Zhou Shuyu was worried. Can this female anchor do it? I still need to have a good talk with my son. For Wei Ning, today was a day of great harvest. Not only did he eat well, but the money he earned was enough to change his family situation. He planned to use the money to improve his family's living conditions and even planned to buy a piano for his second sister. However, Wei Ning did not have much intention to pursue Tuanzi, thinking that she was a top internet celebrity and he could not be her true love. For ordinary contestants, this is just an experience of enjoying delicious food, but for the four food broadcasters, it is a fierce competition. As the game entered the last 10 minutes, Mitzi and Li Ziki actually took the lead, scoring 13 points respectively, far surpassing the two male food streamers Miao Dadong and Deseo. A score of 13 points means that each of them ate 4 king crabs and 1 blue dragon, which is a challenge to the stomach. As the game entered the final minute, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Mitzi and Li Ziki no longer ate the king crabs, but focused on conquering the last blue dragon. The countdown began, and the audience in the live broadcast room held their breath, watching their every bite. In the final seconds, Li Ziki successfully ate the 3rd blue dragon and won the Big Eater Championship with 15 points, while Mizi came in second with 13 points. The sound of the kite sounded. Congratulations to Li Ziki for winning the championship with 15 points. The whole audience applauded. The local tyrants in the live broadcast room gave Li Ziki gifts one after another, and the atmosphere was full of joy. Next, Feng Zheng loudly announced, "Who was the winner of the most popular award tonight?" Wei Ning. The audience frantically commented, "Brother Wei Ning." Feng Zheng continued excitedly. In just 1 hour, Wei Ning received more than 150 exclusive gifts, with a total turnover of more than 13 million. 13 million? Wei Ning's heart beat quick in it. He couldn't believe the generosity of his fans. He knew that with this money, he could improve his family's life and even buy a piano for his second sister to improve her artistic career. Next, we will present the award to the Big Eater champion Li Ziki. Li Ziki went on stage, received the trophy and a $1 million check, and the subsequent interview made her mysteriousness disappear in an instant. Although the exposure of Li Ziki's black material caused her goddess image to collapse, her number of fans increased dramatically. Wei Ning was very excited, thinking that he could get a check too. "Hey Ning, you've made a fortune. Don't forget your brothers. I only got 10 exclusive gifts, Sister Qinghe and 1. Sister, she gave me most of it." Wei Ning was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized how lucky he was. "It seems that I inherited his excellent genes. Don't worry, even if I become the richest man in the world, you will always be my best brother." Zhou Yuan touched the scar on his back, and felt inexplicably warm in his heart. As the two were talking, the director turned the camera to Wei Ning, and Feng Zheng announced loudly, "Contestant Wei Ning, please come on stage to receive your award." The atmosphere was boiling, and the audience began to look forward to Wei Ning's dirty stuff. "I want to hear the young master's dirty stuff." "Sister Feng Kite, this is a great idea. Wei Ning was a little nervous for a moment, but Tuanzi grabbed his hand and encouraged him gently. Brother Wei Ning, don't be nervous. Everything will go well. Tuanzi's calm gaze gave Wei Ning great courage. As he walked forward, Wei Ning's temperament quietly changed, from a slightly timid student to the king on the stage, as if all the audience were his subjects. Wei Jiuzhou looked at his son on the stage with his eyes full of satisfaction. Aining's demeanor and style were no less than his own, and he was completely confident in handing over the future helm of the family to Aining. Zhou Shuyu, Wei Qinghe, and Wei Wenxi were all excited, staring at Wei Ning intently, as if he was a superstar, radiating endless light. Mom, shall we go up? Wei Wenxi couldn't wait to stand under the spotlight. Zhou Shuyu said softly, Wenxi, if you go up with Aining, you will be overshadowed by his brilliance and won't get enough attention. Wei Wenxi thought for a moment and immediately realized that her mother was indeed far-sighted. She decided to wait a while before appearing alone to attract more attention. At this time, Feng Zheng still maintained his professionalism and played the role of host perfectly. Brother Wei Ning, congratulations on winning the Best Popularity Award. Can you share your feelings at the moment? Wei Ning smiled slightly, took the microphone, and bowed deeply. Thank you all for your support. Thank you, Tuanzi, and all the friends who gave me gifts. Then, he looked at Zhou Yuan and said loudly, Friends, this is my good brother Zhou Yuan. Can you give him some gifts and pocket money? Wei Ning's appeal exploded, and the barrage of comments instantly surged. Young master's brothers are my brothers. In just half a minute, Zhou Yuan's number of exclusive gifts soared to more than 20,000, even surpassing the two food streamers. Wei Ning hurriedly bowed. Thank you, everyone. That's enough. Zhou Yuan was so moved that he almost cried. He felt tremendous strength from Wei Ning's support. Seeing this, Feng Zheng immediately invited Zhou Yuan to the stage. Zhou Yuan, can you share your feelings at the moment? Zhou Yuan took the microphone nervously and stammered. It is enough to have one true friend in life. After that, he hurried off the stage, causing laughter. Feng Zheng then asked, Why haven't Wei Ning's family members come on stage yet? Are they too busy to support you? Wei Ning looked around and suddenly realized that his mother and sisters had not yet come on stage. He immediately waved. Mom, eldest sister, second sister, come up quickly. The director quickly switched the camera, and the three girls slowly walked towards the stage with a strong aura, as if they were walking on a red carpet. The photographer keenly captured every detail of them and gave a magnified lens. What kind of divine beauty is this? The young master's family is so beautiful. I've decided from today on, the young master is my brother-in-law. Friends in the live broadcast room began to discuss the beauty of the three women, saying they couldn't believe they were family. I prefer the younger sister. She is sweet and has a seductive temperament. Mom looks so elegant. She is simply a socialite from ancient Shanghai. Although Feng Zheng was confident, she still felt a lot of pressure standing in front of the three women. She took the microphone with a smile. Three sisters, you are so beautiful. Can you introduce yourselves? Zhou Shuyu politely took the microphone and nodded gently to the audience. Hello, everyone. I am Aining's mother. She handed the microphone to Wei Qinghe, who responded briefly and quickly handed the microphone to Wei Wenxi. The netizens burst into laughter. Ha! The elder sister is really an iceberg beauty. I really love this kind of cold and arrogant temperament. The elder sister is so cool. When we women are cool, men are nothing. My mother-in-law is so elegant and has a gentle voice. No wonder she raised such an excellent child. How will the second sister introduce herself? Will she be as cool as the eldest sister? Amid everyone's anticipation, Wei Wenxi took the microphone. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time and couldn't wait to enjoy this dazzling stage. Hello, everyone. I'm Wei Wenxi, Aining's second sister and a senior student at the Qingzhou University School of Arts. I'm good at ballet, and I'm very happy to meet you all. After that, she demonstrated several graceful ballet moves. Some ballet lovers at the scene immediately exclaimed, Second sister's moves are graceful and her basic skills are solid. This is the charm of the second sister. She is pure and noble, a treasure girl. Where's the talent scout? It would be a waste if this treasure girl didn't become popular. Wei Wenxi's brief appearance allowed her to quickly accumulate a large number of fans. If she becomes a dance anchor on the Sharp platform, she will definitely be a big hit. She gracefully retracted her movements and handed the microphone to Feng Kite. Feng Zheng was speechless. Ms. Wei, You are not only beautiful, but also so talented. What should we ordinary girls do? Just as Feng Zheng was about to continue, the director's voice came from the headset. Feng Zheng tried to adjust his mood and continued to ask questions. Mrs. Wei, you are so outstanding, and your children are so outstanding. Can you tell us what kind of man is worthy of you? How did you raise such outstanding children? In the audience, Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly and praised Feng Zheng in his heart. Had been away from home for 15 years, and the growth of the three children did not seem to have much to do with him. Zhou Shuyu felt complicated, but for Wincy's future, she decided not to let family problems affect her child's performance. She tried to answer calmly. He is an ordinary man. The netizens were instantly excited. I envy this ordinary man. I also want to be this ordinary man. Feng Zheng rolled her eyes and thought to herself. Zhou Shuyu was talking about an ordinary man. She knew Wei Ning was not simple. Mrs. Wei, could you please bring Mr. Wei to the stage so that everyone can meet him? Zhou Shuyu shook her head gently. I'm sorry, he is not here. The netizens were a little disappointed, especially the rich second generation like Wang Xiaocong, who were looking forward to seeing Mr. Wei in person. Mrs. Wei, since he's not here, then don't force it. When Feng Zheng was about to end the topic, he suddenly heard a steady voice. Shuyu, I'm here to give you a surprise. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, only to see Wei Jiuzhou walking towards the podium with confident steps. The fans were instantly excited. Wow, Mr. Wei is so handsome, even more handsome than my husband. Is he my father-in-law? His temperament is so shocking. Mr. Wei and Mrs. Wei are a perfect match. Wei Wenci and Wei Qinghe saw their father coming and quietly gave him a thumbs up. Wei Ning was also in a complicated mood, and he didn't know how to face his father's appearance. Zhou Shuyu's feelings were even more complicated. The chance encounters over the past few days had gradually caused her defenses to collapse. When she saw Wei Jiuzhou, she was actually a little excited. Wei Jiuzhou walked onto the podium with a powerful aura that shocked everyone present. Feng Zheng was so nervous that his voice trembled a little. Mr. Wei, can you introduce yourself? Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly, took the microphone, and looked around the audience. Hello everyone, I am an ordinary Wei Jiuzhou, Wei Ning's father. Wei Jiuzhou's joke made the atmosphere even more tense, but no one dared to laugh. After all, his aura was too strong. Netizens began to silently chant the name Wei Jiuzhou, thinking that this name was too domineering. Wang Xiaocong, Little Tsong Tsong greets Mr. Wei. Emperor Liu, Little Fin Fin greets Mr. Wei. Princess Huawei, Little Zhou greets Mr. Wei. Netizens were giving gifts like crazy, and the scene was very lively. I have met the most handsome father-in-law in the universe. Father-in-law, let's talk for a moment. Originally, I wanted to steal Mrs. Wei's corner, but after seeing Mr. Wei, I thought, forget it, the corner is too hard. Tawanzi felt a lot of pressure. She felt ashamed of the appearance and aura of Wei Ning's family. Feng Zheng also began to lose his mind. How could there be such a perfect family? She turned to Wei Jiuzhou and asked, Mr. Wei, can you share some of your son's black material? Zhou Shuyu smiled and thought, this is going to be interesting. Wei Jiuzhou has been away from home for many years. How could he know about Aining stirred? However, Wei Jiuzhou seemed to have seized the opportunity and recalled the past. When Aining was a child, there were no diapers at that time. He would pee all over his face. Wei Ning was stunned for a moment. His original opinion of his father had changed, but this time the scandal was really unbearable for him. Please don't destroy my image. Wei Ning begged for mercy with a bitter face. At this time, the three girls suddenly laughed, and Wei Wincy laughed out loud. Dad is so right. Aining was a little water gun when he was a child. Wei Ning was stunned and felt annoyed. Is this true? Not made up. Netizens laughed so hard that they fell backwards, leaving comments one after another. Dad Wei is mighty and domineering. This is the black material. Wei Jiuzhou continued. I remember one winter, Aining insisted on going to the river to take a bath. She jumped into the river naked and almost froze into a girl. The three girls laughed again and fell over. Aining did a lot of weird things when she was a child. Wei Wincy laughed so hard that she was out of breath. Dad has a really good memory. At that time, Aining was simply a joke. Netizens went completely crazy. So my husband is such a husband. Wei Ning almost collapsed. He really wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Dad, stop talking. Please stop talking. Wei Jiuzhou was obviously satisfied. He handed the microphone to Zhou Shuyu with a smile. Okay, I won't say anything more. I'll leave the chance for you. Zhou Shuyu took the microphone and started to reveal Wei Ning's embarrassing stories with the three girls. Everyone laughed so hard. Finally, Wei Wenxi returned the microphone to Feng Zheng with satisfaction. That's about it. Everyone should be happy enough, right? Feng Zheng smiled and said, very satisfied. Thank you, Miss Wei, for sharing. I declare the Big Eater competition a perfect end. The family of four walked off the stage and prepared to receive their prizes. Wei Jojo hesitated slightly, but still shamelessly followed Zhou Shuyu to the side. Zhou Shuyu looked at him helplessly and said, You go get the gifts. Wei Jojo, come with me. Wei Jojo followed with a smile. Aining has fulfilled her wish to eat king crab. Shuyu, you asked me to come here. Are you ready to fulfill your promise? Zhou Shuyu rolled her eyes and looked at Wei Jojo's confidence. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Isn't this man's self-esteem too good? What promise are you fulfilling? Wei Jojo, Aining was selected as a contestant of the Big Eater contest by luck. What does it have to do with you? Zhou Shuyu said coldly. Since Aining has fulfilled her wish, our agreement is void. Don't follow me anymore. After saying that, Zhou Shuyu turned and walked away, not giving Wei Jojo a chance to explain. Wei Jojo wanted to catch up with her to explain, but he was already a little tired from standing on the podium for a long time, and he couldn't catch up with her at all. Forget it. Let's talk about it another day. He stopped helplessly. At the same time, Wei Ning, Zhou Yuan, and other contestants came to the gift table. The organizer provided a rich seafood gift package, and everyone was very satisfied. Wei Ning smiled and looked at Zhou Yuan. Ah, Yuan, let's calculate. You received more than 200,000 yuan in gifts, and after deducting taxes, you will get about 70,000 to 80,000 yuan in commission. You should at least thank me, right? Zhou Yuan was a little unhappy with Wei Ning's words. Aining, you are the big winner. You received a gift worth 13 million. Why are you still thinking about my pocket money? Wei Ning smiled helplessly and said, I have to use that money to buy a house and a car for my mother, and a piano for my second sister. I have to give my eldest sister's startup fund, and the rest of the money is my pocket money. Zhou Yuan felt more comfortable after hearing this, but he was also a little confused. You have so much money. Why do you still need my pocket money? However, Zhou Yuan reminded him, Uncle Wei is very rich. You can ask him for money anytime. Don't count on my little money. Wei Ning frowned. How do you know? Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment and finally decided to tell Wei Ning. Aining, do you know? Uncle Wei is not only the sponsor of this Big Eater competition. He organized it specifically for you. It is to allow you to eat enough king crabs to fulfill your birthday wish. Wei Ning was stunned and couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Such a huge investment was made in this game. How could it be for me? Zhou Yuan looked serious. I'm not kidding. Uncle Wei really did this for you. I even kept the chat records and recordings with him. You can listen to it. Zhou Yuan played the recording, and as Wei Ning listened, his expression gradually became complicated, and he was stunned. After hearing Wei Jojo's words, his worldview completely collapsed. This Big Eater competition was really held for him. Wei Ning's heart suddenly became hot, and his original indifference and resentment towards Wei Jojo disappeared in an instant. He began to realize that Wei Jojo actually cared about him very much. Dad, I was wrong, Wei Ning thought silently. You worked so hard and did so much for me. How can I blame you? At this time, Zhou Shuyu walked quickly to Wei Ning's side, and seeing the tears in his eyes, she suddenly became nervous. Aining, what's wrong with you? Is it because of the black material that Mom just mentioned that made you sad? Please stop crying, okay? Wei Ning shook her head, tears streaming down her face. No, what Mom said is not important. Seeing her son crying so sadly, Zhou Shuyu also felt heartbroken, her voice choked with sobs. Aining, what's going on? Tell Mom, tell me quickly. Wei Ning was silent for a while, and finally turned on his phone and played the recording. Listening to the familiar voice in the recording, Zhou Shuyu was shocked, as if struck by lightning. Is this Big Eater competition really organized by he specifically for Ning? Zhou Shuyu was in a state of confusion. He couldn't believe that this big eating competition was actually organized by Wei Jojo himself. Thinking back to what she had just said to Wei Jojo, her cheeks turned slightly red and she felt a little guilty. Wei Jojo actually remembered Aining's birthday wish. It seems that he still cares about his son. Zhou Shuyu's favorability increased sharply, and he began to waver in his heart. Forget it. Maybe it's time to end Wei Jojo's probation period. However, seeing his son turn to support Wei Jiuzhou. Zhou Shiyu's mood became complicated, as if something he cherished was taken away. Suddenly, she felt anxious and panicked. What should I do if Aining supports him? She frowned and looked at Wei Ning. Aining, if you still recognize me as your mother, don't have any contact with him. Wei Ning immediately noticed his mother's displeasure and quickly assured her, don't worry, Mom. You're the person I'm closest to. My elder sister and second sister are behind, and he is even less so. Seeing that her son's words comforted her a little, Zhou Shiyu finally smiled. That's right. Wei Wenxi and Wei Qinghe came over, and Wei Wenxi said excitedly, Aining, you can get more than 8 million yuan in share. Can you help me buy a piano? Wei Ning smiled and replied, Second sister, how can you buy a basic piano? I will buy you a professional one. Wei Wenxi happily threw herself into Wei Ning's arms, and Ning is the best. However, Wei Ning pushed her away with some disdain. Second sister, pay attention to your image. You're going to enter the entertainment industry. Don't have any scandals. Wei Qinghe rubbed Wei Ning's hair lovingly, and the relationship between Wei Ning and her elder sister was still warm, even though Wei Ning was taller than her. However, Zhou Shiyu frowned silently. Wei Jiuzhou organized a big eater competition for Aining. She understood that the prize money must have been funded by Wei Jiuzhou. Did the bonus include Wei Jiuzhou's money? Zhou Shiyu decided that she must not spend a penny before she completely forgave Wei Jiuzhou. Don't touch a penny of this money. Return it all to him. Wei Ning was stunned and wanted to refute, but he didn't say anything disobedient. Wei Qinghe and Wei Wenxi didn't understand. How can these bonuses be returned to Dad? Wei Wenxi hurriedly asked, Mom, why should Aining return the prize money she won to Dad? Zhou Shiyu took a deep breath and replied, I just found out that the eating contest was organized by him for Aining, so he must have invested a lot of resources. We can't take his money. It's not something that money can make up for. Wei Qinghe and Wei Wenxi's eyes flashed with shock, so it turns out that the competition was really organized by Dad. No wonder Aining got so many exclusive gifts. They felt their father's love and generosity towards Aining. Dad dotes on her too much. I really hope he can settle Mom down sooner so that our family of 5 can be together. We agree with Mom that we can't take Dad's money, Wei Wenxi said firmly. At this moment, Phone Kite did the final finishing work. Today's live broadcast has ended successfully. Thank you all for your support. If you want to eat Alaskan king crab and Australian blue dragon, remember to come to Qingzhou Shangri-La Hotel. The organizer will continue to supply it. Netizens left crazy comments. Will we have a chance to eat king crab and blue dragon? I have reserved a seat and look forward to enjoying these top-quality ingredients. At the same time, Wei Jiuzhou, with the help of Trusova, got into the bulletproof Maybach. Rossi was doing physical therapy for Wei Jiuzhou. His body was still weak, but he knew that he must exercise more after the cancer cells were completely eliminated. The booking situation of Shangri-La Hotel is very good, Trusova reported. If this trend continues, the hotel's brand value will increase significantly, and it may even become the first 6-star hotel in Qingzhou. Wei Jiuzhou nodded with satisfaction. The popularity of the Shark platform has already shown its effect. This is just an appetizer. The main event will be tomorrow. The car drove smoothly into the garage of Villa Number 1. Wei Jiuzhou returned to the bedroom with the help of Trusova and Rossi and fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, he is completely unaware, and everything he has done today has caused a shock in the global financial community. The current head of the Rothschild family, Galen Rothschild, is reviewing documents in the study. Suddenly, Andre pushed the door open hastily. Galen showed displeasure on his face and scolded, Andre, what's the hurry? Didn't I tell you not to come in unless it's a big deal? Andre is Galen's favorite eldest son, and he has always been steady. Father, I just received news that the Immortal Number 1 fighter has been launched. Garen dropped the pen in his hand, his face instantly becoming serious. Immortal Fighter Number 1? Are you kidding? Andre shook his head. No, Father, it's not a decapitation plan. The boss asked General Yi to transport 100 Australian blue dragons to Qingzhou, Daxia. Huh? Galen was stunned, and then his expression turned cold. Andre, are you kidding? How can you joke about this? Andre smiled helplessly and said, Father, if you don't believe me, you can call Ms. Gina. Galen gradually calmed down and realized that Andre would never joke about such a thing. Why? Why did the boss do this? Andre shook his head gently. Father, you worry too much. The boss is not dead yet. He is very healthy, and he was standing for more than 10 minutes just now. What? Garen was stunned and could hardly believe his ears. The boss is not dead. Andre took out the video. Yes, father, this is the latest video sent back from Daxia. Garen couldn't wait to watch the video. Suddenly, his eyes were fixed on Wei Ning's figure. He, could it be? Andre nodded. Yes, he is Wei Ning, the young master of our immortal kingdom. Surprise and excitement flashed in Galen's eyes. Andre, you are really great. If we can establish a good relationship with the young master, our Rothschild family will enjoy glory forever. Andre smiled and said, Father, don't get excited yet. Let's go to the 1 hour and 8-minute mark of the video. Galen pressed pause, and the screen jumped to the 1 hour and 8-minute mark. A more familiar figure appeared, the boss. Is this true? Galen could hardly believe it. The boss is not dead, and he has returned to China. This news shocked him. Andre, adjust the family strategy immediately and focus all investment in Daxia for the next 10 years. Yes, father. Andre nodded immediately and turned to leave. Galen looked at him and added urgently, Don't worry, do one thing first. All the blood of the Rothschild family, especially the girls who are the young master's age, gather in front of me. Also, as soon as the Nasdaq opens, immediately buy Shark stock. Andre's eyes were full of admiration. Father is really far-sighted. He has arranged everything for the selection of concubines and the purchase of stocks. Yes, father, do it immediately. Galen's order instantly affected the entire Rothschild family. 10 hours later, the news reached other P8 level bosses. Everyone quickly realized Galen's plan and quickly took action. But their actions have slowed down, and Galen's plan has been completed almost one step ahead of time. It is still unknown whether they can catch up. On that day, Zhou Xiu drove to work, and Wei Jiuzhou was able to have a good rest. He slept until after 10 o'clock and woke up feeling refreshed. Trusova was waiting outside. Seeing Wei Jiuzhou wake up, she was full of admiration. Boss, it's incredible. You revitalized 2 major industries with just a small event. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. Trusova, you seem to be in a good mood. Did the Shark stock price go up? Trusova nodded hastily. The rise was too rapid. In just 3 minutes, the Nasdaq circuit breaker mechanism was triggered. Wei Jiuzhou's lips curled up slightly. He earned 30 billion in 3 minutes. Such an event is both family-friendly and profitable. You should hold more of them in the future. Chapter 89, Wei Jiuzhou Bargaining. Wei Jiuzhou said calmly, Trusova, don't be so excited. This is just a basic operation. Change clothes. I want to get up. While changing Wei Jiuzhou's clothes, Trusova hesitated and said, Boss, those P8 level executives of our immortal kingdom made some big moves last night. Wei Jiuzhou raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, tell me about it. They have gathered all the direct bloodline women around 18 years old to the family headquarters and are giving them the most rigorous training. One of the training items is the Daxia language. Wei Jiuzhou instantly understood the intentions of his subordinates and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Trusova, it seems that the news that I'm not dead has been exposed. Trusova's face changed. Boss, I didn't keep the secret well. Please punish me. Wei Jiuzhou's tone was very calm. Trusova, don't be so nervous. This is my problem. It was the eating contest that exposed me, and even Aining. Trusova finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, the Sharp platform had such a high exposure. How could those P8 level executives not get the news that the boss was still alive? Understand, they're choosing a concubine for the young master. How dare they stretch their hands so far? I will reprimand them immediately. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. Trusova, don't react so much. To be able to stand out from these P8 level families, she must be an extremely outstanding woman. To be able to stand out from the immortal kingdom is even more precious. Only such an outstanding woman can be worthy of my son. Of course, I will not arrange a marriage, and I will not interfere with Aining's feelings. The woman they chose just got a chance to get close to Aining. Whether she can eventually become my daughter-in-law depends on fate. Boss is wise. Once the 5 families have selected the winners, I will bring them to you as soon as possible. Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly. You should also treat the losers well, and you should train them yourself. After all, those who can stand out from those 5 families must be extremely outstanding talents. Yes, boss. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Jiuzhou's cell phone suddenly rang. Wei Jiuzhou subconsciously took out his mobile phone, but saw no incoming call or message notifications. Wei Jojo's expression became a little strange, and he took out a second mobile phone. This is a very old Motorola flip phone, not yet a smartphone. However, it is very well maintained. This is the mobile phone Wei Jojo used before going abroad. This phone contains Wei Jojo's phone number from more than a decade ago in China. Very few people know this number. It has not rang for more than a decade. Could it be Shu Yu? Is Shu Yu going to forgive him? Wei Jojo quickly opened the cover and saw a text message alert. Your card with the last digit 5,418 received 6,837,891 renminbi from ICBC at 10:08 on March 10th, remitted from another bank, with a balance of 6,837,891 renminbi. The other party's account name is Zhou Shuyu, and the other party's account number ends with 0208. Wei Jojo was confused. Why did Shuyu suddenly send him money? Where did Shuyu get so much money? Soon, Wei Jojo realized something and his face turned very ugly. Trusova, check, how much bonus did Aning get last night? Yes, boss. Soon, Trusova found the information and said in a deep voice, Boss, the share that the young master gets is 583,7891, plus the 1 million bonus. The total is 6,837,891 yuan. Wei Jojo couldn't help but shake his head. Why was Shu Yu so stubborn? Was his money so dirty? Was he so clear about the matter? Seeing that Wei Jojo looked unhappy, Trusova asked cautiously, Boss, what's wrong with you? Look, Wei Jojo handed the phone to Trusova. Trusova's expression turned very serious. Boss, do you want to investigate who leaked the information? There's no need for that. It must be Xiao Yuan. I'm very relieved that he chose to stand on Aining's side. It means he won't betray Aining just for power. Boss is wise. What did Tingya Space Design Company say? Are they planning to sue us? Li Kaishan is trying to raise money everywhere. However, I've already informed all the major banks in advance. There are a few private lending companies that have expressed their willingness to lend money to Li Kaishan. Do you want me to give these private lending companies a heads up? Wei Jojo smiled slightly. No need. He is one of us. Trusova was stunned. The boss was too cruel. He was going to put Li Kaishan's family into an irretrievable situation. At this moment, Trusova's cell phone rang. When she took out her phone, her expression became very strange. Boss, some people are really annoying. It's Li Kaishan. Should I accept it? Answer it, why not? He should be here to send my daughter to the company. Trusova turned on the speakerphone and said in a very cold tone, Mr. Li, have you found the Tasmanian Blackwood? Li Kaishan's voice was very tired. Let's not beat around the bush, Ms. Trusova. Please tell Mr. Wei that I admit defeat. Please give me a way out, Mr. Wei. How can you let me go? Since Li Kaishan had already spoken, Trusova was too lazy to act anymore and said calmly, The boss wants to buy all of your and Li Bo's shares. Name your price. Li Kaishan almost vomited blood. It was too much of a bully, but he didn't dare to express any dissatisfaction. He could only swallow his anger. According to the market price, Li Bo and I shares are worth 28 million. Of course, I can't sell them to Mr. Wei at the market price. I'll give you a discount. How about 25 million? Trusova turned her head and looked at Wei Jojo with an inquiring look. Wei Jojo curled his lips in disdain. This Li Kaishan still didn't understand the situation. 25 million? How could he ask for that? Wei Jojo said calmly, One price 2,500 yuan. 2,500? Li Kaishan's head was buzzing. How was this different from robbery? This wasn't the way to bargain, was it? Li Kaishan smiled and said, Mr. Wei is really a joker. 25 million is indeed a bit high. I'll make a sincere offer of 20 million. It really can't be any less. Wei Jojo was amused by Li Kaishan. Mr. Li, congratulations on missing the offer of 2,500 yuan. The latest offer is 250 yuan. You only have 3 seconds to consider, otherwise, wait for the court summons. The smile on Li Kaishan's face slowly froze. His eyes were like a poisonous snake choosing its prey. If the network cable could pass through, he would probably follow it and bite Wei Jojo to death. Capital is really too cruel. It is simply eating people without leaving any bones. Wei Jojo didn't hesitate at all and started counting down directly. 3.2. Every number Wei Jojo counted was like the scythe of the god of death hanging over Li Kaishan's head. Li Kaishan couldn't bear the pressure and shouted, Sell it. I'll sell it. Congratulations, Mr. Li, for making the right choice. The contract has been drafted. Bring your son-in-law over to sign it as soon as possible. Okay, I'll do it as soon as possible. Chapter 90. Miss Wei, I accept you as my employee. Wei Qinghe accompanied Zhou Shuyu to the bank and calmly watched her mother transfer more than 6 million yuan to her father. Wei Qinghe didn't feel distressed at all. She had already accepted her father. She and her father were one family. The money went from her mother's pocket into her father's pocket, just from the left hand into the right hand. In the end, it still belonged to their big family. As long as dad returns to the family, what's the difference between this money and keeping it in mom's pocket? Wei Qinghe smiled at Zhou Shuyu. Mom, I'm going to look for a job. See you in the evening. After saying that, Wei Qinghe turned around and left in a casual manner. Looking at his daughter's back, Zhou Shuyu's mood suddenly became complicated. Is it really worth it to make her daughter suffer so much for her so-called persistence? Qinghe, don't worry. I believe he will return to his family soon. In the past few days, Wei Qinghe has visited all large and medium-sized construction companies and decoration companies in Qingzhou. The cruel reality has made her understand the strength of Tangya Space Design Company. Wei Qinghe had to lower his goals and apply for jobs in some small decoration companies. After in-depth research, Wei Qinghe finally selected 3 targets, all of which were decoration companies that have been in the limelight recently and have the potential to become big in the future. Wei Qinghe secretly made up her mind that she would never bow to Li Aiying. The harder Li Aiying suppresses her, the harder she will work. One day, she will come back strongly and trample Li Aiying under her feet. Dongxing Decoration Company has developed very rapidly in the past 2 years, with more than a dozen construction sites starting work at the same time every day. If this momentum can be maintained, it will surely be able to successfully join the ranks of Qingzhou's medium-sized decoration companies. Wei Qinghe took the bus to Dongxing Decoration Company and went straight to the front desk. The receptionist asked very politely, "Hello, ma'am. Are you here to see the plan?" Wei Qinghe shook his head gently. "No, I'm here to apply for a job. My name is Wei Qinghe, and I've already made an appointment with Mr. Yu." Wei Qinghe? Hearing this name, the front desk clerk's expression became a little strange. "Ms. Wei, please wait a moment. Mr. Yu is in a meeting." As she spoke, the receptionist politely poured Wei Qinghe a glass of water and led her to the rest area. After settling Wei Qinghe, the front desk sent a message to her boss. "Boss Yu, Wei Qinghe has been settled." Mr. Yu's message came back quickly. "Okay." In the general manager's office, Yu Zhaoxing took out his mobile phone and called his cousin Li Aiying. The call was quickly connected, and Li Aiying's slightly excited voice was heard. "Cousin, why did you call me suddenly? Did that bitch Wei Qinghe apply for a job at your company?" "Yes, you want to come over?" "Of course. I must humiliate this bitch. How dare she give my husband a gift at my wedding? My people have already stabilized her. You should hurry up." "No." After hanging up the phone with Yu Zhaoxing, Li Aiying rushed out of the vice president's office at the speed of a 100-meter sprinter. I really don't know how she can run so fast with her weight of 200 kilograms. After arriving at the garage, Li Aiying did not find her beloved car. Perhaps Li Bo drove it to discuss business? Li Aiying didn't think much about it and drove her father's Mercedes-Benz S450 straight to Dongxing Decoration Company. Squeak. Li Aiying did a drift while backing the car into a parking space and accidentally scratched off the paint. But she didn't care at all. What's the money for touch-up paint? Compared with humiliating Wei Qinghe, it's nothing. Li Aiying walked into the gate of Dongxing Decoration Company with a proud look, turned her head to look at the rest area, and saw Wei Qinghe drinking water. Li Aiying sneered. "Wei Qinghe, aren't you awesome? Can't you come up with 5 million? Why do you still want to find a job? Why don't you continue to be awesome?" Li Aiying walked up to Wei Qinghe in a cocky manner, pretending to be very coincidental. Isn't this Wei Qinghe? What a coincidence. Are you here at Dongxing to apply for a job?" Wei Qinghe couldn't help but frown. Li Aiying was simply a ghost. How come she couldn't be avoided anywhere? Wei Qinghe certainly would not show his weakness in front of Li Aiying and said in a deep voice, "No, I'm here to wait for my friend." Not far away, the receptionist heard Wei Qinghe's words, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She keenly seized the opportunity to please the boss. The receptionist walked quickly to Wei Qinghe and said in a gentle voice, "Ms. Wei, President Yu has finished his meeting and will be here for your interview soon. Please prepare." As she spoke, the receptionist winked at Li Aiying secretly. Li Aiying is very satisfied with the performance of the receptionist and will talk to her cousin about giving her a raise later. Li Aiying turned her head and looked at Wei Qinghe with a teasing look. Wei Qinghe, didn't you say you weren't here to apply for a job? Why did she say that Mr. Yu wanted to interview you? Who of you is lying? Wei Qinghe's face was very ugly. Wasn't it really the wrong time for the receptionist to come? This was really embarrassing. Wei Qinghe stiffened his neck and said, which of us lied has nothing to do with you. Do you know me well? Don't talk to me. Li Aiying curled her lips in disdain. Tisk tsk, are you angry because of shame? But you are right. I'm not familiar with you. You don't deserve to know me. To tell you the truth, as long as I am here, you will never find a decent job in Qingzhou. If you know what's good for you, get out of Qingzhou immediately. Never show up in front of my husband again. Wei Qinghe was so angry that he was shaking all over. This Li Aiying was really going too far. Not only did he steal her love, but he also humiliated and suppressed her time and again. If the size difference between the two wasn't so huge, Wei Qinghe would have wanted to tear Li Aiying's mouth apart. Do you think you are the queen mother? All of Qingzhou must obey your orders? Dongsheng has been developing very well in the past 2 years. With my help, we will definitely surpass your Tingya and become the largest decoration company in Qingzhou within 3 years. At this moment, Yu Zhaoxing walked over slowly, and when he heard Wei Qinghe's words, his blood boiled. However, it was only 3 seconds of excitement. 80% of Dongsheng's business was awarded by Tangya. Without Tingya, Dongsheng would be nothing. Okay, well said. Sooner or later, Dongsheng will surpass Tingya and become the largest decoration company in Qingzhou. Miss Wei, I'll take you as my employee. What? Received it? Li Aiying was furious. Why did my cousin accept Wei Qinghe? Is my cousin going to go against her? Just when Li Aiying was about to explode, she saw her cousin secretly winking at her. Li Aiying immediately understood that her cousin was not really going to accept Wei Qinghe, but was going to humiliate her severely. Wei Qinghe was overjoyed and looked at Yu Zhaoxing excitedly. In the Qingzhou decoration industry, is there finally someone who dares to fight against Tingya? Mr. Yu, did I hear you correctly? Do you really want to accept me? Yu Zhaoxing scanned Wei Qinghe's beautiful face and perfect body from top to bottom and swallowed subconsciously. Wei Qinghe is so beautiful. If it weren't for my cousin's face, I would do everything I could to keep her here. Pity. Ms. Wei, you heard me right. I'll take you on as my employee. However, you can't work directly as a designer. You should start as a salesperson first. Chapter 91 Qinghe. Do you have money? Salesman? With a chuckle, Li Aiying laughed in a very unkind way. My cousin is really outstanding. It's a great idea to let Wei Qinghe be a salesperson. Ha ha ha. Wei Qinghe, I think being a salesperson is a good fit for you. With 2,000 yuan a month, you'll have to run around in the wind and rain every day. You should get tan soon, right? And you'll have to act like a grandson to attract clients every day. This is a good opportunity to hone your arrogance. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank Mr. Yu for giving you this great opportunity. Wei Qinghe's pretty face turned pale with anger. She finally understood that Mr. Yu didn't really want to help her, but just wanted to humiliate her. If I can't stay here, I'll find another place that will. Mr. Yu, I hope you won't regret your choice today. Yu Zhaoxing sneered. I'm sorry, there's everything in my dictionary except the word regret. Miss Wei, I can tell you responsibly that as long as Tingya survives, there will never be a place for you in the Qingzhou decoration circle. Wei Qinghe stared at Yu Zhaoxing without showing any weakness. Then I will make Tingya fall. Li Aiying laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. Wei Qinghe, what are you dreaming about in broad daylight? Don't think you are amazing just because you got 5 million from nowhere. Do you think you can bring down Tingya? Even if you take out 10 more 5 million, it won't be enough. Wei Qinghe was speechless. She knew very well that Li Aiying was right. To her, Tingya was indeed an unshakable behemoth. Just when Wei Qinghe was feeling extremely powerless, her cell phone rang. Wei Qinghe took out her phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Wei Qinghe suddenly became a little excited. Could it be that her resume had been seen? Was it a decoration company that contacted her? Wei Qinghe quickly answered the phone and said excitedly, Hello, I'm Wei Qinghe. Have you seen my resume? I'm free and can apply anytime. In Villa Number 1, Wei Jiuzhou felt extremely distressed when he heard what his daughter said. Qinghe, from today on, you don't need to submit resumes anymore. You don't need to apply for jobs anymore. Suddenly hearing her father's voice, Wei Qinghe's grievances and helplessness that had nowhere to vent in her heart finally burst out, and tears instantly blurred her beautiful eyes. Wei Qinghe's voice was a little choked. Okay, Come to Hisense Junwi Villa District, Villa number 1, right now. Daddy will give you a small gift. Wei Qinghe didn't ask what the gift was, nor did she ask why they had to go to Hisense Junwi Villa District. Based on Wei Jiuzhou's performance over the past few days, she had already unconditionally trusted Wei Jiuzhou. Seeing Wei Qinghe crying in disappointment, Li Aiying smiled and said, Wei Qinghe, don't have any unrealistic ideas. Now you only have two options. One is to change your career. The other is to leave Qingzhou. Otherwise, you will never be a designer. No, you're wrong. I have a third way. You will be the one who is left with nowhere to go. Wei Qinghe smiled, a very bright smile. Although there were still tears in her eyes, she was so beautiful that it made people tremble. Mr. Yu, who was standing by, was about to cry with envy. For the first time, he understood what it meant to be in tears. Unfortunately, such a beautiful woman offended his cousin, so he didn't dare to accept her. Wei Qinghe left in a very carefree manner and even spent a huge amount of money to call a Didi. An hour later, Wei Qinghe arrived at Villa number 1 in Hisense Junwi Villa District. Trusova had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Wei Qinghe, she hurried over to greet her, saying in a very respectful tone, Miss, you are here? Miss? Wei Qinghe was a little flustered and waved her hands repeatedly. Madam, you got the wrong person, right? I'm not some young lady. Trusova smiled slightly. Miss, I didn't recognize the wrong person. You are Wei Qinghe, the boss's eldest daughter. Miss, please follow me. With a gulp, Wei Qinghe swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Dad actually has such an outstanding foreign beauty by his side. What is Dad's identity? It seems that she still underestimated Dad. Thank you. Wei Qinghe suppressed his curiosity and followed Trusova into Hisense Junwi Villa number 1. As a home decoration designer, Wei Qinghe often goes to some high-end residential areas. But this is the first time she has seen such a luxurious villa. The hall has a ceiling height of 7 meters, and the furnishings are extremely luxurious. Even with Wei Qinghe's most professional eyes, he could not find any flaws. Wei Qinghe was sure and certain that the decoration of this villa should have been the work of some of the world's top masters. Suddenly, Wei Qinghe's eyes focused, and she saw 3 people in the rest area. Her father sat quietly on the luxurious European-style sofa. Li Bo and his father-in-law Li Kaishan stood in front of her father with their waists slightly bent, talking about something. Wei Qinghe couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster. Why did her father call Li Bo and Li Kaishan here as well? Was he trying to help her out? With a lot of questions in his mind, Wei Qinghe followed Trusova to the rest area. Boss, the young lady is here. Wei Jiuzhou's gloomy expression suddenly brightened up, and he waved away Qinghe very cordially. Qinghe, come here and sit next to Dad. It was not until this time that Li Kaishan and Li Bo realized that Wei Qinghe had arrived. The two of them turned their heads subconsciously and saw Wei Qinghe, a woman with unparalleled beauty. Li Kaishan's mood was very complicated. Life is really wonderful. A few days ago, the little girl he could manipulate was suddenly transformed into the eldest daughter of the Wei family. She became the one who could control his fate. I really feel a bit uncomfortable. Li Bo's heart was bleeding with regret. What on earth did he miss? Originally, he could have been a winner in life, with a beauty in his left hand and a luxury house in Hisense Junwi Villa District in his right hand. He can even drive the car in Dadwei's garage at will. Now, he has nothing. Everything is empty. No, he now has a fat wife weighing more than 200 pounds. Even if he sells pork, he can make several thousand yuan. Dad, Wei Qinghe called Dad from the bottom of his heart and sat next to Wei Jiuzhou obediently. I don't know why, but Wei Qinghe felt particularly safe sitting next to his father. Even if the sky falls, Dad will support me. Qinghe, do you have any money? Wei Qinghe thought her father was going to give her some pocket money, so she waved her hands again and again. Dad, I still have a few $1,000s here, enough to support me until I find a new job. You don't have to give me pocket money. Qinghe, you've overthought it and signed this agreement. As he spoke, Wei Jiuzhou pushed the equity transfer agreement on the coffee table in front of Wei Qinghe. Wei Qinghe grabbed the equity transfer agreement and looked at it carefully. Huh, is this a share transfer agreement? Soon, Wei Qinghe was stunned. What the hell? 250 yuan? Is she hallucinating? The combined equity of Li Kaishan and Li Bo should be at least 25 million, right? Is 250 yuan okay? Isn't Dad too cruel? But she likes it very much. Chapter 92 Mr. Li. How do I pay the 250 yuan? How could Wei Qinghe miss such a great opportunity? Wei Qinghe grabbed the pen without hesitation and signed his name. After signing, Wei Qinghe looked up and looked at the two people with a calm gaze. Mr. Li, how do you pay the 250 yuan? Cash or WeChat transfer? The corners of Li Kaishan and Li Bo's mouths kept twitching. It was too bullying. This was like hitting the left cheek and then hitting the right cheek. Li Bo couldn't save face, so he lowered his head deeply, and his soles were probably almost dug into a hole by his feet. Li Kaishan gritted his teeth and said, "It's all right, Miss Wei. Do whatever is convenient for you." Wei Qinghe subconsciously wanted to transfer money to the two of them, but soon, Wei Qinghe realized that she had blocked them both. It seems that I can only pay with cash. Wei Qinghe opened her backpack and took out her wallet. What upset her was that there was very little cash in the wallet, only 2 large bills, and the rest were small changes. Wei Qinghe poured out all the change in his wallet. Fortunately, he managed to collect 50 yuan. "This is 250 yuan. Mr. Li, please keep it. You two can discuss how to divide it." Both of them wanted to die. If this was not Wei Jiuzhou's territory, and if there were not several bodyguards around, Li Kaishan really wanted to slap Wei Qinghe. Unfortunately, this is just thought. Li Kaishan put away the 250 yuan with great humiliation. Wei Qinghe raised his hand and pushed the equity transfer agreement in front of the two of them. "Mr. Li, I have signed. Please sign as well." The two of them were heartbroken, but they had to sign. If they didn't agree to transfer their shares, they would face a huge debt dispute. For the rest of their lives, they would never be able to turn things around. Brush, brush, brush. Li Kaishan and Li both signed their names with gritted teeth. At this point, Wei Qinghe became Tingya's largest shareholder and a wealthy woman with a net worth of tens of millions. Since the two had already signed, Wei Jiuzhou was no longer polite and coldly ordered them to leave. "Why are you still hanging around here? Are you waiting for me to treat you to lunch?" The two of them changed their expressions. "Don't dare, don't dare." Under the escort of several bodyguards, the two left Villa Number 1 in a very embarrassed manner. Wei Jiuzhou was somewhat worried about Wei Qinghe. After all, Li Bo was Wei Qinghe's ex-boyfriend. Fortunately, Wei Jiuzhou's worries were unnecessary. Wei Qinghe had completely seen through Li Bo's true face and would never be sad for a Phoenix man like Li Bo again. "Dad, how'd you do it? Why would they be willing to transfer Tingya's shares at such a low price?" "It's like this." Wei Jiuzhou briefly explained the whole story. Wei Qinghe was so touched. His father's love was simply max. His father actually did so much behind the scenes. While feeling moved, Wei Qinghe gained a new understanding of his father's strength. "Dad is so amazing. He can influence the import and export strategy of Australia's ASH Timber Company. Dad can even make it so that there's not a single piece of Tasmanian blackwood in the whole of Qingzhou. What kind of energy is this? Dad, you're more than just the boss behind the Mayo Clinic, right?" Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly. "Yes, Mayo Clinic is just one of my businesses." Gulp. Wei Qinghe swallowed subconsciously. Dad is so awesome. He had cancer, was alone in a foreign country, and had no foundation. How could he achieve this? Wei Qinghe didn't dare to think about it. Behind Dad's success, there must be countless hardships and sweat. "Dad, I can't understand. You started a business several times in China, but all ended in failure. Why are you so successful abroad? Is it easier to start a business abroad than in China?" Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but squint his eyes, and a figure that had been weighing on his mind for many years emerged in his mind. He was able to successfully start a business abroad and create such a huge business empire. Under normal circumstances, how could he fail in his business in China? It's all because of his suppression. After I have fully recovered and returned to my family, I must settle this account with him. Wei Jiuzhou shook his head gently. Of course not. Abroad, what matters is interests. The national conditions of Daxia are different from those of foreign countries. What matters more is relationships and circles. Wei Qinghe didn't quite understand what he meant, but he still looked at Wei Jiuzhou with admiration. Anyway, no matter what, Dad will always be the dad I admire the most. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. "Qinghe, don't tell your mother about buying the company yet. If she knows, she might ask you to return the company to me." Wei Qinghe smiled bitterly. "Yes, according to Mom's personality, it must be like this. Don't worry, Dad. I will keep my mouth shut until Mom completely forgives you." Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly. "Also, the decoration company is just a small gift from Daddy. It's just a small seesaw for you. You have to use it as a fulcrum to leverage a larger related market. If you are ready, Tell me at any time, and I will enroll you in a class for further study. Wei Qinghe's face turned serious. Her father had high expectations of her. Is it the bigger market, real estate, or the financial industry? Wei Qinghe secretly made up her mind that no matter what it was, she would do it well and not let her father down. Okay, come on, go take over your company now. I'm sure your old colleagues will be surprised to see you. Wei Qinghe also smiled. She was indeed a little impatient. If Li Aiying saw her strong return, what kind of expression would she have? Okay, thanks, Dad. Wei Jojo was worried that his daughter would suffer, so he said calmly, Trusova, let Rose take Qinghe to the company. From now on, Rose will be Qinghe's full-time bodyguard. Yes, boss. Wei Qinghe and Wei Jojo said goodbye and followed Trusova out of Villa Number 1. A slender, flat-headed, stern-faced Western beauty had been waiting at the gate of Villa Number 1 for a long time. This Western beauty is Rose Namajunas, a member of Wei Jojo's bodyguard group. Like Jing Zhonghua, she also got the title of 100-Man Killer. Rose bowed to Wei Qinghe respectfully. Rose greets the young lady. Wei Qinghe quickly helped Rose up. Sister Rose, just call me Qinghe. Don't call me Mississippi. It sounds weird. Yes, Miss Qinghe. Wei Qinghe sighed helplessly. He really had no way to deal with Sister Rose. Sister Rose, shall we go? Yes, Miss Qinghe. Rose bowed her head and skillfully helped Qinghe open the car door. Wei Qinghe didn't hesitate to nod politely to Rose and got into the Maybach. This was the first time Wei Qinghe rode in such a luxury car, and he couldn't help feeling a little dazed. This world is so wonderful. Just an hour ago, she was still feeling pain for calling Didi, but in the blink of an eye, she was sitting in a Maybach. Boom, boom. The car started and headed straight to Tengya Space Design Company. Chapter 93. Xiao Chui, you are going down a narrow path. Tengya Space Design Company. The vice president's office is filled with smoke. Li Bo had smoked 5 or 6 cigarettes in a row, and he was choking to the point of tears, and his trachea was burning with pain. However, compared with the torment in my heart, the physical pain is nothing. He was willing to give up his lover and marry a 200-pound fat woman just to walk into this office. But it's only been a few days. He has to move out of this office. All of this is like a mirage. Li Bo even prayed that everything that happened in the past few days was just a dream. When he woke up, everything would return to the way it was. He did not break up with Wei Qinghe. The one who walked into the marriage hall with him was Wei Qinghe. Unfortunately, the burning pain in his trachea was reminding Li Bo that all this was true. In the chairman's office, Li Kaishan was as sad as Li Bo. Tengya is the result of his hard work and sweat for more than 20 years. Just gone like that? Back then, when he first came to Qingzhou, he was just an ordinary laborer. It took him 3 full years of hard work to become a small contractor. It took 7 years of hard work to create Tengya. After more than 10 years of hard work, Tengya was developed into Qingzhou's leading decoration company. I really can't bear to do that. Li Kaishan gently stroked every piece of furnishings in the office. All of this was arranged by him personally. From today on, everything here has nothing to do with him. In another vice president's office, Li Aiying sat in the huge boss chair, watching the soap opera with great joy. As long as Wei Qinghe leaves the Qingzhou decoration industry, or just leaves Qingzhou, her husband should forget about her after a while, right? Just as Li Aiying was looking forward to a bright future, the office door was pushed open by her assistant Wang Haiyan. Mr. Li, guess who I saw just now? You definitely can't guess it. Li Aiying paused the soap opera video and looked at Wang Haiyan with curiosity. Let me guess, is it that the owner of Dongqing Mingjun is causing trouble again? That guy deserves to be punished. Isn't it just that the workers didn't lay the tiles evenly? Is it necessary to make trouble for several months? Wang Haiyan smiled mysteriously. No, not the owner, but our former colleague. Li Aiying was stunned. Their former colleagues? Over the years, Tengya has fired dozens of employees, so it's really hard to guess at the moment. Haiyan, stop keeping us in suspense. Who is it that makes you so excited? Wei Qinghe. Wei Qinghe is here in our company. Huh? Li Aiying was confused. Is this Wei Qinghe a masochist? Wasn't it enough that she humiliated me today? How dare she come to Tengya? Haiyan, are you sure? Why is Wei Qinghe coming to our company? I don't know either. The front desk was afraid that she would cause trouble, so they stopped her. Mr. Li, do you want to go and take a look? Li Aiying smiled. That bitch came to me to be bullied. Of course, I have to help her. Wang Haiyan quickly reminded him. Boss Li, I suggest you be a little more cautious. Wei Qinghe didn't come alone. She brought a woman with her who looks very fierce. Fierce? Li Aiying curled her lips in disdain and shook her fat fist. How fierce is he? Can he withstand my fist as big as a casserole? Wang Haiyan smiled. It seems that I really can't be compared with Mr. Li. Li Aiying shook off the fat on her body, walked out of the vice president's office in a proud manner, went downstairs quickly, and went straight to the front desk. Zhang Xiaozue, the front desk clerk, had learned office culture very well. She chose to stand on Li Aiying's side without hesitation and stopped Wei Qinghe and rose. Qinghe, why did you come to our Tengya? You are no longer a member of our company. Go away quickly. If Vice President Li sees you, he will definitely not let you go easily. Wei Qinghe said calmly. Xiao Chui, since we had a good relationship before, I will give you a chance. As long as you get out of the way, I will forgive you for what happened. Unfortunately, Wei Qinghe's kindness was in vain. Zhang Xiaozue snorted disdainfully. Sorry, I don't need your chance. Please leave. Wei Qinghe shook his head gently. Xiao Chui, you are walking on a narrow path. After saying that, Wei Qinghe turned around and walked around Zhang Xiaozue. She had to quickly hand over her work to Li Kaishan and had no time to waste with Zhang Xiaozue. Being ignored by Wei Qinghe, Zhang Xiaozue was enraged. She raised her hand and grabbed Wei Qinghe's arm, saying coldly, Wei Qinghe, did I give you face? Didn't you hear me telling you to leave? Wei Qinghe's face darkened, but before she could react, Rose on the side suddenly took action. With a snap, Rose grabbed Zhang Xiaozue's wrist and exerted force hard. Zhang Xiaozue couldn't help but let out a groan and subconsciously let go of her hand. Rose snorted coldly and pushed hard. Zhang Xiaozue stumbled back several steps, and her back hit the front desk hard. There was a dull sound. Zhang Xiaozue was in so much pain that tears were about to come out. This woman is so fierce. Wei Qinghe glanced at Zhang Xiaozue coldly. Zhang Xiaozue, isn't it good to be a human? Why do you have to be a dog? Zhang Xiaozue was very angry, but, intimidated by Rose's strength, she dared not retort and could only swallow her anger. But soon, a look of ecstasy appeared on Zhang Xiaozue's face because she heard familiar footsteps. Vice President Li. It's Vice President Li coming downstairs. Zhang Xiaozue quickly turned her head and really saw Li Aiying's fat body. Zhang Xiaozue rushed to Li Aiying in 2 or 3 steps and made a tearful accusation. Boss Li, Wei Qinghe broke into our company and beat people. You have to seek justice for me. Li Aiying was furious. Isn't this Wei Qinghe too arrogant? He even dared to hit her people? Xiao Chui, don't worry. I will definitely seek justice for you. After saying that, Li Aiying walked towards Wei Qinghe aggressively, stopped Wei Qinghe's steps, and asked coldly, Wei Qinghe, you are so bold. How dare you trespass into our Tengya and beat people? Apologize to Xiao Chui immediately and get out of our Tengya. Li Aiying's body is so strong that it can accommodate 2 Wei Qinghe. Wei Qinghe was like a child in front of her. However, Wei Qinghe was not intimidated at all and said calmly, Why would I need the courage to enter my own company? But you, Li Aiying, are shouting in my company. How can you be so disrespectful? Get out right now. Li Aiying was so angry that she was going crazy. Wei Qinghe dared to talk back to her and told her to get out. Was she tired of living? Wei Qinghe, you asked for this. Today I must let you know how many eyes the Horse King has. A sinister smile appeared on Li Aiying's face. She raised her extremely fat hand high and slapped Wei Qinghe's beautiful face hard. She wanted to slap Wei Qinghe's face. She wants to disfigure Wei Qinghe. Chapter 94 Dad, please expose Wei Qinghe's lies. The people around looked at this scene with pity and confusion. Why did Wei Qinghe want to walk into the tiger's mouth? Will he be beaten badly now? Only Zhang Xiaozue's eyes were shining with excitement. Mr. Li, you did a great job. Beat Wei Qinghe, that little bitch, to death. But soon, the excitement in Zhang Xiaozue's eyes disappeared, and she was filled with fear instead. At the moment when Li Aiying attacked, the particularly fierce woman beside Wei Qinghe suddenly moved. Like a female leopard, she slapped Li Aiying in the face. With a loud bang, Li Aiying's huge body weighing more than 200 pounds suddenly fell to the ground. After slapping Li Aiying to the ground, Rose took 2 steps back calmly, as if she had done something insignificant, and stood quietly behind Wei Qinghe. For a moment, everyone was stunned and looked at Rose in shock. They could not understand how Rose's slender body could burst out with such amazing power. They could not understand where Wei Qinghe got the courage to beat Li Aiying in Tingya. Wei Qinghe was also a little shocked. Are the bodyguards arranged by his father so powerful? Li Aiying was stunned and lost consciousness for a short time. It took more than 10 seconds for Li Aiying to come back to her senses. Wei Qinghe, you little bitch, you dare to find someone to beat me up? I'll tear you apart alive. Li Aiying struggled to get up. This time, her target was Rose. Even though Rose had knocked her down with a slap just now, Li Aiying was not at all scared. In her mind, Rose was just a sneak attack. In a head-on confrontation, Rose is definitely no match for her. Unfortunately, Li Aiying took it for granted. With a bang, Rose used a very standard straight kick and kicked Li Aiying hard in the chest. Li Aiying's huge body weighing more than 200 pounds was kicked away. It flew backwards for 3 or 4 meters and hit the sofa in the rest area heavily before it landed. Li Aiying almost fainted from running out of breath. This time, it took her 30 seconds to come back to her senses. Li Aiying finally faced the reality that she was no match for Rose. However, Li Aiying is not going to give in. This is Tingya. It's her territory. Tingya has 70 to 80 employees. Nearly 50 of them are men. Isn't it easy and simple to deal with a woman? Li Aiying turned her head and yelled at the employees who were watching the excitement not far away. What are you all standing there for? Are you all wooden? Wei Qinghe brought people to our Tingya to cause trouble. Whoever captures them will have their bonus doubled this month. Double the bonus? Everyone's eyes turned red. As we all know, working in a decoration company mainly relies on bonuses, and the basic salary is very low. If the bonus can be doubled, it will be a considerable income. 7 or 8 sturdy male employees stood up and surrounded Wei Qinghe and Rose with ill intentions. A sharp light flashed in Rose's eyes. The boss once said that the laws of Daxia are very strict. Under normal circumstances, people are not allowed to be injured at will. However, if the lives of his family members are threatened, severe measures can be taken. Rose took out a pair of brass knuckles from somewhere and put them on her hands skillfully. If these people really dared to be violent towards Miss Qinghe, she would use severe force. Rose exuded such a murderous aura that the 7 or 8 young men felt somewhat guilty and hesitated for a moment. Li Aiying cursed him inwardly and continued to raise the bet. Triple the prize. Take down Wei Qinghe right now. Triple bonus? The young men's breathing became rapid, and some even picked up benches. The battle was about to break out. Wei Qinghe was afraid that Rose would suffer a loss, so he said coldly, Li Kaishan and Li Bo have already sold the company's shares to me. I am now a major shareholder of Tingya. Do you really want to take action against me? Wei Qinghe's voice was so calm that it shocked the male employees. Several male employees quickly stepped back, and those who were holding chairs quickly put them down. With the help of Zhang Xiaocui, Li Aiying climbed up with difficulty. Hearing Wei Qinghe's words, Li Aiying almost laughed to death, and it seemed that she could no longer feel the pain in her body. Ha ha! Ha ha! Wei Qinghe, what are you daydreaming about in broad daylight? Don't tell me my dad and my husband won't sell their shares. Even if they're willing to sell, can you afford it? If you really can afford it, why do you want to apply for a sales position at Dongshan? Salesman? For a moment, everyone's expressions were very interesting, and they all looked at Wei Qinghe with complicated eyes. Wei Qinghe is a very outstanding young designer in Qingzhou. Li Aiying actually forced her to apply for a salesperson position. Isn't that too miserable? After laughing for a long time, Li Aiying finally recovered and looked at those male employees with a look of disappointment. You guys are not that stupid, are you? You can't even tell such an obvious lie? Capture Wei Qinghe right now. I'll give you 5 times the bonus. It is said that money makes the world go round. The 5-fold bonus is already more than a quarter salary. With fierce gleams in their eyes, several young men once again picked up various objects and surrounded Wei Qinghe and Rose with ill intentions. Facing 7 or 8 young men, Rose was not panicked at all. She simply moved her joints a few times and prepared herself for battle. Just when the battle was about to break out, Li Kaishan slowly walked down the stairs and shouted angrily, What are you all doing here? Don't you want to work? Disperse. In Tingya, Li Kaishan is the absolute master. When they heard his voice, the evil spirit of 7 or 8 young men disappeared instantly, and they turned into docile sheep and quickly put down all kinds of equipment. It was not until this time that Li Kaishan realized that these guys were holding things in their hands. Who were they going to hit? Fighting in the company during working hours? Are you trying to rebel? Do you believe I will fire you all? The young men were frightened and hurried to explain. Chairman, it was Vice President Li who asked us to take down Wei Qinghe. We were just following orders. We don't want the bonus. Please don't fire us. Wei Qinghe? Li Kaishan took a breath. Is Miss Wei coming so fast? Li Kaishan looked in the direction of the young man's finger and really saw Wei Qinghe's beautiful face. Li Kaishan was so scared that his legs were trembling. Was AIing going to kill him? If Mr. Wei knew that his precious daughter was bullied in Tingya, he would definitely crush him to ashes. For a moment, Li Kaishan began to tremble uncontrollably. Young people are afraid of Li Kaishan, but Li AIing is not. Li Kaishan has spoiled her since she was a child. Even though she has gained weight to 200 kilograms, Li Kaishan still treats her as a sweetheart. Li Kaishan is the omnipotent hero in Li Aiying's heart. He is her most powerful backer. Li Aiying didn't notice that Li Kaishan's expression was a little strange. She walked up quickly and said in a tender voice, Dad, Wei Qing has said that she bought your and Li Bo's shares. It's so funny. Dad, you should expose Wei Qinghe's lies. Chapter 95, New Chairman Wei Qinghe. What the hell is this? How can he say this? Li Kaishan was very regretful. It was all his fault that he doted on his daughter too much, which led to his daughter being so domineering and even provoking Miss Wei. Li Kaishan scolded her harshly. Aiying, don't be rude to Miss Wei. What Miss Wei said is true. Li Bo and I have sold all our shares to her. Buzz. Li Kaishan's words were like a magnitude 12 earthquake, shocking everyone. Everyone looked at Wei Qinghe with doubt and surprise. Especially those young men who almost attacked Wei Qinghe just now were so frightened that they were trembling with fear and almost peed their pants. Wang Haiyan, the front desk clerk, was so scared that her pretty face turned pale. She drooped her head and carefully hid behind the crowd, hoping that Miss Wei would just ignore her and not remember her. Li Aiying's head was buzzing. Why did her father say such outrageous things? Dad, are you kidding me? Why would you sell your shares to Wei Qinghe? What kind of magic potion did Wei Qinghe give you? Did this little bitch climb into your bed? Li Kaishan was so frightened that his scalp went numb. Is Aiying crazy? Dare to say anything? Has she had enough of living? With a snap, Li Kaishan raised his hand and slapped him hard. Li Aiying apologized to Miss Wei immediately. Otherwise, I will sever the father-daughter relationship with you. From now on, don't ask me for a penny. Li Aiying was stunned and looked at her father in disbelief. Her father beat her for Wei Qinghe, a bitch, and he even wanted to sever the father-daughter relationship with her. Li Aiying did not dare to disobey her father, so she could only reluctantly bow her head to Wei Qinghe. Wei, Miss Wei, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Before Li Bo and Li Aiying got married, Wei Qinghe hated Li Aiying very much. However, when Wei Qinghe heard Li Bo say the three words, I do, with her own ears, Wei Qinghe's hatred faded. She even had to thank Li Aiying because it was Li Aiying who helped her discover Li Bo's true face. What happened in the past is in the past. I won't hold it against you. However, I don't want to see you again. Pack up your things and leave now. Okay, I'll go. Li Aiying turned around and walked towards her office happily. If you want to leave, just leave. Who is afraid of people? Just like I am willing to see you. Ms. Wei, you came so quickly. I haven't prepared a lot of information yet. Please go to my office and wait for a while. I will organize all the information. Wei Qinghe nodded slightly and followed Li Kaishan forward. The onlookers quickly made way for him. Wang Haiyan, the receptionist, hid at the back of the crowd with her head lowered. She didn't dare to look Wei Qinghe in the eye, for fear that Wei Qinghe would discover her. Unfortunately, sometimes the more you fear something, the more likely it will come. Wei Qinghe suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Wang Haiyan and said calmly, Wang Haiyan, why are you hiding? The strong smell of perfume on your body can be smelled even from 5 or 6 meters away. Wang Haiyan's face changed. She regretted it very much. Why did she spray perfume? Now, she has nowhere to hide, right? Wang Haiyan could only flash out from behind the crowd and looked at Wei Qinghe pitifully. Director Wei, please let me go. I'm also forced to do so. Li Aiying is the vice president, and I am a small receptionist. I must obey her orders unconditionally. Li Aiying asked you to kill someone, so you went? Ah, what do you mean? Pack up and leave now. I don't want to see you in Tenya. After dealing with Wang Haiyan, Wei Qinghe felt relaxed all over. He turned his head and looked at the young men who had just stepped out of the crowd. The young men were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they were almost scared to death. It's over. Miss Wei wants to settle the score. Fortunately, Wei Qinghe did not fire them. Among these people, there are many technical and business backbones. If all of them are fired, Tingya's work efficiency will be reduced by more than half. But you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the living punishment. Anyone who is about to take action will have their 3-month bonus deducted. If you're not satisfied, you can resign. After saying that, Wei Qinghe followed Li Kaishan into the chairman's office. Rose followed closely, scanning Li Kaishan from time to time with a vigilant look. Li Kaishan was so afraid of Wei Jiuzhou that he didn't dare to cause any trouble. He took his assistant Lu Xiaomei with him to organize various materials very skillfully. An hour later, Li Kaishan sorted out all the information and placed it in front of Wei Qinghe very respectfully. Ms. Wei, these are all of Tingya's current projects. Tingya's financial situation is also here. Wei Qinghe glanced at them calmly and said in a gentle voice, "Thank you, Mr. Li, for calling all shareholders and all downstream units here. I need to have a meeting in an hour." "Okay, Miss Wei." Li Kaishan made phone calls one after another in front of Wei Qinghe. Soon, the call ended, and Li Kaishan said respectfully, "Ms. Wei, all shareholders and downstream units have been notified." An hour passed quickly, and all shareholders and heads of downstream units arrived. What made everyone a little surprised was that the third largest shareholder, Vice President Li, was not present. In the past, Vice President Li was the most active. What happened today? Yu Zhaoxing from Dongxing Decoration was also among the invited guests. Many shareholders and responsible persons knew the relationship between Yu Zhaoxing and Li Kaishan, and they all praised him. "Boss Yu, I guess you're going to get a lot of projects today, so you have to take care of us construction parties." "Boss Yu, why hasn't your brother-in-law come yet? I heard he took on a big project, and didn't he give you any of it?" Yu Zhaoxing was very happy to be photographed, but he didn't know what big project Li Bo had taken, so he could only pretend to be mysterious. "My brother-in-law's project is confidential. I'm sorry I can't reveal it. Everyone will know when the time comes." Just when the atmosphere in the conference room was very good, Li Kaishan pushed open the office door and walked in with Wei Qinghe. The shareholders and the responsible persons were stunned for a moment. Why did the chairman bring a woman with him? Was she the chairman's newly hired assistant? You know what? This assistant director is so handsome. The chairman really knows how to have fun. Yu Zhaoxing was stunned for a moment. "Isn't this Wei Qinghe? Why did my uncle bring Wei Qinghe to the meeting? Wasn't Wei Qinghe fired?" "Hello, chairman. The chairman is here." Li Kaishan looked at his subordinates with complicated eyes. "From today on, all of this has nothing to do with him." Li Kaishan nodded slightly and took Wei Qinghe to the chairman's seat. "Ms. Wei, please take a seat." Wei Qinghe nodded slightly, trying to calm his inner nervousness and excitement, and sat down in the position of chairman. This scene simply shocked everyone. They looked at it stupidly and couldn't say a word for a long time. What's going on? The chairman is too fond of his assistant, isn't he? He gave her his own seat. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Li Kaishan seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant. "Let me introduce to you all. This is Miss Wei Qinghe, the new major shareholder and new chairman of Tangya." Chapter 96. The boss said that Phoenix men are not allowed to approach the young lady within 3 meters. New major shareholder? New chairman? For a moment, the whole conference room was in an uproar. "Chairman, are you kidding me? You are the major shareholder of Tangya." "Chairman, you are so humorous." Yu Zhaoxing was so scared. If Wei Qinghe became a major shareholder of Tangya, Dongsheng would be finished. Just this morning, he had just cooperated with his cousin to humiliate Wei Qinghe. "Uncle, this joke is not funny at all. Tangya is in a period of rapid development and is at its peak. Why would you sell your shares?" Li Kaishan pressed his hands down slightly, and everyone fell silent. Li Kaishan said in a deep voice, "I am not kidding. This morning, Li Bo and I just signed an equity transfer agreement with Miss Wei." Li Kaishan confirmed the news again, and everyone had no choice but to believe what he said. Yu Zhaoxing felt like he was struck by lightning. How so? How could this happen? "Oh my God, are you kidding me?" If he had known this earlier, he would have righteously rejected his cousin's unreasonable request this morning and directly hired Miss Wei as the design director, so that he could have established a good relationship. But now, everything is over. I hope Miss Wei won't find him. Yu Zhaoxing almost buried his head in his crotch, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. Originally, Wei Qinghe was a little hesitant to look the shareholders in the eye. After all, this was her first time sitting in the chairman's seat, and it was impossible not to be nervous. However, Yu Xiaoxing's behavior was too abnormal and attracted Wei Qinghe's attention. Wei Qinghe stared at him, and the expression on his face suddenly became a little strange. Why is it Mr. Yu? Is retribution coming so quickly? Wei Qinghe suddenly raised his finger and pointed at Yu Xiaoxing and asked calmly, Mr. Li, why is Mr. Yu from Dongxing coming to attend our Tingya meeting? Li Kaishan answered truthfully. Dongsheng is affiliated with our Tingya and is considered a half-subsidiary of our Tingya. There are many small projects that Tingya is unwilling to do, which are all handed over to Dongsheng. Wei Qinghe suddenly smiled brightly. Mr. Yu, what a coincidence. Yu Xiaoxing wanted to die, what a coincidence. I didn't want this to be such a coincidence. However, Yu Xiaoxing could only think about this. Yu Xiaoxing forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Yes, what a coincidence. Mr. Yu, I'm curious. Do you regret your choice today? Yu Xiaoxing almost cried. Wei Qinghe said the same thing this morning. He said that the word regret did not exist in his dictionary. But now, it is said that you should not mess with villains but women. He is just a cheapskate. Why would he mess with Miss Wei? Yu Xiaoxing regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. But what was the use of regretting? Ms. Wei, actually when I first met you, I felt that you were not an ordinary person, not a fish in a pond, and you couldn't be trapped in the small Dongxing company. That's why I declined you. I was right. You are actually the new chairman of Tengya. It has to be said that Yu Xiaoxing had a strong desire to survive, and Wei Qinghe felt very comfortable with his flattery. Unfortunately, Wei Qinghe would not let him go so easily. You are right. I'm not an ordinary person, but you are immortal. We at Tengya do not need mortals like you. From today on, we will cancel the affiliation with Dongsheng. Yu Xiaoxing was extremely desperate. 80% of Dongxing's business came from Tengya. If Dongsheng lost Tengya's help, it would definitely not last more than half a year. Uncle, please ask Miss Wei for a favor. We at Dongsheng cannot lose our affiliation. Li Kaishan was speechless. He couldn't even protect himself. So how could he show any mercy in front of Miss Wei? Zhao Xing, I have no relationship with Tengya now. I will leave after handing over my work to Miss Wei. I'm afraid I can't help you. Yu Xiaoxing was like being struck by lightning. He didn't want to lose his superior life. He didn't want to lose his position as the company's CEO. For this, let him do anything. With a thump, Yu Xiaoxing knelt down and looked at Wei Qinghe very sincerely. Ms. Wei, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have succumbed to Li Aiying's tyranny. It's all Li Aiying's fault. She forced me to do that. Please give me a chance. Don't terminate the affiliation with Dongsheng. Wei Qinghe didn't even bother to look at Yu Xiaoxing. When Yu Xiaoxing looked down upon her and mocked her, he did not show her any mercy at all. If she didn't have a good father, if her father hadn't helped her acquire Tingya, she would still be unemployed and even had to work as a salesperson in the end. She was looked down upon and ridiculed by her peers. Someone, come and kick out those who don't belong to our Tengya. The shareholders and other downstream company leaders' eyes lit up, and they keenly found opportunities to please the new master and looked at Yu Xiaoxing with malicious eyes. Yu Xiaoxing often relied on his relationship with Li Kaishan to show off his power in Tengya. Many heads of downstream companies had long disliked Yu Xiaoxing. Taking this opportunity, everyone can finally vent their anger. Yu Xiaoxing, do you want to just get out of here by yourself? Or do you want us to kick you out? Ha ha, Yu Xiaoxing. When you were always pretending to be powerful, did you ever think that you would end up like this? Yu Xiaoxing, hurry up and pay back the 200,000 you owe our company. Otherwise, I'll send people to Dongsheng to collect the debt every day. Crash. Crash. More than a dozen shareholders and responsible persons stepped forward and kicked Yu Xiaoxing out of the conference room. Li Kaishan looked at Wei Qinghe with a slightly flattering look. Ms. Wei, since the work has been handed over, Li will take his leave now. Wei Qinghe glanced at him calmly. No thanks. Li Kaishan felt relieved and walked out of the meeting room quickly. He didn't want to stay in this sad place for even a second. Soon, the shareholders and the responsible persons came back. To Wei Qinghe's surprise, she saw a very familiar figure, Li Bo. Wei Qinghe couldn't help but frown. Why did Li Bo suddenly come to the meeting room? Most of the shareholders had attended the wedding of Li Bo and Li Aiying and knew about the past between Li Bo and Wei Qinghe. They were unsure of Wei Qinghe's intention for a while and did not make things difficult for Li Bo. Li Bo looked at Wei Qinghe with a burning gaze. After not seeing her for a few days, Qinghe became more and more beautiful and had more and more charisma. Li Bo knew very well that it would be difficult to win back Wei Qinghe's heart, but he was willing to try. Even if I get a bloody head, I don't mind. Li Bo walked quickly towards Wei Qinghe. When he was 3 meters away from Wei Qinghe, Rose suddenly took a step sideways and blocked Li Bo's steps. Li Bo looked at Rose with a very unhappy look. Why are you stopping me? The boss said that Phoenix men are not allowed to get within 3 meters of the young lady. Chapter 97 Emergency Meeting of Intelligent Brain. Phew. Many shareholders and responsible persons laughed out loud in an unkind way. For a long time, shareholders and managers have looked down on Li Bo, the Phoenix man, but they dare not say it to his face. This was the first time someone said the word Phoenix man in front of so many people. It's really cool. Li Bo's face flushed red. He was a very sensitive person. When he was pointed out as the Phoenix man in public, Li Bo wanted to find a hole to crawl into. If Li Bo hadn't held on to the last glimmer of hope for Wei Qinghe, he would have definitely fled. Li Bo tried hard to suppress his shame, raised his head and looked at Wei Qinghe with courage. Qinghe, even if I am not a shareholder, I don't want to leave Tingya. You know my strength. I am willing to work for you steadily under your leadership. Can I stay? Wei Qinghe knows Li Bo very well. Li Bo's character is not very good, but his work ability is impeccable. However, Wei Qinghe didn't want to have anything to do with Li Bo. Li Bo, let me tell you something. If you want to do things, you must first be a good person. If you can't even be a good person, how can you do things well? Go away and never show up in front of me again. Swish. Li Bo's eyes were blurred with tears of regret. He regretted beyond measure. For an Audi Q5, he lost the whole world. In order to please Wei Qinghe, the surrounding shareholders and responsible persons did not hesitate to add insult to injury to Li Bo. Li Bo, I really don't know how a Phoenix man like you can still cry. Get out of here. Don't disturb Director Wei's mood. This kind of Phoenix man is simply polluting the air. It stinks. The sight of the Phoenix man makes me sick. I can't eat. Guys, kick him out. Crash. Crash. Several shareholders and responsible persons stood up and looked at Li Bo coldly. Li Bo stared straight at Wei Qinghe. But unfortunately, there was not a trace of warmth in Wei Qinghe's eyes, only indifference. Li Bo wiped his tears and yelled at the shareholders who surrounded him. Get out of here. I will leave on my own. After saying that, Li Bo rudely pushed away a shareholder who was blocking his way. The shareholders were furious. How dare this Phoenix man be so arrogant? Damn it. Phoenix man dares to attack? Beat him up. Bang, 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 bang. The shareholders seemed to have instantly transformed from the elite class into street thugs and beat Li Bo into a pig's head. How could Li Bo bear this? He kept begging for mercy, crying with snot and tears. Wei Qinghe watched the scene expressionlessly, feeling neither sad nor happy. Wei Qinghe could not understand how she could have fallen in love with such a loser. That's enough, drag him out. Don't dirty my conference room. Yes, the shareholders dragged Li Bo out of the meeting room like a dead dog and threw him outside the gate of Tanya. Soon, the shareholders came back and looked at Wei Qinghe with flattering eyes. As the saying goes, a new official has 3 things to do when he takes office. Mr. Wei has dealt with Li Aiying, Li Kaishan, and Li Bo. These 3 things should be over, right? Wei Qinghe is a pragmatic person. He didn't talk much and said calmly, I'm not familiar with the company yet. I won't adjust your work today. In the next month, I'll see how you perform. I only look at your performance. The fittest will survive. Good luck, everyone. Shareholders and responsible persons breathed a sigh of relief, but they also felt a lot of pressure. The next month will be busy. Equals 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 equals. Hisense, Junwi Villa District, Villa Number 1. After sending Wei Qinghe away, Wei Jiuzhou said calmly, Trusova, immediately notify all members of the Intelligent Brain team and hold an emergency video conference. Trusova's eyes widened. What big thing happened? The members of Boss's Intelligent Brain team are scattered all over the world. The identity is very mysterious. According to legend, the members of the Intelligent Brain Group include parliamentarians from major countries and even governors of some small countries. Since the boss created the Immortal Kingdom, he has held 2 emergency meetings of the Intelligent Brain Group. One was when we shorted the US dollar, and the other was when we declared war on the 8 major mercenary companies. Both times, it was a matter of life and death for the Immortal Kingdom. Now, is the Immortal Kingdom in danger of destruction again? Trusova did not dare to delay and immediately brought over Wei Jiuzhou's special laptop. Wei Jiuzhou opened the browser and entered a long URL. The screen jumped to a round table. Wei Jiuzhou lit up the main seat and activated the password. Encrypted signals were transmitted to the immortal number 1 satellite. After more than 100 encryptions, it was finally transmitted by the immortal 1 satellite to the encrypted satellite phones of 12 people. In a certain country's parliament, hundreds of members were arguing over an issue. The third speaker was somewhat uninterested. His vision had long surpassed those mediocre people. Even the first and second speakers cannot see the true side of this world. He had only gotten a glimpse of the truth under the guidance of his boss. Suddenly, the third speaker's satellite phone vibrated and his face changed. The boss suddenly called an emergency meeting of the intelligence team. Is the world going to be in turmoil again? The third speaker, Sarah, politely nodded slightly to the first and second speakers, then left the parliament leisurely. No one has any objection to this. Although Sarah is only the third speaker in name, everyone knows that even the first and second speakers have to give him face. The royal family of a certain country is holding a cocktail party. Those who come and go are all true nobles, and the lowest title is Earl. Among them, there was a marquis who seemed to be unsociable. He sat quietly in the corner, sipping red wine. Even when His Royal Highness the Prince arrived, he did not stand up to greet him, but just raised his glass slightly to acknowledge him. No one had any objection to this, and His Royal Highness the Prince even bowed slightly to the Marquis. Because this Marquis is a court teacher, the mentor of His Royal Highness the Prince, and one of the most knowledgeable people in the world today. This Marquis is called Edward Weyton, one of the top 3 physicists and mathematicians in the world today. His Royal Highness the Prince looked around at everyone and enthusiastically announced the official start of the cocktail party. Everyone raised their glasses. At this moment, Edward's personal cell phone suddenly vibrated. Edward's face changed. The boss once again convened an emergency meeting of the intelligent brain group. Did something big happen? Edward put down his wine glass and left in a hurry without even bothering to say goodbye to His Royal Highness the Prince. Daxiao War Department. A high-level meeting of generals is being held. Everyone present here is a big shot above the general level. Each of them is very calm and looked quite old. These big guys were sitting upright, listening to the instructions of the commander of the War Department. Among all the big guys, a young man under 30 years old is particularly eye-catching. The young man was obviously not very interested in the content of the meeting. He leaned lazily on his chair, which made him stand out from the crowd of bigwigs who were sitting upright. But no one had a problem with him, because he is Jiang Yukin, the wisest general of Daxia, known as the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox. Chapter 98, I am worried about everyone, but I have something personal to say. In several exercises of the War Department, the side led by Jiang Yukin defeated the enemy with overwhelming force every time. With the same equipment, the damage ratio reached 1:10. This is an almost impossible task on a modern battlefield. Therefore, Jiang Yukin was honored with the title of Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox and became the treasurer of the Great Xia War Department. Every time the big guys praised Jiang Yukin, he just smiled helplessly. Jiang Yukin knew very well that his tactics and strategies were not good enough in front of the teacher. Jiang Yukin was very glad that his teacher was just a businessman and had the Xia in his heart. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to face such a terrible opponent. Suddenly, Jiang Yukin's satellite phone vibrated. Jiang Yukin's eyes fixed. The teacher was calling him? It has been 10 years, and the teacher has not summoned him. Could there be changes in the central battlefield? Or are there changes on Big Brother's side? The laziness on Jiang Yukin's face disappeared, as if he had become a different person in an instant, with an extremely sharp light flashing in his eyes. Jiang Yukin stood up and said loudly, "Commander, I have something very important to do. Please allow me to leave early." The commander of the War Department, Xiao Tiance, could not help but narrow his eyes. He knew Jiang Yukin very well. Although Jiang Yukin was usually careless, he had never done anything out of line. "This is the first time that I have left a meeting early." Xiao Tiance's tone was extremely serious. "What important matter? Can I know about it?" Jiang Yukin did not answer. His face was solemn. He turned around, raised his fist, and swore an oath to the national flag. "I, Jiang Yukin, swear allegiance to Daxia until death. I will never betray Daxia or do anything that would harm the interests of Daxia." Xiao Tiance's expression eased a little. Jiang Yukin was the successor he had trained, and there must not be any mistakes. This is just the first time. It won't happen again. Yes. Jiang Mukin quickly walked out of the commander's office, returned to his office, and entered the video conference. After Wei Jiuzhou sent out the signal, within 5 minutes, the 12 seats on the round table were lit up one by one. Boss, what's the big news? Is the Federal Reserve going to raise interest rates again? Teacher, has there been any major change in the central battlefield? If you need me, I can go to the central battlefield at any time. Boss, is there something wrong with Big Brother? Facing the questions from the intelligent brain group, Wei Jiuzhou felt somewhat embarrassed. How should he respond? Well, actually, I called you all together this time because of a personal matter. Personal matters? Everyone was a little confused. What kind of private matter was it that made the boss gather the 12 of them together? You know, the combined power of the 12 of them is enough to overturn the entire world. Boss, please speak to... It's like this. So, Shuyu is driving to work now, and I can't think of a way to encounter her by chance. I have to give me a reliable plan before midnight Beijing time. Confused. Totally confused. Everyone looked at each other. The boss gathered the 12 of them together just to help him fall in love. How can the boss be such a boss? Can love really cloud a person's mind? If the boss's voice had not confirmed it, and if the boss was not the only one who knew how to activate the immortal #1 satellite, they would probably think someone was impersonating the boss. After a brief moment of confusion, everyone came to their senses and couldn't help but feel a headache. They're the best in all walks of life in the world, but they're not very good at dating. However, no matter how difficult it is, we have to bite the bullet and find solution. Wei Jiuzhou, you guys take your time to discuss it and hand over the plan to me tomorrow. After saying that, Wei Jiuzhou directly exited the group chat. Trusova looked at her watch and reminded, Boss, it's almost time to get off work at noon. Aren't you going to make a nutritious meal for your wife today? Wei Jiuzhou shook his head slightly. I've already ordered a working meal for Guangyu Advertising Company. There's no need to send a nutritious meal. It is superfluous. Let Henry come to see me and bring his best crocodile skin. Yes, boss. Soon, Henry Sejudo was brought in front of Wei Jiuzhou. Boss, what do you want from me? What leather goods do you need? A wallet? Leather shoes? Or a belt? Henry Sejudo is one of the top 3 leather goods designers in the world today and is the honorary design director for luxury goods companies such as Hermes, Gucci, and Chanel. Wei Jiuzhou said calmly, I need a women's backpack for my wife. Henry Sejudo smiled. Boss, what a coincidence. I just completed a high-end women's backpack for Hermes, and the distinguished guest is Queen Wygran. I think that with the dignity of a lady, only the same style as the queen can be worthy of her. It's just what? I wonder if the queen would have any objection? I'll say it. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly, took out his cell phone, and searched for the queen's private cell phone number. Soon, the call was connected and a pleasant female voice was heard. Dear Wei, I heard that you are in good health. I am very happy. Ms. Elizabeth, I am glad to hear your voice again. I came to you today because I have something personal to ask for your help. Dear Wei, you are so polite. You're my best friend. Just tell me if you have anything to say. I will do it for you as long as I can. It's not a big deal. I heard that Henry designed a backpack for you. Do you mind using the same one as my wife? The queen's joyful laughter came from the other end of the phone. Wei, my friend, you are so polite. It is my honor to use the same backpack as your wife. Thank you. We'll meet again someday. Wait, dear Wei, can I ask you a favor? Please go ahead. Normally, Henry should sign a backpack, but I want you to sign it. Is that okay? Sure. After hanging up the phone, Wei Jiuzhou turned to look at Henry Sejudo. Henry, has the queen's backpack been signed? Not yet. The queen has not paid the balance yet. She will sign after the balance is paid. Very good. There's no need to worry about the balance. I'll just sign it. Henry was startled. Boss, this is a technical job. The queen's backpack is handmade. Can you use an embroidery needle? Wei Jiuzhou smiled, but said nothing. Trusova smiled bitterly and said, when the boss was seriously ill, he used many methods to relieve the pain, and embroidery was one of them. The boss's embroidery skills are definitely not inferior to the world's top embroidery masters. He once personally made an embroidered handkerchief for Her Majesty the Queen, so Her Majesty the Queen would have this request. Henry couldn't help but smile bitterly. Boss, you are so outstanding, and you can also embroider? Fortunately, the boss is a world-class financial oligarch. Otherwise, he would have to worry about whether he would lose his job. Chapter 99 9 Days Double-Sided Different Color Embroidery. At Wei Jiuzhou's suggestion, Henry brought over the newly designed backpack prayer. Even with Wei Jiuzhou's picky nature, He couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. Henry is worthy of being called one of the world's top leather goods masters. The backpack he designed is amazing. The mainstream style is luxury. After all, it is exclusive to the queen. In luxury, it shows calmness, but in calmness, there is also a hint of playfulness. This playfulness makes the backpack look full of vitality, as if telling you that the queen is still young. Since this sachet is so excellent, his signature must not lower its grade, but must add luster to it. Wei Jiuzhou quickly decided that he would use his unique skills. Trusova, bring the needle box. Also, take 9 strands of silk and 9 strands of gold thread. Trusova's pupils shrank slightly. The boss was going to use his unique skill, 9-day, double-sided, different color embroidery. This is a very energy-consuming job. Can the boss's body handle it? Boss, given your physical condition, it is not recommended to use such a complicated acupuncture method. Wei Jiuzhou shook his head slightly. Jiutian double-sided, different color embroidery belongs to Suzhou embroidery, which matches Zhou Shuyu's graceful temperament very well. As he spoke, Wei Jiuzhou picked up the Tianquan silk, which was very thin, almost as thin as a hair. Wei Jiuzhou very carefully twisted the 9 strands of Tianquan silk into 1 strand, and the strands of Tianquan silk emitted a faint silver glow. The gold thread is about the same thickness as a hair. I really don't know how such a thin gold thread is made. Soon, the 9 golden threads were twisted into one, and faint golden light could be seen. Wei Jiuzhou took out a medium-sized embroidery needle and began to outline carefully. No one knew what material Wei Jiuzhou's embroidery needle was made of, but it was extremely sharp and could easily penetrate the very tough crocodile skin. Wei Jiuzhou's hands, which were wider than women's, were very flexible, like a dancing butterfly. His name soon appeared in the signature area of the backpack. Henry Sejudo on the side couldn't help but exclaimed, "Boss, fortunately this is just your hobby, otherwise I don't know how many people would be unemployed." Trusova was also dazzled. The boss who was embroidering seriously was so charming. The boss's embroidery skills are so good that the embroidered signature will show different colors under different light. It took Wei Jiuzhou a full 30 minutes to complete the signing. What made Wei Jiuzhou a little strange was that he didn't feel very tired at all. Was it because he was doing something he was interested in? Or is it because his body has recovered a little in the past few days? Wei Jiuzhou was very satisfied with his work. He turned his head and smiled at Henry. "Since Shuyu has occupied the queen's backpack, go and make a new wish for the queen." Henry scratched his head subconsciously and grinned a little embarrassedly. "Boss, I actually made 2 wishes." Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but frowned. "Henry, I don't want anyone else to have the same backpack as Shuyu except the queen. If that happens, prayer will be cheap." Henry waved his hand quickly. "Boss, you misunderstood. How could I sell 2 in 1 package? Wouldn't that ruin my reputation? These 2 wishes are prepared for the queen, so that she can return them at any time. After all, the queen is a top VIP customer, so the after-sales service must be good." Wei Jiuzhou nodded in satisfaction. "You are right. We must maintain good relationships with our high-quality customers. Since there's another wish, bring it here. I will sign it for you." "Okay, boss." Seeing that Wei Jiuzhou was not too tired, Henry readily took over another prayer. "Brush, brush, brush." Wei Jiuzhou sewed very quickly, and soon the queen's signature was ready. "Trusova, the queen is my friend. Please arrange the fastest plane to deliver the wish to her as soon as possible." "Yes, boss. It just so happens that the immortal number 1 fighter plane hasn't returned yet, so let Adolf work overtime." Equals 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 equals. At Guanyu Advertising Company, the supreme working lunch arrived as scheduled. The atmosphere in the advertising department's office was quite lively. Everyone was happily enjoying the food and chatting happily. Everyone is very much looking forward to the future. Zhou Shuyu's mood was complicated, nervous, but also a little expectant. What kind of nutritious meal will Wei Jiuzhou, the bad guy, send her today? One for weight loss or beauty? Unconsciously, Zhou Shuyu had adapted to Wei Jiuzhou's presence. His mind was full of Wei Jiuzhou. It seemed that lobster meat and king crab meat were not so delicious anymore. However, what made Zhou Shuyu depressed was that he didn't see the familiar figure until he had finished all the lunchboxes. Zhou Shuyu breathed a sigh of relief, but he felt more lost or disappointed. Wei Jiuzhou couldn't hold on any longer? Wasn't it because of her bad attitude last night? Wasn't it because she borrowed Chinga's Audi A4? Wei Jiuzhou gave up just like that? He abandoned their family of four for 15 years. Couldn't he even hold on for 15 days? Zhou Shuyu smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. In these years without Wei Jiuzhou, their family of four could have lived quite well. Wei Jiuzhou, just give up. Just pretend that Wei Jiuzhou has never come back. Zhou Shuyu's resentment towards Wei Jiuzhou grew rapidly. It has to be said that there are essential differences between men and women. Men are very simple. Everything you see on the water is what men have. As for women, everything above the water is just the tip of the iceberg. There are thousands of times more wonderful things beneath the water. Lin Haimei had been secretly observing Zhou Shuyu and noticed that Zhou Shuyu's face didn't look very good. Lin Haimei's mood suddenly became very good. God has eyes. Are Zhou Shuyu and her boyfriend having a conflict? Her relationship with her boyfriend is getting better and better. Her boyfriend just gave her an LV backpack worth more than 100,000 yuan. This is a good opportunity to strike back at Zhou Shuyu. Lin Haimei deliberately turned the LV backpack around and placed it in front of her, deliberately revealing the LV logo. Women all love bags. It can even be said that bags are their second life to women. There's a rumor that bags can cure all diseases. After seeing the LV logo, many girls' eyes lit up, and even Jiang Min, who had always been at odds with Lin Haimei, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Director Lin, did you get a new bag? This looks like the latest LV backpack. It costs over 100,000 yuan. Director Lin is so generous. It is indeed the latest model from LV. It is said to be limited edition, so you have to make an appointment in advance. It is not easy for Director Lin to get this bag. For a moment, almost all the girls looked at Lin Haimei with envy. Zhou Shuyu glanced at Lin Haimei's bag from a distance. It was indeed very beautiful. However, Zhou Shuyu didn't feel anything. Zhou Shuyu is the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. She once owned an Hermes bag. Although it was just a basic model, it could easily beat Director Lin's LV. However, in order to support her family, she had already sold it on the cheap. Chapter 100 Shuyu, I'll give you a bag. Zhou Shuyu's current bags are all bought on Pinduoduo for a few hundred yuan. They are all small brands with relatively good quality. Feeling Zhou Shuyu's eyes on her bag, Lin Haimei showed off proudly. This bag was given to me by my boyfriend. Is it the latest model? Do I need to make an appointment in advance? I'm not sure. The women began to compliment him. Director Lin, your partner is so nice to you. I'm so envious. That's right, that's right. How could ordinary people be so attentive? A man like this is definitely worth marrying. Lin Haimei waved her hands repeatedly. Don't praise me anymore. How can my boyfriend be so attentive? He can't compare to Zhou Jie's boyfriend. He comes to deliver nutritious meals every day. That's what we call attentiveness. Lin Haimei was openly praising Wei Jiuzhou, but in fact she was belittling Wei Jiuzhou, saying, you only give cheap nutritious meals while my boyfriend gave me the latest LV model worth 100,000. Isn't it obvious which is better? Everyone obviously understood what Lin Haimei meant, and for a moment, their eyes turned towards Zhou Shuyu strangely. Sister Zhou finally lost to Director Lin. Although Director Lin's boyfriend didn't come very often, a bag could kill everything. Lin Haimei pretended to ask casually, did everyone notice? Did Sister Zhou's boyfriend come to deliver the nutritious meal today? Everyone was stunned. It seemed that Sister Zhou's boyfriend didn't come. For a moment, everyone's expressions became even weirder. They have only held on for 3 days, and Sister Zhou's boyfriend can't hold on any longer? It seems that handsome guys are really unreliable. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, the part of Zhou Shuyu below the water surface kept fermenting, and he kept muttering in his heart. Wei Jiuzhou, look at what you have done. Otherwise, please don't come to deliver any nutritious meals. If you want to deliver them, please don't do it in a half-hearted way. Okay? I'm embarrassed by what you do, okay? Just when Zhou Shuyu was feeling very unhappy, he suddenly heard Zhou Min's surprised shout. My dear, you are here? Zhou Shuyu's mood instantly filled up, and he instantly returned to the surface of the water. He raised his head and looked towards the office door with great anticipation, and saw Wei Jiuzhou's annoying smiling face. I don't know why. This smiling face that made her very annoyed a few days ago now looks so handsome. Humph. I reluctantly forgive Wei Jiuzhou this time, even though it's a little late. Zhou Shuyu couldn't help but feel a little excited. She wondered what kind of nutritious meal Wei Jiuzhou had brought her today. Lin Haimei was so angry that her teeth were itching. Damn it, this pretty boy was simply her nemesis. Every time she overpowered Zhou Shuyu, he would appear like a ghost and beat her into the stinking ditch. However, this time Lin Jaime was very confident. After all, her bag could suppress all nutritious meals. Lin Jaime pretended to be very enthusiastic and asked, "Brother-in-law, what nutritious meal did you make for Sister Zhou today? I really envy Sister Zhou." He said he was envious, but he couldn't hide the disdain in his eyes. Wei Jiuzhou could sense Lin Jaime's hostility and curled his lips in annoyance. "What kind of nutritious meal I make has nothing to do with you. A good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of the way." As he spoke, Wei Jiuzhou walked around Lin Jaime, strode to Zhou Shuyu, took out a very exquisite packaging box, and placed it in front of Zhou Shuyu. "Shuyu, I see you haven't changed your bag for a long time, so I'm giving you a bag. I hope you like it." "Bag?" Zhou Shuyu looked at it carefully and was immediately shocked. "Oh my god, why is it Hermes packaging? Hermes is the king of bags. It beats LV by a mile." Zhou Shuyu subconsciously wanted to refuse. She couldn't accept Wei Jiuzhou's things yet, but when the words came to her lips, she couldn't say them. Lin Jaime jumped like that just now. She really needs this bag, so she can hit Lin Jaime's face hard. How about accepting it temporarily? After get off work, let when she or Qing he return the bag to Wei Jiuzhou. Well, that's it. The expressions of the colleagues around him became very interesting. If it weren't for Director Lin's LV bag, the brother-in-law would definitely have won a lot of favor from Sister Zhou. It's a pity that with the LV bag as a good example, I'm afraid that my sister-in-law's move will backfire. I wonder what bag my brother-in-law gave me. I hope it's not a cheap brand. Otherwise, it will make Zhou look unhappy. For a moment, everyone came forward curiously, wanting to see what bag Wei Jiuzhou had sent. Lin Jaime is confident about her bag. Zhou's brother-in-law is just a takeaway deliver man. What kind of bag can he afford? 1,000 yuan at most. Lin Jaime held her head high and looked at Zhou Shuyu with the attitude of a winner, waiting for her colleagues to make a verdict on Zhou Shuyu. The next scene was completely beyond Lin Jaime's expectations. The imagined laughter and disdainful looks did not appear, but instead there were bursts of exclamations. "Hermes? It's actually a Hermes bag? Oh my god, isn't my brother-in-law too arrogant? I admit that I'm jealous. Just now I thought that Director Lin's boyfriend was the ceiling. I didn't expect it was just a floor. My brother-in-law is the real ceiling. Sister Zhou, open it and take a look. Which Hermes model did your brother-in-law buy for you?" Confused, Lin Jaime was completely stunned. Lin Jaime even scratched her ears hard. Did she hear it right? Miss Zhou's boyfriend bought her a Hermes bag? This is fucking terrible. Her LV bag was instantly destroyed. Lin Jaime didn't want to believe what she heard, so she walked forward quickly and saw the exquisite Hermes packaging box. Lin Jaime's face turned pale instantly, and she quickly turned the LV bag over to hide the logo. Today was really a huge embarrassment. Although I feel a little ashamed now, the appeal of Hermes bags is really too great. Lin Jaime actually resisted the damn shame, stood there, staring at Zhou Shuyu without blinking, waiting for Zhou Shuyu to open the box. Even if you can't get an Hermes bag, it's great to have a look at it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Shuyu suppressed her inner excitement and carefully fiddled with the exquisite packaging box. Soon, the box was opened by Zhou Shuyu, and prayer appeared in front of the girls. Prayer is worthy of being Henry Cejudo's masterpiece, and it instantly captured the attention of the ladies. The ladies burst into heartfelt praises. "It's so beautiful. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful bag. Not only is it beautiful, it is also very luxurious and majestic. Only a true noble can carry this aura. Hermes is worthy of being the king of bags. One Hermes in life is enough. Is Sister Zhou really an ordinary person? Why can she completely suppress the aura of the Hermes bag?" Lin Jaime's eyes were almost distorted with envy, and she wished she could own this Hermes bag. Compared with this Hermes bag, her LV is nothing. Lin Jaime quickly moved her LV bag to her back. Just when Lin Jaime was almost envious, she suddenly discovered a problem. There was something wrong with the signature on this Hermes bag. "Wei Jiuzhou, isn't this the name of Miss Zhou's boyfriend?" Chapter 101 Rules are made to be broken. Lin Jaime's spirit was instantly restored. It turned out that this was not a real Hermes, but a high-end imitation. She was almost scared to death just now. Lin Jaime unnoticeably straightened her LV bag, revealing the large LV logo. She pointed to the signature area of prey and asked in a very exaggerated tone, "Huh? What's the situation with this signature?" When did my brother-in-law become the design director of Hermes? Um? Everyone looked in the direction of Lin Jaime's finger and saw Wei Jiuzhou's signature. Suddenly, everyone's expressions became even weirder. Damn it, isn't this my brother-in-law's name? Is this bag just an A-grade product? I'm really drunk. A fake product made them so nervous. However, the quality of this A-grade product is still quite high. Whether it is the material or the workmanship, there is not even a single flaw. It can be said to be an A-grade product that is indistinguishable from the real thing. The only pity is, why did my brother-in-law sign his name? It's simply superfluous. Otherwise, who can tell that this is an A-grade product? For a moment, the girls began to whisper to each other. Just now I felt that there was something wrong with this bag. I have never seen a bag like this from Hermes. It turned out to be a fake. The quality of this A-grade product is still good. It's a pity that my brother-in-law shouldn't have signed his name, causing the value of this A-grade product to plummet. Otherwise, there should be many people willing to pay a high price for it. Yeah, my brother-in-law was a bit too clever with this move. He really shouldn't have added unnecessary details. Alas, in fact, I admire my brother-in-law's approach. He is very frank in doing so. He probably doesn't want Sister Zhou to misunderstand that this is a real Hermes. Wei Jiuzhou kept secretly resenting the girl's comments. How did he add unnecessary details? How did his signature become worthless? Is this a special request from the queen? There are only a few people in this world who are qualified to have his signature signed in person. Zhou Shiyu didn't take the girl's words to heart. As a former owner of an Hermes bag, Zhou Shiyu was very familiar with Hermes bags. Whether it's the leather, the stitching, or the design, the bag in front of her can easily beat the basic one she once owned. Zhou Shiyu gently stroked prayer. Through the familiar feel, Zhou Shiyu was sure and certain that this was definitely the real thing. Moreover, the signature that is not favored by everyone has its own hidden secrets. In sufficient light, the signature appears golden in color, and in dim light, the light appears shiny silver. Is it a special custom model? Zhou Shiyu's heart was beating uncontrollably. This was the first time Wei Jiuzhou gave her such an expensive gift after they got married. What's more, it's such a meaningful gift. She likes it very much. As for what others think, Zhou Shiyu doesn't care at all. It's enough for her to know it herself. Humph. Since Wei Jiuzhou performed so well, the 3-day probation period can be shortened by 1 day. Jiang Min's eyes flickered constantly on the side. She really liked this A-grade product. It was definitely so real that she could pass for the real thing. My dear, I like this fake product. Can you help me buy one? I can give you money, but I have a small request. I hope you don't sign it. Is that okay? Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but roll his eyes speechlessly. How could this be an A-grade product? This is the leather that Henry personally selected, designed, and sewed. It took him 3 full months to sew it. It really couldn't be more true. Wei Jiuzhou answered truthfully. I'm sorry, this bag is quite expensive. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Jiang Min was a little unhappy. It's just an A-grade product. It costs at most 10,000 yuan. How can you not afford it? Brother-in-law, you're not going to raise the price, are you? Wei Jiuzhou just smiled and shook his head without attacking Jiang Min. Zhou Shiyu also just smiled quietly and was too lazy to explain. Wei Jiuzhou could tolerate it, but Cheng Nanwei, who rushed over after hearing the news, could not. How can I miss such a good opportunity to please my boss and his wife? Cheng Nanwei coughed dryly and said, Jiang Min, I can tell you responsibly that you are definitely mistaken. Sister Zhou's bag is definitely not a fake. It is definitely a genuine Hermes product, and it is the latest model. Look at my bag. Whether it is the material, the stitching, or the design, it is far inferior to Sister Zhou's bag. As she spoke, Cheng Nanwei placed her Hermes bag on the table. This is a standard Hermes model, costing around $300,000, which matches her status. Before the comparison, no one noticed anything, but when the two bags were put together, everyone really found the problem. Sister Zhou's bag is obviously more high-end than Cheng Nanwei's. Can A-grade products be more advanced than the real ones? Obviously not. Could it be that? Miss Zhou's bag is genuine? That's not possible. Lin Jaime couldn't help it. She couldn't understand what was wrong with Nanwei recently. Did she take the wrong medicine? She always liked to help Zhou Shiyu speak. Lin Jaime said in a deep voice, Mr. Cheng, you must be mistaken. According to the tradition of Hermes, only 3 design directors can sign their names on the bags. The 3 design directors are Henry Sejudo, Nadege Van He, and Lemaire. I have never heard that Hermes has a design director named Mr. Wei. Chung Nanwei was also a little speechless. As the owner of an Hermes bag, she was well aware of this Hermes tradition. Chung Nanwei has been taking good care of Zhou Shuyu recently, and Zhou Shuyu is very grateful. Zhou Shuyu doesn't want Chung Nanwei to lose face, so she explained calmly. Director Lin just said that it's just the tradition of Hermes, but traditions are broken by people. Victoria Beckham and Princess Sophia have both broken this tradition. As long as you reach a certain social status, you can break the so-called rules. Chung Nanwei did not hesitate to make fun of her. Sister Zhou is right. Rules are meant to be broken. Jaime, your vision is still a little narrow. Lin Jaime is going crazy. Why did Mr. Chung accompany Zhou Shuyu in making trouble? Poor Victoria Beckham and Princess Sophia. They really have the power to break the rules. Who do you think you are, Zhou Shuyu? Lin Jaime didn't dare to confront Chung Nanwei, but she couldn't let Zhou Shuyu be so arrogant. She had to break Zhou Shuyu's arrogance. Actually, we are all laymen, so there's no need to argue about whether it is real or fake. One of my sisters happens to work in an Hermes store. I can ask her to come over tomorrow to appraise it for free. I wonder if Sister Zhou would mind. As she spoke, Lin Jaime stared at Zhou Shuyu. In her mind, Zhou Shuyu would definitely find a reason to reject her. However, what Lin Jaime did not expect was that Zhou Shuyu was not panicked at all and nodded very calmly. Thank you, Director Lin, for your kindness. Chapter 102, The First Plan. Zhou Shuyu was so confident that Lin Jaime had nothing to say. She could only turn around angrily and return to her director's office. The girls were confused and had no idea whether this was genuine or a fake. Why is it like Infernal Affairs? However, this is not important. Whether it is true or false, the truth will come out tomorrow when Director Lin's best friend arrives. The women returned to their workstations, and Chung Nanwei also left quietly, hiding her achievements and fame. Zhou Shuyu looked at Wei Jiuzhou with complicated eyes. In a trance, she returned to the time when she was in school and found a feeling of being in love. Every day, Wei Jiuzhou would give her different surprises, making her very excited, like a deer running around in excitement. Every time when she encountered difficulties, Wei Jiuzhou would appear in time to help her solve the problems and give her strength. Now, it is also true. If Wei Jiuzhou had not appeared at the right time, she would have been ruthlessly trampled under Lin Jaime's feet. I like the bag very much, thank you. Zhou Shuyu's voice was low, but very sincere. In fact, at this moment, she was somewhat reluctant to return the bag to Wei Jiuzhou. It's not that I can't bear to part with the Hermes brand, but I can't bear to part with the signature on the bag. A brilliant smile appeared on Wei Jiuzhou's face. It seemed that the package that could cure all diseases was not just talk. Wei Jiuzhou was confident that as long as he took a few more strong measures, he would be able to win over Shuyu and return to his family smoothly. Wei Jiuzhou did not take the opportunity to make any excessive requests and smiled slightly. As long as you like it, Shuyu, I look forward to meeting you by chance. After saying this, Wei Jiuzhou turned around and left, hiding his achievements and fame. Encounter? Zhou Shuyu was obviously stunned. Where did Wei Jiuzhou get his confidence from? She was driving Chinga's A4 to get off work, so there was no way they could meet by chance? Okay. I don't know if it's because I was in a good mood, but Wei Jiuzhou felt warm and full of strength, and not tired at all. Trusova and Rossi were waiting anxiously at the gate of the office building, and finally saw Wei Jiuzhou. The two women hurried forward and wanted to support Wei Jiuzhou. What the two girls didn't expect was that Wei Jiuzhou smiled and waved his hand. No need to help me. I can walk by myself. Even after getting on a car, Wei Jiuzhou didn't feel very tired, just a little out of breath. Trusova and Rossi were very excited. The boss's health had improved greatly. Is it Madam's credit? Of course. Boss, are you really okay? You're not just holding on. Rossi stared at Wei Jiuzhou without blinking. Wei Jiuzhou shook his head gently. I feel very good now. I haven't felt so relaxed for a long time. My body is warm and full of endless strength. Rossi was ecstatic. This is a sign that the number of cancer cells has been greatly reduced. Boss, I will test the number of cancer cells for you now. Good. Wei Jiuzhou cooperated and stretched out his arm. Rossi quickly took out the instrument and began testing seriously. Soon, the test data came out, and Rossi's pretty face flushed with excitement. This is incredible. Boss, the number of cancer cells in your body has been reduced by half. The number of cancer cells was reduced by half. Trusova, who was sitting in the passenger seat, almost jumped up with excitement. Sister Luo Shi, is what you said true? Yesterday, the cancer cells in the boss's body were still 95%, but today they are reduced by half. Yes, it's really amazing. What on earth did Madam do? She could instantly reduce the boss cancer cells by half. Wei Jojo smiled slightly. Rossi, I think it's my mood. I've been home for so many days, and it's only now that I can really relax. I'm sure and certain that I can return to my family soon. It should be. Boss, you are in great physical condition now. You can start preliminary physical training. Okay, you can arrange it. As they were talking, the bulletproof Maybach drove back to Villa Number 1. Rossi said goodbye and began to study Wei Jojo's exercise subjects with the health and nutrition expert. Wei Jojo went back to his bedroom and took a nap. He slept very well and even had a good dream. I dreamed that he returned to his family smoothly and that the family of 5 lived happily together and even had a baby. When Wei Jojo woke up, there was still a hint of a smile on his face, and Trusova, who was standing beside him, also had a genuine smile on her face. If I had known earlier that there would be such huge changes after the boss returned to China, I should have suggested that the boss return home a long time ago. Boss, the intelligent brain team just gave us the first feasible solution. Wei Jojo's eyes lit up. The intelligent brain group was worthy of being a member of the Mensa organization. Their efficiency was so high. Tell me about it. During rush hour, there are already many cars. If there are a few minor collisions, there will definitely be serious congestion. However, it will have no impact on electric vehicles. You could drive your beloved electric car to encounter your wife by chance. Wei Jojo was somewhat dissatisfied. Isn't it a beloved little motorcycle? Why did it become a beloved little electric car when it came to me? Trusova smiled bitterly. Boss, according to the calculations of the intelligent brain team, your physical strength is not enough to push a motorcycle. Even if it is a small electric one, it has to be the lightest one. Wei Jojo smiled bitterly. It was all because of his physical fitness. If he was at his healthiest, he would definitely choose to ride a motorcycle or even a heavy motorcycle. How cool. It seems that exercising must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Wei Jojo hesitated for a moment, shook his head, and said, It's so boring to ride an electric bike. Let's just ride a bicycle. A bicycle is lighter, and when riding a bicycle, Shuyu has to hold his waist, which is also a huge improvement. Of course, Wei Jojo didn't say the last sentence. Trusova quickly shook her head. Boss, riding a bicycle with your wife is very tiring. You can't handle it, right? Besides, you have been bedridden for so many years. Can you still ride a bicycle? Wei Jojo was unhappy at that time. How can I not know how to ride a bike? Back then, I didn't even need to hold the handlebars when riding a bike. Besides, didn't Rossi say that I could start exercising? No need to research exercise programs. Just ride a bike. As he spoke, Wei Jojo walked out of the bedroom excitedly and waved to Xiao Jio, who was not far away. Xiao Jio, come here. Boss, what can I do for you? Go find me a bike. Yes. Soon, Xiao Jio found a mountain bike for Wei Jojo. Fearing that Wei Jojo would get tired, he specially replaced the chain with a large wheel. This is the easiest way to ride, but also slower. Boss, your bike, can you really do it? Xiaojio looked away Jojo a little nervously. Take out the question mark. Men can't say no. Wei Jojo took the bicycle, stepped on it casually, and rode happily on the grass. At the beginning, everyone was a little nervous, but when they saw Wei Jojo riding smoothly, they were no longer worried. Wei Jojo rode better and better, as if he had returned to his youth. Wei Jojo let go of the handlebars and showed off proudly. Look, I told you I'm a very good rider. Now you can rest assured. Ouch, I'm going to fall to death. Chapter 103 Shuyu, what a coincidence. Everyone was shocked and rushed towards Wei Jojo, looking at him nervously. Boss, are you okay? Quick, help the boss up. Although his butt was clearly hurting from the fall, Wei Jojo was grinning heartily. It was such a great feeling to be able to move freely. Rossi checked Wei Jojo from head to toe and confirmed that he was not injured before he began to reprimand him. Boss, how can you be so willful? Don't do such dangerous things in the future, otherwise you will not be allowed to ride a bicycle again. Wei Jojo was not afraid of anything except Rossi's nagging. Wei Jojo quickly raised his hands and said, Okay, I won't do these dangerous actions in the future. Wei Jojo started practicing driving obediently and did not feel tired even after practicing for a full hour. Wei Jojo's current state is like a happy calf with endless energy. Rosie, you and Shuyu are about the same weight. Come up here, I'll practice leading someone. Yes, boss. Seeing that Wei Jiuzhou was riding very easily, Rossi did not refuse and obediently sat on the back seat of the bike. After bringing someone with him, Wei Jiuzhou obviously felt the difference. His feet felt much heavier, but it was still within controllable range. Rossi was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands. She didn't dare to touch her boss body at all. In the end, she could only hold the edge of the back seat of the car tightly with her little hands. After walking around the first 10 villas, Wei Jiuzhou was somewhat out of breath. Almost done. Rossi, come down. Yes, boss. Rossi jumped out of the car nimbly. Rossi, immediately calculate the most suitable chance encounter position based on my physical strength. Yes, boss. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time to get off work. Zhou Shiyu drove, looching his Audi A4, and drove home happily. Zhou Shiyu was very lucky. There were green lights all the way, and he was in a very good mood. For some reason, Wei Jiuzhou's words suddenly appeared in Zhou Shiyu's mind. Shiyu, I look forward to our chance encounter. Zhou Shiyu couldn't help but start thinking, if she was Wei Jiuzhou, what method would she use to encounter by chance? Will Wei Jiuzhou be waiting for her at the door of the unit? Very likely. Humph. If Wei Jiuzhou dares to wait at the unit door, he must be taught a good lesson. Just as Zhou Shiyu was thinking about how to teach Wei Jiuzhou a lesson, the car in front suddenly slowed down. The car in front was slowing down and finally stopped. Zhou Shiyu had no choice but to step on the brakes. What happened ahead? Why is the traffic jam so severe? Zhou Shiyu rolled down the car window, leaned out and looked out, and found that several cars in front of him had been scratched, and they were all luxury cars. These car owners parked their cars in the middle of the road and kept pulling. It seems that they won't be able to move away in the short term. Oh, what bad luck. I actually got into a scratch accident. It seems that we can only wait until the traffic patrol arrives. Zhou Shiyu leaned his head against the backrest of the driver's seat with a look of despair on his face, closed his eyes, and silently recited the great compassion mantra to calm himself down. Soon, Zhou Shiyu's mood calmed down, as calm as a still pond. Suddenly, Zhou Shiyu heard a knock on the car window, and a very familiar voice came. Shiyu, what a coincidence. Zhou Shiyu was so shocked that all the hairs on his body stood up. Was she hallucinating? How did she hear Wei Jiuzhou's voice? Zhou Shiyu opened his eyes, turned his head to look towards the car window, and really saw Wei Jiuzhou's annoying smiling face. Wei Jiuzhou was wearing the school uniform of Qingzhou University, riding a very cool mountain bike, and smiling at her. This scene was so familiar. The sunlight shines on Wei Jiuzhou's perfect profile, so handsome that it makes people tremble. It instantly touches Zhou Shiyu's heartstrings. Zhou Shiyu's thoughts couldn't help but churn, and he went back to the time when he was in school. The ice in Zhou Shiyu's heart melted further, leaving only some tiny ice chips. Warm currents surged, and he felt very comfortable. Shiyu, shall I take you home? Zhou Shiyu was completely lost in his memories. He nodded subconsciously, opened the car door, and got out. After getting off the car, Zhou Shiyu realized something was wrong. If I'm taken home by you, what about Qing's car? Wei Jiuzhou snapped his fingers, and Xiaojiu, who was wearing the work clothes of Jiuzhou designated driver, stepped forward quickly. Jiuzhou designated driver is at your service. Zhou Shiyu rolled her eyes speechlessly. This Wei Jiuzhou even prepared a designated driver just to meet her by chance. There is no one else like him. She would never let Wei Jiuzhou succeed so easily. The traffic police will be here soon. After the responsibility is determined, the car can be moved to the side of the road. I can drive myself home without you taking me. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. Shiyu, you think too much. For such a minor scratch, the traffic police will not come. The insurance company's people can come to assess the damage. You should have heard about the efficiency of insurance companies. Zhou Shiyu couldn't help but frown. Some insurance companies were indeed slow in responding to claims. The fastest wait was at least half an hour. You may even have to wait for 2 hours. That would delay cooking for the kids. Humph. How about giving Wei Jiuzhou a break this time? Okay then, please drive the car to Heping District 2. Zhou Shiyu handed the car keys to Xiaojiu. Okay. Xiaojiu took the car keys and got into the car. Wei Jiuzhou patted the back seat of the car. In fact, he would rather Zhou Shiyu sit on the crossbar, but he knew that Zhou Shiyu would definitely not cooperate with his unreasonable request. Being able to sit in the back seat was already a big improvement. Zhou Shiyu sat in the back seat of the car, very ladylike. She certainly would not hug his waist, as Wei Jiuzhou hoped. However, Zhou Shiyu was not as restrained as Rossi. Instead of grabbing the seat, he gently pulled Wei Jojo's school uniform. Under the breeze, a familiar yet strange aura floated from Wei Jojo's body, making Zhou Shuyu very intoxicated. Zhou Shuyu couldn't understand it. Most men were smelly, so why did Wei Jojo smell so good? Even if he had just finished playing basketball and was sweaty, he wouldn't smell. Wei Jojo was a little annoyed. Wasn't Shuyu too reserved? Was she just pulling his clothes? I remember she was like this when I first brought Shuyu with me. However, this situation is easy to overcome. Just ride faster. The kind with wind. Wei Jojo was like a strong calf, pedaling hard. However, what frustrated Wei Jojo was that no matter how hard he tried or how fast he pedaled, the bike just wouldn't go any faster. Soon, Wei Jojo discovered the problem. This was a speed bicycle, and the gears were not adjusted correctly. Wei Jojo hurriedly adjusted the gears, and suddenly things became difficult. Wei Jojo cursed inwardly and started pedaling hard. Fortunately, the effort exerted is proportional to the speed of the car. The speed of the car increased rapidly, and soon the wind started to rise. Blown by the wind, Zhou Shuyu couldn't help but squint his eyes, became a little nervous, and held on tighter. Slow down. Wei Jojo, slow down. Watch the car. Chapter 104 Wei Jojo, don't think too much. Hearing that Zhou Shuyu's tone had changed slightly, Wei Jojo not only did not slow down, but instead his whole body was filled with strength. The car speed soared again. The wind messed up Zhou Shuyu's hair and blocked her vision. Zhou Shuyu was a little scared, uttered a scream, and subconsciously reached out and hugged Wei Jojo's waist tightly. Wei Jojo was so happy that he finally succeeded. Shuyu finally hugged him. It's really not easy. Wei Jojo became more and more excited, pedaling frantically, overtaking many cars. Zhou Shuyu was so scared that she couldn't help but scream out and put her little face on Wei Jojo's back. While feeling nervous, Zhou Shuyu didn't know if it was an illusion, but he vaguely saw Lu Qingda's Audi A4 speeding past them. This is certainly not an illusion. Wei Jojo and Zhou Shuyu had just left the congested road section when several drivers who had been arguing with each other instantly reached a consensus and moved their cars to the side of the road. Feeling Zhou Shuyu's embrace, Wei Jojo felt happy all over, and it seemed that the cancer cells in his body had decreased a little. Time passed quickly, and as Heping District 2 was about to arrive, Wei Jojo's excitement passed. At this moment, Wei Jojo's back was almost soaked with sweat, his physical strength was almost exhausted, and he was gasping for breath. He had to switch to a large gear, and the speed of the car dropped instantly. Wei Jojo was mentally prepared for Zhou Shuyu to let go of him, but what he didn't expect was that even though the car had slowed down, Zhou Shuyu was still holding his waist tightly, with no signs of letting go. Wei Jojo couldn't help but get excited. Is Shuyu going to forgive him? Wei Jojo deliberately slowed down the car, but unfortunately, Heping District 2 was right in front of him and the wonderful journey was about to end. 10 minutes later, Wei Jojo stopped the car and said reluctantly, Shuyu, we're here. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhou Shuyu suddenly woke up from his dream and returned to reality from his memories. Already here? So soon? Huh? Why is she still hugging Wei Jojo's waist? Oh my, how embarrassing. That bastard Wei Jojo must be secretly laughing at her, right? Zhou Shuyu let go of his hand as if he had received an electric shock, jumped down from the backseat of the car, and said calmly, Thank you for what happened today, but don't think too much about it. Wei Jojo grinned. Of course I won't think too much. As a husband, isn't it normal to bring your wife home? No, Wei Jojo you. Zhou Shuyu almost went crazy. She didn't mean that, okay? Wei Jojo was so good at it now. If you weren't careful, he would touch your heartstrings. Just when Zhou Shuyu was completely at a loss for what to do with Wei Jojo, Xiao Jiu came forward and respectfully handed the car keys to Zhou Shuyu. Madam, your car keys. Huh? Zhou Shuyu was startled and subconsciously turned his head to look at Xiao Jiu, and then he felt unwell. What the hell? This designated driver came back earlier than them? I really got on Wei Jojo's pirate ship. No, it was a pirate bicycle. Young man, isn't the traffic jam over? When did the road start to become smooth? Xiao Jiu answered truthfully. After the gentleman and the lady left, the road was immediately clear. Zhou Shuyu. Xiao Jiu left tactfully, while Zhou Shuyu glared at Wei Jojo angrily. Wei Jojo, didn't you say that most insurance companies are slow to respond to claims? Why is the road clear as soon as we leave? Wei Jojo certainly wouldn't tell the truth and started talking nonsense. I didn't expect that Daxia's insurance company would be in trouble so quickly. Daxia is so powerful. Zhou Shuyu rolled his eyes in annoyance, snorted coldly, turned around, and walked into the unit door. The moment he turned his back to Wei Jiuzhou, the disdain and dissatisfaction on Zhou Shuyu's face instantly disappeared, and a sweet curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Riding a bicycle to carry someone is a very normal thing for ordinary people, but for Wei Jiuzhou, it is really a huge challenge. When he was on the road, he didn't feel anything. But after returning to the bulletproof Maybach, Wei Jiuzhou felt sore all over and lay down directly. Rossi and Trusova massaged him for half an hour before the soreness in his muscles gradually dissipated. Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but smile bitterly. If he had known it would be so tiring, he would not have pretended to be so arrogant. Wouldn't it be better to just ride slowly and honestly? There was no conversation that night, and Wei Jiuzhou slept very soundly. He had another beautiful dream. He dreamed that he and Shuyu reheld a century-old wedding, with his son and daughter serving as flower girls and handing Shuyu to him personally. Wei Jiuzhou was extremely tired yesterday, so he did not get up early this morning to encounter his wife by chance. Zhou Shuyu went to work in a good mood. She put the bag given by Wei Jiuzhou on the table and took care of a few pots of orchids with great pleasure. Unfortunately, Zhou Shuyu didn't know that her good mood would soon disappear. In the underground parking lot of Futai Plaza, Lin Jaime parked her car and turned to look at her best friend Yuan Meiying next to her, eyeing, "You know what to say later, right?" Yuan Meiying chuckled and said, "Jaime, you don't even trust me, do you? Don't you know my professional ability?" Lin Jaime frowned and said hesitantly, "I'm just afraid that if her bag is real, I will be embarrassed." Yuan Meiying quickly understood what Lin Jaime meant. "Jaime, don't worry, no matter whether her bag is real or not, I will say it is fake. I will definitely discredit her to the point of being worthless." Lin Jaime finally felt relieved and said with a smile, "Aing is the best to me. I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight." "Huh? Who are we talking about? No need to be so polite." The two women got out of the car, took the elevator to the 17th floor, and went straight to the design department office. Seeing that Zhou Shuyu was still in the mood to tend to the orchids, Lin Jaime was very unhappy and said sarcastically, "Sister Zhou, it seems that you are in a good mood? My best friend is here. She can help you identify the bag for free." Lin Jaime's voice was very loud, attracting the attention of many employees. For a moment, everyone looked over. Yuan Meiying greeted Zhou Shuyu enthusiastically. "Hello, Sister Zhou. I am Yuan Meiying, a salesperson at the Hermes store. This is my work badge. Jaime, tell me, do you have an Hermes bag that needs to be appraised?" As she spoke, Yuan Meiying showed her work badge to Zhou Shuyu. Zhou Shuyu was speechless. She thought Lin Jaime was just talking, but she didn't expect Lin Jaime to really bring her best friend. However, Zhou Shuyu could only smile politely and pointed at prayer. "Thank you. This is it." I have to say that Yuan Meiying is very professional. She put on white gloves, carefully picked up the prayer, and carefully observed the leather and stitching. At first glance, Yuan Meiying's heart skipped a beat. The feel, the leather, and the stitching are absolutely authentic. It seems that I have to speak against my conscience today. Chapter 105 Sister Zhou, your bag is a fake. Yuan Meiying continued to watch, and soon she overturned her judgment. The signature Wei Jiuzhou is so discordant. As far as Yuan Meiying can remember, in the history of Hermes, no designer from Daxia has ever been hired. So how come Daxia, when signature appeared? Sister Zhou, I have carefully examined your bag. It should be a high-quality imitation with a simulation degree of 99.99%. If it weren't for the signature of Wei Jiuzhou, a professional like me wouldn't be able to find the flaw. I have to say that the person who made this bag must be a very good designer. Your bag has a certain collection value. After hearing this, the onlookers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was a high-quality imitation. Otherwise, who would dare to speak loudly in front of Sister Zhou in the future? Sister Zhou can easily suppress them with this bag. Lin Jaime pretended to be a little regretful and said, "Sister Zhou, you don't have to be sad. Ing said that your bag should be the work of a master and has a certain collection value. It should be worth tens of thousands of yuan." Zhou Shu certainly would not be hit and said calmly, "Director Lin, your best friend just said that even she, a professional, could not find the flaw, and it was only with the signature of Wei Jiuzhou that she discovered the flaw. Have you ever thought about what if this signature was embroidered by yourself after buying the bag?" "Huh, Did you embroider it yourself after buying the bag? Lin Jaime had indeed never thought of this possibility and was speechless for a moment after being rebuked by Zhou Shuyu. The other colleagues were completely confused. Was this bag real or fake? How come it flips over in a moment? For a moment, no one dared to stand in line randomly. Only Jiang Min, who was at odds with Lin Jaime, stood up to support Zhou Shuyu. Brother-in-law's nutritional and beauty meals are so good. I believe his embroidery skills are also excellent. This signature should have been embroidered after the purchase. Director Lin, your best friend is wrong. Lin Haimei was so angry that she could only look at Yuan Meiying for help. Yuan Meiying was not panicked at all. Her expression was very calm. In order to prepare for today's appraisal, she worked very hard last night. She asked her friends at the headquarters to collect all the special and commemorative models of Hermes in the past 10 years. Yuan Meiying is sure and certain that Hermes has never produced this type of bag in the past 10 years. Okay, then let's not talk about the signature. Even if there's no signature, I definitely didn't make a mistake. These are all the styles of bags Hermes has released in the past 10 years. They are all here. Everyone, take a look. Can you find a bag that Sister Zhou owns? As she spoke, Yuan Meiying opened her tablet and placed it on the table. People came forward and swiped their tablets to see all the Hermes backpack styles. It took more than 10 minutes for everyone to finish watching, but they really didn't find the word prayer. With such solid evidence, everyone was finally convinced that Zhou Shuyu's prayer was indeed a high-quality imitation. Lin Jaime finally let out a sigh of relief and looked at Zhou Shuyu with a teasing look. Sister Zhou, did you see that? All the styles of Hermes bags in the past 10 years are here. My best friend is a salesperson at Hermes, and she didn't even know that Hermes has released such a bag. You still insist that your bag is authentic. Zhou Shuyu couldn't help but frown. Faced with such irrefutable evidence, she couldn't find any angle to refute. However, Zhou Shuyu believed that Wei Jiuzhou would not be able to make a high-end imitation bag to fool her. That's all. Doesn't matter whether it's real or not. As long as she is happy with it, that's all. Zhou Shuyu said calmly, whether it's true or not, I know it myself, and I don't need to prove it to others. Director Lin, I have to work. Thank you for being so thoughtful and bringing your best friend to help me identify it. Seeing that Zhou Shuyu had already admitted defeat, Lin Jaime felt very happy. Ever since Zhou Shuyu got a young boyfriend, I have been stepped on by Zhou Shuyu. Today, I can finally hold my head up high. Lin Jaime moved the LV bag in front of her, deliberately revealing the big LV logo. In front of a high-end imitation bag, LV is quite prestigious. Lin Jaime gently stroked her LV bag and pretended to be a little disgusted and said, eyeing, this LV bag is a bit low-end. Does Hermes have any new models recently? If so, please recommend them to me. Yuan Meiying smiled and said, no problem. As long as Hermes releases the latest model, I will definitely tell you the first time. As she was speaking, Yuan Meiying's cell phone rang. It made a jingle-dong sound nonstop. Yuan Meiying was a little confused. What was going on? Where did all this information come from? Yuan Meiying took out her cell phone and saw that it was a work WeChat group. The work WeChat group almost exploded. In just a short while, hundreds of messages were sent out. Yuan Meiying quickly opened the work WeChat group. She wanted to know what big thing had happened and why her colleagues were so excited. Yuan Meiying smiled as she took a quick look. Hi Mei, you are lucky. Our Hermes has really released a new bag called Wishta. Pray? When they heard this name, all the colleagues looked very excited for a moment. Remember what Sister Zhou said yesterday? Her bag seems to be called Prayer. Damn, how could this be such a coincidence? Lin Jaime was in a terrible state. The word pray was like a blow to her head, knocking her dizzy. How can it be prayer? Why is it called prayer? No way. Lin Jaime asked in a trembling voice. Ing, are you sure? Why is it called prayer? Yuan Ming didn't notice that Lin Jaime's expression was a little strange and said excitedly, that's right. It's called Qi Yuan, the Qi of praying and the Yuan of wishing. Moreover, it is said that this Qi Yuan is a special order for Queen Igrand. Queen Igland's special order? Lin Jaime's worldview was shattered. How is it possible? How did Zhou Shuyu get the same style as the queen? Coincidence. The name prayer must be a coincidence. Lin Jaime asked in a trembling voice. Eyeing, where's the picture? Where's the picture? Hurry up and find the picture and show it to me. Yuan Meiying smiled bitterly and said, there are no pictures in the work group. Because this is a special model specially made for the queen, no one is allowed to reprint the pictures without the queen's permission. Lin Jaime breathed a sigh of relief. It was okay that there was no picture, as it meant that the name was most likely just a coincidence. However, before Lin Jaime could completely relax, Yuan Ming exclaimed again. My colleague said that Queen Iglin tweeted, "Go to Twitter quickly to see the true face of prayer." Lin Jaime's voice was so loud that all the girls on Twitter quickly logged onto Twitter and searched for Queen Iglin's Twitter. Chapter 106 Sister Zhou shouldn't thank me. You should thank Mr. Wei. Soon, the girls saw the tweet from Queen Iglin, and the entire design department office suddenly became very quiet, and you could almost hear a pin drop. The bag in the picture is very similar to Zhou Shuyu's bag. No, it cannot be said to be very similar. It is exactly the same. There is even a similar signature on the bag. Wait, Jiuzhou. If you can be a designer and have good English, you can generally understand what the queen posts on Twitter. Jiang Min was even kind enough to help translate for everyone. The queen said that she was very happy to finally receive the new bag. What made her happiest was the signature of her old friend. Under different lights, it had different colors. She really liked the wish and sincerely thanked her old friend Wei. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They stared at the picture blankly, then looked at Zhou Shuyu's bag. For a moment, they were shocked beyond words. Zhou Shuyu also saw the queen's tweet and was equally shocked. Wei Jiuzhou actually knew the queen? How much energy does he have? After a brief shock, Jiang Min was the first to come back to his senses. Jiang Min waved his fist vigorously and said loudly, I have always felt that Sister Zhou's bag is authentic. Thank you, Director Lin and Director Lin's best friend, for helping Sister Zhou to prove it. For a moment, all the girls complimented Zhou Shuyu. Sister Zhou, did you save the universe and the galaxy in your previous life? How could you find such an excellent boyfriend like your sister-in-law? I originally thought that my brother-in-law was just handsome, but I didn't expect that he had such amazing power and was actually a friend of the queen. I'm numb. My brother-in-law is so low-key. He's so capable, but he sends Sister Zhou nutritious meals, beauty meals, and gifts every day, while some people's boyfriends haven't come to the company once in so many days. Jiang Min looked at Zhou Shuyu with a smile. The queen tweeted that the brother-in-law's signature can emit different colors under different light. Sister Zhou, can I try it? Okay. Zhou Shuyu nodded slightly. Jiang Min carefully picked up the prayer, observed it under different lights, and then exclaimed in excitement. It really changes color. Sometimes it's gold, sometimes it's silver. My brother-in-law's needlework is amazing. With this needlework alone, the value of the wish will increase several times. Faced with such irrefutable evidence, Yuan Ming could not lie and say that Zhou Shuyu's bag was fake. She could only look at Lin Jaime with an apologetic look. When faced with such an awesome person who can get the same thing as the queen, you have to kneel down and lick his ass. Yuan Ming took 2 steps forward, raised her hand, and slapped herself lightly on the face, looking at Zhou Shuyu with a flattering expression. Sister Zhou, I really made a mistake. I was really embarrassed. But I am happy to be embarrassed. It is the greatest honor of my life to be able to see prayer up close. This is my business card. Please keep it, Sister Zhou. I sincerely hope to be your personal consultant at Hermes. Whether you want new products or maintenance, you can come to me. Zhou Shuyu took Yuan Ming's business card and said with a smile, I'll trouble Ying for maintenance in the future. It is my honor to serve Sister Zhou. Everyone was trying to please Zhou Shuyu, and Lin Jaime almost doubted her life. How so? Didn't I come here to help her humiliate Zhou Shuyu? How did I become Zhou Shuyu's bootlicker in the blink of an eye? Why? How did Zhou Shuyu get such an excellent Mr. Wei? How is she worse than Zhou Shuyu? Mr. Wei is such an excellent boyfriend, so he should belong to her. Just when Lin Jaime was feeling extremely depressed, Jiang Min stepped forward and mercilessly added a stab. Director Lin, what you just said is very right. Your LV bag is indeed too low-grade compared to Wish. Swish! Lin Jaime's face turned pale, and she was shaking with anger. She quickly turned the LV logo over and put the LV bag on her back. Lin Jaime has been bullying her way in the design department, and everyone has long been fed up with her. Seeing her taking advantage of others again, everyone laughed out loud in an unkind manner. Lin Jaime wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Her face turned red and white with embarrassment. She covered her face and fled back to the director's office. She had definitely lost all her face today. Jiang Min's performance was so impressive that Cheng Nanwei never had a chance to perform and could only watch from the sidelines. Of course, Cheng Nanwei didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to improve her favor. But how can one win someone's favor? That's right. The boss once said that he could tell his wife everything he did. Just choose the right time and don't make things worse. Isn't now the best time? Chung Nanwei coughed dryly. What are you all arguing about? Are you not going to work? Everyone quickly returned to their workstations, sat down, and started working. Yuan Meiying said goodbye to Zhou Shuyu very tactfully and walked out of the office. For a moment, the office fell silent. Chung Nanwei looked at Zhou Shuyu with a smile. Sister Zhou, come here for a moment. Zhou Shuyu was a little panicked. President Chung was so nice to her, but she was showing off her bag in the office, although she didn't show off on her own initiative, which delayed her colleagues' work efficiency. President Chung should be unhappy, right? Zhou Shuyu quickly followed Chung Nanwei's footsteps. After walking out of the design department's office door, Zhou Shuyu took the initiative to admit his mistake. Mr. Chung, I was wrong. I shouldn't have affected my colleagues' work efficiency. I will pay attention to it in the future. Chung Nanwei was so panicked and arrogant. How could she deserve the lady's apology? Chung Nanwei waved her hands repeatedly. No, Sister Zhou, I don't mean to blame you. I watched everything that happened today. It's not your fault. It's Hai Mei who caused the trouble. I will definitely criticize her later. Zhou Shuyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, as long as Mr. Chung didn't come to blame him. Mr. Chung, what do you want to talk to me about? Chung Nanwei said angrily. Sister Zhou, don't be so polite to me. Just call me Nanwei in private. Okay, Nanwei. Chung Nanwei then revealed a satisfied smile. Sister Zhou, I asked you to come out because I have something private to ask you. Your husband is so good to you and treats you so well. When are you going to get married? I can't wait to drink your wedding wine. Wedding wine? Zhou Shuyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. To be honest, she and Wei Jiuzhou had simply obtained a marriage certificate and hadn't even held a wedding banquet yet. Humph, he got cheap. Of course, Zhou Shuyu was too lazy to explain her relationship with Wei Jiuzhou to Chung Nanwei. Zhou Shuyu pretended to be calm and said, Nanwei, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. Wei Jiuzhou just sent a few nutritious meals. It can't be considered as sincere. It's still far from attending a wedding banquet. Chung Nanwei pretended to be very conflicted and smiled bitterly. Sister Zhou, there are actually some things I've always wanted to tell you, but I have never had the chance. Today I must tell you. Have you felt any changes recently? Of course I feel it. In fact, I have always wanted to say thank you to Mr. Chung. Thank you for helping me change my desk. Thank you for moving me to the window. And thank you for buying these orchids. I like them very much. What I should thank you the most is that you ordered such a luxurious supreme working meal for everyone. After saying that, Zhou Shuyu bowed deeply. How could Chung Nanwei dare to accept Zhou Shuyu's gift? She quickly helped Zhou Shuyu up and said in a gentle voice, Sister Zhou, you shouldn't thank me. You should thank Mr. Wei. Chapter 107 Dad. Aren't you going to give me a gift? Zhou Shuyu was stunned and looked at Chung Nanwei with a puzzled look. Mr. Chung, what does this have to do with Wei Jiuzhou? Madam, I must be honest with you. A few days ago, Mr. Wei acquired Guangyu Advertising Company in full. I am currently working for Mr. Wei. All the changes in the office are in accordance with Mr. Wei's requirements. The supreme working meal was also specially prepared by Mr. Wei for you. Speaking of which, all your colleagues are taking advantage of you. Wei Jiuzhou acquired Guangyu Advertising Company? Are all the changes in the office because of Wei Jiuzhou? Yes. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? All the changes were so in line with her wishes. And the supreme working meal. I just said that Mr. Chung is not such a generous person. It turns out that all this was because of Wei Jiuzhou. It turns out that Wei Jiuzhou has been silently paying so much behind her. But she has repeatedly spoken harshly to Wei Jiuzhou these past few days. This is really wrong. A stream of warmth surged in Zhou Shuyu's heart, warming her heart that had been frozen for more than 10 years. Her heart gradually opened up, and she was ready to welcome Wei Jiuzhou. Chung Nanwei smiled slightly and continued, Madam, the office has been prepared for you. If you want, you can become the general manager of Guangyu at any time. I can even be your assistant. Zhou Shuyu shook her head gently. Boss Chung, no, Nanwei, don't call me madam. If you think highly of me, continue to call me Sister Zhou, or call me Shuyu. I don't know anything about business. You have developed Guangyu very well, so you should continue to manage Guangyu. I'm going to take a day off to calm down. Husband, please go ahead, Sister Zhou. Zhou Shuyu nodded to Chung Nanwei and walked out of Guangyu in a daze. It turned out that she had unknowingly benefited from Wei Jiuzhou. How ridiculous her so-called self-esteem and persistence are. Zhou Shuyu drove straight to Wending Law Firm. She wanted to find her best friend and have a good talk with her. Equals 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 equals. Wei Jojo was really exhausted yesterday. He slept until 11 o'clock before waking up. Trusova hurried forward and respectfully handed the phone to Wei Jojo. Boss, the second lady sent you a lot of text messages. Wei Jojo took the phone and saw that he had indeed received a lot of messages, all from Wenxi. Cat loves donuts. Dad, I have time today. Aren't you going to give me a present? Let's go. Cat loves donuts. Dad, you're not awake yet, are you? Come back to me when you wake up. Cat loves donuts. Humph, bad dad. You're not going to regret it, are you? Cat loves donuts. Woo. Dad is not trustworthy. He promised to buy me a gift. Wei Jojo's head was as big as a bucket. How could he sleep for so long? Wei Jojo quickly replied to Wei Wenxi. Wei Jojo. Wenxi, I just woke up. What gift do you want? Cat loves donuts. Our school is going to hold a school celebration, and I was chosen to be the host, but I don't have a decent formal suit or dress. Can Dad give me a formal suit or dress? Wei Jojo. Of course you can. Get ready. I will pick you up in 20 minutes. Cat loves donuts. Thank you, Dad. Dad is the best. Mwah. Putting down his phone, Wei Jojo turned to look at Trusova. During the school celebration, is it better for the female host to wear formal clothes or a dress? Trusova smiled slightly. Girls with different temperaments wear different clothes. Miss Second is sweet and cute, so formal clothes are not recommended. Dresses are more recommended, and they should be more youthful, preferably Lolita style. Wei Jojo nodded slightly, changed his clothes, washed up simply, drank a cup of hot milk, ate a piece of whole wheat bread, got in the bulletproof Maybach, and headed straight for Hepping District 2. While on the road, Wei Jojo had already sent a message to Wei Wenxi. When the car arrived at the gate of the community, he happened to see Wei Wenxi. Wei Jojo rolled down the window and waved at Wei Wenxi. Wenxi, this way. Wei Wenxi happily showed her two little fangs and rushed towards the bulletproof Maybach with cheerful steps. Xiaojia was very sensible. He got out of the car and very attentively helped Wei Wenxi open the door. Wei Wenxi thanked him politely and sat next to Wei Jojo. In order to prevent Wei Wenxi from feeling restrained, Wei Jojo ordered Trusova and Rossi to go to car number 2 at the back. This was the first time that Wei Wenxi rode in such a high-end car. He touched here and looked there and found everything new and interesting. Wei Jojo smiled and said, Wenxi, do you like this car? Dad can give it to you. Wei Wenxi waved her hands repeatedly. This should be an S-Class car, right? I can't afford it. The oil price is so high now. Mom has only driven it for 2 days, and she can't afford it. Wei Jojo keenly grasped the important information. Shuyu feels that the oil price is a bit difficult? Yes. The price of 95-grade gasoline is close to $9 now. It's too expensive. I wish there was world peace. Wei Jojo's mouth curled up slightly, and he got another chance to accidentally meet Shuyu. Don't worry about refueling. Daddy will take care of it. Wei Wenxi still shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, Dad. However, I haven't learned to drive yet. Wait until I have learned to drive, and then Dad will buy me a car. Wei Jojo nodded slightly, no longer insisted, and started chatting with Wei Wenxi. Soon, the car arrived at Lacoon Department Store. Wenxi, we're here. Get off the car. Wei Wenxi got out of the car, looked around, and then was stunned for a moment. She was so engrossed in chatting with her father that she didn't notice that the car had arrived at Lacoon. Dad, let's not go to Lacoon to buy clothes. The clothes there are so expensive. The cheapest ones start at 4 figures, and there are even clothes that cost 5 or 6 figures. Wei Jojo smiled slightly. It's expensive for a reason. It's a rare gift for Wenxi, so I have to give her something decent. Well, okay then. Wei Wenxi no longer insisted. She hugged Wei Jojo's arm intimately and walked into Lacoon Department Store with a little excitement. Xiaojia was very sensible. He followed me a few meters away, as if he was invisible. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be aware of his presence at all. The women's clothing area is on the 3rd floor. The two took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Wei Wenxi felt that her eyes were not enough. Lacoon Department Store is worthy of being the highest-end shopping mall in Qingzhou. It is full of various big brands, and even some luxury brands can be seen. Wei Wenxi eliminated those big brands without hesitation, and after a careful search, she actually found a brand with a relatively high cost-performance ratio. Only. Dad, that's the only store over there. Shall we go take a look? Wei Jojo shook his head without hesitation. Wenxi, don't worry about the price. The key is whether it is suitable. Look at the Baroque store over there. I think the Baroque style suits you very well. Chapter 108 Wei Wincy. Can you afford it? Following the direction of Wei Jojo's finger, Wei Wincy saw the Baroque store, which was filled with Lolita skirts with a slight Korean style. Wei Wincy shook her head gently. Dad, Baroque is a brand from Country H. I don't like Korean style. Wei Jojo shrugged and pointed to another store. Angelic Pretty is also good. It shouldn't be a brand from Country H. Do you want to go and have a look? Wei Wincy still shook her head. Dad, Angelic Pretty is an island brand. I don't like Japanese style, which is mostly made series. European Lolita dresses are more suitable for me and won't look so childish. Wei Jojo looked at Wei Wincy seriously. How is Wincy not childish? Okay, whatever Wincy says is what it goes. Half an hour ago, Trusova had given him intensive training, and Wei Jojo had a certain understanding of the brands of Lolita skirts. Wei Jojo looked around and soon found a new option. Wincy, how about the Violet Fane store? Violet Fane is a Spanish brand with a bold and unrestrained style, which is slightly more mature than the Korean and Japanese styles. Do you like it? Wei Wincy nodded her head vigorously. Let's just say Violet Fane. A host should be more stable and bold and unrestrained. Wei Jojo nodded slightly and took Wei Wincy to the Violet Fane store. Not far away, a couple was strolling. The woman is young and beautiful, with a slim figure and a face full of collagen. The man was of average appearance, with a big belly, slicked back hair, and a gold Rolex watch on his wrist. He looked like a successful man. Not far behind the two men, there were 4 burly bodyguards. With a beautiful woman by his side and bodyguards following him, the man was particularly confident. He raised his hand and pinched his cigar and said arrogantly, Baby, I've taken a look around. If you like any clothes, just tell me. I've seen 2 pieces that I like. Let's go shopping again. If there's nothing more suitable, I can choose one of those 2. The man said arrogantly, Why are you so picky? As long as you like it, just pack it all up. The girl's pretty face flushed with excitement. The 2 pieces she liked were both priced in 6 figures. Dear, thank you, Trojan. The girl gave him a sweet kiss. The man laughed strangely. It's not enough to just say thank you verbally. You have to reward me well tonight. Okay, I will serve you well tonight, dear. As she spoke, the girl focused her eyes and saw a familiar figure. Wei Wincy? Did I see it wrong? Wei Wincy's family conditions are very ordinary. During her 3 years in college, she has always been wearing clothes bought from Taobao. How could Wei Wincy appear in such a high-end shopping mall like Webtoon? The girl rubbed her eyes hard. It was really Wei Wincy. Moreover, Wei Wincy was holding the arm of a very handsome man, the kind that could easily kill a superstar in 1 second. The girl turned her head to look at the big belly beside her, and her heart was a little twisted with jealousy. Why? Why can she only serve such a greasy old man, while Wei Wincy can find such a handsome young man as her boyfriend? The girl's name is Chu Xiaoting, the second most beautiful girl in the School of Art of Qingzhou University. She was suppressed by Wei Wincy for 3 whole years. Just when Chu Xiaoting was feeling very depressed, the man with the big belly suddenly pulled her, walked quickly forward, greeted a man, and bowed deeply. Hello, Mr. Xianyuan. Chu Xiaoting was startled and quickly bowed along with the big belly. This was a middle-aged man who looked a bit stern, wearing a well-fitting mouse suit. He walked over leisurely, surrounded by more than a dozen people. The middle-aged man obviously recognized the big belly and smiled. It's Lao Lu. This is a diamond membership card. Take it, and you can get 20% off on all your purchases in Webtoon. Thank you, Mr. Xianyuan. The man with a big belly took the diamond membership card respectfully. The middle-aged man left, and Big Belly and Chu Xiaoting finally breathed a sigh of relief. In front of him, the pressure was too great. Dear, who was that person just now? You are a shareholder of Lonka Real Estate, and you are worth billions. Why did you bow to him? The man with the big belly is called Lu Jike. He is the second largest shareholder of Lonka Real Estate and is also a top figure in Qingzhou. Lu Jike's eyes flashed with deep awe. That's Xianyuan Ming, the head of the Xianyuan family, the richest man in Qingzhou. The Xianyuan family is the major shareholder behind Webtoon Commercial Building. Chu Xiaoting gasped. Her deer was so amazing that he could even talk to the richest man in Qingzhou. Looking at Wei Jojo, who was dressed very casually, Chu Xiaoting didn't seem so envious anymore. Humph! What's the point of being handsome? If a man has no strength, what's the point of having only a body? Today, Wei Qinghe must be stepped on hard. Honey, the Violet Fane store in front is pretty good. Would you like to go with me? The big belly looked in the direction of Chu Shouting's finger and found that the clothes in the Violet Fane store were bold in style and exposed more flesh, which made him interested. Since you're interested, just take a look. If you like anything, just tell me. Thanks, dear. Chu Shouting said it sweetly, but her eyes flashed with coldness. No matter what Wei Wincy likes, she will grab it. She must trample Wei Wincy under her feet. Wei Wincy didn't know that she had been targeted. She took Wei Jojo's arm and walked into the store excitedly. Unfortunately, the salesperson at the Violet Fane store was not very fond of the two of them, because Wei Wincy was wearing an outfit from Taobao and Wei Jojo's clothes were even worse, without even a logo. People like this are most likely just looking for something to satisfy their eyes. Several veteran sales clerks were too lazy to stand up. An intern sales clerk wanted to stand up to greet them, but it was not her turn yet. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Wei Jojo was somewhat unhappy about being ignored like that, but he had great self-control and didn't show it. Wei Wincy didn't care about that and asked loudly, "Didn't you see the guests coming? Where are they?" Before the salesperson could reply, a sarcastic voice came from behind. "Wei Wincy, this is Violet Fane's specialty store. The cheapest dress starts at 5 figures. Look at what you are wearing. Can you afford it? No wonder others don't welcome you." Wei Wincy subconsciously turned around and saw Chu Shouting and Lu Jike. Wei Wincy couldn't help but frowned. What bad luck. How could she meet Chu Shouting? For some unknown reason, Chu Shouting has been targeting her in recent years. Seeing Chu Shouting, who was wearing designer clothes, and Lu Jike, who was full of the aura of a wealthy man, the salesman's eyes lit up, just like Tibetan mastiffs smelling meat bones. They rushed to the two and bowed deeply to them. "Welcome to Violet Fane." Chu Shouting looked at Wei Wincy with a smug look on her face, as if to say, "See, it's not that her attitude is bad. It's that you are not qualified." Wei Wincy's face flushed with anger. She tugged at Wei Jiuzhou's arm and said tenderly, "Dad, since they look down on us, let's go." Chapter 109, Don't consider the price. Just make sure it's suitable. "Dad?" Chu Shouting snorted with disdain. She thought Wei Wincy was really as pure as she acted, but she didn't expect that she was such a bitch. Can you call someone dad in broad daylight? She will only call daddy when she can't help it. Okay? Chu Shouting said hypocritically. "Wincy, why are you in such a hurry to leave? It's just a piece of clothing. If your boyfriend can't afford it, my dear can buy it for you." Wei Wincy corrected him. "This is my dad, not my boyfriend." "Okay, dad is dad. It's like no one has ever called me dad before. Dad, can you buy a piece of clothing for my friend later?" Chu Shouting kept winking at Lu Jike. How could Lu Jike bear this? He nodded without hesitation. "Shouting has spoken. Of course there is no problem. My beautiful lady, no matter what you like, just tell me. I will be happy to buy it for you." Wei Jojo certainly wouldn't let Lu Jike buy things for his daughter, and said calmly, "Sorry, we can afford it ourselves, so you don't need to worry." After hearing this, the sales clerks saw some possibility and became more enthusiastic towards Wei Wincy. "Beauty, what style of skirt do you like?" These sales clerks just now were indifferent to them. Wei Wincy didn't want to accept their service, and most importantly, didn't want the commission to be counted on them. Wei Wincy waved at the girl who was hesitating whether to receive them and looked a little dazed. "Beautiful girl, come here." The girl's name was Zhoulan. She had just graduated and was a novice, still in the apprenticeship stage. She had only received a few guests. However, the customer had already ordered it, so Zhoulan had no choice but to go ahead. "Hello, sir, beautiful lady, please tell me what style of skirt do you like?" Zhoulan was so nervous that she stuttered a little, causing several senior sales clerks to laugh at her. Wei Wincy glared at the old salesperson fiercely, then looked at Zhoulan with encouragement. "Beautiful lady, please recommend me some more stable and conservative ones." Zhoulan's nervousness eased a little. "Beautiful lady, what is your desired price range?" "Value for money." Wei Wincy was about to say that the price-performance ratio was higher and the price was lower, but Wei Jiuzhou interrupted her. "Don't consider the price, just consider whether it is suitable." Chu Shouting and several veteran sales clerks standing by couldn't help but roll their eyes. Is this contestant exaggerating too much? Don't care about the price? Look how arrogant you are. Zhoulan didn't think too much about it and nodded quickly, then looked at Wei Wincy seriously. The more she looked, the more excited she became. There is a treasure in their Violet Fane store. Zhoulan has always felt that no one is worthy of their treasure. However, after seeing Wei Wincy, she finally felt that the store's treasure had found a suitable owner. If you don't consider the price, There's indeed a dress that is very suitable for this beautiful lady. Please come this way. Zhoulan raised her hand and gestured, and Wei Wenci and Wei Jiuzhou followed her pace. Chu shouting, snorted coldly, and followed the two of them. She didn't think that Wei Jiuzhou, who was wearing clothes of unknown brand, could really afford it. Today, we must take a good look at Wei Wenci's joke. Soon, everyone came to a set of Lolita dresses. Zhoulan took a deep breath and began to introduce. Beauty, this dress is called Beast Princess and is handmade by Master Faisali. You can see many small diamonds on the hem of the dress. The overall shape of the dress is noble, but in the nobility, you can vaguely see a hint of cuteness and a hint of wildness. I think Beast Princess fits the temperament of this beauty very well. When it comes to beautiful things, women have quite consistent aesthetic views. Chu shouting really dislikes Wei Wenci, but she likes the Beast Princess in front of her very much. Chu shouting even felt that the two dresses she had just chosen were nothing but rubbish compared to this Beast Princess dress. Chu shouting has made up her mind that she wants this Beast Princess. Wei Wenci was also very obsessed. What Zhoulan said was absolutely right. Although she looked innocent and cute on the surface, there was a little beast living in her heart. If given the chance, Wei Wenci is willing to challenge all extreme projects, seeking the wild excitement on the edge of life and death. However, Wei Wenci still maintained a trace of rationality. This Beast Princess was so beautiful, and it was also the treasure of the store. It should be quite expensive, right? Beauty, how much is this Beast Princess? Zhoulan answered truthfully. Beast Princess is the treasure of our store. It is not a discounted item. The original price is 1.08 million, and the actual selling price is 1.08 million. 1.08 million? Isn't this too expensive? It's equivalent to the down payment for a house in the city. Even Chu shouting felt a little overwhelmed and a little insecure. Would her lover be willing to spend 1.08 million to buy her a Beast Princess? It's a bit difficult. Chu shouting curled her lips and said with disdain, "Little sister, you think too much. Wei Wenci definitely can't afford it. You should recommend a basic model in your store that is less than 10,000 yuan. Maybe they can get one if they grit their teeth." Several veteran sales clerks also curled their lips. Xiaozhou was really wasting his breath. Doesn't he know how to treat different people differently? Zhoulan also felt that 1.08 million was a bit expensive and said with a wry smile, "The price of Beast Princess is indeed a bit high. How about we?" Before she could finish her words, she was ruthlessly interrupted by Wei Jiuzhou, who happily handed the bank card to Zhoulan. "Swipe the card. I want the Beast Princess. The password is 090812. 090812. Wei Wenci's pupils kept flickering. These three numbers were the birthdays of their three siblings. Dad actually uses their birthdays as his bank card password. What does this mean? It means that Dad cares about them, and he cares a lot. Others have different focuses from Wei Wenci. Confused. Totally confused. Everyone was shocked. This is 1.08 million. It's not cabbage. Soon, the sales clerk's eyes widened and they were extremely annoyed. Black card? This gentleman actually took out a black card? Being able to own a black card, even if it is just the lowest level black card, you can afford the Beast Princess. They actually missed a big order of 1.08 million. Damn, Zhoulan was so lucky. She got such a big order for no reason. Zhoulan was shaking with excitement. She took Wei Jiuzhou's black card with both hands respectfully and ran quickly to the cashier to swipe the card. With a ding, the money has arrived. Zhoulan was so happy that she almost fainted. It worked. It really worked. How much commission is this? Is there anyone who is good at math who can help her calculate it? Zhoulan suppressed her excitement and ran quickly towards the Beast Princess. She wanted to pack up the Beast Princess. Chu shouting was going crazy. Was the deal successful? How is that possible? Chu shouting originally wanted to step on Wei Wenci hard, but she was slapped hard in the face. Wei Wenci's little dad is so handsome and powerful. He just spent 1.08 million casually, but she followed a greasy big belly. He was killed instantly. No, she must not let Wei Wenci get the Beast Princess. Otherwise, she would never be able to raise her head in front of Wei Wenci. "Honey, I really like this Beast Princess. Can you buy it for me?" Chapter 1, 10. No one can take my daughter's things. Under normal circumstances, Luzhinka would definitely not be willing to waste 1.08 million on Chu shouting. A piece of trash like this could be bought for just a few 100,000. However, with Wei Jiuzhou's example before him, he naturally could not show weakness. Luzhinka also took out a black card and handed it to an old salesperson who was very good at flattering him. I want a set of Beast Princess as well. Swipe the card. After saying that, Luzhinka raised his head high, ready to be licked on the knee. However, what Luzhinka did not expect was that the old salesperson looked embarrassed. Sir, I'm really sorry. Beast Princess is the treasure of our store. There's only one. How about you take a look at other skirts? This beauty has such a hot body. I recommend Floral Goddess. Floral Goddess is also the work of Master Faisali. It is a city-limited work. There's only one such piece in the whole Qingzhou. Following the direction of a salesperson's finger, Chu Shouting saw the Floral Goddess, a magenta Lolita dress with a wreath made of fresh flowers. There are many Swarovski gems on the hem of the dress and on the garlands. If there was no Beast Princess, Chu Shouting would definitely like this flower goddess very much. But there are no ifs in this world. Chu Shouting shook Luzhinka's arm vigorously and acted coquettishly. Honey, I just like Beast Princess. I don't care. Just buy Beast Princess for me. Luzhinka frivolously hooked Chu Shouting's chin and smiled slightly. No problem. This Beast Princess belongs to you. Great. Thank you, dear. Trojan. Wei Wensi and the sales clerks standing by were almost disgusted to death. Chu Shouting, this beauty, really doesn't care about meat or vegetables. She can even kiss this. The taste is really strong. Wei Wensi suppressed her nausea and said, Chu Shouting, stop daydreaming. My dad has already bought the Beast Princess for me, and the credit card has been successfully swiped. He's packing it now. A hint of teasing flashed in Luzhinka's eyes. He took out the diamond card that Xian Yuanming had just given him from his pocket and showed it off proudly. Do you know what this is? It's LeCun's diamond card. It offers 20% off on all items, and it also gives you the right of first choice. Only Mr. Xuanyuan's guests are eligible to get this card. After seeing this diamond card, the sales clerk's eyes towards Luzhinka changed. No wonder this beautiful lady is so proactive. She's actually a diamond member of LeCun. The salesman knew very well that one could not obtain this diamond card just by having money. One had to get Mr. Xuanyuan's approval. But do diamond members have the right of priority selection? I have never heard of it. Maybe they're just ignorant? Mr. Xianyuan is the boss behind LeCun, the head of the Xianyuan family, the richest man in Qingzhou. How honorable is this gentleman to be able to be Mr. Xianyuan's guest of honor? All of a sudden, all the salespeople felt that Luzhinka was much more pleasing to the eye, and even his big belly seemed to become very cute. The sales clerks quickly bowed to Luzhinka. Their expressions were so fawning. It turns out that you are a diamond member of our LeCun. You do have a right of first refusal. Xiaozhou, pack up the savage princess and give it to this gentleman. Zhoulon certainly didn't want to let the duck in her mouth fly away like this, so she stiffened her neck and said, Why give it to him? I have already swiped the card successfully. Sister Yang, why are you stealing the order so blatantly? Sister Yang snorted coldly. Why? Because this gentleman is a diamond member. He has the right of first refusal. As he spoke, Yang Jia raised his hand and grabbed the Beast Princess that Zhoulon had packed and walked towards Luzhinka like a pug. Dear sir, here comes your Beast Princess. Chu Shouting was so happy that she looked at Wei Wensi with a proud face. Wei Wensi, I will definitely take back what belongs to me. This is how I was as the savage princess. This is how I am as a host. And this is how I will be as the #1 school beauty. Wei Wensi's face turned red with anger, but Luzhinka was followed by 4 ferocious bodyguards. Wei Wensi did not dare to argue with Chu Shouting for fear of getting into trouble. Wei Jiuzhou, however, was not used to it and said calmly, No one in this world can take my daughter's things. Xiaojiu, take the Beast Princess back. Xiaojiu appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Sister Yang's wrist. Xiaojiu looked very thin and plain, but his grip was extremely strong. Sister Yang groaned and subconsciously let go of her hand. Xiaojiu raised her hand to catch the Beast Princess and handed it to Wei Wensi respectfully. Second miss, your Beast Princess. The opponent's 4 bodyguards are too vicious. Is it really okay for Dad's driver to snatch the Beast Princess away? Wei Wensi did not take the Beast Princess immediately, but looked at Wei Jiuzhou with an inquiring look. Wei Jiuzhou smiled at her, and Wei Wensi mustered up the courage to take the Beast Princess, handed over by Xiaojiu. Luzhinka was furious. This kid was a bit arrogant. He dared to snatch something that his baby liked. Have you lived enough? Kid, I'm Luzhinka from Lonka Real Estate. I advise you to return the beast princess to me honestly. Otherwise, my bodyguards will not hesitate to take action. Wei Jojo glanced at the bodyguards and snorted coldly. Lonka real estate? I haven't heard of it. As for your scraps, I advise you not to let them do it. After saying that, Wei Jojo smiled dotingly at Wei Wincy. Wincy, don't pay attention to those flies. Is there anything else you like? Dad will buy you a few more. Wei Wincy was a little panicked. Why was Dad so outspoken? Wouldn't this anger this big-bellied guy? Luzhinka was furious. How dare this bastard call him a fly? In Qingzhou, is there anyone who dares not to give him face? What are you still standing there for? Bring back the beast princess that my baby has set his eyes on. Take him down for me. I'm going to beat his mouth until it's swollen. Yes. The four bodyguards strode towards Wei Jojo, shouting as they walked. Boy, you took our boss's things and you still dare to be so arrogant? Have you had enough of living? Unfortunately, Wei Jojo was too lazy to pay attention to them, and these idiots couldn't get close to him at all. Xiao Jiu's eyes turned cold, and he took a step sideways, looking coldly at the strong men, without any emotion in his tone. I advise you not to seek death. The four bodyguards were enraged. Xiao Jiu was so skinny, weighing no more than 140 pounds at most. How dare he stop four of them, who were at least 180 pounds? Who is looking for death? Boy, you are the one seeking death. The leading bodyguard raised his arm high and slapped Xiao Jiu's face hard with a palm as big as a palm leaf fan. Chapter 111 When she... Let me tell you a little secret. Lacune Department Store is ours. Wei Wincy was very worried that Xiao Jiu would get hurt, so she shouted, Don't hit anyone. I don't want this beast princess anymore. After finishing speaking, Wei Wincy suddenly choked up, unable to comprehend what she had witnessed. Xiao Jiu was so thin, but facing an opponent as strong as an iron tower, he did not retreat at all. Instead, he bent his body, rushed to his opponent, and hit his lower abdomen with a light 1-inch punch. Obviously, Xiao Jiu's inch punch seemed to have no power, but the opponent let out a muffled groan. His face turned pale, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He covered his stomach and fell softly to the ground. The other three bodyguards were horrified and looked at Xiao Jiu solemnly. They didn't dare to step forward for a moment. What a tough guy. Luzhinka was furious. He had paid a lot of money to hire a bodyguard. And this was it? How embarrassing. Useless. A bunch of useless. Don't you want to do this anymore? You can't even beat such a skinny guy. Come on, break the legs of the men. Forget about the women. I've always been gentle with women and never hit them. The three of them made up their minds and rushed towards Xiao Jiu from three directions at the same time. They didn't believe that Xiao Jiu could fight three alone. They want to tear Xiao Jiu to pieces. Revenge for their brother. Unfortunately, there is a huge gap between ideal and reality. If Xiao Jiu was just an ordinary driver, how could he become Wei Jojo's exclusive driver? Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Jiu was like a phantom, moving nimbly amid the siege of three people. The punches and kicks of the three men all missed, but Xiao Jiu's fist landed lightly on their bodies. Because of Wei Jojo's stern instructions, Xiao Jiu didn't dare to use heavy hands in daxia and probably only used half of his strength. Even so, the three bodyguards couldn't bear it. They curled up on the ground and retched nonstop. They lost their fighting ability in a short period of time. Xiao Jiu turned around and walked slowly towards Luzhinka. Say it again. Whose legs do you want to break? Whose mouth do you want to slap? Although Xiao Jiu's figure was very thin, Luzhinka felt cold all over, as if the person staring at him was an extremely terrifying god of death. Luzhinka had only experienced this feeling once in his lifetime. It was when facing the king of Qingzhou. As Xiao Jiu got closer, Luzhinka even felt that compared to this young man, even the murderous aura of the king of Qingzhou was slightly inferior. Luzhinka was so frightened that he kept shaking and didn't dare talk back. Chu Xiaoting, who was standing by, didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. She pointed at Xiao Jiu's nose and angrily said, Boy, don't think you can be arrogant just because you can fight. Do you know who my dear is? My dear is Mr. Xuanyuan's guest of honor. She is a diamond member of Lacune. Do you believe me? I will ask the security guards to kick you out. Xiao Jiu did not let Chu Xiaoting go just because she was a girl. After all, she had just spoken rudely to the second miss, and Xiao Jiu had wanted to teach her a lesson for a long time. Noisy, Xiao Jiu raised his hand and slapped him. Chu Xiaoting was beaten so hard that she spun around several times. She fell to the ground, covering her face. Her head was buzzing, and she lost the ability to think for a moment. After beating Chu shouting, Gio looked at Lu Junka expressionlessly. Do you want to break your legs and swell your mouth yourself? Or should I do it for you? Lu Junka was so scared that he kept backing away, shouting, My name is Lu Junka, and I'm the second largest shareholder of Lonka Real Estate. I'm Mr. Xuanyuan's friend. Lacoon is Mr. Xuanyuan's property. You can't touch me. It seems I need to do it for you. Xiaojio slapped him quickly. Lu Junka subconsciously wanted to dodge, but Xiaojio's movements were too fast, and he couldn't dodge in time. With a snap, Lu Junka's lips swelled up like two sausages. With a whoosh, Xiaojio's sweeping leg left a shadow, carrying a violent sound of wind, like a sharp axe, heavily chopping on Lu Junka's calf. With a crisp sound, Lu Junka's body tilted, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Xiaojio's movements were so fast that Lu Junka didn't even feel any pain. It was not until he fell to the ground that he felt the intense pain and let out a series of screams like a pig being slaughtered. Wei Wenxi had never experienced such a scene before. She shuddered with fear and hugged Wei Jiuzhou's arm tightly. Wei Jiuzhou rubbed Wei Wenxi's head and asked very gently, Do you think Xiaojiu hit too hard? Wei Wenxi shook her head vigorously. That's not the case. Evildoers will be punished. If they win, we will be the ones who get beaten. In fact, when I was in school, some hooligans often harassed my sister and me. It was a Ning and a Yuan who silently protected us. A Ning and a Yuan often fought with the hooligans. Sometimes they won, sometimes they lost. We were often beaten black and blue. I felt very distressed. If someone must get hurt, I hope it's the other party. Wei Jiuzhou was very pleased to hear this. Annie was a good person. She knew how to protect her sister at such a young age. A Yuan is also a good person. He can live and die with a Ning. I have to say that Lu Junka is a ruthless man. Even after his legs were broken, he did not give in, but wanted to get back at his former self. The severe pain eased a little, and Lu Junka turned around and yelled at the salesman. Didn't you see I was beaten? Why don't you call the security guard? The sales clerks were terrified because Mr. Lu was the second largest shareholder of Lonka Real Estate and a friend of Mr. Xinyuan. If Mr. Xinyuan knew that Mr. Lu was beaten in their store, they would be finished. The salesman quickly turned on the intercom to call the security guard. Come to the Violet Fane store immediately. Our Lacoon Diamond member has been beaten. The security guards were horrified. Every Diamond membership card is issued by Mr. Xinyuan himself. Their status is very noble. How can they be beaten? Wait a minute, we'll be there soon. After hearing the security guard's words through the intercom, Wei Wenxi became very nervous. Dad, they called the security guard. Should we run away quickly? Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly and said calmly, There is no need to escape. Wenxi, let me tell you a little secret. Lacoon Department Store is our family's property. If you want, you can choose any clothes in the entire Lacoon Department Store. Huh? Wei Wenxi was stunned. Isn't this too exaggerated? Lacoon Department Store is their family's property? Lacoon Department Store is the most high-end department store in Qingzhou, bar none, with a total value of hundreds of millions. So, she's now super white, rich, and beautiful. How many secrets does Dad have? Chu shouting, whose face was swollen from being hit, came back to her senses slowly. She just happened to hear what Wei Jiuzhou said and couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. Lacoon is your family's property? Please prepare a draft before you brag. I don't know about other shopping malls, but this Lacoon shopping mall is owned by Mr. Xinyuan Ming. Who do you think you are? You probably can't even afford an exhibition hall in Lacoon shopping mall. Lu Junka was also amused, and even the pain in his legs was relieved a lot. Damn, I've seen people who can brag, but I've never seen someone who can brag like this. Be careful, or Mr. Xinyuan will tear your tongue off when he comes over. Chapter 112. My dad is the owner of Lacoon Department Store. Lacoon Department Store, General Manager's office. Xinyuan Ming sat leisurely on the sofa in the lounge area. General Manager Xinyuan Feng stood in front of Xinyuan Ming very respectfully and reported to him the revenue of Lacoon Department Store this quarter. Uncle, Lacoon Department Store's turnover this quarter increased by 13 percentage points, and its net profit increased by 15 percentage points compared to the previous quarter. I am confident that it will continue to achieve stable growth in the next quarter. Xinyuan Ming nodded slightly. His nephew had good abilities and could be trained well. Feng is doing well. Keep it up. At this moment, Xinyuan Feng's secretary Yang Li rushed in. Xin Yuan Feng was furious and scolded. You have no rules. Don't you know you have to knock before coming in? Why don't you get out now? Xin Yuan Ming on the side waved his hand. It must be something urgent. Let her speak. Yang Li then realized that the chairman was also there and quickly bowed to Xin Yuan Ming and said in a slightly nervous voice, Chairman, General Manager, something bad has happened. Our Lacoon's diamond member's leg was broken. Hearing this, Xin Yuan Ming leaned back. This was a small matter that didn't require him to personally take action. Ah Feng could handle it. Xin Yuan Feng's eyes turned cold. Who was so arrogant? How dare he break the legs of a diamond member in Lacoon department store? Have you lived long enough? Which store? Who was the member who was beaten? Violet Fane's store. The member who was beaten is Mr. Lu Jinka, the second largest shareholder of Lonka Real Estate. Lao Lu? Xin Yuan Ming immediately sat up straight, with his head slightly tilted forward. He and Lao Lu had a very close personal relationship, and it was he who gave Lao Lu his diamond card. If he hit Lao Lu, wouldn't that be slapping him in the face? Unforgivable. Xin Yuan Ming stood up with a bang and said in a cold voice, Let's go, I want to see who is so arrogant. How dare they beat up our diamond members in our Lacoon department store? Xin Yuan Feng quickly said in a flattering manner, Uncle, this is a small matter. I could just take care of it. How dare I trouble you to come? Xin Yuan Ming said calmly, I was the one who gave Lao Lu the diamond card. Xin Yuan Feng was startled and asked in a slightly strange tone, Lu Jinka's net worth is at most 3 billion, which is several levels lower than that of my uncle. How could he be friends with my uncle? Xin Yuan Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of nostalgia. It's a friendship between the older generations. Grandpa and Grandpa Lu went to the countryside to work in the production team together. When I was a child, I played with Grandpa Lu for a few years. We could be considered childhood friends. So there is this relationship. We must help Mr. Lu get justice. Xin Yuan Ming nodded slightly and walked towards the Violet Fane store with his nephew and more than a dozen bodyguards in a menacing manner. Wei Jiuzhou was too lazy to argue with Lu Junke and Chu Xiaoting, as they were not on the same level at all. Xiaojiu on the side was not so good-tempered. He took out a blade from somewhere, which emitted a faint blue light under the light. I don't know if Xin Yuan Ming dares to tear out our tongues, but I am sure that if you dare to talk nonsense again, I dare to cut off your tongue. Lu Jinke knew very well that a wise man would not suffer a loss in front of him, so he quickly shut his mouth. The security guards would be here soon anyway, and this kid wouldn't be so arrogant for long. I have to say that Lacoon department store is worthy of being the highest-end department store in Qingzhou, and the security guards are quite quick in action. In less than 3 minutes, a dozen security guards carrying rubber sticks rushed into the Violet Fane store. Where is the diamond member? Who hurt the person? Sister Yang quickly pointed at Lu Jinke and Xiaojiu. The one lying on the ground is Mr. Lu, a diamond member. The one standing next to him is the assailant. Seeing the security guards finally coming, Lu Jinke became bolder and pointed to Xiaojiu's nose and shouted, He was the one who broke my leg. Take him down immediately. I'm going to cripple his limbs. Crash. More than 10 security guards surrounded Xiaojiu. These dozen security guards are all retired soldiers. They are not comparable to Lu Jinke's 4 useless bodyguards. This makes Xiaojiu feel a little pressured. The corners of Xiaojiu's mouth curled up slightly. He simply stretched his muscles and bones, ready for battle. Finally, he did something decent. Wei Jiuzhou was unmoved by this. This level was not enough to squeeze out even 1/10 of Xiaojiu's potential. Wei Wenxi didn't know this and was very worried that Xiaojiu would get hurt, so she shouted, My dad is the boss of Lacoon department store. Who dares to move? Hearing this, the security guard were stunned for a moment and subconsciously turned their heads to look at Wei Jiuzhou. These security guards are all retired soldiers who have been exposed to higher levels. Although Wei Jiuzhou's body seems a little thin, they feel the pressure from Wei Jiuzhou like a mountain. Even their big boss, Xin Yuan Ming, doesn't have such power. The security guards were certain and affirmative that this man must not be an ordinary person. How dare the security guards take action? They quickly and cautiously took 2 steps back. This matter was beyond their control and had to be resolved by the mall's top management. Xiaojiu felt a little regretful. These security guards had good eyesight and could actually see that the boss was extraordinary. It seemed that he would not have the chance to make a full move. Lu Jinke was so angry. Are these security guards all idiots? They believed such outrageous words? What were you all standing there for? Didn't you see that my leg was broken? I've played in the mud with your chairman since we were little. If he sees you committing dereliction of duty like this, he will definitely not let you go. Why don't you take them down right away? Unfortunately, the security guard were not moved at all. The gentleman just now might be someone that even the chairman could not afford to offend. How could they dare to take action against him? The security guards looked at each other with their eyes and noses, pretending not to hear what Luzhenka said. Luzhenka was furious, pointing at the security guards and yelling, "A diamond member's leg was broken, and you were indifferent. Very good. When your leader comes, I will definitely ask him to fire all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, Luzhenka heard a burst of hurried footsteps. He subconsciously turned his head and looked back, and saw a familiar face, Xin Yuanming. Luzhenka was extremely excited. Although he and Xin Yuanming had played in the mud together when they were young, he had always been very respectful to Xin Yuanming over the years. After all, they're no longer on the same level. Luzhenka originally thought that at most Xin Yuanfeng would come. He really didn't expect that Xin Yuanming would come in person. What does this mean? It means Xin Yuanming remembers the friendship they had when they were little. Luzhenka was shaking with excitement. He didn't expect that he had such a high status in Xin Yuanming's mind. These two guys were dead. Luzhenka was so excited that he struggled to stand up and staggered towards Xin Yuanming on one leg, making an accusation with blood and tears. "Brother Ming, they stole my precious beast princess and had his men break my legs. The security guards of your Lacune department store were indifferent. You have to take care of me." Chapter 113. Mr. Wei is my boss. Brother Ming? Hearing this familiar yet somewhat outdated name, Xin Yuanming was somewhat moved. When the two were playing together as children, Luzhenka always affectionately called Xin Yuanming Brother Ming. After becoming an adult, because of the difference in social status, Luzhenka no longer called Ming brother, but respectfully called Xin Yuanming Mr. Xin Yuan. This resulted in a slightly distant relationship between the two. Suddenly hearing the familiar name again, Xin Yuanming suddenly felt that the distance between them had shortened. It was as if they had returned to the days when they played in the mud together. Xin Yuanming held Luzhenka and stopped calling him Lao Lu. Instead, he asked excitedly and angrily, "Xiaoke, who hurt you? I will definitely take care of it for you." Hearing this, Chu Xiaoting's eyes lit up. She didn't expect that Mr. Xin Yuan and Deer had such a good relationship. This big tree must be held on to tightly. Chu Xiaoting quickly exaggerated and complained, "Mr. Xin Yuan, it was Mr. Lu who was beaten by them. That man even said shamelessly that he was the boss of Lacune department store. It's so funny. If he is the boss, what are you?" Following the direction of Chu Xiaoting's finger, Xin Yuanming looked over viciously. No matter who it is, he must avenge Xiao Ku today. However, when he saw Wei Jiuzhou, the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared instantly. Xin Yuanming rubbed his eyes hard. He just couldn't believe what he saw with his own eyes. "Boss? When did the boss come to Daxia? And also to Qingzhou? Damn it, Xiao Ku is courting death. He actually provoked the boss?" Wei Jiuzhou glanced at Chu Xiaoting as if he were a clown, and said calmly, "I'll tell you what he is. He is my friend and my subordinate." Friends? Subordinates? For a moment, everyone was stunned. They looked at Wei Jiuzhou in a daze. Is this young man crazy? How dare he say that the richest man in Qingzhou is his subordinate? After a brief moment of shock, Chu Xiaoting suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Are you crazy? This is Qingzhou. How dare you be rude to Mr. Xin Yuan?" Xin Yuanfeng behind Xin Yuanming was also extremely angry. His uncle was the head of the Xin Yuan family. If his uncle was his subordinate, what was he, a junior? Xin Yuanfeng shouted at the security guards. "Are you all idiots? Someone humiliated your chairman, and you didn't react at all?" The security captain sighed secretly. The general manager has already given the order. It seems that there is no way to avoid this matter today. Brothers, take down. Before he could finish his words, the security captain suddenly choked, unable to believe what was happening before him. Xin Yuanming rushed to Wei Jiuzhou, bowed respectfully, and said in a deep voice, "Hello, boss. I am late and frightened you." Shocked, petrified, sluggish. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at this scene blankly, unable to say a word for a long time. This world is too crazy, isn't it? Mr. Xin Yuan is the richest man in Qingzhou. How could he really be this young man's subordinate? What is the identity of this young man? The security guards were trembling with fear. Luckily, they didn't take any action just now. Judging from the chairman's attitude towards this gentleman, if they had taken action just now, they might have lost their lives. Xin Yuan Feng was confused, with a lot of question marks in his mind. What happened to his uncle? Suddenly, Xin Yuan Feng thought of something. His face changed drastically. He rushed away Jojo quickly, slapped himself hard, and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry for scaring Mr. Wei and Miss Wei. It's my fault. It's the fault of our entire Lacune department store. The salespeople at the Violet Fane store were terrified. Their worldview was shattered. How could this happen? They were always very good at judging people. The man's clothes didn't even have a logo, and the girl was wearing clothes bought from Taobao. Why were the chairman and general manager so scared? Are they really the real bosses of Lacune department store? It's over. It's really over now. Chu Shouting was going crazy. She thought that after Xin Yuanming came, she could easily trample Wei Wincy under her feet. Unexpectedly, Xin Yuanming actually rushed over and saluted the other party. Fake. It must be fake. Among all the people around, the one who could least accept reality was Lu Jinka. In Lu Jinka's mind, Xin Yuanming was someone he could only look up to, the supreme being in Qingzhou. In Qingzhou, there are definitely no more than 5 people who could be on an equal footing with him. It could be said that Xin Yuanming is the supreme emperor in Lu Jinka's mind. But his emperor actually bowed to that young man. Lu Jinka couldn't accept it. Lu Jinka didn't know where he got the strength from, but he jumped in front of Xin Yuanming, raised his hand to grab his arm, and shook it hard, hoping to wake Xin Yuanming up. Brother Ming, you are the richest man in Qingzhou. In Qingzhou, the only person who could be on equal footing with you is the king of Qingzhou. Why do you have to be so servile to him? For a moment, everyone pricked up their ears. Obviously, everyone was curious why Mr. Xin Yuan bowed to Wei Jiuzhou so respectfully. Even Chu Shouting pricked up her ears. Even if she died, she wanted to die with understanding. Xin Yuanming smiled bitterly. He originally wanted to come and stand up for Xiao Ku, but Xiao Ku actually offended the boss. He was afraid that he could not protect Xiao Ku. Xin Yuanming answered truthfully. Mr. Wei is my boss, a world-class financial tycoon. My little wealth is nothing in the eyes of my boss. With a thud, Chu Shouting sat down on the ground. Despair. Absolute despair. Is Wei Wincy's father really Mr. Xuanyuan's boss? Or is he the world's top financial tycoon? So Wei Wincy is super white, rich, and beautiful. And she has been showing off her superiority in front of Wei Wincy. I'm afraid that in Wei Wincy's eyes, she is just a complete clown. It's really ridiculous. Lu Jinka staggered and almost fell. At this moment, he regretted it so much. Originally, he had nothing to do with Minga's boss. It was all because of that bitch Chu Shouting. If she hadn't insisted on snatching the Beast Princess, why would he have offended such a big shot? Lu Jinka turned his head and looked at Chu Shouting with a very vicious look, wishing he could tear her into pieces. Bitch, you stinky bitch. It's all because of you that I offended Mr. Wei. Lu Jinka didn't know where he got the strength from, but he pounced on Chu Shouting beside him, pinned her under him, and beat her madly. At this moment, Lu Jinka completely forgot his previous declaration. He never hits women. Soon, Chu Shouting was beaten black and blue, and the prosthesis in her nose was exposed. Seeing the prosthesis, Lu Jinka became even more angry. Damn, you're still a processed product? I'm going to beat you to death today. Wei Jiuzhou watched this scene with indifference. He had disliked Chu Shouting for a long time, but he just didn't want to get his hands dirty and was too lazy to do it. Chu Shouting screamed in agony for being beaten and could only ask Wei Wincy for help. Wincy, he really wants to beat me to death. Please save me for the sake of our friendship. I really know I was wrong. Chapter 114. Chu Shouting repents. Wei Wincy's mood was very complicated. Life was really wonderful. Just yesterday, Chu Shouting was still showing off in front of her, but in the blink of an eye, Chu Shouting was asking her for help. All of this is thanks to my dad. It was her father who gave her the ability to control Chu Shouting's destiny. Dad is really awesome. Seeing Chu Shouting's miserable condition, Wei Wincy's dissatisfaction with her gradually dissipated. After all, she was a girl, and it was too bad that she was beaten. I can save you, but you have to promise not to appear in front of me again. Chu Shouting swore. I swear from now on, I will stay away from Miss Wei. I will never cause trouble for Miss Wei. I can even take a leave of absence from school. Wei Wincy shook her head gently. It's not easy to get into university. There's no need to drop out of school. Just don't show up in front of me in the future. After saying that, Wei Wincy turned to look at Xin Yuanming. Mr. Xin Yuan, if the fight continues, someone will really die. Can you ask him to stop? Xin Yuanming didn't know what Wei Jiuzhou was thinking, so he didn't dare to make a decision on his own. He could only look at Wei Jiuzhou with an inquiring look. Wei Jiuzhou said calmly, Ming, let me introduce you. This is my second daughter, Wei Wincy, the future successor of the U9 Financial Alliance. Swish. Xin Yuanming's expression changed. He is a U7 level executive of the U9 Financial Alliance, which means that the second young lady in front of him is his future boss. What are you hesitating about? That's enough. Stop fighting. Unfortunately, Lu Jinke was completely overwhelmed and could not hear Xin Yuanming's voice at all. He now had only one thought in mind, to beat to death the bitch who had harmed her. Seeing that Lu Jinke not only did not stop, but beat him even harder, Xin Yuanming was furious. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you pull him away quickly? Yes. 7 or 8 bodyguards rushed forward and pulled Lu Jinke away. Chu Shouting finally escaped with her life and was convinced by Wei Wenci. She knelt down in front of her with a plop. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Shouting kowtowed 3 times vigorously. Ms. Wei, I was jealous that you were prettier and more talented than me, so I always excluded you, suppressed you, and opposed you everywhere. But you didn't bother with me. I thought you were afraid, but today I know that you are not afraid, but you just don't want to be on the same level as me. I now know that I am so ridiculous in your eyes. I'm very grateful for your life-saving grace, and if I have the chance, I will definitely repay you. Wei Wincy smiled bitterly. How could she not argue with Chu Shouting? She was just afraid. Without her father, she might never be able to hold her head up. Wei Wincy could sense Chu Shouting's sincerity and waved her hand, saying, I don't want anything in return from you. Just reflect on this and be a good person in the future. Thank you, Miss Wei, for your teachings. Chu Shouting straightened the prosthesis in her nose, wiped her tears, held her head high, turned around, and walked out of the Violet Fane store. Wei Jiuzhou sighed slowly. His daughter was too kind and gave the enemy a chance to come back to life. Based on his personality, he would never let Chu Shouting leave so easily. Wei Jiuzhou took a photo of Chu Shouting and sent it to Trisova. Arrange someone to follow her. If she dares to do anything that is detrimental to Wen Shi, get rid of her immediately. After sending the message, Wei Jiuzhou showed a sinister smile on his face. Chu Shouting, I hope you are truly repentant, otherwise, your path will be narrowed. No, it's not that the road is narrow, but that it is broken. Xin Yuanming knew Wei Jiuzhou's character very well. Wei Jiuzhou was particularly tolerant of his own people. As long as they did not betray him, they would not be severely punished even if they made minor mistakes. However, Wei Jiuzhou was particularly ruthless to his enemies. Xin Yuanming didn't dare to plead for Lu Jinke, so he pulled Lu Jinke and dragged him in front of Wei Jiuzhou. Boss, what should we do with him? Lu Jinke was so scared that he peed himself. He hugged Xin Yuanming's thigh tightly and said, Brother Ming, please ask Mr. Wei for mercy for me. I don't want to die. My father still needs me to take care of him in his old age. Xiao Ke, you overestimate me. I don't have any face in front of the boss. After saying that, Xin Yuanming turned his head to the side, trying hard to hold back the sourness in his nose. He was incompetent. He couldn't even protect his childhood friend. It has to be said that Xin Yuanming really understands Wei Jiuzhou. If he pleads for Lu Jinke, Wei Jiuzhou will definitely not let Lu Jinke go, and may even vent his anger on Xin Yuanming. However, Xin Yuanming did not beg for mercy, but just silently endured the sadness. Wei Jiuzhou felt a little soft-hearted because he did not want his friend to be sad. After a pause, Wei Jiuzhou asked calmly, Ming, do you have any shares in Lonka Real Estate? Xin Yuanming was stunned for a moment, but soon understood the boss's intention. The boss was trying to give him face. Xin Yuanming was so excited that he bowed deeply. Thank you for your tolerance, boss. Yes, I have shares in Lonka Real Estate. Lu Jinke was stunned. Brother Ming, when did you get shares in Lonka Real Estate? Why didn't I know about it? Xin Yuanming was so angry that he almost died. Is Xiao Ku a pig? The boss gave him a chance to survive, but he didn't understand. Xiao Ku, have you forgotten? All your shares in Lonka Real Estate were transferred to me. No, all were transferred to the boss. Huh? Lu Jinke was completely confused. What was going on? What did he transfer the shares to Mr. Wei? Seeing Xin Yuanming winking at him, Lu Jinke finally woke up from his dream. Did Brother Ming mean to spend money to avoid disaster? His shares were worth more than 2 billion yuan, so he was just going to give them away like that? I really feel a little sad. But Looking at the situation, if I don't give away these shares, I'm afraid I'll lose my life. Lu Zhengke was like a deflated ball, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Brother Ming is right. Look at my brain. My shares were indeed transferred to Mr. Wei. I will make up the equity transfer agreement later. Wei Jiuzhou snorted coldly, thinking that this big-bellied guy was sensible. Since you're a family, I will not hold it against you this time. If there's a next time, I will never forgive you. Thank you for your tolerance, boss. Thank you, Mr. Wei. The two thanked Wei Jiuzhou profusely and left the Violet Fane store in a very embarrassed manner. It was not until they left Lacune department store and got in the car that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure in front of Wei Jiuzhou is just too great. Lu Zhengke covered his legs and asked with gritted teeth, Brother Ming, who is Mr. Wei? How come I never knew you had a boss above you? Am I really going to suffer this loss in silence? My shares are worth more than 2 billion. Xinyuan Ming's face changed drastically, and his tone was very stern. 2 billion is more important? Or, is your life more important? I have countless ways to help you earn back the 2 billion. Don't try to find out the boss's identity. Never try to provoke the boss. Otherwise, I will make you disappear without the boss's help. Chapter 1:15 Wei Ning's confusion. Seeing the big boss being so respectful to Wei Jiuzhou, the old sales clerks at the Violet Fane store were terrified and hid in the innermost corner, hoping that Mr. Wei would not remember them and just ignore them. Unfortunately, there are some things that cannot be gotten away with by simply avoiding them. Xinyuan Feng turned his head and looked at the salespersons coldly. Can anyone tell me what happened just now? The old sales clerks were like wilted quails. They lowered their heads one by one and did not dare to look Xinyuan Feng in the eye. Seeing Xinyuan Feng personally inquiring about it, Zhou Lan, who had always been bullied by the old salesperson, finally exploded and quickly came to Xinyuan Feng to complain. General Manager, this is what happened. They just refused to receive Mr. Wei and even made a lot of nonsense, mocking Mr. Wei and Miss Wei for not being able to afford it. Moreover, after Mr. Wei bought the Beast Princess, they forcibly took it back and resold it to Mr. Liu. Xinyuan Feng's face turned pale, and he was almost scared to death. Are these people courting death? Why did they provoke Mr. Wei when they could provoke anyone else? If my uncle knew about this, he would definitely scold him severely. He might even be fired from his position as general manager. Xinyuan Feng shouted angrily. You guys who look down on others, I must fire you all today. Deduct all your wages and bonuses. If you don't agree, you could take legal action. The old salesman wanted to die because the salary of Lacune was much higher than that of other shopping malls. If they were fired by Lacune, where could they find such a good job in the future? The old sales clerks did not dare to beg for mercy from the furious Xinyuan Feng. They all looked at Wei Wenxi, standing aside. They thought that since Wei Wenxi even saved Chu shouting, she should be able to let them go, right? Miss Wei, we are blind and we know we are wrong. Please forgive us this time. Unfortunately, Wei Wenxi was not moved at all. Lacune Commercial Building is our family's property. Your qualities are not suitable for working in our family, so as not to damage our family's reputation. Hearing this, Xinyuan Feng shouted, Why are you still standing there? Get them out right now. The security guards responded loudly, rushed forward, grabbed several sales clerks by their arms, and dragged them out of the Violet Fane store. Wei Wenxi raised her finger and pointed at Zhou Lan, saying in a gentle voice, Mr. Xinyuan, Xiaolan has good business skills and good character. I think she is suitable to be the manager of the Violet Fane store. Xinyuan Feng quickly smiled and said, Second miss is right. From now on, Zhou Lan is the manager of the Violet Fane store. The salary and benefits are the same as the vice president. Zhou Lan was ecstatic and looked at Wei Wenxi with great gratitude. Miss Wei was simply her benefactor. From now on, she is Miss Wei's confidant. She can't focus on a small Violet Fane store. She has to pay attention to the entire Lacune department store. She wants to find out all the termites in Lacune department store. Wei Jiuzhou was too lazy to care about the business situation of Lacune department store. He turned his head and glanced at Xinyuan Feng calmly. Xiao Feng, I want to go shopping with my daughter and don't want to be disturbed. Yes, we will retreat now. Xinyuan Feng quickly bowed and waved his hand, and everyone followed him and quickly retreated. Soon, the Violet Fane store returned to silence. Wei Wenxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, she was not used to the feeling of being the center of attention. Although she is the campus beauty of Qingzhou University Art College, She has always been very low-key and seldom goes to crowded places. Dad, thank you for the Beast Princess. I like it very much. Shall we go home? Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. Wincy, why are you in such a hurry to go home? You still need a lot of things. Come on, Dad will take you to look at bags, watches, and jewelry. Just tell me what you like, even if it means emptying the entire Lacune department store. Wei Wincy's big eyes narrowed into crescents with joy. She felt that she was the happiest girl in the world. However, Wei Wincy shook her head slightly. Dad, thank you for your kindness. Don't rush to buy those things for me. Please deal with Mom first. You know Mom's character. She will definitely let me return all the things to Dad. Wei Jiuzhou scratched his head subconsciously. When she was right. This was indeed Shuyu's character. You're right. It's not a good time to buy you too many things. However, I think you need a pair of shoes to match the Beast Princess. Go buy a pair of shoes first. Your mother won't let you walk barefoot, will she? Wei Wincy smiled slightly. That's right. Thank you, Dad. Wei Wincy took Wei Jiuzhou's arm and walked quickly towards the elevator. They took the elevator and came to the women's shoes area on the 4th floor. Xiaojiu followed closely behind, holding the packaged Beast Princess. With the previous experience of the Violet Fane store, all the sales staff became very enthusiastic. Wei Jiuzhou and Wei Wincy finally felt at home. After walking around for about half an hour, Wei Wincy finally found a pair of princess shoes that matched the Beast Princess. This is a pair of princess shoes that Gucci has just launched. The overall style is medieval retro, with burgundy as the main color, and it looks a little dreamy. Dad, are these shoes okay? Wei Jiuzhou looked at the shoes carefully and couldn't help but nod slightly. When she inherited Shuyu's taste and made a good choice. Swipe the card and pack up. Wei Jiuzhou handed the bank card to the salesperson, who waved his hands repeatedly. Mr. Wei, you and Miss Wei are the supreme members of our Lacune department store. All your purchases at Lacune department store are free of charge. Wei Jiuzhou shook his head slightly. This Xinyuan phone was even better at flattering than his uncle. Is he short of this little money? However, it feels good to be deliberately flattered. Well, I will inject 50 billion into Xinyuan Group. Wei Jiuzhou took back the bank card and looked at Wei Wincy with a smile. Wincy, from today on, you can treat Lacune Commercial Building as your second home. If you need anything, you can move in. Wei Wincy couldn't help but giggle. Okay, but it all depends on when Daddy can conquer Mommy. With you and Xinghe as my two little friends, Daddy is very confident. It's time for dinner. What do you want to eat? I want to eat sea bass. I want to eat a 5-pound sea bass. How can 5 kilograms be enough? 10 kilograms, please. Xiaojiu on the side couldn't help but smile bitterly. With the small bodies of the boss and the second young lady, how could they still weigh 10 kilograms? Don't get eaten by the sea bass, okay? Soon, the father and daughter were full, and because of their happiness, Wei Jiuzhou was actually a little overfed. Half an hour later, Wei Jiuzhou sent Wei Wincy back to Hepping District 2. Wei Wincy and Wei Jiuzhou said goodbye reluctantly and went home happily holding the gifts their father bought. It was Wei Ning who opened the door. Wei Ning greeted weakly. Second sister, you're back? Wei Wincy looked at Wei Ning with a strange expression. Ning, why are you so sad? What difficulties have you encountered? Tell me. Our class monitor is holding a graduation banquet tonight and specifically invited me to go. Just go, what's the big deal? Wei Ning smiled bitterly. The main reason is that everyone will give gifts, and I don't have any money. Also, I don't even have a decent set of clothes, and my hair is not easy to take care of. If I go like this, I will definitely be squeezed out. Chapter 116, Boss, you can't become a tyrant. Wei Wincy rolled her eyes in annoyance. What's there to worry about? Didn't a yuan also make 70,000 or 80,000 yuan in share? You can ask him for some. Wei Ning sighed. Xiaoya, Zhou Yuan's sister, somehow found out that a yuan had made money and took his bank card away. Now Yuan's card has been maxed out. Wei Wincy felt a little headache. This Xiaoya was really being naughty. If it doesn't work, I'll have to trouble Dad again. The share money is easy to deal with. Just leave it to me. As for clothes and other things, just go to Lacune and get them. By the way, there's a Shio Pavilion in Lacune. It is said that Tony, the teacher there, is very skilled and can definitely give you a very handsome hairstyle. Wei Ning rolled his eyes speechlessly. Second sister doesn't have a fever, right? Wei Ning raised his hand and touched Wei Wincy's head and said with a puzzled look, It's not hot. Second sister, why are you talking in your sleep in broad daylight? Where do you get the money? Do you know how expensive Lacune's clothes are? And Shoga, a simple haircut costs more than 100. Do you think I'm a rich second generation? Wei Wincy slapped Wei Ning's hand away in anger. Aining, you really are a rich second generation. Did you see the clothes and shoes I brought back? They cost over 1,000,000 yuan. My dad bought them for me. Wei Ning looked at Wei Wincy with a vigilant look. Second sister, you are not a traitor like the eldest sister, are you? Mom hasn't forgiven him yet. How can we spend his money? Wei Wincy's face turned serious. Aining, do you think that mom is really happy living alone all these years? If dad can return to the family, can it reduce mom's burden? Can he protect mom when she is bullied? I can see that mom still loves dad in her heart. She is resisting now only because of her deep love and strong criticism. As children, we should find a way to facilitate their reconciliation. At the very least, we should not become an obstacle to their reconciliation. Do you think it makes sense? Wei Ning was speechless after hearing what Wei Wincy said. Yes, has mom been happy these years? It has been so hard for her to be alone these years. If she has a father who loves and cares for her, her mother will surely be happy, right? Wei Ning nodded vigorously. Second sister, in fact, after the eating contest, I also tried to persuade mom, but mom's attitude is very firm. Mom cares about my attitude very much. I can promise that I will not become an obstacle to mom and dad's reconciliation, but you and big sister have become traitors. I can't hurt mom's heart. Before mom forgives dad, I must stand on the same front with mom and resolutely not spend a penny of his money. Wei Wincy couldn't help but roll her eyes. Aining was really too stubborn. However, it's better this way. If all three children sided with their father, the mother would definitely feel extremely frustrated. I have 500 yuan here. If it's not enough, ask big sister for some more. Wei Ning shook his head slightly. My elder sister is looking for a job now, so let's forget it. This amount of money should be enough. I can go to the night market to buy 2 pieces of clothes. As for my hairstyle, I can just find a hairdresser and it will be fine. I should be able to save 200 yuan for the donation. Well, that's all I can do. After saying that, Wei Wincy returned to the room and immediately sold Wei Ning out. Cat loves donuts. Dad, Aining has a little problem. Can you help solve it? Wei Jiuzhou. Yes, what's the situation? Cat loves donuts. Dad, Aining's class monitor is holding a graduation party tonight and specifically invites Aining to attend. Aining has no gift money, no decent clothes, and her hair is messy. I'm afraid the class monitor will take the opportunity to humiliate Aining. Wei Jiuzhou. Leave the money to me. As for the clothes and hairstyle, can't you just take Aining to Lacoon? Cat loves donuts. Aining is a die-hard fan of his mother. He won't spend your money until his mother forgives you. Wei Jiuzhou, I understand. I'll think of a solution and contact you later. Cat loves donuts. Okay, Dad. Wei Jiuzhou put down his phone and turned to look at Trusova. Trusova, hold a brainstorming meeting immediately. What Wei Jiuzhou didn't expect was that Trusova didn't go to get his laptop, but asked hesitantly, Boss, what happened? Not really. It was Aining who ran into a little trouble. Trusova was troubled. When she was abroad, her boss was so wise. Why did her boss become a different person after returning home to face her family? Boss, I understand your eagerness to make amends to your family, but I don't want you to go too far. You should be well aware of King Yu of Zhou's setting fire to the princess. I don't want you to become a tyrant. Wei Jiuzhou was stunned for a moment. After returning home, all his focus was on seeking forgiveness from his wife and children. Being able to return to his family as soon as possible has become his inner demon. For this, he did go a bit too far. At least it was unwise to rashly use the intelligent brain group. Wei Jiuzhou felt a little scared. He almost became the tyrant that he despised the most. Once or twice is fine, but if it happens too many times, will the intelligent brain team question him? Will the P7, P8 level executives question him? Even if Yi Tian is absolutely loyal to him, even if he can eventually use the immortal army to forcibly suppress different voices, the financial empire he has worked so hard to create will be seriously damaged. Wei Jiuzhou looked at Trusova with a very satisfied look. Trusova, do you know why I chose you to be my assistant? Trusova was startled and said frankly, to be honest, boss, to this day, I still don't understand the reason. Every one of those competitors back then was better than me, and every one of them was from a top family, but I was the only one from a poor family. Could it be because of rapport? Did the boss think I looked good? Wei Jiuzhou was amused by Trusova. I am old enough to be your father. What does it have to do with liking each other? Your competitors are too respectful to me and too obedient to me. No matter what rude requests I make, they will execute them without hesitation. Only you dare to say no to me. When a person reaches the pinnacle, he does not need a yes man. but a mirror that can reflect his mistakes. And you, Trusova, are my mirror. The mystery that has troubled Trusova for many years has finally been solved. Trusova finally understood why the boss has achieved what he has today. The boss can tolerate others saying no. Trusova bowed deeply. Boss is wise. Wei Jojo smiled slightly. Trusova, I almost forgot that as my life assistant, it is also your job to help me solve the problems in life. Yes, boss. Aining is having a little trouble, so please come and give me some advice. It's like this. Wei Jojo briefly talked about Wei Ning's troubles, and Trusova instantly put herself in the shoes of the person. She had faced the same troubles during her student days. After the college entrance examination, the students had their initial contact with society, lost their former innocence, and began to compare some things, even much more than the young master had worried about. Boss, you should know that I come from a poor family. I'm in a similar state to the young master after I just finished the college entrance examination. I don't know much about the share money, so I won't comment on it. However, just changing into a nice set of clothes and getting a new hairstyle is far from enough. Chapter 117. A Ming, do you have any wine in stock at South Beauty? Wei Jojo looked at Trusova with interest. Oh? Tell me, why is it not enough? Trusova sorted out her thoughts and said in a deep voice, Boss, children who have just started to enter society will get a lot of energy from their families, such as cars, connections, and if they drink at the graduation banquet, there will be wine. Wei Jojo understood everything immediately and couldn't help but sigh. Today's society is really different. When we graduated, we only compared grades. Now, hey, Trusova smiled bitterly. This is the inevitable law of social development. Wei Jojo shook his head slightly. In this case, we cannot violate the inevitable law of social development. Check Aining's squad leader immediately. I need all his information within half an hour. In addition, check which supermarkets are under our control besides Lacoon. Yes, boss. Trusova was very efficient and completed Wei Jojo's instructions in less than 10 minutes. Boss, the monitor of the young master is Yang Peiyu, whose family owns 2 battlefields and has a total asset of about 50 million. Yang Peiyu's appearance is comparable to that of the young master, and they are known as the 2 most handsome boys in the school. However, Yang Peiyu has always been suppressed by the young master in his studies. Yang Peiyu's father is a frequent visitor to the South Beauty Hotel, and he has stored some wine there. Yang Peiyu has booked the Jiangnanshan private room at South Beauty. He will definitely use his father's stored wine and connections to suppress the young master. In order to reward his son for getting into college, Yang Peiyu's father bought him a BMW 530L. This car will also become a bargaining chip for Yang Peiyu to suppress the young master. In addition, I just checked and found that RT Mart and Parks and Supermarket are both our subsidiaries. Wei Jojo said calmly, invite the boss of South Beauty to come out. I want to acquire South Beauty. Trusova smiled slightly. Boss, there is no need for that. Xinyuan Ming is a major shareholder of South Beauty and the boss behind the scenes. Wei Jojo raised his eyebrows slightly. Ming is quite capable. He has quite a lot of industries. Wei Jojo took out a cell phone and called Xinyuan Ming. Xinyuan Ming had just arranged a ward for Lu Jinka and dragged his tired body downstairs. This day was really exciting for him. Just after returning to the car, the phone suddenly rang. Xinyuan Ming was a little annoyed and wanted to hang up, but when he saw the name displayed on the screen, he was shocked. Xinyuan Ming took a deep breath, adjusted himself to the best state instantly, and answered the phone very respectfully. Boss, I really know I was wrong. Please give me some advice. Wei Jojo said calmly. Ming, don't be nervous. Today's incident is over. Let me ask you something. Is South Beauty your business? Xinyuan Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, boss. Do you have any wine in stock at South Beauty? Xinyuan Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. Why did the boss ask such a question? How should I answer this? Yes or no? Boss, can you give me some hints? Aye. Xinyuan Ming hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say a definite answer. He was really unsure of Wei Jojo's intention. Wei Jojo was in a state of annoyance. Was he a tiger? Was Ming so frightened? Wei Jojo suggested, my son Wei Ning is going to have dinner at the Jiangnanshan private room of South Beauty tonight. Xinyuan Ming finally understood what Wei Jojo meant. Yes, there must be some wine in stock. I will personally deliver the wine to the young master. Wei Jojo nodded with satisfaction. Xinyuan Ming was quite sensible, so he could be given a small reward. I have asked YH Holdings to inject 50 billion into Xinyuan Group. Ming, please check it. Xinyuan Ming was ecstatic. Thank you, boss. I will die for you. Wei Jiuzhou hung up the phone and turned to look at Trusova. Which of these two supermarkets has a better value for money? Our T-Mart has a high cost-performance ratio. You can often buy discounted clothes there. In addition, there are 10 yuan haircuts in our T-Mart. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. Then tell the person in charge of our T-Mart to set up a 90% off section immediately. Put all the clothes suitable for 18-year-olds in it. Also, let Phillips go to our T-Mart and act as a barber who only charges 10 yuan a day for quick haircuts. Trusova asked hesitantly, should we tell young Master Phillips about his identity? Tell him after the service is over. Boss is wise. If you tell Phillips in advance, his service to the young master will definitely be much better than that of others. With the young master's intelligence, he will definitely find some clues. I will go and call Phillips now. Trusova turned and walked out of Villa number 1 and went straight to Villa number 7. Living in Villa number 7 are Wei Jiuzhou's life team, including hairstylists and stylists. Phillips is Wei Jiuzhou's exclusive hairstylist and has the reputation of being the most expensive barber in the world. Before being recruited by Wei Jiuzhou, some celebrities and socialites would pay him up to 20,000 pounds for a haircut. Of course, Phillips is worth the price. He will provide charter plane pickup and drop-off services for distinguished guests, as well as massage services based on the guest's hair quality, and the hair care products used are also top-notch. When Trusova walked into Villa number 7, Phillips was playing golf with some friends. Trusova said in a friendly voice, Phillips, come on. Phillips' eyes lit up. What kind of look does the boss need today? What's the theme? Trusova looked at Phillips with a strange look and went straight to the point. Phillips, go to our T-Mart right now and be a hairdresser for 10 yuan a day. Phillips was a little confused. Ms. Trusova, what did you just say? $10 for a haircut? Did I hear it wrong? Trusova shook her head slightly. You heard it right. It's a 10 yuan haircut. The so-called 10 yuan haircut, as the name suggests, is 10 yuan for a haircut. Phillips' voice rose 8 octaves. $10? Miss Trusova, are you kidding? I've never had such a cheap haircut. Before I followed the boss, I was worth 20,000 pounds. Now it's as high as 50,000 pounds. This is the boss's order. Phillips instantly wilted. If it was the boss's order, he would have to go even if he was not paid, let alone $10. Soon, Phillips realized something, rolled his eyes and asked, Bosses go to our T-Mart for a date with his wife? Do you need me to give her a hairstyle? Trusova raised her eyebrows slightly. Phillips was so smart. He actually guessed it almost right, but he guessed the wrong person. I am only responsible for conveying the boss's orders. I know nothing else. Phillips, I warn you, don't try to guess the boss's intentions. Even if you do guess, don't speak them out easily. Phillips's face turned serious. I understand. Thank you, Miss Trusova, for the reminder. Okay, let's get going now. Phillips nodded slightly and turned to look at his team. Pack your things immediately and set off immediately. Chapter 118. Teaching the apprentice to starve the master to death. Everything was arranged. Wei Jiuzhou called Wei Wensi. Wei Wensi ran to the bathroom and answered the phone in a very low voice. Dad, have you thought of a solution? Well, let Aining go to our T-Mart right away. There's a discount area in our T-Mart. Aining can buy clothes and shoes at a 10% discount. Also, I have arranged for a hairdresser to go to our T-Mart and give him a quick haircut for 10 yuan. He will definitely be able to give Aining a great hairstyle. Wow, Dad, you are so great. Wei Wensi couldn't suppress her excitement and couldn't help but cheering out loud. Second sister, why are you screaming? You scared me. Wei Ning's voice came from the living room. Dad, I won't tell you anymore. Besides, Aining will get suspicious. Wei Wensi hung up the phone, walked out of the bathroom, and looked at Wei Ning excitedly. Aining, I have good news for you. Our T-Mart supermarket is having a promotion today. There's a 10% discount section for clothing and shoes. The prices are almost the same as buying clothes at street stalls. Moreover, they're all genuine products. Wei Ning was overjoyed. Really? This is simply pie in the sky. Let's go and take a look. After getting excited, Wei Ning calmed down. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. A few days ago, a Yuan persuaded him to take part in some eating contest. At that time, he thought it was a lucky draw. But in the end, it turned out that it was his father who was behind the scenes. This 90% off promotion at RT Mart is probably also secretly operated by my dad. Humph. He won't be fooled. Second sister, tell me the truth. Is there any trace of him in this? Wei Wensi knew Wei Ning's character very well and shook her head without hesitation. Aining, What are you thinking? Do you think our father is an omnipotent Superman? How much is a king crab? What is the market value of RT Mart? Search the market value and controlling party of RT Mart supermarket. Wei Ning nodded slightly, thinking that what his second sister said made sense. RT Mart is a super large supermarket chain with a market value of probably hundreds of billions. Even if he is so powerful, it is impossible for him to own so many assets, right? However, to be cautious, Wei Ning still searched for the controlling party of RT Mart supermarket and found out that there was RT Mart Holdings behind RT Mart, which was a company of Daxia. Only then did Wei Ning feel relieved. Since it's not him behind this, let's set off now. Wei Wincy's mouth corners curled up slightly. Aining is too naive. Dad's strength is far beyond your imagination. My father owns Lacoon, which is more high-end than RT Mart, so it is very easy for him to set up a 10% off section in RT Mart. The two siblings quickly walked out of the community, took the subway, and went straight to RT Mart supermarket. RT Mart supermarket is quite lively. Zhang Jia, the store manager of RT Mart Xiqing store, is personally in charge of the discount area and has opened up an unprecedented 10% off area. What was even more incomprehensible to the sales clerks was that the store manager actually put all the latest styles of teenage men's clothing of the season into the 10% off area. Manager, are you mistaken? This is Senma's latest model of the season. If it's really discounted by 10%, I'll lose more than 1,000 yuan if I sell one. Manager, although the performance of our Xiqing district branch has dropped to the third from the bottom in the past few months, you should not give up on yourself. Zhang Jie's head hurt, and he waved his hands in annoyance. I'm not giving up on myself. Don't try to persuade me. This is an order from headquarters. Headquarters? The sales clerks stopped trying to persuade them, and some of them who were quick-witted had even secretly contacted their relatives, asking them to hurry over and grab the clothes. In the 10 yuan quick haircut area, barber Xiao Zili was leaning lazily on a chair and playing games. Xiao Zili's skills are average, and the 10 yuan quick haircut doesn't include washing the hair. So many people can't accept dry haircuts. Therefore, Xiao Zili's philosophy of work is very simple. One word, just muddle through. Just when Xiao Zili was having fun, someone knocked on his chair from behind. Xiao Zili waved his hand impatiently. I'm busy. Wait a moment for your haircut. Wait until I kill this boss. Phillips couldn't help but squint his eyes. What kind of service attitude does this barber have? With such a service attitude, how can he have repeat customers? This is a blasphemy to the great profession of barber. With a snap, Phillips snatched Xiao Zili's phone away. Xiao Zili was furious. Fuck, I'm fighting the boss. You're killing me. Believe it or not, While roaring, Xiao Zili turned his head, and after seeing Phillips's appearance clearly, he took a breath. Phillips? How did Phillips end up in Daxia? And in RT Mart? Phillips is the most expensive barber in the world, bar none. He is Xiao Zili's idol. When Xiao Zili first entered the hairdressing industry, he was full of enthusiasm. Unfortunately, the barber director never taught him real skills and only let him wash customers' hair. In this way, Xiao Zili washed hair foolishly for half a year, but only learned a little bit. Eventually, Xiao Zili became a 10 yuan quick-cut barber, spending his days idling. Xiao Zili was shaking with excitement. His attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees, and he looked at Phillips with a very fanatical look. Idol, why did you come to Daxia? I heard that you have retired. It's really an honor to meet you. Oh, you're still a little fan. Phillips's expression eased a little, and his tone was very serious. Young man, to become an excellent barber, you can hone your skills slowly. However, attitude is the first rule. You must serve your customers as if they were God. Xiao Zili nodded obediently. My idol taught me, but my skills are very average, and I don't have many customers a day, so I gradually became lazy. Idol, can you teach me a few tricks? As long as my skills improve, I believe that more customers will come soon. I will definitely correct my attitude and serve customers well. Phillips saw a light in Xiao Zili's eyes, which reminded him of himself and the hardships he had experienced when he was learning his craft. There's an old saying in this world, teach your apprentice and starve yourself to death. It is precisely because of this old saying that few people are willing to share their real skills with others unless they are close relatives. This makes it extremely difficult for apprentices to learn real skills. Phillips was very sure that the enthusiasm of the young man in front of him was slowly being extinguished because of these things. I will be your barber for a day. Watch carefully. How much you can learn depends on your luck. If you don't understand something, you can ask me. However, You have to wait until I finish serving the customers. Chapter 119, Is there any difference between 100 to 100? Xiao Zili was overjoyed and bowed deeply to Phillips. Teacher, please accept my greeting. Phillips waved his hand calmly. No need to be polite. I just thought about the difficulties I had when I was young. By the way, do you mind changing your equipment? No, of course not. Phillips took away all the hair clippers on the table, wiped the table very carefully, and then put his own set of scissors on it. Xiao Zili standing by was in awe. Only a true master would not use electric clippers at all. Only by cutting with hands could he create layers and the most suitable hairstyle. Next came shampoo, conditioner, and various potions, filling up the entire table. There is no water supply here at the Tenyuan haircut shop, but that doesn't matter. Phillips had already thought of a solution. His team brought a water dispenser and a classic shower head. The so-called classical shower head is actually an iron shower head that is hung on the wall and needs to be filled with water manually. Soon, the transformation of the $10 quick haircut area was completed, and Phillips adjusted his appearance in front of the mirror wiped clean by his assistant to ensure that he looked decent. Wei Ning was unaware of the changes in RT Mart. Wei Wincy knew some inside information and was very much looking forward to it. She wondered what kind of barber her father would find. If she is very strong, she can also take the opportunity to get a hairstyle. 20 minutes later, Wei Ning and Wei Wincy walked into RT Mart. What made the two of them feel a little strange was that many customers were running in a certain direction, and while running, they were anxiously calling out to their companions. Hurry up. If you run too slowly, you'll run out of stock. I heard that RT Mart is having a huge sale today, and many of this year's latest men's clothing are on sale at 10% off. Is this true? Did the leaders of RT Mart have a brain cramp? The latest models are usually not discounted, and the highest discount is only 20%. If they directly discount it by 10%, they will lose all the pants, right? Why do you care whether they compensate you or not? This kind of good thing doesn't come once in a lifetime. If you grab it, you'll make a profit. Hurry up. After hearing the conversation among the crowd, the last trace of doubt in Wei Ning's heart disappeared. It shouldn't be Dad who is operating behind the scenes. There are only so many men's clothes in our T-Mart, and so many people are rushing to buy them. How can Dad be sure that he can pick out the men's clothes he likes when he comes? What Wei Ning didn't know was that Wei Jiuzhou had already ordered all our T-Mart branches in Qingzhou to urgently dispatch all youth men's clothing. Their home is at most half an hour away from our T-Mart. Within half an hour, the news is not yet fully spread. How much can the few customers who come grab before Wei Ning arrives? Second sister, it really is a 90% off sale. They even have the latest models. Is our T-Mart going to close down? Is it starting a clearance sale? Let's hurry up. Wei Ning took Wei Wincy's little hand and started running wildly. Wei Ning has strong athletic ability, and even with Wei Wincy dragging him, he quickly surpassed the customer in front of him. When Wei Ning arrived at the 10% off area, there were only 5 or 6 customers choosing clothes. It's okay, there are still a lot of clothes, second sister. You have a good eye. Please help me pick out a couple of clothes. Ah, Ning, please let me take a breath. I'm so tired, so tired. Is it necessary to fight so hard? Of course. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wouldn't it be a shame not to take advantage of it? Hurry up. The people behind are coming up. Okay. I'll pick it for you. Wei Wincy took a deep breath, tried to calm her pounding heart, and began to help Wei Ning choose clothes seriously. I have to say that Wei Wincy has a really good eye, and she quickly helped Wei Ning put together 2 outfits. After changing into new clothes, Wei Ning's image and temperament instantly improved by several levels. Now Wei Ning can definitely surpass Yang Peiyu. Many girls around looked at Wei Ning with shining eyes. One bolder girl even came forward and asked very proactively, "Brother, do you have a girlfriend? Can you add me on WeChat?" Wei Ning often encounters this kind of situation and is too lazy to deal with it. Wei Ning focused all his energy on protecting his 2 sisters and studying, and had no time for a romantic relationship. Wei Wincy was not opposed to Wei Ning having a relationship. After all, the college entrance examination was over. However, Wei Ning's partner had to pass the examination of her and her elder sister. Wei Wincy glanced at the girl. She was wearing heavy makeup, a miniskirt in the cold weather, and a tattoo on her ankle. Wei Wincy didn't have a very good impression of this girl, so she raised her hand and held Wei Ning's arm. "Sorry, I can't add WeChat. I'm his girlfriend." The girl glanced at Wei Wincy, and a look of disappointment appeared on her face. Since the young man had such a beautiful girlfriend, she was afraid that she had no chance. Both outfits were well-known brands, and even at a 10% discount, And even though Wei Wincy had strictly controlled the prices, the total price was still 400 yuan. If it wasn't for the 10% discount, the total price would have been 4,000 yuan. Wei Ning had never worn such expensive clothes and shoes. Wei Ning likes both sets of outfits very much. They are equally good, and it is really difficult to make a decision. In the end, Wei Ning gave the right of choice to his sister. Second sister, which one do you think looks better on me? Wei Wincy asked with a strange look on her face. Why do you have to choose? Both are great. You have over 500. You could buy both. Wei Ning smiled bitterly. Second sister, have you forgotten? I still need to get a haircut and pay a share of the bill. If I don't pay enough, I will definitely be laughed at. Wei Wincy rolled her eyes in annoyance. Aining, is there any difference between a 100 yuan share and a 200 yuan share? Forehead. Wei Ning was speechless, as if there was no difference, and they were all subject to ridicule. For other students, the starting amount should be at least 600, right? Second sister is right. 100 and 200 have almost the same effect. Since we're all being laughed at, we might as well just take 100. That's right, we just need to be happy and not worry about other people. Wei Ning nodded, I know. As he spoke, Wei Ning walked quickly towards the cashier counter. Soon, Wei Ning successfully paid and received 2 sets of clothes that he liked very much. Wei Ning looked at Wei Wincy with a smile. Second sister, thank you for helping me choose clothes and shoes. I like them very much. I have an appointment at 2 p.m. at the barber shop I often go to. I have to hurry over. It will be bad if I am late. Wei Wincy couldn't help but frown. If Aining just left like that, wouldn't the barber arranged by her father be wasted? However, she couldn't just say that she wanted to go to the 10 yuan haircut shop, because she had never been there before and Aining would definitely be suspicious. Soon, Wei Wincy's eyes rolled and a plan came to her mind. Aining, sister helped you a lot. Shouldn't you reward her? Sister wants to eat his sundae. Wei Ning dotes on his sister like crazy. Even though he is in financial difficulty, he did not refuse his sister's request. Okay, I'll go buy her a sundae. Chapter 1, 20 Super Deluxe Edition, 10 Yuan Quick Clip. Seeing Wei Ning agreed so readily, Wei Wincy's smile of success emerged on his face. She is very familiar with the road to our T-Mart. If she wants to go to KFC to buy a sundae, she must pass by the 10 Yuan Quick Haircut shop. At that time, she is in ways to arouse Aining's interest. Now, most of our T-Mart's customer flow is concentrated in the 10% off area. The 10 Yuan Quick Haircuts were originally unpopular, and now they are even more deserted. Phillips more or less understood why Xiao Zili was so negative. He had been waiting for more than half an hour, but no customer came forward to inquire. However, Phillips is not short of patience because he serves the highest-end users, often serving them for a whole day at a time. Phillips carefully checked various equipment to ensure that there were no omissions. Xiao Zili on the side secretly admired him. No wonder he was the highest-paid barber in the world. Just based on his attitude, he deserved to make money. Wei Ning's attention was all on KFC, and he didn't pay any attention to the changes in the 10 Yuan Quick Haircut. Of course, even if he saw the changes in the 10 Yuan Quick Haircut, he would remain indifferent. After all, the 10 Yuan Quick Haircut has never been an option for him. Wei Wincy knew the inside story a long time ago, and immediately looked towards the 10 Yuan Quick Haircut area, where she saw Phillips, who had dressed himself meticulously, and saw a brand new working environment. Wei Wincy didn't know Phillips, but just from the first impression, she felt that he must be a very good barber. Wei Wincy pretended to be surprised and raised her hand to hold Wei Ning. Aining, look over here, the 10 Yuan Quick Haircut area seems to have been upgraded. The barber has changed, and it seems that you can wash your hair now. Wei Ning subconsciously turned his head and saw the brand new studio. Wei Ning nodded slightly. Second sister is right. It seems that there are indeed some changes. Wei Wincy smiled and said, I think this barber has a good appearance and temperament. His barbering skills should be good. How about Aining try it here? Wei Ning shook his head decisively. Second sister, it's best not to find a strange barber for a haircut, because a strange barber doesn't know your head shape and hair quality, and it's difficult for him to find a most suitable hairstyle for you. If it's a normal day, it's fine, but the key is that I have to attend a graduation banquet today. If the haircut is not good, it will be very embarrassing. I'd better go to the barber shop I often go to. Seeing Wei Ning was so persistent, Wei Wincy had a headache. He thought that bringing a Ning here would complete the mission, but unexpectedly, the mission had just begun. How can we keep Aining here? But after thinking for a long time, Wei Wincy couldn't come up with a good solution. In the end, Wei Wincy had no choice but to make up his mind. If it really doesn't work, I'll make a sacrifice. Aining, go get in line to buy a sundae. I just happen to need my bangs cut, so I'll try out his craft. Wei Ning hesitated. Second sister, do you really want to find a strange barber to cut your hair? Aren't you afraid of a bad cut? What is there to be afraid of? I'm not attending any graduation banquet. Oh well. Wei Ning turned and left, heading straight for KFC. Because of today's 90% off sale, our T-Mart's customer flow is dozens or hundreds of times higher than usual, and KFC's customer flow has also skyrocketed. Wei Ning could only wait in line patiently. Wei Wincy walked into the Tinyuan area a little nervously, hoping that the hairdresser her father found was reliable and would not cut her bangs badly. Seeing that a guest had finally arrived, and a very beautiful lady, Phillips and Xiao Zili were greatly encouraged. Beauty, you want a haircut? While asking, Phillips observed Wei Wincy's head shape, face shape, and hair quality. The more he looked, the more amazed Phillips was. This beauty's head and face are so perfect. There is no blind spot from any angle. She is simply a top-notch work of art. In just a moment, several plans emerged in Phillips' mind. Let me cut your bangs. Just cut your bangs? That's a shame. Such a perfect work of art must receive the best and most comprehensive service. Beautiful lady, your head shape and hair quality are very good. If you just cut your bangs, the whole hairstyle will lack layers, which will lower your overall appearance. If you trust me, let me design a new hairstyle for you, and your image and temperament will be elevated to a higher level. Wei Wincy was a little hesitant. She decided to cut her bangs, but she wanted to let her brother see that the barber's skills were pretty good. Did she really want to get a new hairstyle? She has kept this hairstyle for 3 years. Is it really a good idea to change your hairstyle rashly? Seeing that Wei Wincy was a little hesitant, Phillips did not force her. After all, as the world's most expensive barber, Phillips had his own pride. It is a great fortune for anyone to get his service, so he will not take advantage of it. Seeing Wei Wincy's hesitation, Xiao Zili was afraid that she would miss this good opportunity, so he pointed at the shampoo and conditioner on the workbench and said, Beauty, you can use Frederick Fekkai shampoo and Alterna conditioner for $10, which is a huge profit. Frederick Fekkai shampoo? Alterna conditioner? Wei Wincy subconsciously turned her head to look, and then couldn't help but open her mouth wide with a look of shock. As an art student, although Wei Wincy lived a simple life, he was surrounded by beautiful women. Even if he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. Wei Wincy has heard girls discuss shampoo and conditioner many times and knows that these two brands are the undisputed kings in their respective fields. Wei Wincy remembered that they said that Frederick Fekkai shampoo was highly recommended by Liv Tyler and Kim Basinger. Of course, the price is also quite attractive, £8,000 a bottle. Even more exaggerated is Alterna conditioner. It is said that Alterna conditioner contains some very precious ingredients. For example, white truffles, caviar, cannabis, etc. The price was over £10,000. After seeing such an amazing cleaning product, how could Wei Wincy hesitate? However, she asked nervously, is it really only 10 yuan to use such an expensive cleaning product? Philip smiled and said, yes, it's only $10. With such good hair care products, your hairdressing skills must be very high. I trust you. Can you wash my hair, please? As he spoke, Wei Wincy walked towards the hair washing area. Xiao Zili would certainly not let Phillips wash his hair himself, so he walked forward with great discernment and prepared to wash Wei Wincy's hair. However, what Xiao Zili didn't expect was that Phillips stopped Wei Wincy and said, Beautiful lady, it's my honor to serve you. Don't wash your hair yet. I'll give you a massage first. Massage? Wei Wincy was stunned for a moment. A 10 yuan haircut also includes a massage service? Isn't this 10 yuan haircut too luxurious? If the barber was not arranged by Wei Jiuzhou, Wei Wincy would definitely be wondering if she had met pervert. Thank you. Wei Wincy nodded slightly, and at Phillips's signal, sat down on the chair. Chapter 121 Aining, let's go. Phillips washed his hands carefully and gave Wei Wincy a massage very seriously. I have to say that Phillips's technique is quite good. Wei Wincy felt his scalp steaming, as if all his capillaries had dilated, and he felt extremely refreshed. While massaging her scalp, Phillips also gently massaged her hair. Through massage, Phillips gained a more comprehensive understanding of Wei Wincy's head shape and hair quality. Xiao Zili watched it very carefully, fearing that he had missed any link. An expert could tell whether there was anything right or not with just one move. Xiao Zili's admiration for Phillips kept rising. Soon, Phillips stopped and looked at Wei Wincy with a very gentlemanly look. Beautiful lady, you can wash your hair now. Please move. Xiao Zili came to his senses, quickly walked to the sink, and prepared to wash his hair. However, Philip stopped him. Xiao, I'll do it myself. Washing your hair also requires skills. Huh? Xiao Zili was somewhat dissatisfied. He had been washing hair for more than half a year. As for washing hair, he had never been defeated by anyone. However, when Phillips really started washing his hair, Xiao Zili was convinced. Xiao Zili felt very pathetic. In front of his idol, he couldn't even wash his hair. This is not just washing the idol's hair. It's even more meticulous than a massage. Every inch of hair is massaged with conditioner and shampoo for several minutes. Wei Ning bought a sundae and returned to the 10 yuan quick haircut section, but his hair was not finished yet. Wei Ning did not rashly say anything to interrupt. To be honest, he was shocked. Is this really a 10 yuan haircut? It takes more than half an hour to wash my hair. That's too much, right? When he had a haircut before, the barber would never take more than 2 minutes to wash his hair. Just because of Philip's serious attitude when washing hair, Wei Ning developed a great liking for Phillips. Wei Ning even suddenly had an idea. Why not get a haircut here as well? No. Calm down. You must calm down. Let's see what he is capable of first. What if he is just an embroidered pillow that only does a show? It took a full 45 minutes to finish washing her hair. Phillips then carefully helped Wei Wincy wipe the water stains off her hair. At the beginning, Wei Wincy was a little worried, but now she is very glad that she was the guinea pig. After just one use of Frederick Fekkai shampoo and Altena conditioner, Wei Wincy felt that her hair quality had improved significantly, especially the elasticity of the hair. It has increased a lot. Wei Ning also discovered the problem. Is the second sister's hair quality so good? Just a flick and it's so bouncy. Even before she started getting her hair cut, her image and temperament have improved a bit. Beautiful lady, based on your previous hairstyle, I can tell that you like sweeter hairstyles. However, I think that sweetness does not necessarily have to be paired with cuteness. Sexy can also be sweet. According to your idea, it can be a little more mature because I will be hosting the school celebration in a few days. Okay. Phillips decided on the plan, grabbed the scissors, and started cutting. Wei Ning was shocked. It seemed to him that Phillips just cut his hair randomly, but the second sister's hairstyle actually had layers. The most amazing thing is that without using a hairdryer to shape her hair, my second sister's hair is actually slightly curled, which makes her look particularly charming. Wei Ning couldn't even believe it. Was this peerless beauty in front of him really his second sister whom he lived with every day? Damn, if this wasn't his biological sister, he would probably be tempted, right? So beautiful, so sexy. No, there is a hint of sweetness in the sexiness. It perfectly explains what is the ceiling of pure and lustful. Wei Wincy was so excited. The barber her father hired was so amazing. How is this a step up in quality? Originally, she was only slightly better than Chu Shouting, but now she was simply crushed to pieces. They were totally on a different level. The time for a haircut is shorter than that for massage and shampooing. After all, Wei Wincy's head shape and hair quality are so good that there's no need to find ways to make up for some defects. In just 10 minutes, the new hairstyle was ready. Beautiful lady, please take a look. Is there anything that needs to be adjusted? Wei Wincy kept shaking her head. No, it's perfect. I like it very much. Mr. Barber, can I know your name? Philip smiled and said, My name is Phillips. It's my honor to serve you. Please move to the shampooing station. Okay, this time, Xiao Zili did not humiliate himself, but sensibly helped Phillips get into the water. Phillips once again carefully helped Wei Wincy wash her hair and massage her hair. Since she had just received the treatment once, this time the treatment was not so troublesome. It only took a dozen minutes to wash Wei Wincy's hair. Phillips hair dryers are also very expensive. The wind they blow out is very close to natural wind and will not damage your hair at all. Soon, the hair was blow-dried. Wei Wincy turned around in front of the mirror and was extremely satisfied. The hairstyle was absolutely perfect in all angles, and it was very layered. Wei Wincy was certain and confident that the effect of her hairstyle could last at least 1 month. Dad really put a lot of effort into finding such a good barber. Wei Wincy looked at Phillips and praised him from the bottom of her heart. Mr. Phillips, you're the best barber I have ever seen. Thanks. Wei Wincy had already discovered through the mirror that Wei Ning had returned. Seeing Wei Ning's extremely surprised look, she couldn't help but feel like teasing him. Wei Wincy came to Wei Ning, raised her hand and tapped his forehead, and said with a smile, Idiot, Where is my sundae? Hurry and bring it to me. Oh. Wei Ning woke up as if from a dream and quickly handed over Wei Wenxi's sundae. Because he had waited too long, the sundae showed signs of melting. However, Wei Wenxi felt that this slightly melted sundae was very sweet. After taking a big bite of the sundae with satisfaction, Wei Wenxi looked up at Wei Ning with a smile. "Hey Ning, let's go. Don't you have an appointment at the barber shop? Don't waste your time." Wei Ning scratched his head in embarrassment. How should he say this? He just vowed so confidently that he would not find a new barber to cut his hair, but it has only been a short time. He already slapped his face. "Well, second sister, actually my appointment time has passed. Otherwise, I'll just do a haircut here." Wei Wenxi could hardly hold it back any longer. She just liked the way Aining cared so much about her reputation. You can't just make do with that. What if the new barber doesn't give you a good haircut? It doesn't matter if the appointment time has passed. You can make another appointment. Today is a weekday, so there shouldn't be many people getting a haircut. Wei Ning almost cried. His second sister was so mean. Did she have to force him to say it himself? Well, just say it. The worst that can happen is that my second sister will laugh at me. Chapter 122. Dad. Aining has gone out. You must make arrangements. Wei Ning laughed awkwardly. Well, I take back what I said just now. Mr. Phillips cuts very well. I trust Mr. Phillips. I want to cut my hair here. Wei Wenxi giggled. Aining's embarrassing look was so funny. Come on, sister was just teasing you just now. Sit down. Wei Wenxi pushed Wei Ning to sit on the chair. Wei Ning was startled. Don't we need to wash our hair first? Why do you want me to sit here? I knew Aining would ask this question. As an experienced person, Wei Wenxi explained proudly. Mr. Phillips is different from ordinary barbers. He will give you a massage first. Wei Ning had a lot of question marks on his head, and he always felt that his second sister was playing a trick on him. Why don't you believe me? Just now, when Mr. Phillips was giving me a massage, you were waiting in line to buy me a sundae. Oh, all right then. Wei Ning sat down. Phillips came to Wei Ning's side and massaged him very seriously. What made Phillips feel a little strange was that when he was massaging Wei Ning, he always felt something was familiar. Had he served this boy before? However, what made Phillips depressed was that no matter how hard he thought, he could not remember when he had ever served Wei Ning. Maybe it's just an illusion? Phillips shook his head gently, stopped thinking about all those messy things, and concentrated on massaging Wei Ning. Wei Ning enjoyed the same service as Wei Wenxi. Wei Ning felt that through Phillips' massage, all the capillaries on the top of his head were unblocked. Even my thinking has become clearer. When I was cutting Wei Ning's hair, that strange feeling of familiarity appeared again. In fact, without even thinking, I naturally cut Wei Ning's hair into a short top. It was not until this point that Phillips realized the problem. Just a few days ago, he gave his boss a Korean-style cut. Isn't the boy's head and face shape a replica of the boss? However, this boy is a little more immature than the boss, and the lines on his face are softer. Could it be that? Is this boy the young master? And the girl, just now, was the second lady? The boss asked him to come to RT Mart for a 10 yuan haircut. Not for his wife, but for the young master and the second young lady? Unfortunately, it was too late to realize the problem now. The hair was already cut, and I didn't even say a few words to the young master and the second young lady. Phillips was extremely upset. If he had known earlier that the clients he was serving were the young master and the second miss, how could he have been so arrogant? He would have definitely established a good relationship with the young master and the second miss. Look what this has done. It's all the boss's fault. Why did you keep it a secret from him? While washing Wei Ning's hair, Phillips tried hard to think about how to make up for a little. Soon, he came up with a good idea. After washing and blow-drying, Wei Ning stood in front of the mirror and looked at his new hairstyle carefully. I have to say, a good hairstyle really helps a lot in improving your appearance. Wei Ning is very handsome and can be considered one of the two most handsome boys in number 1 middle school. After he cut his hair, there are no longer two most handsome boys in number 1 middle school, and Wei Ning is the only one left. Even Wei Wenxi looked a little dazed. Aining is so handsome. When she looks for a boyfriend in the future, she wants to find one as handsome as Aining. Wei Ning was very satisfied with his new hairstyle and thanked Phillips very sincerely. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I like my new hairstyle very much. Phillips smiled and said, It's my pleasure, you too. I have a humble request. Speaking, because the new store has just been upgraded, there aren't many customers yet. Can you take a few photos of each of you and put them in the store for promotion? Wei Ning nodded without hesitation. Mr. Phillips' skills were so superb that the 10 yuan haircut at RT Mart would definitely become popular. It could also bring some traffic to my sister. Of course, but how much can we get paid? Phillips's mouth curled up slightly. He took the bait. The young master took the bait. Finally, he could establish a relationship with the young master and the second lady. How about this? From today on, you two are my only VIP users. You can get a haircut from me for free forever. In addition, I will give each of you a set of the same hair care products in my store. What do you think? One set of cleaning products per person? Wei Wincy was so excited that she almost jumped up high. This time she made a lot of money. This set of cleaning products costs more than 200,000 yuan. The two sets are close to 500,000. Before Wei Wincy nodded, Wei Ning on the side smiled awkwardly. Well, Mr. Phillips, can we get a discount for the two sets of cleaning products? Just give us 600 yuan. With this 600 yuan, the share money can be considered as something we can barely afford. $100? Phillips and Xiao Zili's expressions became very interesting. How many empty bottles can you buy with 600 yuan? Wei Wincy was so furious that she pulled Wei Ning behind her. This little bastard had completely disgraced her. Mr. Phillips, don't listen to him. Just do as you said, permanent VIP plus 2 sets of toiletries. Okay, please exchange contact information with me. I can make an appointment anytime if I need a haircut in the future. Yes, Mr. Phillips. After exchanging contact information, Phillips took a few photos of Wei Wincy and Wei Ning and bid farewell to them very warmly. Wei Ning pouted and carried clothes and 2 sets of toiletries with an unhappy look on his face. However, Wei Ning gave Wei Wincy face and did not complain about her in the mall. It was not until they walked out of the mall that Wei Ning whispered, "Second sister, why don't you want money? If you have 600 yuan, my share of money won't be so ugly." Wei Wincy glared at him unhappily. This is Frederick Fekkai shampoo and Altona conditioner. One set costs more than 200,000 yuan, and 2 sets cost nearly 500,000 yuan. You only want 600 yuan? How can I not be anxious? More than 200,000 yuan? Wei Ning was dumbfounded. Are there such expensive cleaning products in the world? No wonder my hair quality has improved. When I walk, I feel my hair trembling and feeling extra elastic. Damn it, I almost lost 500,000. Luckily, my second sister knows more about cleaning products. Second sister, do you have a good shipping channel? I heard that mom sold things on Xinyu. If Wei Wincy had not known Wei Jiuzhou's identity, she would have definitely made the same choice as Wei Ning and sold the set of toiletries to supplement the household income. But now, Dad actually owns a giant like Lacoon department store, so why would she sell these 2 sets of toiletries? Ship it out? Why ship it out? Isn't it better to keep it for use? Don't you feel the change in our hair quality? The hair quality has indeed changed. Well, let's keep it for ourselves. That's right. No matter how expensive something is, it's meant to be used. I'm not saying anything bad to you, Aining, but you need to change your consumption perspective. Okay, I'll change it. Wei Ning sent Wei Wincy home, put down his things, and said goodbye to Wei Wincy. Second sister, I'm leaving. Tell Mom that I won't be back for dinner tonight. Okay. As soon as Wei Ning walked out of the house, Wei Wincy took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Wei Jiuzhou. Cat loves donuts. Dad, the barber you arranged is awesome. The haircut is really good. Photo.jpg. Aining has already gone out. You must make sure to arrange it. Chapter 123 Wei Ning. Why don't you add my WeChat? Wei Jiuzhou's mouth curled up slightly, turned his head to look at Trusova, and said lightly, Trusova, Aining has already left. Start preparing. Yes, boss. It is now 4:50 in the afternoon, and it is not time for lunch yet, but the parking lot in front of the South Beauty Hotel is full. Yang Peiyu's BMW 530 had been parked in the parking lot for 20 minutes, but Yang Peiyu had no intention of getting out of the car. Because the classmates have not arrived yet, he wants as many classmates as possible to see his car. Beep. The cell phone rang. Yang Peiyu grabbed the phone and saw that it was his lackey, No, it was his good brother Wang Shun. Yang Peiyu answered the phone, and a loud voice came from the phone. Squad leader, the brothers are here. Which floor is our private room on? What's it called? Yang Peiyu subconsciously turned her head to look towards the hotel gate and saw Wang Shun and a group of close friends. The corners of Yang Peiyu's mouth curled up slightly. What he had been waiting for was finally achieved. I just arrived too. I just parked the car. Let me take you in. After saying that, Yang Peiyu got out of the car, holding the door with one hand, and waved to Wang Shun and others with the other hand, saying loudly, Brothers, you are here early. Following Yang Peiyu's voice, Wang Shun and others saw Yang Peiyu and the spotless white BMW 530 beside him. The boys were stunned instantly. Wow, the class monitor drives a BMW? They were so envious. Wang Shun was even more excited. He was the class monitor's best friend, and maybe he would have a chance to ride in a BMW. Wang Shun walked up to him quickly and flattered him openly. Squad leader, your BMW is so handsome. Standing next to the BMW, you look like the Prince Charming in a fairy tale. Yang Peiyu said with a bit of reserve. Not really. My BMW is only about 500,000 yuan. A real white horse would cost more than 1 million yuan, right? More than 500,000? The envy in Wang Shun's eyes became even stronger. People really can't be compared with each other. Other people's starting point is already higher than your endpoint. The other boys also came forward, circled around the BMW, looked at it, and flattered it in a very disgusting way. They say it's better to cry in a BMW than to laugh on a bicycle. Today I finally understand why. This BMW smells really good. From today on, there will only be one real school hunk in our number 1 middle school. That's our class monitor. They say a BMW is worthy of a hero. Our squad leader definitely deserves this BMW. Isn't that right? It should be the BMW that goes with the beauty. It looks like the squad leader is going to get the beauty tonight. Class monitor, when are we going to have the wedding banquet for you and the student council member? Yang Peiyu was very proud, as if he had already got Shen Yanxi. Shen Yanxi, the student representative of Class 1, is a legendary figure in the entire number 1 middle school. She has always been the top student in the school, and her looks also surpass all the girls in the school. More than half of the boys have a crush on Shen Yanxi, but no boy dares to approach Shen Yanxi casually. After all, Shen Yanxi is so outstanding. Only the two most handsome boys in number 1 middle school can communicate with Shen Yanxi without any pressure. Yang Peiyu felt that she was worthy of Shen Yanxi, but Wei Ning simply didn't have that kind of thought. Yang Peiyu didn't realize that his sweetheart arrived earlier than him. Shen Yanxi had been waiting in the parking lot for half an hour, hoping to see the person he had been thinking about. However, instead of waiting for that person, he saw Yang Peiyu pretending to be cool in front of a group of boys. It's just a broken BMW. What's there to show off? Shen Yanxi gently stroked the steering wheel of the Porsche 911. How nice it would be if he could sit in the passenger seat. Shen Yanxi took out his mobile phone and searched for a WeChat group. At the bottom of the group, he found a rather hateful avatar. There were 43 students in the class, and on the day the class group was established, 41 of them added her as a friend. What made Shen Yanxi very unhappy was that the owner of this avatar did not add her WeChat until the end of the college entrance examination. Shen Yanxi couldn't help but puff her lips. Am I so unattractive? Wei Ning, will you die if you add me on WeChat? I'm going to fight you today. Shen Yanxi clicked on Wei Ning's profile picture angrily and silently clicked to add it to the address book. It took more than 10 minutes before the other party passed the verification. Upstream, hello, who are you? Puff. Shen Yanxi almost vomited blood. Wei Ning, this bastard. You're so ungrateful after getting such an advantage. As for pretending not to know who I am, is it okay for me to speak in a class group frequently? I'm not angry. I'm not angry. It took Shen Yanxi a lot of effort to calm down the anger in his heart. Refused to chat. Shen Yanxi. Going upstream. So, it's the student council member? What does the student council member want to talk to me about? Shen Yanxi almost got angry again. Humph. Why are you pretending to be so deep? Wei Ning should be secretly happy that this girl took the initiative to add me on WeChat, right? Refusing to chat? I just want to ask you, are you coming to the class monitor's graduation banquet tonight? Upstream. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Refusing small talk, yeah. After confirming that Wei Ning would be arriving soon, Shen Yanxi closed the chat window angrily. This bastard. Others were always very proactive and cautious when chatting with her, for fear of making her unhappy. Only Wei Ning is indifferent. It's really hateful. Just forget about these 3 years in high school. This girl will give you time to study hard so that you won't fail to get into college. But now the college entrance examination is over and college life is about to begin. Wei Ning, you will never escape from the palm of my hand. 5 minutes passed quickly, and Shen Yanxi finally saw Wei Ning. For some reason, Shen Yanxi felt that Wei Ning seemed to have changed today. So handsome. The whole person's temperament has risen to several levels. Shen Yanxi's heart couldn't help but beat wildly, and her pretty face began to turn slightly red. Oh no, this is the feeling of being in love. After a great effort, Shen Yanxi finally calmed his heartbeat, got out of the car, and walked quickly towards Wei Ning, pretending to meet by chance, and said, Wei Ning, what a coincidence. Wei Ning subconsciously turned his head to look at Shun Yinshi, then was slightly stunned. Shun Yinshi has changed so much. When she was in school, Shun Yinshi wore a school uniform every day, never put on makeup, never did her hair, and always wore her hair in a ponytail. But now, Shun Yinshi was wearing a very beautiful floral dress, had a very nice hairstyle, and had delicate light makeup on. At this moment, Wei Ning finally understood why half of the boys in the class had a crush on the student council member, because the student council member had the ability to do so. Wei Ning quickly came back to his senses and smiled at Shun Yinshi. Student counselor, what a coincidence. Shun Yinshi tried to look calm and said, the classmates are almost all here. Shall we hurry and leave? Walking beside Wei Ning, Shun Yinshi was very happy. When they were in school, Wei Ning always kept a distance from her. This was the first time he was so close to her. After hesitating for a while, Shun Yinshi finally asked the question in his heart. Wei Ning, other students in the class have added me as their WeChat friend. Why don't you? Chapter 124 Wei Ning. How much red envelope did you give? Wei Ning was stunned. Why did the student council member ask this? Why did he add the student council member's WeChat? After a slight hesitation, Wei Ning said uncertainly, other students probably didn't pay attention in class, so they added the student council's WeChat because they wanted to ask them questions, right? I'm not as good at studying as the student council, but I'm not much behind. I don't have anything to ask the student council, so I didn't add them. The corners of Shun Yinshi's mouth kept twitching. Why do other students add her on WeChat just to ask her questions? Obviously, I just asked her what she liked or asked her out to play. Wei Ning is such a blockhead. Forget it, I won't bother with the wood. Shun Yinshi calmed down and asked casually. Wei Ning, how many points did you get? 637. Where is the student council? 689. Wei Ning. To be honest, Wei Ning was shocked. In normal tests, Shun Yinshi only scored 20 points higher than him, but this time he scored 50 points higher. The student council is really awesome. He is worthy of being the top student in number 1 middle school. With this grade, the student council member should have no problem getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. I haven't decided which school to go to yet. What are your plans, Wei Ning? With your grades, you should have no problem getting into Shandong University. Wei Ning shook his head slightly. I don't want to be too far away from home. I will most likely go to Ocean University. Ocean University? Shun Yinshi couldn't help but frown. With her score, it was a bit of a pity to go to Ocean University. But it doesn't matter, as long as I can be in the same school with Wei Ning. Besides, I can take the postgraduate entrance examination and study for a doctorate later to make up for the regret of not going to Tsinghua University or Peking University. The two chatted as they walked and soon arrived at the Jiangnanshan box. The Jiangnanshan private room is a large one with 2 large round tables that can accommodate more than 20 people. Everyone was divided into 2 tables according to their closeness to each other and their overall status in the class. Those sitting at the main table were those who had a good relationship with Yang Peiyu and the influential figures in the class. Those ordinary students can only take second place. As one of the 2 most famous school idols along with Yang Peiyu, Wei Ning is naturally also one of the most influential figures. Yang Peiyu sat in the main seat with a big sword and a golden horse. Wang Shun sat on the left of Yang Peiyu, and the seat on the right was empty. Everyone knew that this seat was reserved for the student committee member. In fact, with the strength of Zhou Yuan's family, it is enough to sit next to Yang Peiyu. However, Zhou Yuan is Wei Ning's best friend and does not get along with Yang Peiyu, so naturally he will not sit next to him. Zhou Yuan chose to sit opposite Yang Peiyu and looked at her without showing any weakness. Yang Peiyu was very annoyed by Zhou Yuan's provocative look and coughed lightly. Wang Shun quickly understood Yang Peiyu's intention and looked at Zhou Yuan with a smile. Zhou Yuan, you and Wei Ning have always had a good relationship. Why didn't he come with you? All the classmates are here. Could it be that Wei Ning doesn't dare to come? Zhou Yuan snorted coldly. Why don't you dare to come? Just relying on Yang Peiyu? Didn't you see that the student council member didn't come? Maybe the student council member and Aining came together. After hearing this, the whole box fell silent instantly. As we all know, the student counselor is the class monitor's forbidden love. Zhou Yuan is trying to stir up trouble. The fire of ignorance in Yang Peiyu's heart was rising. If looks could kill, Zhou Yuan would have been chopped into 8 pieces. Yang Peiyu took a deep breath, trying to calm down the anger in her heart, and said with a dry cough, Why did Yinshi come with Wei Ning? Yinshi just told me that there was a traffic jam and she will be here soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the box was pushed open with a creak. Shen Yinshi and Wei Ning walked in the box together. Everyone was stunned. Everyone's first impression was that Wei Ning and the student council had changed a lot. Wei Ning has become much more handsome. He can easily beat the squad leader. The student council member actually had her hair done today, put on light makeup, and even wore a floral dress. She was so beautiful. It took a long time for everyone to come back to their senses. What's going on? Isn't Zhou Yuan talking nonsense? Did the student council member and Wei Ning really come together? For a time, many boys and girls were heartbroken. Even Zhou Yuan was stunned. He said that Wei Ning and Shen Yinshi came together just to irritate Yang Peiyu for what she said. Unexpectedly, and Ning was able to do it. She actually managed to get the only legendary goddess in number 1 middle school. Zhou Yuan was so excited that he shouted, "Class monitor, what did I say just now? Do you believe it now?" The student council member and Wei Ning came together. Yang Peiyu's face was as gloomy as ink. Damn it, damn Wei Ning. He had always acted as if he was indifferent to Yan Shi. But unexpectedly, his true colors were revealed just after the college entrance examination. Moreover, Wei Ning today seemed like a different person, obviously much more handsome, which put a lot of pressure on him. Yang Peiyu smiled and said, "Zhou Yuan, why are you so happy?" Yan Shi must have run into Wei Ning by chance. Wei Ning was too lazy to explain and remained as serious as ever, but Shen Yinshi had a bright smile on his face. "Classmates, I'm sorry that Wei Ning and I are late. We will drink 3 cups each as punishment later." Shen Yinshi also did not make any excuses, but emphasized the 4 words "the two of us," giving people endless reverie. Yang Peiyu gritted his teeth and tried to calm down. Today was his graduation banquet, and he was the real protagonist. He had countless ways to crush Wei Ning. Today, I must let Yanxi see who the real Prince Charming is. Wei Ning could sense Yang Peiyu's well-hidden hostility, but he didn't care. He quickly walked to Zhou Yuan's side and sat down. Yang Peiyu stood up, pulled out the chair to his right very gentlemanly, and invited him very warmly. "Yanxi, come and sit here." Unfortunately, what Yang Peiyu didn't expect was that Shun Yanxi didn't bother to pay attention to him at all. Instead, he quickly walked to the seat next to Wei Ning and asked with a smile, "Zhou Xiaohu, let's change seats? You sit next to the squad leader." Zhou Xiaohu was so excited. The student council member took the initiative to talk to him. Was he dreaming? How could Zhou Xiaohu dare to refuse Shun Yanxi's request? He quickly gave up his seat and nodded hurriedly. Okay. Shun Yanxi sat next to Wei Ning calmly. The boys were so heartbroken that they couldn't breathe. What was going on? The student council member actually chose to change seats and sit next to Wei Ning. Were the student council member and Wei Ning really dating? Zhou Yuan was also surprised and secretly gave Wei Ning a thumbs up, which made Wei Ning confused. Why do I feel like something is wrong? What happened to the student council? Yang Peiyu's face turned the color of liver. Yanxi did not accept his olive branch, but sat next to Wei Ning. This was a slap in the face. Wang Shun is worthy of being Yang Peiyu's best lackey, best brother. Seeing that Yang Peiyu didn't look well, he quickly stood up for him. "Class monitor, congratulations on getting into college. This is a small gift for me. It's not much, just 2,000 yuan. Wang Shun took out a big red envelope and handed it to Yang Peiyu. As he spoke, he looked at Wei Ning with a provocative look. He knew very well that Wei Ning's family conditions were very ordinary. With Wang Shun taking the lead, the classmates presented their red envelopes one after another, some in bigger amounts and some in smaller amounts. However, just as Wei Ning had thought, the minimum amount started at 600. Seeing Wei Ning's unnatural expression, Wang Shun keenly found an opportunity to please Yang Peiyu, looked at Wei Ning with a smile and asked, "Wei Ning, you and the class monitor are known as one of the 2 most handsome boys in the school. How much red envelope did you give?" Chapter 125, Monitor, this is my share of money. Wei Ning couldn't help but sigh. It's finally here. I knew I couldn't avoid this. Forget it. Let the storm come even harder. Anyway, he was ready. Zhou Yuan knew Wei Ning very well and noticed that something was not right on Wei Ning's face. Zhou Yuan understood that Wei Ning must be in financial difficulty. Zhou Yuan was very depressed. If his sister hadn't maxed out his credit card, he would have had enough money to buy Aining a big red envelope. In that case, deduct 600 from his red envelope. Zhou Yuan quietly opened his red envelope from under the table, counted out 600 yuan from it, and handed it to Wei Ning very covertly. Wei Ning noticed Zhou Yuan's little action and felt warm in his heart. A yuan was indeed his best brother. However, he didn't need it. Yang Peiyu disgusted him so much. Why should he give more money? Anyway, he didn't plan to invite Yang Peiyu to his graduation banquet. Wei Ning shook his head imperceptibly at Zhou Yuan, took out the red envelope that he had prepared long ago, put on the table, and turned the turntable on the table with force, transferring the red envelope to Yang Peiyu's front. Squad leader, this is the red envelope I prepared for you as a token of my appreciation. Seeing that the red envelope was so thin, the expressions in everyone's eyes became a little strange. Many girls secretly admired him. What a pity. Wei Ning is good at studying and handsome. If his family conditions were not too poor, how could he have a role in the school committee? They would have taken action long ago, right? A hint of disdain flashed in Yang Peiyu's eyes. But as the host of the graduation banquet, he couldn't open the red envelope himself, as that would seem a bit low class. However, if the red envelope is opened by someone else, it is none of his business. Yang Peiyu glanced at Wang Shun with encouragement. Wang Shun quickly understood what Yang Peiyu meant. He grabbed the red envelope, opened it in front of everyone, and pulled out a big red bill from it. Wang Shun waved the big bills and looked at Wei Ning with a teasing look. Wei Ning, you are too insincere, aren't you? Everyone starts with a minimum of 600, and you only give 100? Isn't that too cheap? How can you be so generous? Yang Peiyu's other lackeys also stood up to mock him. It's really embarrassing. This is the first time I heard of someone giving 100 yuan as a share. Can you at least give 200 yuan? Wei Ning, are you here to eat for free? South Beauty is a 5-star hotel. A table like this would cost at least 4 or 5,000. If you give me 100 yuan, it won't even cover the meal, right? I really don't know how Wei Ning can be so shameless. If it were me, I would probably find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Zhou Yuan was furious. These bastards actually laughed at Ning. They deserved a beating, didn't they? With a bang, Zhou Yuan stood up, ready to seek justice for Wei Ning, but Wei Ning quickly held him back. South Beauty was Yang Peiyu's home turf, and if a fight broke out, she would definitely suffer. Besides, it is a fact that he gave $100. If they want to speak, let them speak. Zhou Yuan couldn't break free and could only sit down angrily. Wei Ning could tolerate it, but Shin Yinshi next to him couldn't. Originally, Shin Yinshi prepared a red envelope of 1,000 yuan, but when he saw that everyone was questioning Wei Ning, Shin Yinshi took out 100 yuan without hesitation and slammed it on the table. This is my share of money for the class monitor. Please keep it. For a moment, the whole box fell silent, and no one laughed at Wei Ning anymore, because Shun Yinshi also gave him 100 yuan, and they couldn't laugh at Shun Yinshi as well. Right? Everyone was in a daze, looking at Shun Yinshi in disbelief. Everyone felt that Shun Yinshi suddenly became a little strange. Was he still the gentle student council member who was buried in study all day? Why are you so fierce? When Wei Ning saw Shun Yinshi's little action of taking money, he couldn't help but look at Shun Yinshi with gratitude. He didn't expect that the student council member was such a righteous girl. Zhou Yuan gave Shun Yinshi a thumbs up with admiration. Student counselor, I accept you as my sister-in-law. You are so domineering. Sister-in-law? The muscles on Yang Peiyu's face almost cramped, and she could hardly control her expression. Is Zhou Yuan courting death? Yinshi is his. No one could take her away. Shun Yinshi rolled his eyes at Zhou Yuan in annoyance, but he felt secretly delighted in his heart, like a deer beating its heart's core. Shun Yinshi couldn't bear the ambiguous looks from the crowd, so he quickly sat down and glanced at Wei Ning cautiously. Fortunately, Wei Ning was not in a hurry to explain. Of course, Wei Ning would not explain. He still understood the ways of the world. Shun Yinshi was standing up for him, so why would he sabotage her? Zhou Yuan followed suit, took out 100 yuan and slammed it hard on the table. Who said that the gift money can't be 100? This is my gift money. Squad leader, please keep it. After saying that, Zhou Yuan turned the table hard and transferred the 200 yuan he and Shun Yinshi had to Yang Peiyu. Veins bulged out on Yang Peiyu's forehead, and he was shaking with anger. However, he couldn't get angry. At least, he couldn't get angry at Yinshi. Fortunately, because of his status and in order to show his reservedness, he did not personally laugh at Wei Ning. Otherwise, he would really be embarrassed now. Yang Peiyu pretended to be slightly reproachful and turned to look at Wang Shun and other brothers who had laughed at Wei Ning. Giving money as a gift is for good luck. There is no fixed amount for giving money as a gift. You can give as much as you want as long as the thought is there. How can you laugh at Wei Ning? Several brothers quickly flattered him. The monitor has a big vision. Ours is indeed a little small. The monitor is right. As long as the intention is there, it's fine. No wonder Brother Yang can be the squad leader. With this kind of situation, there is no one else like him. The squad leader is right. People cannot be compared to each other, and we cannot expect everyone to be the same as us. After the flattery, Yang Peiyu felt a little better. Yang Peiyu believed that the share of money was just a small episode. Next, he had many ways to crush Wei Ning. Yang Peiyu snapped her fingers, turned to look at the waiter, and said calmly, "Serve the food." "Okay, Mr. Yang, please wait a moment." Soon, the steaming dishes were served on the table. In order to show her superiority, Yang Peiyu spent a lot of money today and booked a banquet for 8,888. They're just a bunch of kids who just finished the college entrance examination. How could they have seen the world? When the lobster and king crab were served, there were exclamations of surprise. Most of the children come from ordinary families and have never eaten lobster or king crab since they were young, so they couldn't help but start flattering them. The monitor is really impressive. The banquet with Australian lobster and king crab is considered high-end even for a wedding banquet. I've never eaten Australian lobster or king crab before. Thanks to the monitor, I can enjoy a feast today. South Beauty is a 5-star hotel. We can't afford a table like this without 5 or 6,000. Yang Peiyu just smiled reservedly without explaining. Wang Shun on the side showed disdain. "Li Jua, you think too much. What's the point of 5 or 6,000? The squad leader's table is 8,888, and this doesn't include the wine. Even so, the average cost of each person's food is more than 400. Chapter 126. The organizer of the Big Eater is Daxia's top table. As he spoke, Wang Shun glanced at Wei Ning and Zhou Yuan with a provocative look, as if to say, "Have you ever eaten king crab and Australian lobster? The 100 yuan you, too, spent can't even taste the average price of vegetables." Unfortunately, Wang Shun couldn't hit Wei Ning and Zhou Yuan at all. Wei Ning was too lazy to attack Wang Shun, but Zhou Yuan on the side did not have such a good temper. "I thought the squad leader was so impressive. When Aining invited me to dinner, we had blue crabs and Alaskan king crabs. I didn't expect that the squad leader only had the most common king crabs and the most common Australian lobsters. What's so great about that?" Zhou Yuan's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. For a moment, the atmosphere in the box became weird again. Shen Yinxi nodded slightly. Zhou Yuan's words touched her heart completely. She didn't know why Yang Peiyu was so proud of driving a broken BMW. She didn't even bother to criticize him. Yang Peiyu was speechless. Doesn't Zhou Yuan have to pay taxes for bragging? Yang Peiyu certainly wouldn't believe Zhou Yuan's words, nor would she be discouraged. She said calmly, "There is indeed such a thing as blue dragon, but it is one of the 4 kings of French cuisine. Is it something that ordinary people can eat? As for Alaskan king crab, I have only eaten it once in my lifetime. That time, my father entertained a senior executive at a party. Wei Ning is really amazing. He can easily treat Zhou Yuan to blue dragon and Alaskan king crab." Wang Shun jumped out without hesitation and stepped on Wei Ning's foot. "Squad leader, how can you take Zhou Yuan's words seriously? Wei Ning has no father, and his mother is just an ordinary clerk, let alone blue dragon and Alaskan king crab. Even the most common lobster and king crab can probably not be eaten, right?" Yang Peiyu's lackeys all burst into laughter. "Zhou Yuan, are you supporting Wei Ning or pitting Wei Ning? I seriously suspect that Zhou Yuan and Wei Ning are just superficial brothers." This stab was really ruthless. Wei Ning and Zhou Yuan had a deep relationship, so they would not be easily sewed apart. Zhou Yuan sneered. "What you said is all old news. My godfather, Aining's father, has already returned to China. My godfather is very capable. Did you know that there was a big eater competition at the Shangri-La Hotel a few days ago? It was my godfather who organized it specifically for Aining. Competitive eating contest?" Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Did the Shangri-La Hotel hold such a competition a few days ago? Why don't they know anything about it? Shen Yinxi's eyes narrowed. Her family was well off, and she could afford to spend money at the Shangri-La Hotel. She had heard about the eating contest through some channels. Shen Yinxi looked at Wei Ning with suspicion. Is Wei Ning's father so powerful? How come she heard that the organizer of the Big Eater competition was Shark Platform? Yang Peiyu had also heard about the Big Eating Contest. In fact, this Big Eating Contest was hyped up in Yang Peiyu's small circle of rich second generations. I heard that Principal Wang and Emperor Liu Shanghuang and other top second-generation rich people all spoke highly of the organizers. Even Mr. Xian Yuan, the richest man in Qingzhou, doesn't have such a strong hand, right? Yang Peiyu snorted disdainfully. Zhou Yuan, I didn't expect you to know about the Big Eater contest. Unfortunately, you've exaggerated too much. The person who hosted the Big Eater contest is a top chaebol in Daxia. How could he be Wei Ning's father? The top chaebol in Daxia? Wei Ning was also stunned for a moment. He knew that his father was rich, but he didn't know that his father was so rich. No wonder Mom has to stick to her principles, otherwise Dad won't be able to hold his head up when he comes home. Seeing Wei Ning speechless, Yang Peiyu felt very happy. She looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, "We have finished the college entrance examination and are adults now. Can we all drink? My dad happened to have a few bottles of good wine stored in South Beauty. Do you want me to take them out for everyone to taste?" Except for a few more introverted girls, most people started to make a noise. Drink. Of course I have to drink. The Monitor's dad is awesome. South Beauty is a 5-star hotel, and they can actually store wine here. This is really something that no one else can do. I heard that only VIP customers are eligible to store wine. It seems that the Monitor's father often spends money at South Beauty. The Monitor's father is the real father. He is not like some people's fathers who only exist in fantasy. Hearing everyone's increasingly unpleasant comments, Shun Yinshi looked at Wei Ning with a worried look. "If you feel uncomfortable, I can leave with you." Wei Ning was startled. Why did he feel that the student council member was acting strangely today? He kept saying things that he couldn't understand. Wei Ning shrugged, looking nonchalant. "I'm used to it. They can say whatever they want. This is an 8,888 feast. It will be a waste if I don't eat it." Seeing Wei Ning and Shun Yinshi whispering to each other without paying attention to who was around, Yang Peiyu's eyes turned red with jealousy. How can I attract Yinshi's attention? By the way, what did Wang Shun say just now? A BMW goes with a beauty. Yang Peiyu took out her cell phone from her pocket and pretended to accidentally take out her car keys, which happened to hit Zhou Xiaohu's feet. Yang Peiyu pretended to be sorry and said, "Xiaohu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. You are too polite, squad leader. What's wrong with that?" Zhou Xiaohu waved his hands quickly and helped Yang Peiyu pick up the car keys attentively. Then he couldn't help but exclaimed, "BMW? Squad leader, did you change your car?" Zhou Xiaohu was really shocked. His family conditions were average, and in his mind, only successful people could drive a BMW. The class monitor just graduated, and he's already driving a BMW. "I'm so envious." Zhou Xiaohu's voice was so loud that it attracted a lot of people's attention. For a moment, everyone looked at Yang Peiyu with eager eyes. The boys are envious and jealous. They don't know when they will be able to drive a luxury car, like a BMW. The girl's eyes lit up. She thought Wei Ning's looks were better than the class monitor's. However, in front of the BMW, what did Wei Ning's looks mean? BMW still smells good. Unfortunately, the class monitor's heart is entirely on the student council member. He is really jealous of the student council member. "Squad leader, which series of BMW did you buy?" Yang Peiyu smiled reservedly and did not answer. Wang Shun beside her answered for her. The squad leader bought a BMW 530L, the top model, which cost more than 500,000 yuan. More than 500,000? This number was obviously an exaggerated number for the kids who had just finished the college entrance examination, and everyone couldn't help but start praising it. I really envy the squad leader. The starting point is the peak. When will ordinary people like us be able to drive a BMW? Just based on this BMW, the class monitor is definitely our number one middle school's Prince Charming. From now on, our number one middle school has only the class monitor as the school hunk. "Squad leader, can you take me for a ride after dinner? I happen to be wearing black stockings today." Amid the flattery, Yang Peiyu was almost floating. She glanced at Wei Ning with a provocative look, as if saying, "Little guy, what do you have to fight me?" Wei Ning didn't care about this at all. It was just a BMW, wasn't it? He was confident that he would be able to drive a much better car than a BMW in the future. Zhou Yuan was so angry, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't have a driver's license, and his father didn't buy him a car. Moreover, even if he did, he might not be willing to buy him a BMW. Shun Yinshi couldn't stand Yang Peiyu's arrogance, so he quietly took out his car keys, gently kicked Wei Ning's calf under the table, and handed the car keys to Wei Ning very covertly. Chapter 127, Sir, please get out of the car. Wei Ning was stunned. The student council member drove here? Is the student council member's family so rich? Although Wei Ning did not recognize the car logo on the car key, from the luxury of the car key, Wei Ning could judge that Shun Yinshi's car should be more expensive than Yang Peiyu's. However, Wei Ning shook his head slightly at Shun Yinshi. If he used Shun Yinchi's car to show off, what was the difference between him and Li Bo's Phoenix Man? The species he hated most in his life was the Phoenix Man. After being rejected by Wei Ning, Shun Yinchi was not disappointed. Instead, he looked up to Wei Ning even more. Wei Ning is indeed the man she likes. This is the mentality of a mature man. Even though he had the opportunity to easily beat Yang Peiyu, he was unwilling to use her strength to fight for his pride. Then let Yang Peiyu show off for a while. At this moment, the door of the box was pushed open and a young man in security uniform walked in. If Wei Wenxi were here, she would find out that this young man is Wei Zhuzhou's driver Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu walked straight up to Wei Ning and said respectfully, "Sir, please move your car. It's blocking the exit of the parking lot." Huh? Wei Ning was a little confused. He didn't drive. Did the security guard recognize the wrong person? No, my friend, you got the wrong person. I'm not driving. Xiaojiu would not mistake the person, of course, and said in a gentle voice, "Sir, how come you didn't drive? Your car keys are still in your pocket." "I really didn't drive. How could I have any car keys? Let me open my pockets and show you." Wei Ning rolled his eyes speechlessly, raised his hand to touch his pocket, and then touched a somewhat unfamiliar object. When I took it out, I saw that it was really a car key. Confused. The classmates were confused. Wasn't Wei Ning's family financially very poor? Why did he have a car? Did Wei Ning try to be low-key in school? Moreover, Wei Ning's car key looks very high-end, with a golden pony embossed on it. It shouldn't be an ordinary car, right? Wei Ning was also confused. Who could tell him how there was a car key in his pocket? Shin Yinchi's family was well off, and he recognized it at a glance. This was a Ferrari key. Moreover, it was not a basic model, but at least a 488 or higher model. Although a little surprised, Shin Yinchi was very well-mannered. He just looked at Wei Ning deeply and said nothing. Zhou Yuan also recognized the Ferrari car key. He immediately figured out everything. It must be Uncle Wei. No, it must be the car that Godfather bought for Aining. The Godfather is so domineering. He gave me a Ferrari as a gift when I disagree with him. Zhou Yuan was not as well-mannered as Shin Yinchi. He looked at Yang Peiyu with a provocative look and said with disdain, "Some people are so arrogant just because they drive a shabby BMW. They wish the whole world knew that you drive a BMW. But Aining drives a Ferrari but is so low-key. What Wang Shun said is right. People really can't be compared." Ferrari? Yang Peiyu and Wei Ning were quite far apart, so she didn't see the Ferrari logo clearly at first. After Zhou Yuan reminded her, Yang Peiyu took a closer look and saw that it was indeed a Ferrari. Yang Peiyu was in a terrible state and could not accept the reality. She knew very well Wei Ning's family conditions, so how could he afford a Ferrari? Oil prices are so high now. I'm afraid you can't even afford to fill up your tank, right? Wei Ning was completely confused. He couldn't understand why the car key appeared in his pocket. Wei Ning looked at Xiaojiu with a little embarrassment. "Well, if I say I don't know what's going on with this car key, would you believe me?" Xiaojiu certainly believed that he was the one who quietly put the car key into Wei Ning's pocket. Xiaojiu smiled and said, "Sir, you are really humorous. There are many customers waiting. Please move the car." "Aining, I'll help you move the car. I haven't driven a Ferrari yet. You're hiding it too well. You didn't even tell me that you bought a Ferrari." Zhou Yuan knew very well that Wei Ning had not yet learned to drive, and fearing that Wei Ning would be exposed, Zhou Yuan snatched the Ferrari from Wei Ning and turned to look at Xiaojiu. "Let's go. I'll move the car." Xiaojiu nodded slightly and led Zhou Yuan out of the box. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire box became very strange, and many students began to whisper, "Oh my God, just now I thought that the class monitor was the only school hunk, but now my opinion has changed. Take a closer look. Wei Ning's outfit and hairstyle today are so handsome. It seems that Wei Ning is the school hunk. That's a Ferrari. Even if it's a basic model, it can beat the class monitor's BMW 530 in seconds. It turns out that Wei Ning is so well hidden. This is a true rich kid, not arrogant at all, very low-key. I've always thought that Wei Ning was afraid of the squad leader. It was not until now that I realized that Wei Ning was not afraid, but he just didn't want to argue with the squad leader. Compared to Wei Ning, the monitor is a clown. Listening to his classmates' discussions, Yang Peiyu felt cold all over. If he had known that Wei Ning could afford a Ferrari, he would not have dared to provoke Wei Ning even if he had 12 times the courage. Yang Peiyu sat weakly in his seat. Everything he had painstakingly planned was a damn joke. Those involved are confused, while bystanders can see things clearly. Wang Shun sneered. "Squad leader, don't be discouraged. We all know Wei Ning's family background very well. How could he afford a Ferrari? Everything that happened just now should be a farce directed and acted by Zhou Yuan himself. The so-called Ferrari key should be a lighter bought from Taobao. I also have such a lighter. As he spoke, Wang Shun took out a lighter shaped like a Rolls-Royce car key. Yang Peiyu took the Rolls-Royce car key-shaped lighter and couldn't help shaking her head and chuckling. It was really wrong. She actually fell into Zhou Yuan's trap just now. Looking back now, there were indeed too many flaws. Wei Ning didn't seem to be trying to be low-key just now. He probably really didn't know why the car keys appeared in his pocket. It must be Zhou Yuan who secretly put the car keys in. The security guard just now must be an actor Zhou Yuan found. Otherwise, how could that security guard look so energetic? He must be an actor. I have to say, Zhou Yuan is really good to Wei Ning. In order to help Wei Ning save face, he even invited actors. After thinking everything through, Yang Peiyu regained her confidence, frivolously threw the lighter back to Wang Shun, leaned back slightly, and prepared to watch the show. Wang Shun got Yang Peiyu's hint and patted the table lightly. The discussion in the box came to an abrupt end. Everyone subconsciously looked at Wang Shun, not knowing what he was going to say. Under the gaze of everyone, Wang Shun stood up proudly and showed the lighter in his hand to his classmates. You see this, right? This is the key to a Rolls-Royce. I bought on Taobao for 10 yuan. Everyone should know what kind of family background Wei Ning has. How can he afford a Ferrari? Zhou Yuan is really enough. In order to help Wei Ning show off, he is so despicable that he even hired actors to play tricks on us. As he spoke, Wang Shun lit a cigarette with a click and very frivolously. Wow, the whole box exploded instantly. The wind direction changed instantly. So, there are such lighters? I was so scared just now. I thought Wei Ning could really afford a Ferrari. No wonder Wei Ning looked so confused. It turns out this was a farce directed and acted by Zhou Yuan himself. We are all family. There's no point in buying a lighter to show off. This Zhou Yuan is really boring. I always thought Zhou Yuan was pretty reliable, but I didn't expect him to be so unreliable. He has good intentions, but they're a little crooked. Chapter 128, I can finally act cool. Wei Ning smiled bitterly. How could he not know whether he was driving or not? It was possible that this was just as Wang Shun said, a farce directed and acted by Yuan himself. However, Wei Ning did not mean to blame Zhou Yuan. After all, everything Zhou Yuan did was to give him face, which was thoughtful. Zhou Yuan followed Xiao Jiu out of the hotel lobby and headed straight for the parking lot. As he walked, Zhou Yuan looked at Xiao Jiu with wise eyes. Brother, you are my godfather's man, right? Xiao Jiu smiled slightly and pointed forward. Great Song Ming, that's the car. Move it quickly. Following Xiao Jiu's gaze, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but widen his titanium dog eyes. What did he see? Refa? A bright red LaFerrari blocked the exit of the parking lot. 3 or 4 other cars were stuck and were honking their horns continuously. Several security guards were trying to calm the car owners down. Zhou Yuan was shocked. Rafa's car was worth 30 or 40 million. How dare he move it? He couldn't even afford to pay for a scratch on the paint. Brother, this thing is a bit expensive. You should be able to drive, right? Why don't you move it yourself? Drive boldly and don't be afraid of bumps and scratches. There are many bosses with cars like this. Besides, you will be needed to drive the young master home later. How can you do that without running it in? It's best to drive around South Beauty a few times now. There are many car godfathers like this. Zhou Yuan swallowed hard. How much money does his godfather have? Okay, fine, then I'll try it. Zhou Yuan sat in the driver's seat. Xiao Jiu sat in the co-pilot seat and patiently explained the various functions of LaFerrari. With Xiao Jiu's encouragement, Zhou Yuan started the car and gently stepped on the accelerator. Boom, boom. A violent roar sounded, and a strong feeling of being pushed on the back came over Zhou Yuan, who suddenly became excited. No wonder those rich second generations like sports cars. It turns out that driving a sports car is so exciting. At the beginning, Zhou Yuan was a little reserved and nervous, but after driving a lap, Zhou Yuan completely let himself go. The surrounding cars all stayed away from him. There was no car within 10 meters in front and behind Rafa. This made Zhou Yuan very happy. After turning around 5 or 6 times, Zhou Yuan finally parked the Lafa in the parking lot with satisfaction. Zhou Yuan returned to the Jiangnanshan box and looked at Wei Ning with excitement. Aiming Ferrari is so awesome. So exciting. One step on the accelerator. Any car will be left with dust. Wei Ning smiled bitterly. Yuan's acting skills were unparalleled. If he didn't know the truth, he would have really believed his lies. The other students were completely speechless. Is this Zhou Yuan addicted to acting? Wang Shun snorted coldly and exposed Zhou Yuan's poor acting without hesitation. Zhou Yuan, can you stop acting? Is it fun? Is it fun to use a lighter as a car key? Do you think you can save Wei Ning's face by doing this? You are wrong. Very wrong. Wei Ning will only lose all his face. Zhou Yuan was unhappy at the time. What am I acting in? What lighter? What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Wang Shun was about to explain, but Yang Peiyu stopped him and smiled sinisterly. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. When the banquet is over, how about taking us all to visit Wei Ning's Ferrari? You won't even give your classmates this little bit of face, right? Hearing this, the students around laughed unkindly. Now let's see how Zhou Yuan will act. Wei Ning stroked his forehead weakly. This time, A Yuan was afraid that he had messed up the performance. Everyone believed that Zhou Yuan would definitely not agree to Wang Shun's request and would definitely find a way to evade it. However, Zhou Yuan's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. Just watch it. What's wrong with that? But I'm afraid that the monitor will feel inferior and be devastated after watching it. Wang Shun snorted coldly. The squad leader will be hit? Haha, it's a joke. Let's see who will be embarrassed later. All the classmates looked at Zhou Yuan with teasing eyes. Only Shen Yinxi's eyes flickered a little. Zhou Yuan's expression was too confident. There was not even a trace of panic in his eyes. Could it be that there really is a Ferrari? Wei Ning knew Zhou Yuan very well. He was not the kind of person who would stubbornly stick to his guns. He would never do anything that would obviously get him slapped in the face. Could it be that there really is a Ferrari? Did a Yuan rent a Ferrari? Yes, that must be it. In fact, a Yuan's money was not spent by Xiaoya. Was a Yuan's money used to rent a Ferrari? Wei Ning couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He felt that it was not worth it for Yuan to spend such a huge amount of money to rent a Ferrari. Just as Wang Shun and Zhou Yuan were arguing, the door of the box was pushed open. A waiter came in pushing a food cart. On the cart were 4 bottles of mitai and 4 bottles of wine. Hello, young Master Yang. This is Mr. Yang's stored wine. The corners of Yang Peiyu's mouth curled up slightly. Here it comes. I can finally start showing off. Yang Peiyu slowly stood up and coughed dryly to attract everyone's attention. Then she said very reservedly, "These bottles of mitai and 1982 Lafite are the wines my father stored in South Beauty. Everyone must eat and drink well today." Swish! Everyone looked at the mitai and Lafite on the dining car with very enthusiastic eyes. There's no need to talk about mitai. It is the national liquor. Everyone in Daxian knows it. The 1982 Lafite is also very famous. Wang Shun, a veteran lackey, certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to lick his boots. The squad leader's family is too powerful. I heard that 1982 Lafite costs tens of thousands per bottle. It's really too extravagant. The class monitor is so arrogant. Today's graduation banquet is so high-end. I really learned a lot from following the class monitor today. Squad leader, Mutai and Lafite are too expensive and too luxurious. I'd be satisfied if you just open a bottle and let us have a taste. Amid the praises of the crowd, Yang Peiyu was in a good mood. She looked at Wei Ning and Shen Yinxi with a reserved look, as if to say, "Yinxi, have you seen my strength? Only a man as strong as me is your perfect match." Yang Peiyu said arrogantly, "How can we just open one bottle of wine to taste? Classmates, drink as much as you want. There is plenty of wine today." As she spoke, Yang Peiyu opened the mitai and Lafite herself. The aroma of wine filled the air. Even though the students didn't know how to drink, they couldn't help but look intoxicated. It was indeed a famous wine. It was really fragrant. It smells so good. I've drunk mitai a few times at wedding banquets, but none of them smell as good as the one the monitor has. This must be age. Today I finally understand what the real Chinese liquor sauce aroma is. What does it mean that good liquor needs no bush? Hee hee. Let's go home and tell Grandpa about this and make him envious to death. Even Wei Ning couldn't help but sniff. Although the monitor's character was not very good, his father's collection of wine was quite good and he must taste it later. Amid the flattery of the crowd, Yang Peiyu's self-confidence soared. Shen Yinxi really couldn't stand Yang Peiyu's arrogance, but she had no choice. She was a girl, and although she had some knowledge of famous wines due to being influenced by her surroundings, she didn't drink, so naturally she couldn't have any wine in stock. Forget it. Just let Yang Peiyu show off for once. Just when Shen Yinxi was in a bad mood, the door of the box was pushed open with a creak, and a middle-aged man walked in. Chapter 129 IQ Tax. The middle-aged man was wearing a well-fitting mouse suit, and he looked intimidating without even showing any anger. He was holding two bottles of wine in his hands. The labels on the two bottles of wine had turned a little yellow, and it was obvious that they were quite old. Yang Peiyu was slightly stunned. He felt vaguely that this middle-aged man looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Yang Peiyu asked politely, "Uncle, did you go to the wrong box? This is the Jiangnanshan box." If Wei Wenxi were here, she would find out that this middle-aged man is Xian Yuanming, the chairman of LeCun and the richest man in Qingzhou. Upon learning that the young master was having dinner in his own hotel, Xian Yuanming took out two bottles of wine from the bottom of his box. "I know this is Jiangnanshan. I didn't go to the wrong box." As he spoke, Xian Yuanming looked around, and soon he locked onto Wei Ning's figure. Yes, very similar. The young master and the boss are so similar. Especially their eyes. They're exactly the same. Xian Yuanming strode up to Wei Ning and nodded slightly. "Young master, this is the wine I have stored in South Beauty. Please have a taste." As he spoke, Xian Yuanming respectfully handed two bottles of wine, both of which had yellowish trademarks, to Wei Ning. Wei Ning was a little panicked. How could he be called a young master? Did this uncle recognize the wrong person? However, with so many people watching, Wei Ning was too embarrassed to ask. Zhou Yuan on the side understood clearly that this uncle must be his godfather's subordinate. Zhou Yuan raised his hand to help Wei Ning take the two bottles of wine and looked at Yang Peiyu with a very provocative look. "Isn't it just storing wine?" As if no one has ever stored wine before. Yang Peiyu was choked and said coldly, "Even the stored wine has different levels. My father stored 5-year-old Matai in 1982 law fight. What kind of wine do you store?" Zhou Yuan was stumped and could only look at Xian Yuanming for help. What was Xian Yuanming's status? Naturally, he was disdainful of competing with a little brat and just glanced at Matai in law fight with a slightly disdainful look. "Young master, shall we open the wine now?" Xian Yuanming's aura was so strong that everyone was in trance. Shen Yinchi has a good family background and once saw Xian Yuanming from afar at a cocktail party. Shen Yinchi was certain that she was definitely not mistaken. This middle-aged man was Xian Yuanming, the richest man in Qingzhou. But why did he call Wei Ning young master? So Ferrari is real too. No wonder Zhou Yuan is so confident. Shen Yinchi suddenly realized that she didn't seem to know her classmate who she had been with for 3 years. What kind of family did Wei Ning come from? Wei Ning smilet pitterli. Was this uncle also an actor hired by Yuan? He has such a strong aura. Yuan must have spent a lot of money on him. However, the wine that Yuan brought was definitely only enough to hold up the occasion. As for the slightly yellowed trademark, it must have been deliberately made old, right? It was absolutely not allowed to be opened. "Don't open the wine yet." Shen Yinchi suddenly became curious. What kind of wine did the richest man in Qingzhou bring? Shen Yinchi looked at the two bottles of wine on the table with great interest, and then couldn't help but exclaimed, 1978 Living Soul wine? 5-star Matai? Number 1763. Shen Yinchi's exclamation attracted everyone's attention, and everyone turned to look at Shen Yinchi. "Student counselor, what is a living soul? What is 5-star Matai? What is number 1763? Are these two bottles of wine very expensive?" Shen Yinchi had a complicated expression on her face. She had thought that with her beauty, academic performance, and family background, she was worthy of Wei Ning. Unexpectedly, the gap between her and Wei Ning was so huge. Shen Yinchi explained with a little bit of depression. 5-star Mutai number 1763 was sold at the China Guardian auction in 2013 for a high price of 5.75 million yuan. If it were put at today's auction, it would probably be worth more than 10 million yuan. As for the Living Soul wine, I don't know its price either. I only know that it is the king of Chilean wines. Xian Yuanming looked at Shen Yinchi with a little surprise. He didn't expect that there was someone who knew what was good among these kids. "Hey, isn't this the girl from the Shen family?" Seeing that she seems to have a good relationship with the young master, it seems necessary to let the Xian Yuan family take proper care of the Shen family. It can be regarded as an advance investment, just in case. 5.75 million? The king of Chilean wine? Damn, is it so expensive? Zhou Yuan's heart trembled violently. He quickly put the two bottles of wine on the table and hid far away. He didn't dare to touch them at all. In case he accidentally broke something, he would not be able to afford the compensation even if he sold all his belongings. Xian Yuanming's aura was too strong. If it weren't for Ferrari's farce, perhaps he would have really intimidated Yang Peiyu. Unfortunately, After the Ferrari farce, Yang Peiyu didn't believe that the 2 bottles of wine were good wines at all. This middle-aged man must be the actor invited by Zhou Yuan. As for why he felt that the actor looked familiar, it was most likely because the actor had played supporting roles in some TV dramas, so it was normal for him to look familiar. This time, Yang Peiyu had to do it himself, because among the students present, only he and Shun Yinshi had some knowledge of wine. Yinshi, whether his liquor is 5-star Matai or not, you can tell by the aroma as long as you open the bottle. As for wine, there is no need to judge. As we all know, French wine is classic, and 1982 Lafite is the classic among classics. Shin Yinshi only had some knowledge about wine because of what she had seen and heard. She wanted to refute Yang Peiyu, but she had no evidence. Shin Yinshi was very depressed. If she had known this would happen earlier, she should have studied the wine culture in depth. Xin Yuanming didn't want to confront a child, but Shin Yinshi might be the young master's girlfriend, and he couldn't just watch Shun Yinshi take advantage of him. Xin Yuanming said calmly, "Before the 19th century, all the wine grapes in the world were imported from Country F. However, since the mid-19th century, Country F has been invaded by the alien species Phylloxera, and all the grapes in Country F have been wiped out. Many years later, they discovered that a kind of grape from free country could resist Phylloxera. The people of Country F brought this grape back to Country F, and only then did they preserve Country F's status as a major wine producer. However, since then, the taste of Country F's wine has changed, and it has lost its most ancient taste. Chile, on the other hand, has not been invaded by Phylloxera and still retains its ancient taste. Therefore, after the mid-19th century, all wines from Country F cannot be compared with Living Soul wines, and the 1982 Lafite is naturally no match." Xin Yuanming's aura was so strong and his arguments were well-reasoned that all the children were shocked. For a moment, the way the children looked at Yang Peiyu changed. With a chuckle, Shun Yinshi laughed out loud. "So the so-called Lafite is made from grapes from the free country? In other words, the so-called Lafite is just an IQ tax." Zhou Yuan added mercilessly, "The squad leader is drinking IQ tax, but he is so complacent, really, TSK. Yang Peiyu's forehead was covered with black lines. Damn it, damn it. He prepared so much just to trample Wei Ning under his feet and let Yanxi see who is the right match. But it was all because of that damn Zhou Yuan, who repeatedly brought in some actors to ruin his good deeds. No, we can't let this go so easily," Yang Peiyu said in a deep voice. "This uncle knows a lot about wine. I don't know much about wine, so I won't argue with you. It just so happens that I know Manager Zhao from the wine department of South Beauty. I will call Manager Zhao over and have a discussion with the uncle." Chapter 130 Xiao Zhao. "Do you want to compete with me?" As she spoke, Yang Peiyu called Manager Zhao in front of everyone. The call was quickly connected, and a slightly embarrassed voice came. "Young Master Yang, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Manager Zhao, there's an old man here who's talking nonsense about the wine my dad kept. Can you come over here and help me talk to him?" "Of course not." Yang Peiyu hung up the phone and looked at Wei Ning and Zhou Yuan with a smile. "I know this uncle is the actor you invited. Manager Zhao will be here soon. If you don't want to embarrass yourself, I suggest you let this actor leave as soon as possible." Although Xin Yuanming's words made sense, Wei Ning believed that he was an actor and was unsure, so he subconsciously glanced at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan was not panicked at all and looked at Yang Peiyu confidently. "Squad leader, since you were so kind, I will also give you a suggestion. Don't let Manager Zhao come over, otherwise it will be really embarrassing." As he was talking, the door of the box was pushed open. A young man in a suit and tie with his hair neatly combed walked in. The young man is Zhao Sun, the beverage manager of South Beauty. Of course, Zhao Sun knew that the 1982 Lafite was a waste of money, but he would not kindly remind Yang Peiyu that it would be better if there were more suckers like Mr. Yang, so that he could earn more commissions. Zhao Sun has made up his mind. No matter who is ruining his business, he will teach the other party a lesson. "Young Master Yang, I'm here. I heard someone wants to spar with me." Yang Peiyu had great confidence in Zhao Sun's professional ability and raised her hand to point at Xin Yuanming. "Is the one who wants to compete with you." Zhao Sun looked in the direction of Yang Peiyu's finger and saw Xin Yuanming. Then his face changed drastically, and a stream of cold air rushed from his coccyx straight to his cerebral cortex. "Chairman? Why is the chairman here?" Xin Yuanming looked at Zhao Sun with a playful look and asked calmly, "Xiao Zhao, do you want to spar with me?" Zhao Su wanted to die. Why did he come here? To flatter young Master Yang. What should he do? How dare he compete with the chairman? Zhao Sun's face turned pale. He rushed to Xian Yuanming in 2 or 3 steps and bowed deeply. Chairman, you are joking. How dare I compete with you? Boom! The whole box exploded instantly. This news is so explosive. All the children were frightened. Mom, I'm scared. Is this Uncle the chairman of South Beauty? And he just called Wei Ning the young master. What exactly is Wei Ning's identity? Fuck, what a shocking reversal. Didn't the monitor say that this uncle is an actor? Then why did the person the monitor found want to act with this actor uncle? I'm going crazy. It turns out there's a super rich second generation hiding among us all along. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. Wei Ning's family background is so impressive, but he's so low-key, and the squad leader, his family has so little money, and yet he's so arrogant. Wang Shun and Yang Peiyu's lackeys were so frightened that their faces turned pale and their legs trembled. South Beauty is a 5-star hotel with a market value of tens of billions. The little money the squad leader's family has is as weak as a baby in front of the giant South Beauty. How could this happen? How could this happen? What kind of family does Wei Ning come from? They have been mocking Wei Ning for all these years. It's a miracle that he is still alive. Even Zhou Yuan was frightened. The LaFerrari worth 30 or 40 million outside was already scary enough. And now, a 5-star hotel with a market value of tens or hundreds of billions suddenly appeared. Isn't this too arrogant? I must hold on tight to my godfather's big thigh. I must be more sincere to aiming in the future. Let alone blocking knives, I must block even bullets. Shen Yinchi on the side felt a little disappointed. It was confirmed that this uncle was really the richest man in Qingzhou. But he called Wei Ning young master. What kind of family does Wei Ning come from? Is he the richest man in Daxia, or the richest man in the world? Shen Yinchi laughed at herself. She had always thought that she was the most low-key person in number 1 middle school. Unexpectedly, compared with Wei Ning, she was not low-key at all. Compared with such a family, her family background, which she was so proud of, was simply a joke. Marrying into such a family is bound to be extremely difficult. However, she couldn't back down. No matter how difficult it was, she had to give it a try. After all, she first fell in love with Wei Ning, and then she knew that Wei Ning had a prominent family background. It took more than 10 seconds for Yang Peiyu to come back to her senses. Yang Peiyu asked in a trembling voice, "Manager Zhao, are you kidding me? How could he be the chairman of South Beauty? I heard that South Beauty is Mr. Xuanyuan's property." At this point, Yang Peiyu suddenly shut up because a flash of inspiration came to his mind. He had seen Xian Yuanming's photo in a financial magazine. No wonder I felt this uncle looked familiar. It turns out that he is Xian Yuanming, the richest man in Qingzhou. After recognizing Xian Yuanming, how could Yang Peiyu sit still? With a bang, Yang Peiyu stood up, walked quickly to Xian Yuanming, and bowed deeply. "Hello, Mr. Xian Yuan. My name is Yang Peiyu, and my father is Yang Guangwen." Xian Yuanming thought about it seriously for a while, but had no impression of the name Yang Guangwen. Xian Yuanming glanced at Yang Peiyu indifferently, turned his head, and looked at Zhao Sun with a half-smile. "Xiao Zhao, you came at the right time. This Xiao Yang doesn't know much about my 2 bottles of wine. Please introduce them to me." "Yes, Chairman." Zhao Sun bowed his head, then turned his head to look at the 2 bottles of wine on the table. After seeing the logos on the 2 bottles of wine clearly, Zhao Sun was shocked beyond words. Aren't these the 2 bottles of wine that the chairman treasures the most? Why'd he take them out today? Zhao Sun's eyes became extremely hot, and his voice trembled a little. This is 5-star Matai, serial number 1763. It was sold at the China Guardian auction in 2013 for a high price of 5.75 million yuan. Last year, a domestic collector offered 50 million yuan for it, but the chairman did not sell it. This 1978 Living Soul wine is also known as the king of Chilean wines. It is one of the few wines in the world today that still retains the flavor of wines produced before the 19th century. It is a treasure in the wine world, and its value is inestimable. Xian Yuanming nodded with a smile and turned to look at Yang Peiyu. "Xiao Yang, do you understand?" "I understand." Yang Peiyu nodded obediently. Being slapped in the face by Xian Yuanming, Yang Peiyu did not feel ashamed but proud. Who among you is qualified to be slapped in the face by the richest man in Qingzhou? Only my brother can. Just because of this, Yang Peiyu can brag about it in the circle of rich second generations in Qingzhou for a whole year. Yang Peiyu looked at Wei Ning with an extremely complicated look. He knew that from today on, He was no longer worthy of being Wei Ning's opponent. They were not on the same level at all. As for Wei Ning, he can only look up to him. Yang Peiyu finally understood why Shun Yinshi changed her usual behavior and defended Wei Ning and spoke for Wei Ning everywhere. She must have known the truth a long time ago. I guess in Wei Ning's eyes, he is just a clown jumping up and down. Xin Yuanming didn't care what Yang Peiyu thought. He had only one mission today, and that was to earn enough face for the young master. Xin Yuanming came to Wei Ning, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Young master, can we open the wine now?" Chapter 131, Yang Peiyu's greatest opportunity. Young master? Zhao Sun was almost scared to death. Others didn't know how strong Xin Yuanming was, but he knew it very well. Even the king of Qingzhou had to give him some face. Such a terrifying Xin Yuanming actually called this young man, young master. What is the identity of this young man? Zhao Sun's legs went weak, and he almost fell to his knees before Wei Ning. Just now, because of the information gap and the misleading of Yang Peiyu and others, Wei Ning thought that all this was a farce directed and acted by Zhou Yuan himself, and that this uncle and the security guard just now were actors hired by Zhou Yuan. However, the people Yang Peiyu found had no reason to cooperate with this uncle in acting. So, it means that this uncle is not an actor. He is really the chairman of South Beauty. With the little power that a Yuan has, it is absolutely impossible for him to let the chairman of South Beauty become an actor. There's only one truth. Wei Ning sighed softly. He had guessed completely wrong. This uncle was indeed an actor, but not an actor invited by Yuan, but an actor arranged by his father. Dad could actually arrange for the chairman of South Beauty to act in a play. What is Dad's identity? Wei Ning stood up and said very politely, "Uncle, please don't call me young master. I'm not used to it. Just call me Wei Ning." "Yes, young master." Wei Ning said that his head hurt, but since the uncle insisted, he could just shout whatever he wanted. This uncle is a genuine chairman, which means these 2 bottles of wine are also genuine good wines. Wei Ning nodded slightly, then opened a bar. "Yes, young master." Zhao Sun, who was standing by, was very perceptive. How could he let Xin Yuanming open the wine himself? He quickly grabbed the wine opener and looked at Wei Ning and Xin Yuanming with a flattering look on his face. "Young master, chairman, I am very professional in opening wine. I will open the wine." I have to say that Zhao Sun is really professional. Even for a relatively niche wine like 5-star Matai number 1763, he can explain it clearly. The moment the bottle cap was opened, a strong and intoxicating aroma of wine instantly spread out. In less than 2 seconds, it filled the entire box, completely covering up the aroma of Yang Peiyu's bottle of Matai. Just by sniffing it, the kids felt a little tipsy. Suddenly, this place seemed not to be a private room, but a fairyland. The children expressed their heartfelt admiration. There is really no harm without comparison. I just thought that the wine store by the monitor's father was already very impressive, but compared with the 5-star Matai number 1763, it is simply dregs. Yes, this is the legendary aroma of wine that can travel 1,000 miles, right? I never thought I would have the opportunity to taste such a divine wine. I am so lucky. Thank you, Wei Ning, for broadening my horizons. What Wei Ning? He's obviously the young master. Yes, young master. Is there anything missing from your leg? I want to follow you. Zhou Yuan angrily scolded. Why are you messing around? There is no room on Aining's body, but there are a few places for pendants on my legs. Do you want to mess around with me? The students rolled their eyes and burst into laughter. Zhou Yuan, that's enough. You are just the young master's follower. What future do you have with him? Zhou Yuan, have you drunk too much? You don't even know how to pay for your internet bill. If I hang out with you, do I have to pay for your internet bill? Only Yang Peiyu did not smile. His eyes kept flickering, and he quickly made a decision that would affect his life. Yang Peiyu endured the humiliation, came to Zhou Yuan, bowed deeply, and said loudly, "Brother Yuan, from today on, I will follow you. Please accept me as your little brother." Stupid. All the students were stunned and stared at Yang Peiyu blankly, without saying a word. Is the monitor crazy? Hasn't he always looked down on Zhou Yuan? Why would he be so servile to Zhou Yuan? Only Xin Yuanming looked at Yang Peiyu with a high opinion. He thought this boy was interesting. He could see the situation clearly and was able to humble himself. He would surely become something great in the future. Zhou Yuan was a little bit helpless after being bullied by Yang Peiyu. Even if he was beaten to death, Zhou Yuan would never have thought that Yang Peiyu would bow to him. What a proud person Yang Peiyu is. Wang Shun couldn't believe his eyes. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was indeed the squad leader's lackey. If the squad leader becomes Zhou Yuan's younger brother, then what does he become? Isn't he the younger brother of Zhou Yuan's younger brother? This is absolutely intolerable. Wang Shun could no longer sit still and rushed to Yang Peiyu, shouting, "Squad leader, cheer up. Even if you suffer a temporary setback, it's nothing. Things change over time. I believe that one day you will be able to make a name for yourself. You don't have to bow down to Zhou Yuan." Yang Peiyu knew that Wang Shun meant well, but Wang Shun's vision was still a little lacking. Zhou Yuan was not just Wei Ning's lackey. Wei Ning treats Zhou Yuan as his own brother. What is the difference between following Zhou Yuan and following Wei Ning? Don't say that you shouldn't look down on the poor young man. As a second-generation rich man, Yang Peiyu knows very well that with his abilities, no matter how hard he tries, he will never be able to surpass Xian Yuan Ming in this life. And Xian Yuan Ming called Wei Ning young master. What does this mean? It means that Wei Ning is his biggest opportunity. It is his only chance to surpass the richest man in Qingzhou. If he misses this opportunity, he will regret it for the rest of his life. As for the minor frictions between me and Wei Ning during school, they were just children playing around. So who among the adults would care about them? Wang Shun, if you still recognize me as your brother, immediately pay your respects to Brother Yuan. Otherwise, from now on, we will be strangers. Wang Shun was going crazy. He had invested a lot in Yang Peiyu and planned to follow Yang Peiyu after graduation. How could he bear to give up Yang Peiyu, this strong supporter of his? Damn, it's embarrassing. Wang Shun blushed, bowed to Zhou Yuan, and said with great difficulty, "Brother Yuan, I want to hang out with you. Please accept me as your little brother." It was as if all his strength was used up in just this short sentence, and Wang Shun even shed tears of humiliation. Zhou Yuan was so happy. Yang Peiyu and Wang Shun had always been against him, but one day they finally bowed to him. It's so fucking exciting. Of course, Zhou Yuan would not be arrogant and think that he was awesome. He knew very well that all of this was because of Aining, because of his godfather. Zhou Yuan did not decide whether to accept the two people privately. He looked at Wei Ning with an inquiring look. "Aining, I think they are quite sincere. Can I accept them? They're following you, not me. You decide for yourself." Zhou Yuan was overjoyed. Based on his understanding of Wei Ning, not refusing meant he agreed. Seeing this, he decided to accept the two men and give them a good education on behalf of Aining. "Okay, you guys will follow me from now on. Why don't you go meet Brother Ning soon?" Wang Shun's blood rushed to his head, and he almost burst out, but Yang Peiyu was ecstatic. She pulled Wang Shun and strode to Wei Ning, bowing deeply. "Hello, Brother Ning." Wang Shun could only bow his head reluctantly, humming like a mosquito. "Hello, Brother Ning." Wei Ning had mixed feelings. Before his father returned to China, he could not imagine that there would be a day when Yang Peiyu would bow to him. "It feels really good to have my dad's support." Wei Ning suddenly looked forward to his father returning home soon. "No, I can't think like that. My eldest and second sister have already rebelled. If he rebels too, how sad will Mom be? At least you can't rebel until Dad returns to the family. You must stand firm." Chapter 132. Brother Ning, please take a seat. Wei Ning looked at Yang Peiyu deeply. If the squad leader really wanted to surrender to Wei Yuan, that would be fine. But if he dared to harbor evil intentions, he would be destroyed, even if he had to use his father's power. Wei Ning said calmly, "We are all classmates. There is no need to be so polite. Class monitor, today is your graduation banquet. You are the protagonist." Yang Peiyu smiled bitterly. His eldest brother's eldest brother was here. So how could he, the younger of the younger brothers, dare to be the protagonist? "Brother Ning, you are scolding me by saying that. Please take a seat." Wei Ning hesitated. This was the class monitor's graduation party. Was it really okay for him to sit in the seat of honor? Seeing Wei Ning hesitating, his classmates tried to persuade him. "Brother Ning, you have the highest status among all the people present, so you deserve to sit in the upper seat." "Brother Ning, don't be so modest. We are all hungry and waiting for the feast to begin. Please take a seat." Xin Yuan Ming on the side also smiled and said, "Young master, don't refuse everyone's kindness. Please take a seat." Zhou Yuan was not so polite. He grabbed Wei Ning's arm, pulled Wei Ning to the main seat, and sat him there. Wei Ning couldn't resist and could only smile bitterly. If Shun Yinshi had not known Wei Ning's family background, he would have followed Wei Ning without hesitation and sat next to him. But now, Shun Yinshi was a little hesitant. Zhou Yuan didn't know what Shun Yinshi was thinking. So he waved at her. Sister-in-law, what are you waiting for? Come here quickly. When saying this, Zhou Yuan's eyes were fixed on Yang Peiyu. He was deliberately provoking Yang Peiyu to see her reaction in order to judge whether Yang Peiyu really surrendered. Fortunately, Yang Peiyu's performance was barely acceptable. He just lowered his head and looked a little depressed, but he did not make any dangerous movements such as clenching his fists or baring his teeth. Sister-in-law? Wei Ning's face looked a little stiff. A Yuan was really good at matching couples at random. However, he couldn't explain in front of so many people, as that would greatly hurt the student council members' self-esteem. After all, the student council had just tried many times to help him resolve his predicament, and he couldn't repay kindness with hatred. Zhou Yuan had already called out Shen Yanqi, so there was no room for him to back down. He took a deep breath and walked over to sit next to Wei Ning in an elegant manner. For some reason, Wei Ning's mood suddenly became a little excited. It felt great to sit in the main seat and be the center of attention. Wei Ning secretly made up his mind that today, he was treated like this thanks to his father. In the future, he must rely on his own abilities to reach this point. Young master, I offer you a glass of wine. I will drink it first as a token of my respect. Xin Yuan Ming picked up the wine glass, gestured to Wei Ning from a distance, then tilted his head back and drank the wine. Wei Ning certainly would not be rude and quickly picked up the wine glass. Xin Yuan Ming was polite to him only for his father's sake, and he had nothing to be proud of. Done. Wei Ning also drank it all in one gulp. Xin Yuan Ming showed an admiring look on his face. The young master did not take advantage of his status. He treated people with great kindness. The boss had a successor. Congratulations. Young master, an old man like me will not disturb you young people's gathering. Goodbye. Slow down. After Xin Yuan Ming left, the atmosphere in the box suddenly became lively. After all, the aura of the richest man in Qingzhou was not to be underestimated, and it was really difficult for ordinary people to bear it. What Wei Ning didn't expect was that after Xin Yuan Ming left, the first person to toast him was Yang Peiyu. Brother Ning, I offer you a toast. I wish you and sister-in-law will fly together happily and grow old together. I'll drink it. You could do whatever you want. After saying that, Yang Peiyu tilted his head back and drank the wine in one gulp, as if saying goodbye to his ridiculous youth and his ridiculous unrequited love. Wei Ning was very upset. Being misunderstood like this, the student council must be very uncomfortable, right? After the entrance banquet, he had to explain everything to the student council. Thanks. Wei Ning took a sip. With Yang Peiyu's example, the classmates toasted one after another, and the atmosphere of the graduation banquet became very lively. The meal lasted for 2 hours. The students talked about the future and envisioned a wonderful life in college. All good things must come to an end. After this graduation banquet, many classmates may lose contact and gradually become strangers. At the time of parting, the classmates became somewhat sentimental under the stimulation of alcohol and cried together while hugging each other. After being classmates for 3 years, it would be a lie to say that there was no feeling between them. Zhou Yuan and Wei Ning walked out of the box arm in arm, and Shen Yanqi followed closely beside them. Yang Peiyu and Wang Shun followed the 3 people happily. They wanted to see Wei Ning's Ferrari. For some reason, Zhou Yuan's mood suddenly became a little low, and he even choked up. He only scored 573 points in the exam, and he definitely couldn't get into a top university, and there was no way he could go to the same school as Wei Ning. Wei Ning was also a little sad, but he acted very relaxed. He gently patted Zhou Yuan on the shoulder and said with a smile, Yuan, don't be so sentimental. With your grades, you should be able to get into Qingzhou University. Our Ocean University is also in Fushan District, only 2 subway stops away. You could come visit me often. Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Why should I go to play with you? No, you have to come and play with me. I heard that there are a lot of beautiful girls in Qingzhou University. Wei Ning smiled and said, of course not. Several of my second sister's best friends are all beauties with a score of 9 or above. If you perform well, I will ask my second sister to introduce you to a girlfriend. Fuck, Aining no, brother Ning, from today on, you are my real brother, and my happy sex life depends on you. The group walked and talked, and soon arrived at the parking lot. Aining, park your car over there. I suggest you find a designated driver. We have all been drinking and cannot drive. Following the direction of Zhou Yuan's finger, everyone saw the fiery red Ferrari, La Ferrari. Wei Ning was slightly surprised. What a beautiful car. No wonder those rich second generations like sports cars. Isn't this too cool? Yang Peiyu and Wang Shun didn't care about their reservedness. They rushed over quickly and stared at Rafa. Wang Shun asked eagerly, Squad leader, this Ferrari is so cool, isn't it? It shouldn't be a basic model. Isn't it worth 5 or 6 million? After all, Yang Peiyu is a second-generation rich man and has a deep understanding of luxury cars. Yang Peiyu smiled bitterly and said, 5 or 6 million can probably buy a shell. This is La Ferrari. It is a Ferrari concept car, which has been discontinued for a long time. The selling price was about 40 million back then. As for the current price, I don't know. I don't think there's a second one in the whole Qingzhou. 40 million? There's not a second one in the whole of Qingzhou? Just now, Wang Shun felt that there was no need for Yang Peiyu to bow to Wei Ning and Zhou Yuan. However, after seeing this LaFerrari, the resentment in Wang Shun's heart completely disappeared. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit it. Some things you have when you are born, and if you don't have them when you are born, you will never have them no matter how hard you try. He doesn't dare to say for others, but at least it's like this for him. Relying on his own ability, he will never be able to drive a LaFerrari in his lifetime. Only by relying on a big tree, like Wei Ning, will you have the chance to have your own Rafa in the future. At this moment, Wang Shun finally understood Yang Peiyu's thoughts, and he admired Yang Peiyu to no end. The squad leader really saw things clearly. The monitor is awesome. Chapter 133, What If I Say I Do? Zhou Yuan looked at Yang Peiyu and Wang Shun with a smug look on his face. How's it going? Rafa, okay. The two nodded without hesitation. Of course, a car is like a wife to a man. Brother Ning's wife is the best of the best. My 530 is nothing compared to Rafa. Zhou Yuan looked at the two of them smugly. Don't be envious. When I'm in a good mood some other day, I'll borrow Brother Ning's LaFerrari to take you for a ride. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Both of them blushed with excitement. Wei Ning at the side said with a smile, A Yuan, you are so unskilled that you drive a sports car instead of picking up girls and actually take two old men for a ride? Hee hee, isn't it that second sister hasn't introduced me to a date yet? Brother Ning will have to lend me his car when the time comes. Wei Ning just smiled. What's the relationship between him and a Yuan? It's just a car, just drive it. However, I have to return the car for now. After my mom forgives my dad, I will ask him to give it back. As they were talking, the designated driver Yang Peiyu had called arrived, and Yang Peiyu politely said goodbye. Brother Ning, Brother Yuan, my designated driver is here. Wang Shun and I are leaving first. See you later. Slow down. Not long after Yang Peiyu and Wang Shun left, the designated driver Wei Ning called arrived. Excuse me, are you Mr. Wei with the last digit of the license plate number 0605? Yes, this is my car. Wei Ning handed the car keys to the designated driver. The designated driver subconsciously took the car keys, looked in the direction Wei Ning pointed, and then suddenly became very stiff. Boss, this is Rafa? It seems so. Boss, can we cancel the order? I've never driven such a high-end sports car before. I'm scared. With that, the designated driver returned Wei Ning's car keys, got on his own electric scooter, and ran away as if escaping for his life. This is a LaFerrari. He can't afford to pay for even a slight scratch on the paint. Wei Ning is in a lot of trouble. Is it possible to have such a problem when driving a luxury car? Is this the trouble of rich people? Hey, let's call another designated driver. Shin Yinshi's eyes flickered constantly, and he suddenly mustered up the courage to say, Wei Ning, don't call for a designated driver. I haven't drunk alcohol. I can drive. How about I be your designated driver? Wei Ning was startled. Student counselor, aren't you driving a car? I called a designated driver to drive the car back for me. Oh, and I can also ask the designated driver to take Zhou Yuan back as well. As he spoke, Shin Yinshi threw the car keys to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan subconsciously took the car keys and was stunned. Fuck a Porsche? Sister-in-law is a white, rich, and beautiful girl? Sister-in-law, you hit it too well, didn't you? You and Brother Ning are indeed a couple. You two are too low-key. Wei Ning glared at Zhou Yuan in anger and said in a deep voice, Ah Yuan, the student council member and I have no such relationship at all. Just now, in front of so many people, the student council member didn't expose you for my sake. Don't mess around with other people in the future. Otherwise, I will be really angry. Shin Yinshi's eyes were slightly dim. Even if her family background was somewhat different from Wei Ning's, was she really that bad? Why was Wei Ning so anxious to distance himself from her? Of course, Zhou Yuan was not afraid. He proudly stuck out his tongue at Wei Ning. His expression seemed to say, If you have the guts, hit me. I'll tell you. Soon, the designated driver that Shun Yinshi called arrived. Excuse me, is this Miss Shun with the last digit of the license plate number 3830? Shun Yinshi nodded slightly. It's me, my car is that Porsche 911. You can also send my friend back. Okowo. Student counselor. I'm leaving Aining to you. He drank a little too much, so you must seize the opportunity and take him down tonight. As he spoke, Zhou Yuan winked at Wei Ning in a funny way. You want a beating? Wei Ning was both angry and amused. This Yuan really ignored his words. Shin Yinshi blushed at what Zhou Yuan said and didn't even dare to look up at Wei Ning. Originally, Wei Ning could get along with Shin Yinshi in a dull manner, but for some reason, looking at Shun Yinshi's rosy little face, Wei Ning suddenly became a little nervous. Well, student council member, you drive. Wei Ning handed the car keys to Shun Yinshi. Seeing that Wei Ning was more nervous than himself, Shun Yinshi was not nervous anymore and took the car keys with a smile. With a beep, the LaFerrari's door, which looked like an angel's wing, slowly rose up. This was the first time that Wei Ning rode in such a luxurious supercar. The interior of the LaFerrari was so stunning that it almost blinded his eyes. Even at that moment, Wei Ning understood a little why the Phoenix man would abandon his elder sister for AQ5. Such a young wife is absolutely an irresistible temptation for a normal man. Of course, although he understands, Wei Ning will never forgive the Phoenix man. Just as Wei Ning was daydreaming in his mind, Shun Yinshi suddenly leaned over. A faint fragrance came, and Wei Ning saw Shun Yinshi's beautiful face. Wei Ning had to admit that the carefully dressed Shun Yinshi was no less beautiful than his second sister, a top beauty indeed. Even if you observe from such a close distance, you can't find the slightest flaw. Her face is full of collagen, and her skin is so tender. Wei Ning couldn't help but feel a little dry in the mouth, and his little heart was beating wildly. Wei Ning said nervously, Student counselor, a Yuan is just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Shin Yinshi rolled her eyes in annoyance. Look how scared Wei Ning was. Is she that scary? Shin Yinshi grabbed the seatbelt and pulled it hard. With a click, it was inserted into the buckle. However, Shun Yinshi's upper body did not retract, but stared into Wei Ning's eyes closely. For a moment, the temperature in the car seemed to rise by several degrees. Seriously? What do you mean seriously? Wei Ning was so embarrassed. The student council member was just helping him fasten his seatbelt. What was he thinking? No, nothing. Shun Yinshi's upper body moved forward again, and the tip of his nose almost touched Wei Ning. Wei Ning could even clearly feel the static electricity coming from between his hairs. What if I said I do? With a gulp, Wei Ning swallowed subconsciously. Before this, Wei Ning had been confessed to by countless girls, but every time he remained calm. This was the first time that his heart was beating wildly. Wei Ning didn't know whether it was because he was moved or because he was nervous. Student counselor, you don't joke around. I'm not kidding. Wei Ning, actually, I've liked you since the first time I saw you in high school. But I was afraid of disturbing your studies. So I waited until the college entrance examination was over before telling you. Wei Ning was a little stunned, and his wildly beating heart gradually calmed down. As the student council member liked him since the first year of high school, but why did his heartbeat slow down after the student council member confessed his feelings? Guess the prize. Could the student council member be Wei Ning's girlfriend? P.S. Thank you for the certification from my brother Yimingzhou. I am honored. Chapter 134. The young master is suspected to be in a romance. Wei Ning's gaze no longer dodged, and he looked at Shun Yinshi's pretty face very clearly. Student counselor, thank you for your love and for everything you did today. You're very good and perfect. There is no flaw in you. It's my problem. I am missing something. If you don't mind, we can become very good friends. Rejected? Shin Yinshi's delicate body trembled slightly. In number 1 middle school, the boys who liked her could hold her hand and walk around the playground for several laps. This was the first time she experienced the feeling of being rejected. I feel sad and lost. Is this how those boys who were rejected by her feel? I want to know what the problem is. What are you missing? Wei Ning didn't know what to say and suddenly raised his hand, grabbed Shin Yinshi's little hand, and gently placed it on his chest. Shin Yinshi's body trembled. Why did Wei Ning suddenly become so bold? Was he trying to take over? Was she going to give in or not? But soon, Shun Yinshi calmed down because Wei Ning's heartbeat was very slow, which formed a huge contrast with her own wildly beating heart. Shun Yinshi finally understood what Wei Ning meant and sighed. I understand. It must be said that Shun Yinxi's mental strength was very strong, and she quickly recovered her mood. Hold on tight. I'm going to start racing. Boom, boom. Shun Yinxi pressed down the accelerator of the car hard and felt a strong push on his back. Shun Yinxi didn't feel scared at all, but his eyes were shining. Wei Ning was shocked. This was his first time riding in a supercar, and the first time he felt such an amazing push on his back. However, Shun Yinxi was not afraid of a girl, so Wei Ning naturally wouldn't scream like a bumpkin. In order to distract himself from his nervousness, Wei Ning asked, "Student counselor, do you know where my home is?" "I know. I've already stepped on it." Of course, Shun Yinxi didn't say the latter sentence. Boom, boom. Rafa accelerated madly again, leaving the other cars behind in an instant. Although Shun Yinxi looked very calm, she knew very well that only ultra-high-speed stimulation could make her extremely nervous and stop thinking about Wei Ning. Wei Ning had a good ability to adapt. He found that although Shun Yinxi seemed to be driving very fast and impulsively, he was actually driving quite steadily and solidly. Gradually, Wei Ning became less nervous and began to look closely at Shun Yinxi, who looked like a female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Shun Yinxi has always been an image of a good girl, but the way she drove so crazily gave Wei Ning a strong visual impact. What Wei Ning lacked began to sprout, and a ripple appeared in the calm lake of his heart. Plop, plop. Wei Ning's heart began to beat slightly faster. Wei Ning subconsciously raised his hand to cover his chest. Was it the feeling of being moved, or was it the nervousness from driving too fast? Shun Yinxi drove faster and faster, his eyes flashing with excitement, and his body even swayed as he turned the steering wheel. This is the first time Wei Ning has seen Shun Yinxi so devoted and crazy. The ripples in Wei Ning's heart expanded, and the missing things began to grow. It seemed that a different emotion was brewing. Wei Ning was very distressed. He really couldn't understand. Was his heart beating faster because he was nervous about racing, or because his heart was beating fast? Well, it seems that I need to ask my mother what it feels like to have a crush on someone when I get back. Shun Yinxi drove at full speed all the way, and in just 10 minutes, he drove Rafa to Hepping District 2. Squeak! With a cool drift and tailspin, Rafa parked in the parking space in a very cool manner. Shun Yinxi handed the car keys to Wei Ning and got out of the car in a very cool manner. "Classmate Wei Ning, my driving mission is completed. Goodbye." Wei Ning rubbed his chest somewhat uncomfortably. His heart was rippled violently, as if something was growing wildly. Is this the feeling of being in love? Or is it the reluctance of parting with classmates? Wei Ning shook his head vigorously to get rid of this strange feeling. Looking at Shun Yinxi's perfect back, Wei Ning suddenly realized that something was wrong. Shun Yinxi's Porsche was driven away by the designated driver, and the Lafia was parked here. "How could you get home?" "Student counselor, how are you going home?" Shun Yinxi paused for a moment. Wei Ning still had a conscience. Shun Yinxi didn't look back, but waved to Wei Ning casually. "Don't worry about me. I can take a taxi home." Of course, Wei Ning was worried about Shun Yinxi taking a taxi home so late at night. It was too dangerous. But he can't drive. What should I do? For some reason, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared in Wei Ning's mind. Wei Ning took out his cell phone and called Wei Wenxi. The call was quickly connected, and Wei Wenxi's slightly excited voice came. "Aining, is the entrance banquet over? How was it? Did your new hairstyle and new outfit surprise your classmates?" Wei Ning smiled bitterly. He and his second sister thought too simply. Just doing a hairstyle and changing clothes would not be enough to cope with tonight's graduation banquet. If it weren't for his father's many arrangements, he would definitely have been ruthlessly trampled under the feet of Yang Peiyu. Of course, Wei Ning didn't have time to explain to his second sister and went straight to the point. "Second sister, give me his phone number." Wei Wenxi was startled. Him. After a moment of silence, Wei Ning spoke with difficulty. "Dad." Wei Wenxi was ecstatic. "That's great. Aining, have you forgiven Dad?" Wei Ning smiled bitterly. "In fact, when I saw my father for the first time, I found that I couldn't hate him. Blood relationship is really a very wonderful thing. Even though I haven't seen him for so many years, I still feel very close to him. Yes, I also think Dad is very kind. Even though Uncle Han has always taken good care of our family, he still has to take a back seat compared to Dad. Dad's phone number is 1-880-000-0000. Wei Ning couldn't help but be a little surprised. Isn't his father's cell phone number too awesome? No wonder Dad gave away Rafa so easily. No wonder Dad could arrange for the chairman of South Beauty to stand for him. Wei Ning called Wei Jiuzhou with a feeling of nervousness and anticipation. 10 minutes ago, Hisense Junwei Villa number 1. Wei Jiuzhou had just finished exercising according to the training plan set by Rossi and felt refreshed. Wei Jiuzhou grabbed a towel to wipe his sweat and asked casually while wiping, Trusova, how is Aining? Is the entrance banquet over? Boss, the entrance banquet is over. As I expected, Yang Peiyu really used cars and wine to suppress the young master. Fortunately, you arranged for Rafa, and Xian Yuanming personally went to deliver the wine. Otherwise, the young master would have been severely trampled underfoot tonight. Wei Jiuzhou narrowed his eyes and said, give a heads up to the relevant departments and conduct a surprise inspection of the 2 battlefields of the Yang family tomorrow. Unless they are innocent, we must investigate thoroughly. Trusova's expression became strange. Boss, maybe there is no need for that. Wei Jiuzhou raised his eyebrows. Oh, what's going on? Yang Peiyu must have recognized Xian Yuanming's identity and has already defected to Zhou Yuan. Wei Jiuzhou was amused. He is quite clever. If that is the case, there is no need for surprise inspections by multiple departments. However, we cannot be completely confident about Yang Peiyu. Find someone to follow him. If he dares to do anything that is detrimental to Aining, we will just watch and deal with him. Yes, boss. After hesitating for a moment, Trusova said in a deep voice, Boss, there's one more thing I think I need to report to you. Explain. The young master is suspected to be in a relationship. Chapter 135 Dad, there's a chance to get close to Mom. Aining is in a relationship? Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but frown. His first feeling was that this was a trick played by the brothers from the 3 major financial empires. Are there any traces of them? Wei Jiuzhou did not say who they were, but Trusova knew very well. Trusova shook her head slightly. There is no trace of them. It is a native Qingzhou family. The girl is called Shenyanqi. Here are her information and photos. Please take a look, boss. When Wei Jiuzhou took Shenyanqi's information, his eyes lit up. Aining had good taste. This girl had good looks. Moreover, it has been ranked first among number 1 middle school for 3 consecutive years and has never fallen out of the top 3 in the city. In addition, the Shun family has given Shenyanqi a very strict aristocratic education since she was a child. Shenyanqi is proficient in 5 languages, has 10th level piano and ballet performance skills, and is a true treasure girl. What made Wei Jiuzhou most satisfied was that Shenyanqi had never been in a relationship and had no bad habits. Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly. Shenyanqi passed his initial assessment. Of course, whether she and Wei Ning would have a future together would depend on Wei Ning's thoughts. How far have Aining and Shenyanqi come? According to the report from below, combined with Xian Yuanming's opinion, Shenyanqi should like the young master very much and personally drove a LaFerrari to send the young master home. Wei Jiuzhou raised his eyebrows slightly. Then how is Shenyanqi going to get home? Have you arranged someone? Xiaojiu is waiting at the gate of Heping District 2. Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly. Well done. Boss, there's one more thing. I just checked the revenue reports of all our Team Art branches. Wei Jiuzhou's mouth curled up slightly, and he quickly guessed Trusova's intention. She wanted to see how much money he had lost in buying a new outfit for his son. Is that disappointing to you? Trusova's look was complicated, a little disappointed, but more of fanaticism. Boss, you're right. I am really disappointed. However, I'm not disappointed in you, but in myself. I once again failed to understand your marketing strategy. Not only did your 10% off promotion not cause losses, but it also made the performance of our Team Art West City store jump from the 3rd from the bottom to the 1st. Moreover, it was an absolute crushing performance. The daily turnover of our Team Art West City store has surpassed that of the past quarter. I really can't understand how you did it. Wei Jiuzhou was in a good mood and simply pointed out, in fact, this is not difficult to understand. As long as one is a human, there is a mentality of taking advantage. This mentality of taking advantage will attract huge traffic, and a large part of this traffic will think that since they have come to the supermarket, how can they go back empty-handed? If they buy a lot, they will buy too much. This is the same concept as our Dashias 6, 18, and 11. Now is the internet age, a society where traffic is king. Whoever controls the traffic can control the capital. Trusova nodded in agreement. A boss is a boss, and any advice he gives can benefit you a lot. Suddenly, Trusova thought of something. I remember that when Mr. Ma came to visit my boss after a long conversation, Mr. Ma suddenly started the 11 event. Could it be that this concept was suggested to Mr. Ma by my boss? Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly, neither nodded nor denied. Boss, Zhang Jie, the manager of our T-Mart Xiqing store, has applied to continue holding the 90% off special zone event. In addition, he also wants to extend the 90% off special zone to various fields. For example, eggs, vegetables, and other daily necessities. This will attract more customers. Wei Jiuzhou smiled. He also knows how to draw inferences from one example. This Zhang Jie has a future. It's confirmed. At this moment, Wei Jiuzhou's cell phone rang. Wei Jiuzhou took out his cell phone and saw that it was his son calling. Wei Jiuzhou was slightly stunned. He did not exchange phone numbers with his son. So how did his son know his number? However, this is not important. When the enemy comes, we will fight him with our soldiers. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. As a father, can't you handle your own son? Wei Jiuzhou answered the phone. Aining, what do you want to talk to me about? Wei Ning was stunned. He had never called his father before. How did his father know his number? It seems that Dad is really dedicated and has done a lot of things silently behind the scenes. Dad, I need your help. Explain. My classmate Shin Yinchi sent me home. I'm worried about her taking a taxi home so late at night. Can you arrange for someone to send her home? Xiaojiu is waiting for her at the gate of the community. She should be in the car now. Who is Xiaojiu? Do you know my classmate? It's the security guard who gave you the car keys. Wei Ning. After a long pause, Wei Ning whispered, Dad, thank you. Wei Jiuzhou's uneasiness completely disappeared. His son was so sensible. Everything he had done was worth it. You little brat, why are you being so polite to your own father? Wei Ning's tone became very serious. Dad, you must work hard and return to the family as soon as possible. In fact, I know very well that Mom loves you very much. She broke the bank card you left behind into pieces and threw it into the stinky ditch, then fished it out and glued it back together. Every time she misses you, she cries in front of the bank card. Wei Jiuzhou's nose felt a little sour. It's all my fault. If I were given another chance, I would rather die in my country than leave you for 15 years. Dad, don't talk nonsense. Bah, what do you mean by death? You look so young. You and Mom still have many years to live. Yes, my son is right. Wei Ning felt a little embarrassed by what Wei Jiuzhou said, and said hesitantly, Dad, thank you for everything you have done for me, but my two sisters have rebelled. In order to balance, I must stand on Mom's side. But don't worry, my heart is on your side, and I will find a way to help you. Wei Jiuzhou was amused by Wei Ning. Good boy, well done. You have grown up. Dad, now is a good opportunity to get close to Mom. The gas price is too high recently. Mom is reluctant to spend the gas money and plans to return the car to Aunt Lu. If you help Mom fill up the gas, maybe she will be very happy. Wei Jiuzhou raised his eyebrows slightly. He had known this information for a long time, but he was still very pleased that his son took the initiative to tell him this information. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone with Wei Ning, Wei Jiuzhou thought for a while. Simply giving Shuyu fuel is not a long-term solution. The best way is to lower the oil price in Daxia. Wei Jiuzhou took out his cell phone and dialed a familiar number. The call was quickly connected and a respectful voice came. Boss, what instructions do you have? Halaid immediately increased Daxia's orders significantly and spread the news that Hasm Group has recently discovered 2 super large oil wells, enough to supply the world with oil for 200 years. Kala was a little confused. The Hasm Group did discover 2 super large oil wells. However, although these 2 oil wells looked very large, they were actually only a thin layer. Why did the boss let him say that? What was boss's plan? Why couldn't he see it at all? However, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. Khaled's admiration for Wei Jiuzhou is almost blind. In the past, he was just an unappreciated bastard of the Hashemite family. With the guidance and support of his boss, he defeated many competitors, became the head of the Hashemite family, and became the most powerful oil tycoon in the world. Yes, boss. Chapter 136. The boss must have a trick up his sleeve that she can't understand. After a pause, Khaled asked, Boss, how much additional orders should be placed? What is the appropriate pricing? Should we increase or decrease the price? The daily order is 10 million barrels. You can decide the price yourself. However, I have one request. I want Daxia's oil price to return to the 5 yuan era. Yes, boss. 10 million barrels of orders per day? Will Daxia's oil price return to the 5 yuan era? Trisova was shocked beyond words. Wasn't the boss too willful? If the boss does this, the Hashemite Group will suffer huge losses and will cause huge turmoil in the global energy sector. Is it really worth paying such a price just to allow my wife to fill up her tank? If there hadn't been any big eating contest, if there hadn't been any 10% off special zone, Trusova would have stopped the boss at all costs, even if it makes the boss unhappy. However, after these two incidents, Trusova was very clear that the boss definitely had a plan that she couldn't understand and definitely had a backup plan that she couldn't understand. When it comes to such an important decision, she must not influence the boss's judgment. There's only one thing she can and should do. Do her best to help the boss solve his worries. Boss, what can I do? Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. Trusova, it's just a small matter. There's no need to be so nervous. Just do as usual. Such a small matter? Trusova is going to shut herself in. Is this a small matter? The slightest fluctuation in oil prices can result in trillions or even tens of trillions of US dollars in losses in minutes. Well, her vision is still a little narrow, and she must learn from the boss. In the Commerce Department, Lin Manjiang sat at his desk with a headache. Because the situation on Big Brother's side is currently unstable and domestic oil prices have skyrocketed, he, the director of the Commerce Bureau, Alexander. Suddenly, Lin Manjiang's secretary Xiao Wang pushed the door open and shouted excitedly, "Director, good news! Good news!" Lin Manjiang glanced at Xiao Wang with a little dissatisfaction. Xiao Wang is usually very steady. Why is he so reckless today? Why are you so flustered? What's the news? Tell me. Xiao Wang quickly put away the smile on his face, and his tone became serious. Director, the special assistant to the chairman of the Hasm Group, just called and said that he wants to significantly increase the orders for Daxia. With a bang, Lin Manjiang stood up, his face flushed with excitement. Hashemite Group is the world's largest oil group, with oil reserves accounting for 33.8% of the world's total oil and daily oil production of 10.2 million barrels, accounting for about 10.4% of the world's average daily oil production. If the Hashemite Group produced just a little more oil, world oil prices would drop dramatically. Lin Manjiang suppressed his excitement and asked with a slightly trembling voice, "How much? How many orders did Hasm Group increase?" Xiao Wang was equally excited, 10 million barrels. Hearing this number, Lin Manjiang couldn't help but curl his lips. Only 10 million barrels? Why are you so excited about this? It made me excited for a long time, too. Xiao Wang knew that the director had misunderstood and quickly explained, "Director, it is a daily order of 10 million barrels, not a monthly order." Daily orders? With a gulp, Lin Manjiang couldn't help swallowing his saliva. His head was buzzing, and he couldn't believe what he heard with his own ears. Xiao Wang, what did you say? 10 million barrels of daily orders? This is close to the average daily oil production of the Hashemite Group. Don't make such a joke. Director, how dare I make such a joke? Hasm Group has doubled its oil production. Lin Manjiang's face turned red with excitement, and he kept rubbing his hands. Great, great. Now we in Daxiao will never be short of oil again. In the midst of excitement, Lin Manjiang asked nervously, "Price, what about the price? Has the price increased?" Xiao Wang's lips were a little limp with excitement. No, the price didn't go up. On the contrary, it dropped significantly, down to 3.4 yuan per liter. And it also includes the shipping fee. Director, this is too weird. Could it be a conspiracy of the Hashemite Group? Lin Manjiang's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he said very domineeringly, "Our great Xia is no longer the great Xia of the past. We are the lions that have awakened. If the Hasm Group dares to play any tricks, we will punish them no matter how far away they are." Xiao Wang straightened his chest with great pride. Yes, Daxia is no longer the Daxia of the past. What is there to be afraid of? After a pause, Xiao Wang said, "That being said, Director, we must be on guard against others." Lin Manjiang nodded slightly and dialed Khaled's number. The call was quickly connected, and a very enthusiastic voice came through. "Director Lin, hello." Lin Manjiang smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Khaled. I would like to ask why the Hasm Group suddenly placed an additional order with Daxia. Moreover, the unit price is so favorable." "It's the boss's order." "Boss?" Lin Manjiang was startled. "Mr. Khaled, you are joking. You are the chairman of the board of directors of Hasm Group. How come you have a boss?" "Director Lin, you've heard of the Immortal Kingdom, right?" "Immortal Realm?" "Wei Jiuzhou." Lin Manjiang was shocked beyond words. He thought he knew Wei Jiuzhou very well, but he never imagined that the Hasm Group was also under the Immortal Kingdom. It seems that the evaluation of Wei Jiuzhou needs to be improved again. I'm afraid that Wei Jiuzhou's economic strength is no less than that of a large economy. Ever since he picked up Wei Jiuzhou at the airport, he's been waiting for Wei Jiuzhou's call every day, but after waiting for so many days, there has been no news. Lin Manjiang had already given up hope, but unexpectedly, Wei Jiuzhou gave him such a big surprise. He was right about Wei Jiuzhou. This was a patriotic Daxia businessman with a strong sense of national honor. Mr. Khaled, when are you free to come to Daxia? No, are you free now? I will fly to Saudi Arabia to sign the contract immediately. Director Lin, there's no need to go through so much trouble. We are all old customers, so why not just sign a contract online? Or, if the Commerce Bureau doesn't support online signing, you can arrange for someone to go to Qingzhou and ask the boss's special assistant, Ms. Trusova, to sign the contract. Good. There was no conversation that night, and Wei Jiuzhou woke up very early. Because he started exercising the past few days, Wei Jiuzhou's mental state is obviously much better than before, and a hint of blood color can be vaguely seen on his face. Wei Jiuzhou no longer needed Trusova's help in changing clothes and put on his clothes by himself. Simply wash up and walk out of the master bedroom. Trusova had been waiting for a long time and reported respectfully, "Boss, at 2 o'clock this morning, someone for the Commerce Bureau came to sign the oil order contract." In addition, the Hasm Group announced the news of 2 super large oil wells. The international oil price was shaken and fell by 30%. Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly. How is the price of oil in Daxia? Has it dropped to 5 yuan? Trusova's expression was a little strange. No, the oil price in Daxia has risen instead of falling. Number 95 gasoline has risen from 9.16 yuan to 9.26 yuan. Wei Jiuzhou, what's going on? We've already placed so many additional orders, and international oil prices have dropped, so why is Daxia's price rising instead of falling? Doesn't anyone know that the Hasm Group has placed such a large additional order? Yes, it has spread throughout the Daxia energy circle. Then why did oil prices rise instead of falling? What's the explanation? I checked it out. Generally speaking, Daxia's oil prices tend to rise but not fall. However, when international oil prices fall, Daxia's oil prices will not fluctuate immediately. Generally, Daxia's oil prices will only adjust 10 days after international oil prices fall. In addition, a large part of taxes is included in the price of oil. Therefore, Daxia's oil prices have set a floor price. Even if they fall, they will not fall too much. I'm afraid that in the 5 yuan era, Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but squint his eyes. It seemed that he had thought too simply. There were so many things involved. Wei Jiuzhou took out a cell phone and called Lin Manjiang. The call was quickly connected, and a strong voice came through. "Hello, I'm Lin Manjiang. I am Wei Jiuzhou." Lin Manjiang's voice suddenly became enthusiastic. "Is it Mr. Wei? The Daxia Commerce Bureau will always remember Mr. Wei's timely help." "Director Lin, you're too polite. Mr. Wei, I admire your patriotism, but I really can't understand why you offer such a favorable price. Because the oil price is too high, my wife can't afford to fill up the gas tank. I need the oil price in Daxia to return to the 5 yuan era. However, the oil price in Daxia today makes me very disappointed." Chapter 137 Qingzhou is enough. Lin Manjiang certainly didn't take Wei Jiuzhou's words seriously and said with a smile, "Mr. Wei is really humorous. How could your wife not be able to afford gas?" I, Lin Manjiang, still say the same thing. As long as Mr. Wei is interested in developing in Daxia, whether it is connections or policies, I will do my best to help. Wei Jiuzhou's tone was very serious. "Director Lin, I'm not kidding. To be honest, there's a little misunderstanding between me and my wife. My wife's financial situation is quite difficult at the moment, and she really can't afford to fill up the gas." This, Lin Manjiang was a little confused and had no idea how to respond. "So, I need the oil price in Daxia to return to the 5 yuan era, so that my wife can also afford to fill up her tank." Lin Manjiang smiled bitterly. "Mr. Wei, you have given me a huge problem. It's not that I don't want to help, but the oil price is a serious matter. It involves the Resources Bureau and the Strategy Bureau, as well as a large part of the fuel tax. Our Commerce Bureau has no right to set the oil price for Daxia." Wei Jiuzhou remained silent. He was not very satisfied with the answer. He had already shown his sincerity. If Lin Manjiang could not give him a satisfactory answer, there would be no way for them to continue the cooperation in the future. Wei Jiuzhou clearly didn't say anything, but he put a lot of pressure on Lin Manjiang. Lin Manjiang was certain and confident that if he could not give Wei Jiuzhou a satisfactory answer, this connection would be broken. Lin Manjiang doesn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Several superpowers in the world know that the Immortal Research Institute includes 1/3 of the world's Nobel Prize winners. It represents the most advanced scientific and technological level in the world today. If we can reach a comprehensive cooperation with the Immortal Kingdom, Daxia's science and technology, military industry and economy can all achieve substantial development. Lin Manjiang gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Mr. Wei, can you wait for me for 5 minutes? I need to ask for instructions. Thank you. After hanging up Wei Jiuzhou's phone, Lin Manjiang dialed an internal number. The call was quickly connected and a steady voice came. Manjiang, why are you calling me suddenly? What's the matter? Leader, I have something to report to you. It's like this. Wei Jiuzhou hopes that the oil price in Daxia will return to the 5 yuan era. What do you think? There was silence on the other end of the phone for 10 seconds. Manjiang, you are actually in a misunderstanding. Why should the national oil price return to the 5 yuan era? Xiao Wei's wife is in Qingzhou, not in the whole country. The fuel tax of Qingzhou is insignificant to the whole of Daxia. From now on, we should do our best to promote cooperation with the Immortal Kingdom, especially in the fields of science, technology, medicine, and military industry. It would be best if we could send a group of scientific researchers to the Immortal Research Institute for exchanges. Lin Manjiang was full of admiration for his old leader. What does it mean to have a clear vision? He still needs to learn more from his leader. Yes, I understand. After hanging up the internal line, Lin Manjiang suppressed his excitement and called Wei Jiuzhou back. The call was quickly connected. Lin Manjiang said in a gentle voice, Mr. Wei, it is definitely not possible to make the oil price of the entire Daxia return to the 5 yuan era. However, it is still possible to make the oil price in Qingzhou return to the 5 yuan era. Do you think this will work? Wei Jiuzhou showed a satisfied smile on his face. As long as Xu Yu could give the boost, what did it matter to Qingzhou or the entire Daxia? It seems that Director Lin is indeed sincere. In that case, we can still cooperate more in the future. Thank you, Director Lin. Lin Manjiang smiled and said, Mr. Wei, you are too polite. I should be the one thanking you. I have another unwelcome request. I hope Mr. Wei will not refuse it. Director Lin, please speak. We in Daxia are relatively weak in chips. I heard that the Immortal Research Institute has made great achievements in chip research, as well as in the medical and aviation fields. The old leader intends to arrange a group of scientific researchers to go to the Immortal Research Institute for academic exchanges. After a pause, Lin Manjiang was worried that Wei Jiuzhou would disagree, so he said in a gentle voice, Of course, we are not just asking for it. Daxia's 5G technology will also be fully provided to the Immortal Research Institute. Wei Jiuzhou sighed leisurely. In fact, the Immortal Research Institute had already developed the 6G technology. But he decided not to attack Director Lin. Anyway, he had long intended to donate the Jiuzhou chip to Daxia free of charge. As a Daxia person, Wei Jiuzhou can't bear to see others using chips to strangle the development of Daxia technology. Thank you, Director Lin, for your kindness. I will call the Immortal Research Institute right away. We welcome Daxia researchers to come and exchange ideas at any time. Equals 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 equals. Wei Jiuzhou's old house. Wei Ning lay on the small bed installed on the balcony, tossing and turning, and did not sleep well the whole night. Wei Ning couldn't understand why his heart beat faster yesterday. Was it because he liked her, or because he was nervous? Click, click, the sound of cutting vegetables came from the kitchen. It should be Mom cooking. Wei Ning got up and walked quickly to the kitchen door. Looking at his mother's busy back, hesitantly asked, Mom, can I ask you a question? Zhou Shiyu looked back at his son with a slightly strange look in his eyes. Of course. Mom, what does it feel like to like someone? How can I be sure that I like someone? Zhou Shiyu suddenly became a little nervous and almost cut her hand. Is Aining in love? What is the character of the other party? Could it be the shark anchor in the Big Eater competition? Aining, why do you ask? Are you in love? Wei Ning shook his head gently. Not yet. I'm just not sure if I like her or not. I want to consult Mom. Who is she? Is she the anchor of Shark Platform? I think her name is Tuanzi. Wei Ning shook his head gently. It's not Tuanzi. It's my classmate Shenyanshi. Mom should have seen him at the parents' meeting. Shenyanshi? Zhou Shuyu's eyes lit up. Every time there was a parent-teacher meeting, her attention would be attracted by Shenyanshi. Shen Yinshi is so outstanding. She is good-looking, always ranks first in her studies, and is always the focus of praise from the teacher. Shen Yinshi is the typical child of other people's family. Zhou Shuyu couldn't be more satisfied with Shen Yinshi. Aning, if it's Shen Yinshi, mom will fully support you. However, a girl like Shen Yinshi, who is a top student, shouldn't be easy to pursue, right? Wei Ning scratched his head shyly. Actually, Shen Yinshi confessed to me last night. Zhou Shuyu was ecstatic. Then what are you waiting for? Why don't you take her home right away? Mommy likes Shen Yinshi so much. Mommy wants this daughter-in-law. Wei Ning was a little distressed. I don't know how I feel about Shen Yinshi now. I'm not sure if I like her. If I don't like her, being with her is irresponsible to her and myself. So I want to ask Mom, how can I be sure whether I like someone or not? Chapter 138 Wei Jiuzhou. I'll give you a chance to drive. Zhou Shuyu calmed down and began to recall every detail of his time with Wei Jiuzhou. Soon, Zhou Shuyu had an idea. Aning, it's actually very simple to know if you like someone. There are generally two ways. First, don't contact the other person for a week. If you can't help but think of the other person more than 3 times within this week, then you definitely like them. Second, if the other person is having dinner or chatting with other people of the opposite sex, and you feel uncomfortable, then you definitely like them. Wei Ning nodded vigorously and decided to start with the first method to see if he would think of Shen Yinshi often if he didn't contact her for a week. At least before that, he would not think of Shen Yinshi. As for the second method, we have to wait for the right opportunity. Mom, can you give me a ride on the way? I want to get a driver's license, and Yongchang Driving School happens to be on the way to work. Zhou Shuyu smiled bitterly. You could take the bus or subway. The gas price is more than 9 yuan now. This is robbing me. I won't drive. I'll take the subway. Wei Ning's mouth corners curled up slightly. He had already secretly informed his father that his father would definitely buy oil for his mother. He wondered what kind of expression his mother would have when she saw his father coming over with the oil. I'm really looking forward to it. Wei Ning pretended to be very regretful. Okay, I'll take the subway too. After eating and drinking, Zhou Shuyu and Wei Ning walked out of the house together. When he walked out of the corridor, Wei Ning looked around, but he didn't see Wei Jiuzhou. Wei Ning couldn't help but frowned. What happened to Dad? Didn't he report the news? Why didn't Dad come? With a lot of question marks in their minds, Wei Ning and Zhou Shuyu walked out of the community gate. Shuyu, why aren't you driving today? A familiar voice came into Wei Ning's ears, and Wei Ning was overjoyed. His father had really come. Following the source of the voice, Wei Ning saw the familiar face of Wei Jiuzhou. However, what made Wei Ning a little bit puzzled was where was the oil barrel? Didn't his father bring the oil barrel? Zhou Shuyu couldn't help but feel a headache. She was almost unable to hold on, but Wei Jiuzhou became even more aggressive and even came to block her at the entrance of the community. How could she bear it? Zhou Shuyu could only try to pretend to be fierce and said in a cold voice, Wei Jiuzhou, you don't want to encounter anymore? You can't play anymore, right? I don't know why, but when Wei Jiuzhou saw Zhou Shuyu looking so fierce, he really wanted to pinch her face. Shuyu, you don't need to worry about the oil price. The oil price in Qingzhou has plummeted today. Number 95 gasoline has dropped to 4.99 yuan per liter. You could drive to work. Wei Ning was going crazy. What was his father doing? It would be fine if he didn't buy gas for his mother. Why did he say such nonsense? At a gas price of 4.99, any normal person would know that it was impossible. Zhou Shuyu rolled her eyes speechlessly. Is Wei Jiuzhou joking? How many years has it been since the price of oil bid farewell to the 5 yuan era? How could it be 4.99? Just last night, she saw a lot of TikTok videos making fun of the oil prices in Daxia, and many people in her circle of friends were also complaining about the high oil prices and only chasing the rise and not the fall. Wei Jiuzhou, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Don't disturb me on my way to work. If you have the ability, then continue the chance encounter. If you can't afford it, I will only look down on you even more. Don't ever expect to return to your family. As he spoke, Zhou Shuyu took a step forward and prepared to bypass Wei Jiuzhou. However, what Zhou Shuyu didn't expect was that Wei Jiuzhou suddenly took a step sideways and blocked her steps. Wei Jiuzhou stared straight at Zhou Shuyu and said in a very charming voice, Shu, how about we make a bet? Zhou Shuyu's heart was beating wildly. What was that look in Wei Jiuzhou's eyes? It was too murderous. What bet? You go to fill up your car now. If the price is 4.99, I win. If the price is not 4.99, you win. How do you do it? Zhou Shuyu looked at Wei Jiuzhou with an unconvinced look on his face. Just add it. Who's afraid of who? What's the prize? What if I win? Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. If you win, you can ask me for anything. If I win, go out with me for a day on the weekend. Dating? Zhou Shiyu rolled her eyes speechlessly. Wei Jiuzhou was just dreaming. Okay, let's make a deal. If I win, from now on, you're never allowed to appear in front of me. If you win, I promise to date you for a day on the weekend. Let's go. Let's go and cheer together. Today I will make you lose clearly. After saying that, Zhou Shiyu turned and left. Wei Jiuzhou grinned happily. Great. After all the hard work, he finally got the chance to date Shiyu. Wei Ning at the side kept shaking his head and sighing, lowering his voice and saying, Dad, what's wrong with you? I finally found you an opportunity to get close to Mom, but not only did you not seize it, you also made such a ridiculous bet with Mom. Don't you want to return to your family at all? Wei Jiuzhou knocked on Wei Ning's head in annoyance. Ning, how can you talk like that? How could I, your father, not want to return to the family? Don't worry, I will win this bet. The oil price will definitely be 4.99. Seeing Wei Jiuzhou so confident, Wei Ning suddenly realized something. His father is so rich. Even the richest man in Qingzhou is his subordinate. Isn't it a normal thing for him to buy a few gas stations? Dad, don't tell me you bought all the gas stations on Mom's way to work. Gas station? Wei Jiuzhou smiled mysteriously. That was just a few dollars. Was it necessary for him to operate such a small business personally? Before Wei Jiuzhou could answer, Zhou Shiyu, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around and shouted, What are you two dawdling about? Hurry up. The two of them nodded hurriedly and quickly followed Zhou Shiyu's footsteps. When she walked in front of the Audi A4, Zhou Shiyu hesitated. If she drove, the bastard Wei Jiuzhou would definitely sit in the passenger seat. If she was stared at by this bastard all the time, she might lose her mind and make mistakes. There is a solution. Let Wei Jiuzhou drive, and she and her son sit in the back. Zhou Shiyu admired herself very much. She was such a smart girl that she could come up with such a good idea. Wei Jiuzhou, I'll give you a chance to drive. As he spoke, Zhou Shiyu stuffed the car keys into Wei Jiuzhou's hand. Wei Jiuzhou was a little confused. Why was Shiyu so kind? She actually let him drive? Was she going to accept him? What a pity that he missed such a good opportunity. Although he has a driver's license, his previous physical condition was not suitable for driving. Besides, he has a full-time driver. It does not need to drive. Although his health is much better now, his driving skills are still terrible. If he is allowed to drive, 3 people might die in one car. Wei Jiuzhou quickly returned the car keys. Shiyu, you should drive. I'm not used to driving an Audi. Zhou Shiyu became alert. Wei Jiuzhou certainly had bad intentions. He clearly said before going abroad that his favorite car was Audi. How could he not be used to driving one now? Zhou Shiyu, of course, refused to take the car keys. Wei Jiuzhou, are you kidding me? When we were in school, who said that they liked Audi the most? Wei Jiuzhou was speechless. When he was in school, he really liked Audi the most, but now? Well, okay, I'll try. Chapter 139. Wei Jiuzhou, weren't you very brave just now? As he said that, Wei Jiuzhou resigned himself to opening the driver's door and got in. Zhou Shiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It would be better to sit in the back and secretly observe Wei Jiuzhou. Moreover, sitting in the back, she could clearly see the rearview mirror inside the car, so she could see at a glance whether Wei Jiuzhou was peeping or not. What made Zhou Shiyu quite satisfied was that Wei Jiuzhou did not peek at her after getting in the car. The first thing he did was to fasten his seatbelt and then turn to look at the two of them. Shiyu, Ning, fasten your seatbelts. Wei Ning fastened his seat belt obediently, but Zhou Shiyu shook her head slightly. We can't drive fast in the city, so there's no need to fasten seatbelts in the back seat. Wei Jiuzhou's face was very serious. Shiyu, I'm not kidding you, it's really necessary. Wei Jiuzhou's expression was too serious. Zhou Shiyu was a little panicked. What did Wei Jiuzhou mean by this? Was he ready to let the 3 of them perish together? Is it really the right decision to let Wei Jiuzhou drive? Zhou Shiyu no longer insisted and quickly fastened his seatbelt. Wei Jiuzhou then breathed a sigh of relief, but he still felt it was not very safe. After thinking for a while, Wei Jiuzhou took out his cell phone and quickly sent a message to Trusova. Trusova, I'm driving Lu Qing's Audi A4 to take Shiyu to work. Please get ready. When Trusova saw the message sent by Wei Jiuzhou, her face turned pale with fright. Isn't the boss too willful? Not to mention whether he is physically fit to drive. He hasn't touched a steering wheel in more than 10 years. Can he really drive on the road? Calm. Must stay calm. Trusova took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and said in a deep voice, Xiaojiu, get the entire convoy out to escort the boss and his wife to work. Yes, Wei Juzhou's motorcade set off in a mighty procession, with more than 20 Maybachs heading straight for Hepping District 2. Soon, Trusova's text message came back. Boss, the team is here and can set off. Wei Juzhou then breathed a sigh of relief and began to figure out how to start the car. Soon, Wei Juzhou found the one-button start button. Wei Juzhou stepped on the brake, pressed the one-touch start button, pushed the operating lever to D gear, and the Audi A4 started smoothly. Wei Juzhou couldn't help but feel a little excited. It seemed that driving was not that difficult a thing. Wei Juzhou felt a little inflated and stepped on the accelerator. Boom! Boom! The Audi A4's engine roared violently, and it accelerated out of the parking space and headed straight for the big tree in front. Zhou Shuyu and Wei Ning were not mentally prepared at all. They were shocked and could not help but let out a burst of exclamations. Zhou Shuyu's head was buzzing. She regretted it very much. Why did she let Wei Juzhou drive? Now the family of three was complete. Fortunately, Wei Juzhou reacted quickly and slammed on the brakes. Squeak! The Audi A4 braked quickly and stopped less than half a meter away from the tree. Wei Juzhou wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought to himself, this is a close call. Zhou Shuyu's voice rose 8 octaves. Wei Juzhou, do you want to die together? Can you do it? If not, get off and I'll drive. As a man, how can I say no? It hasn't been run in yet. I heard that the acceleration ability of automatic transmission is far inferior to that of manual transmission. What's wrong with this car? Its acceleration ability is too terrible, isn't it? Of course, it's terrifying. Chinga's A4 is awesome. It can easily beat the Civic, okay? Just step on it gently. Okay, I'll be gentle. Wei Juzhou put the car in her gear, backed up, then changed to D gear, and gently stepped on the accelerator. This time the car drove more smoothly. When he was in the community, Wei Juzhou was quite at ease. After all, there is a speed limit in the community, and most people drive at idle speed. However, after leaving the community gate, Wei Juzhou seemed a little stretched. After all, the road conditions in society are many times more complicated than those in the community. Wei Juzhou is also a novice among novices. Whenever a car approached, Wei Juzhou would become very nervous and quickly slow down his car, with the Audi A4 maintaining a speed of 40 miles per hour. The A4, which is boasted to be able to beat the Civic in seconds, has been overtaken by various types of entry-level commuter cars. Even after a Civic overtook an A4, the young driver arrogantly stretched out his hand from the cab window and gave Wei Juzhou an upside-down thumbs up. Wei Juzhou didn't react at all to this. After all, Wei Juzhou's identity is there. As one of the world's top financial giants, how could he be racing with a young man on the road? However, Zhou Shuyu simply couldn't stand it. Zhou Shuyu is very gentle and patient in both life and work. However, she was completely different when she was in the car. She was like a firecracker, the kind that could be ignited at any time. She is commonly known as a patient in the late stage of road rage. Wei Juzhou, are you ready for this? You were killed in a second by a Civic. Hurry and get back here. Weren't you very brave in the neighborhood just now? Why are you so weak now? Wei Juzhou smiled bitterly. He also wanted to kill him in seconds, but his strength did not allow it. Shuyu, safety comes first on the road. There is no need to drive a fighting car. Zhou Shuyu exploded. Who is fighting? It's obviously the car in front that is deliberately provoking us. Wei Juzhou, if you are a man, fight for me. Wei Juzhou would certainly not agree to Zhou Shuyu's unreasonable request. Wei Juzhou knew very well which was more important, fighting for his dignity or his life. Wei Juzhou subconsciously wanted to refuse, but suddenly he saw a familiar license plate number in front of him. His convoy has arrived. Wei Juzhou's mouth curled up slightly. Xiaojiu and the others arrived just in time. They must be given a bonus when they return. Shuyu, if I kill Civic in 1 second, what reward will you give me? Can you kiss me? Zhou Shuyu answered without thinking. Don't even mention 1 time. 10 times is no problem. Hurry up and kill the Civic in front of you in 1 second. Okay, wait, I'll kill him right away. After saying that, Wei Juzhou still did not speed up, still maintaining a snail's pace of 40 miles per hour. Seeing that the rear of the Civic was almost out of sight, Zhou Shuyu was so angry. Wei Juzhou, didn't you say you were going to kill the Civic in seconds? Why aren't you speeding up? Wei Juzhou smiled mysteriously. The time has not come yet. As the two were talking, the speed of the cars in front gradually slowed down. Zhou Shuyu was very depressed. Was it going to be a traffic jam again? Zhou Shuyu looked carefully and found that the Maybach fleet in front of him had their double flashes on, blocking the road tightly. The cars behind were very unhappy, but they didn't dare to get too close. This is a Maybach, a high-end car worth millions, so don't touch it. Even the Civic that was so arrogant just now slowed down and carefully kept a distance from the Maybach team in front. Zhou Shuyu couldn't help but frowned. What's going on with those Maybachs in front? Why are they blocking the road? And they're driving so slowly. Do they have any sense of public morality? Chapter 140, This is our family's private fleet. Wei Jiuzhou's mouth twitched slightly, but he could only curse along with Zhou Shuyu. They really have no sense of public morality. We must teach them a lesson. As he spoke, Wei Jiuzhou accelerated slightly. Soon, Wei Jiuzhou caught up with the Civic and honked at him twice. The driver of the Civic is called Liu Dishuai. Under normal circumstances, Liu Dishuai would definitely not indulge the temper of the Audi A4. After all, the Civic and the A4 are old enemies. Either you beat me in seconds, or I beat you in seconds. However, there's so many Maybachs blocking the road ahead, and they're all flashing their hazard lights. It is obvious that some important person is traveling. If the A4 wants to get in, just let it go. If you accidentally rub it, people won't tolerate your temper. Liu Dishuai curled his lips in disdain and took the initiative to give up his seat. Wei Jiuzhou grinned, slowly stepped on the accelerator, and completed the overtaking leisurely. Wei Jiuzhou looked at the rearview mirror triumphantly and saw Zhou Shuyu through it. Shuyu, you have to keep your word. I don't need you to kiss me 10 times. Just a wet French kiss will do. With a chuckle, Wei Ning couldn't help but burst out laughing and secretly gave Wei Jiuzhou a thumbs up. Dad is still the best at flirting. I must take note of this in a little notebook so that he can learn from it when he has a girlfriend in the future. Suddenly, the smile on Wei Ning's face froze. When he thought of his girlfriend, Shun Yinqi's face suddenly appeared in his mind. According to the 2 methods of judgment mentioned by my mother, has he been infected? When Wei Ning thought about how he had just rejected Shun Yinqi last night, he suddenly felt a little depressed. Damn, he realized it too late. He won't follow in his father's footsteps, will he? Abusing your wife is fun for a while, but chasing her is a hell of a lot. Zhou Shuyu was going crazy. Did Wei Jiuzhou really dare to say anything? With Aining still beside him, wasn't he afraid of corrupting the child? Also, doesn't she have any dignity? Wei Jiuzhou, don't be so complacent. If it weren't for the Maybach team blocking the way, you wouldn't be able to kill the Civic in 1 second. This is an irresistible factor. The agreement just now is void. Wei Jiuzhou said with a smile. Shuyu, can you have a little spirit of contract? How can I make a bet with you if you're like this? Zhou Shuyu knew she was in the wrong, but she would never kiss Wei Jiuzhou, let alone give him a French kiss or a wet kiss. Because of force majeure, our bet has to be modified. As long as you kill the Maybach team in front of you in seconds, I will give you 10 wet French kisses. Wei Jiuzhou almost couldn't help laughing. Shuyu, this is what you said. You can't go back on your word. Of course I don't regret it. My son can testify. If you have the guts, you can surpass the Maybach team. Okay, as you wish. Wei Jiuzhou suddenly stepped on the accelerator and honked the horn at the Maybach team. For a moment, all the drivers following the Maybach convoy were shocked. Is this Audi A4 driver crazy? There's a convoy of Maybach cars in front of him. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that some important person is traveling. You said you drive a shabby A4. Why are you so arrogant? Zhou Shuyu was also shocked. Although she was a patient with advanced road rage, it didn't mean she was brainless. She knew very well the strength of the Maybach team in front. Even when she was the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, she couldn't afford to offend such a team, let alone now. Wei Jiuzhou, are you crazy? Are you really going to hit it? Slow down. Slow down. If we hit it, we can't afford the compensation. Shuyu, don't worry, I won't hit it. And even if I do, I can afford the compensation. After saying that, Wei Jiuzhou not only did not slow down, but instead stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The Audi A4 is getting closer and closer to the Maybach. It's about to collide. Many drivers behind could no longer bear to watch and began to slow down, preparing to avoid the accident. The Civic driver Liu Dishuai's eyes flashed with an extremely fanatical light. He stretched his hand out of the window of the cab again. This time, he did not make an inverted thumbs up, but a thumbs up. Brother, you're awesome. I give you credit. Next time I see an A4 with a boastful face, I'll admit defeat. However, what Luda Shuai and the drivers could never have imagined was that the Maybach fleet that had just blocked the road suddenly accelerated. No, to be exact, not the entire convoy accelerated, but the two cars in front of Wei Jiuzhou suddenly accelerated. Wei Jiuzhou followed the path vacated by the two cars and plunged into the Maybach convoy. The Maybach fleet quickly changed its formation and quickly blocked the vacant passage again, leaving the drivers behind completely confused. What the hell? The Maybach team in front is not good either. Is that it? It's just an A4. Even if it's a luxury car, it shouldn't give way. For some reason, fire was burning in Lu Deshuai's chest. What A4 can do, Civic can do as well. Boom! Lu Deshuai stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the Civic made a loud roar and rushed towards the Maybach team. When two enemies meet on a narrow road, the brave one wins. Get out of my way! Lu Deshuai roared furiously, honked the horn madly at the Maybach convoy, and launched a death charge. The drivers behind were so excited. If Civic could do it, maybe they could do it too. However, something happened that made the drivers despair. The Maybach team, which was so easy to talk to just now and took the initiative to make way for the A4, seemed to have instantly turned from good guys into hard and stinky stones. The Civic and Maybach convoys were getting closer and closer, and were about to collide. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Lu Deshuai's heart almost jumped out his throat, and every cell in his body was trembling with tension. Unfortunately, the Maybach team still showed no sign of evading. Lu Deshuai could no longer control his feet and stepped on the brakes hard. Squeak! The Civic slowed down rapidly and finally reached a safe speed when it was less than half a meter away from the rear of the Maybach. Even the onboard radar has started to sound the alarm frantically, making a shrill, beeping sound. Lu Deshuai looked like he had been fished out of the water. All his clothes were soaked. Lu Deshuai saw the A4 speeding away through the gap in the Maybach fleet, and for no reason, he had a strong urge. He also wanted to change to a more powerful A4, and he also wanted to beat the Maybach. With his own people in front and behind him, Wei Jiuzhou finally found a little sense of security and the joy of racing. Probably slowly accelerated from 40 miles per hour to 60 miles per hour. For experienced drivers, driving at 60 miles per hour is as easy as drinking water. However, friends who have just learned the third subject will realize that it is so exciting to reach 60 miles per hour. This is how Wei Jiuzhou feels now. Shuyu, I got the Maybach in seconds. You have to keep your promise. Before Zhou Shuyu could regret it, Wei Ning smiled and said, Dad, don't worry. I can testify that Mom owes you 10 wet French kisses. Wei Jiuzhou was so happy that he was flying with joy. It was no wonder that he loved his son so much. Well done to his son. Zhou Shuyu was a little mad. Wasn't his son too honest? He shouldn't be so straightforward at a time like this. What's wrong with being naughty occasionally? Wei Ning saw that his mother wanted to shirk her debt, so he looked at Zhou Shuyu with a smile. Mom, you won't go back on your word, will you? In my heart, you are a person who keeps your word. You're my role model. Since Wei Ning said so, Zhou Shuyu had no choice but to accept the defeat. Zhou Shuyu could only put the blame on the Maybach team. What was going on with the Maybach team? Why did they give way to Wei Jiuzhou? They made her so passive. Wei Jiuzhou, I admit defeat, but I don't understand why the Maybach team gave way to you. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly and answered truthfully, because this is our family's private fleet. Chapter 141 Shuyu, you can't cheat. Zhou Shuyu rolled her eyes speechlessly and subconsciously wanted to refute Wei Jiuzhou. This is a Maybach team, and they are all high-end. More than 20 cars, it would cost at least 100 million, right? How can Wei Jiuzhou have so much money? It's simply tax-free bragging. However, Zhou Shuyu opened her mouth but didn't say anything. Cheng Nanwei's words suddenly appeared in her mind. The total market value of Guangyu Advertising Company is about 50 million. Wei Jiuzhou can easily buy Guangyu. It doesn't seem absolutely impossible for him to own such a racing team. Zhou Shuyu suddenly felt very powerless. Wei Jiuzhou, the man who was so familiar to her, seemed to become somewhat strange and unfathomable. Wei Ning was much calmer and accepted what Wei Jiuzhou said calmly. After all, even the richest man in Qingzhou was his father's subordinate, so what was a mere fleet of Maybachs? I guess this is just the tip of the iceberg for my dad. Suddenly, Wei Ning began to look forward to it. His father was so capable that he would not lie to him. Could it be that the oil price in Daxia had really returned to the 5 yuan era? Dad, there's a gas station up ahead. Let's go get some gas. Wei Ning raised his hand and pointed to the gas station in front. Wei Ning nodded slightly, turned on the turn signal, and drove straight to the gas station. The Maybach fleet quickly received instructions to escort the boss and his wife to the gas station for refueling. Zhou Shuyu cheered up again. Even if Wei Jiuzhou had a net worth of over 100 million, he could not influence the oil price in Daxia. After all, fuel tax is a very important part of Daxia's GDP. In fact, oil is a strategic material for Daxia. It has a very high priority. But soon, Zhou Shuyu fell into despair. As soon as he entered the gas station, Zhou Shuyu saw a large sign through the car window with some large and flamboyantly written characters on it. Golden Day oil price, 92 hashtag gasoline, 4.09 yuan per liter, 95 hashtag gasoline, 4.99 yuan per liter. Zhou Shuyu was completely numb, his worldview was shattered, and he couldn't believe what he saw with his own eyes. 4.99? Is it really 4.99? Why is this happening? Has Daxia's oil price really plummeted so much? Wei Jiuzhou was not at all surprised about this. He thought Director Lin was reliable. They could cooperate more in the future. Wei Ning's anxious heart finally relaxed. If Zhou Shuyu hadn't been next to him, he would definitely have shouted out loud, "Awesome! Dad is so generous that he actually bought the gas station so that Mom can afford to fill up her tank. It's really 4.99. I can testify. Mom lost the bet this time. Mom, you can't deny the debt. You have to go on a date with Dad this weekend." Wei Jiuzhou grinned wickedly. "Shuyu, I'm already looking forward to a wonderful weekend." "Looking forward to your face." Zhou Shuyu is almost autistic. How could this happen? Even the oil price in Daxia was against her. Was she really going to date Wei Jiuzhou? Given her current condition, if she were to stay with Wei Jiuzhou all day, she would definitely be conquered by him. However, my son is watching me, and if I can't come up with a reasonable excuse, I won't be able to cancel the date. Zhou Shuyu's mind raced, and soon, an idea flashed in her mind. Wei Jiuzhou could buy Guangyu and own a fleet of Maybachs worth more than 100 million yuan, so why couldn't he buy this gas station? Yes, it must be. Wei Jiuzhou must have bought this gas station, so he can change the price at will. There was a gleam in Zhou Shuyu's eyes, and he thought he had found the truth. Wei Jiuzhou, is this the only trick you have? Do you think you can fool me by buying a gas station? You are cheating. Our bet is cancelled. Wei Ning on the side was very upset. His mother was too smart and actually noticed his father's little trick. It seemed that his father was happy too early and his weekend date was ruined. Wei Jiuzhou secretly thought that it was a close call. If he really bought a few gas stations to save trouble, wouldn't it be very embarrassing if Shuyu ruthlessly exposed him? What made Wei Ning a little surprised was that after being exposed by Zhou Shuyu, Wei Jiuzhou was not panicked at all. He smiled and said, "Shuyu, you think too highly of me. Xia Shihua is a state-owned enterprise. How could I possibly buy a gas station of Xia Shihua?" Zhou Shuyu was stunned. Yes, Xia Petrochemical is indeed a state-owned enterprise. Before a state-owned enterprise goes bankrupt, private transactions are not allowed. However, Zhou Shuyu would not believe Wei Jiuzhou so easily. Wei Jiuzhou is too capable now. Who knows if he used some tricks? Better to ask in person. Zhou Shuyu got out of the car and walked quickly towards a gas station employee. "Hello, I want to ask, has your Xia Petrochemical changed its boss?" The gas station employee looked at Zhou Shuyu with strange eyes. This beautiful lady was so pretty and elegant, and looked like a high-level intellectual. How could she ask such a stupid question? Escaped from a mental hospital? Alas, what a pity for such a beautiful lady. Xia Petrochemical is a state-owned enterprise, and its boss is the state. How can this be changed? Zhou Shuyu was speechless. Yes, what was she thinking about? This was Xia Shihua's gas station. She had come here to fill up her gas tank a few days ago. But how did this magic work? At this moment, Zhou Shuyu's cell phone rang. It was a notification tone from a Moments. Zhou Shuyu opened her Moments and saw several posts showing off oil prices. Fuck, is this a decline in morality or a distortion of human nature? The price of oil in Daxia has returned to the 5 yuan era. Did Xia Petrochemical and Xia Oil take the wrong medicine? They actually brought the oil price back to the 5 yuan era. I was instantly overwhelmed. What a mistake. I didn't drive today. Otherwise, I would have filled up the tank. Zhou Shuyu was stunned, completely stunned. Wei Jiuzhou was not playing tricks. Daxia's oil price really returned to the 5 yuan era. Even the oil prices in Daxia are helping Wei Jiuzhou. Is this fate? Whatever. She is just an ordinary woman. How can she escape the constraints of fate? But soon, Zhou Shuyu discovered the problem. I suspect we are not in the same daxia. Why is the gas price in Qingzhou 4.99, while the gas price in our provincial capital is 9.38? The people of Jiangsu province sent a congratulatory message to the people of Qingzhou. The oil price in Jiangsu province is 9.58. Soon, Zhou Shuyu saw more than a dozen posts on WeChat moments from other places showing off the oil prices. Zhou Shuyu was completely confused. What was going on? Only Qingzhou's oil price returned to the 5 yuan era? Why was the oil price in other parts of Daxia still above 9 yuan? After Wei Jiuzhou finished filling up the gas tank, he found Zhou Shuyu still in a daze. So he stuck his head out of the car window and called out, "Shuyu, what are you doing? Hurry up and get in the car. We've finished filling up the gas tank." Zhou Shuyu got into the car subconsciously, as if he had lost his soul, and sat in the back seat. Seeing that Zhou Shuyu was not in a good state, Wei Jiuzhou could not help but be alert. Was Shuyu trying to cheat? Fortunately, he had his son as a witness. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain it clearly. Wei Jiuzhou pretended to be relaxed and said, "Shuyu, you can't cheat. My son is the witness of our bet." Zhou Shuyu shook his head slightly. "I won't cheat. I just can't understand why Qingzhou is the only place in Daxia where the oil prices returned to the 5 yuan era." Chapter 142. Mom, you're not the energy tycoon's wife, are you? Wei Ning was stunned. What the hell? Qingzhou was the only place in Daxia where the oil price had returned to the 5 yuan era? This was too unreal, wasn't it? Mom, what did you say? Why don't I understand? Qingzhou's oil prices have gone viral on WeChat moments. Check it out for yourself. Oh. Wei Ning took out his cell phone and wanted to open his moments, but a hot search suddenly sent him a push message. Wei Ning subconsciously clicked on the hot search, opened the hot search list, and then was stunned. The top 3 hot searches are all about Qingzhou oil prices. Breaking news. Qingzhou oil price returns to the 5 yuan era. Is this a pilot or a signal of something else? I mean my friends in Qingzhou so much. They could drive happily now. Exclusive insider information. It is said that the oil price in Qingzhou has returned to the 5 yuan era because the wife of a certain energy tycoon can't afford to fill up the gas tank. Of course, the third trending search post is mostly filled with funny comments, and no one would believe the authenticity of this post. However, after seeing this post, Wei Ning suddenly had a bold idea. Could this be the truth behind Qingzhou's oil price returning to the 5 yuan era? The wife of that energy tycoon? Couldn't she be his mother? Wei Ning looked at his father deeply. If this trending search is true, his father is so scary. What heights has Dad achieved in these 15 years? Why was it that every time a layer of the veil was lifted from his father, he was always so shocked? Wei Jiuzhou was very upset. Shuyu discovered this problem so quickly? But it doesn't matter, as long as Shuyu doesn't cheat. Wei Ning suppressed his excitement and asked in a trembling voice, "Dad, what's going on with the oil price?" Wei Jiuzhou answered truthfully, "Because your mother can't afford to fill up the gas price in Qingzhou must return to the 5 yuan era." It's true. Wei Ning's breathing almost stopped. All the hairs on his body stood up. Although Zhou Shuyu has accepted the fact that Wei Jiuzhou is very powerful, but being able to influence the oil price of the entire Qingzhou is a huge power. How could Wei Jiuzhou be possible? Zhou Shuyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. "Wei Jiuzhou, can you please stop? I told you you're fat, but you're still panting, right? Why don't you brag a little more? Why don't you say you can influence the oil price of the entire Daxia?" Wei Jiuzhou nodded seriously. "I can indeed influence the oil price of the entire Daxia, but due to the national conditions of Daxia, it cannot be effective immediately. 10 days later, the oil prices in various parts of Daxia will gradually fall." Zhou Shuyu didn't know what to say. This boast had already blown the universe and the Milky Way apart. Wei Ning saw that his mother didn't believe his father, so he quickly handed the phone to Zhou Shuyu. "Mom, look at the 3rd place on the hot search list. Is it possible that the wife of the energy tycoon they're talking about is not you?" Zhou Shuyu looked over subconsciously and then fell silent. "No way. Is it really Wei Jiuzhou who influences the oil prices in Qingzhou? Isn't this too scary? After not seeing each other for 15 years, how could Wei Jiuzhou become so terrifying?" Zhou Shuyu suddenly felt very powerless. She felt that she was being held tightly in Wei Jiuzhou's hands. She had no way of breaking free from a man like this. Wei Jiuzhou, is what's on the trending search true? Zhou Shuyu handed Wei Ning's phone to Wei Jiuzhou. Wei Jiuzhou raised his eyebrows slightly. The netizens of Daxia are really awesome. They can guess the truth correctly even if they make random guesses. The trending search is right. You are the wife of the oil tycoon. So, Shuyu, are you ready to date the oil tycoon this weekend? Zhou Shu. Wei Jiuzhou grinned and did not continue attacking. He knew Zhou Shuyu's character very well. If he pressed him too hard, Zhou Shuyu would definitely get angry. Boom, boom. The Audi A4 started, drove out of the gas station, and headed straight for Yongchang Driving School. Yongchang Driving School is located at the intersection of Lanao Road and Huanghe First Road. It is an old driving school and ranks among the top 3 among all driving schools in Qingzhou. However, Wei Jiuzhou was not very reassured and decided to observe it personally. Shu, how about I accompany aiming to register first and then send you to work? If it was any other reason, Zhou Shuyu would definitely refuse without hesitation. She didn't want to be late. However, since it concerns Wei Ning's safety, there is no room for carelessness. Zhou Shuyu nodded slightly to show his agreement. The huge fleet of Maybach cars drove into Yongchang Driving School, scaring the director, Yang Jingming. Yang Jingming walked out of the office happily and greeted the convoy in person. Yang Jingming came to the front of Wei Jiuzhou's car with his back bent and said respectfully, I am Yang Jingming, and I warmly welcome all the leaders and bosses to come and inspect. However, what Yang Jingming did not expect was that after Xiao Jiu got out of the car, he raised his hand and pointed to the Audi A4 behind him and said in a deep voice, the boss and his wife are in the Audi A4. Audi A4? Yang Jingming's expression became a little strange. Are all the rich people nowadays so good at having fun? Why does he choose to drive an A4 when he has a luxury car worth more than 10 million yuan? However, Yang Jingming did not dare to delay. He brought several driving school leaders and quickly came to the front of A4, looking at the family of 3 who had just got off the car with an apologetic smile on his face. Hello, boss. I am the general manager of Yongchang Driving School. My name is Yang Jingming. May I ask what you have to say about Yongchang Driving School? My last name is Wei, and this is my son Wei Ning. He plans to get a driver's license. Yang Jingming breathed a sigh of relief. He was just here to learn how to drive? He was so scared. He had to sort out all the potential safety hazards, otherwise he would be worried all day long. Mr. Wei, don't worry. I will arrange the best training car and the best coach for you, and ensure that you can get your driver's license safely and smoothly. Wei Jiuzhou certainly would not easily believe a businessman's words, and waved to Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu, General Manager Yang will gather all the coaches in a while. You go and assess them and select the best coach. Yes, boss. When Wei Ning saw Xiao Jiu, his expression was strange, and the scene of Xiao Jiu giving him the car keys emerged uncontrollably in his mind. It turned out that the security guard that day was his father's full-time driver. Yang Jingming was a little confused. What was going on? We still need to assess the coach? This is the first time I heard that before coming to a driving school to learn for a driver's license. I have to assess the instructor first. Yang Jingming wanted to object, but when he looked at the 68S worth more than 10 million yuan and the more than 20 top-of-the-line Maybachs, he could only suppress his dissatisfaction. You have money. You are the boss. You can play however you want. Boss, please wait a moment. I will call all the coaches here, and you can proceed with the assessment. Seeing that Yang Jingming was somewhat reluctant, Wei Jiuzhou said calmly, as long as my son can get a driver's license before the university starts, I will invest 50 million in your Yongchang Driving School, replace the training car, and build a good venue. I will make your Yongchang Driving School the best driving school in Qingzhou. Plop, plop. Yang Jingming's little heart couldn't help but beat wildly. In Qingzhou, Yongchang Driving School has always been suppressed by Daising Driving School. Has it finally found an opportunity to become the #1 driving school in Qingzhou? How could Yang Jingming be reluctant at all at this moment? Yang Jingming bowed deeply. Please, Mr. Wei, no. Please rest assured, boss. I will personally teach you how to drive. I must ensure that you get your driver's license before college starts. Wei Jiuzhou was a little surprised. Mr. Yang was quite smart, but were his driving skills good enough? As if noting Wei Jiuzhou's doubt, Yang Jingming raised his head with a little pride. Boss, I was a professional driver before I opened a driving school. I won the Qingzhou Grand Prix many times. It's just that I'm old and my reaction speed can't keep up. So I chose to retire and open a driving school. Chapter 143 Shuyu. 1 is not enough. There are 9 more. As he spoke, Yang Jingming took out the medal he was carrying with him. Wei Jiuzhou raised his eyebrows. It was interesting, but since it was related to his son, he had to be cautious. Xiao Jiu, compete with Mr. Yang. Good. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiaojiu and Yang Jingming competed in their driving skills. Yang Jingming and Xiaojiu were both driving the driving school's training cars. Yang Jingming took Xiaojiu to the driving school's training ground and cleared the training ground. The difficult driving school training ground couldn't stop the two from racing. For a moment, the training car seemed to have turned into a racing car, drifting through various corners and even leaping high into the air. It has to be said that Xiaojiu and Yang Jingming are both excellent drivers, both with the strength of professional players. The competition between the two is very exciting. Everyone's blood was boiling. The students originally had some opinions, but when they saw such a high level of racing competition, they all started cheering. Wei Ning, along with a group of coaches and Wei Jiuzhou's drivers, also joined in the cheering and cheered for the two drivers. Wei Jiuzhou took advantage of the opportunity when everyone's attention was focused on the game, came up to Zhou Shuyu and smiled very wickedly. Shuyu, shouldn't you fulfill the 10 French kisses you promised me just now? Under normal circumstances, Zhou Shuyu would definitely be shy and would definitely try to avoid it. But now Xiaojiu is competing with Yang Jingming. Zhou Shuyu was so excited to see this cool driving skill. Even Zhou Shuyu, a patient with advanced road rage, couldn't find any fault with it. Zhou Shuyu's blood started boiling. She wished that she was the one competing on the field. Zhou Shuyu was particularly abnormal in this situation. He was not introverted or reserved at all. He was simply passionate and unrestrained to the extreme. Zhou Shuyu looked at Wei Jiuzhou with a very provocative look. Isn't it just a French wet kiss? Wei Jiuzhou, do you think I'll be scared? Zhou Shuyu suddenly took a step forward very aggressively, raised his hand to hook Wei Jiuzhou's neck, and pulled hard. Under Wei Jiuzhou's astonished gaze, Zhou Shuyu's hot lips tightly blocked his lips. Happiness came so suddenly that Wei Jiuzhou was completely frozen. What the hell? Shuyu actually took the initiative to kiss him, and it was a wet French kiss? There were dozens of people watching. Just now he just wanted to tease Shuyu, but he didn't expect. However, Wei Jiuzhou had no time to think, as Zhou Shuyu had already started the attack. Zhou Shuyu is very clumsy, but very aggressive. How could Wei Jiuzhou care about so much? He hugged Zhou Shuyu tightly. It seemed that he and Zhou Shuyu were the only two people left in the entire driving school. A full half-minute passed before Zhou Shuyu pushed Wei Jiuzhou away and licked her slightly swollen lips. It was still that familiar taste. Everyone around was focusing on the game, and no one noticed such an exciting scene. I have to say that Xiaojiu and Yang Jingming were evenly matched, and they both crossed the finish line almost at the same time. Squeak! Two beautiful drifts into the garage, and the two training cars stopped. Xiaojiu and Yang Jingming got out of the car, smiled at each other, and held their hands tightly together, showing a feeling of mutual appreciation. At their level, it is really rare to meet a driver with similar skills. Drawl. Awesome. Brother 9 is awesome. Boss Yang is also awesome. Zhou Shuyu was the only one left in Wei Jiuzhou's world, and he didn't notice at all that the game was over. Wei Jiuzhou is a real man. Of course, he won't let Zhou Shuyu take the initiative. Wei Jiuzhou took a step forward and approached Zhou Shuyu again, staring at Zhou Shuyu's bookish face with fiery eyes. One is not enough. There are still 9. As he said that, Wei Jiuzhou kissed her. If the game was in progress, Zhou Shuyu would definitely not show weakness. But now, the game is over, the late stage of road rage is over, and Zhou Shuyu has returned to normal mode. Zhou Shuyu couldn't understand why she did such a bold thing just now. What would Wei Jiuzhou think of her? I have no face to live as a human being. What made Zhou Shuyu even more nervous was, what was Wei Jiuzhou going to do? Was he going to kiss her again? How can she live her life if so many people are watching her? Zhou Shuyu quickly stepped back and looked at Wei Jiuzhou with a vigilant look. Wei Jiuzhou, I do owe you 9 French kisses, but how and when to pay it back is up to me. Of course, Wei Jiuzhou would not let Zhou Shuyu go so easily. Unfortunately, Wei Ning had no idea what was happening here and rushed over with an excited look on his face. Dad, Brother Jiu and Mr. Yang are such great drivers. They're evenly matched and crossed the finish line at the same time. Wei Jiuzhou then remembered that this was a driving school, and there were many people watching. According to Shuyu's personality, if he continued to press him, it might backfire. Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but shake his head in self-mockery. Why was he so impatient? It was all because Shuyu was too charming. Wei Jiuzhou collected his thoughts and looked at Wei Ning with a smile. So, You are very satisfied with this coach, Mr. Yang? Wei Ning nodded vigorously. Yes, I'm very satisfied. If I can learn a little bit from Mr. Yang, I'll be very satisfied. Xiao Jiao, who was standing by, also praised him from the bottom of his heart. Boss, Mr. Yang is still as skilled as ever. I can cross the finish line with him because of his youth. If I were the same age as Mr. Yang, I would definitely lose. Mr. Yang is definitely qualified to be the young master's coach. Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but nod slightly. He was very clear about Xiao Jiao's driving skills. Someone that even Xiao Jiao admired must be an expert among experts. Yang Jingming waved his hands repeatedly. Brother Xiao Jiao, you are embarrassing me. In fact, I'm the one who got the best deal. This is the training ground I built myself. I have run here many times, but this is your first time? If you were familiar with the ground a few days in advance, I would definitely be the loser. Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Yang was so humble and knew how to behave. He should be able to rest assured, leaving Aining in his hands. I seriously doubt that this is a business deal. Everyone couldn't help laughing. They didn't expect the boss to be so humorous. The boss seemed to be in a good mood today. The corners of his mouth were always raised. Was it because he was with his wife? Xiaojiao and the bodyguards secretly reminded themselves that since the boss cared so much about the madam and the young master, they must not offend the madam and the young master. Others didn't dare to look directly at Wei Jiuzhou, or rather, didn't dare to keep their gaze on Wei Jiuzhou's face for too long, but Wei Ning had no such concerns. Wei Ning keenly discovered that there seemed to be a few traces of lipstick on the corners of his father's mouth. The color of the lipstick is very light and elegant. Wei Ning felt that it looked familiar. Isn't this her mother's lipstick? Could it be? For a moment, Wei Ning's gossip fire burned fiercely. He turned his head to look at Zhou Shuyu and saw that Zhou Shuyu's lips were slightly swollen. Wei Ning secretly gave his dad a thumbs up. Dad is so awesome. In just a short while, they kissed. It seems that dad is only one step away from getting mom to do it. Wei Jiuzhou winked at Wei Ning smugly. Zhou Shuyu on the side was very angry. Why was Wei Jiuzhou, this bastard, flirting with his son? Chapter 144 Lin Haimei, you're fired. Thinking of the wet French kiss just now, Zhou Shuyu wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Zhou Shuyu pulled Wei Ning aside and warned him seriously. Aining, stay away from him. Don't learn bad things from him. Wei Ning just smiled foolishly and didn't say anything, which made Zhou Shuyu feel helpless. She really didn't want to admit that her son seemed to have a tendency to rebel. Wei Jiuzhou looked at Yang Jingming with a smile. Boss Yang, since Xiaojiu recognizes your driving skills, I will hand Aining over to you. Please rest assured, boss. I will do my best to teach you how to drive. Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly and looked at Wei Ning with a smile. Aining, learn to drive well. I will take your mother to work. Okay, let's go, Dad. Wei Jiuzhou walked to the passenger seat of the Audi A4 and personally opened the door for Zhou Shuyu. How could Zhou Shuyu dare to sit in the passenger seat? Wouldn't that be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Zhou Shuyu pretended not to see Wei Jiuzhou's actions, walked quickly to the back door of the car, opened the door, and sat in. Xiaojiao and the others tried hard to hold back their laughter. It turns out that the boss also has times when he wants to eat coupons. Madam is awesome. Xiaojiao and the others immediately saw the situation clearly. It seems that the wife is the king in the family from now on. Even if you provoke the boss, you can't provoke the wife. Wei Jiuzhou couldn't get angry at Zhou Shuyu, so he could only glare at Xiaojiao and the others. What are you looking at? Aren't you ready to drive? It's time to set off. Xiaojiao and the others quickly shrank their heads and returned to the car. The Maybach convoy started and drove towards Futai Square in a mighty manner. Guangyu Advertising Company, the design department office, is a busy scene. Lin Haimei pushed open the door of the director's office from time to time and looked outside, but to her disappointment, there was no one at Zhou Shuyu's workstation. Lin Haimei was very surprised. Zhou Shuyu was never late. It was almost 10 o'clock. Why hadn't Zhou Shuyu come yet? Under normal circumstances, Lin Haimei would definitely be very excited if she found out Zhou Shuyu was late, as she finally got the chance to punish Zhou Shuyu. But now, Lin Haimei was rather relieved. She even hoped that Zhou Shuyu could come a little later. Early this morning, Lin Haimei came to the company, watered several pots of orchids, and also used a lot of alkaline plant fertilizer. Lin Haimei was certain and confident that with her deliberate two-pronged approach, she would be able to kill these orchids. At that time, we can frame Zhou Shuyu. These orchids are so expensive, Nanwei will definitely be very angry and will no longer favor Zhou Shuyu. Today, Zhou Shuyu must be kicked out. At the beginning, Lin Hai was a little worried that if Zhou Shuyu came early, she would find that the orchid had been watered too much and could take timely remedial measures. It's already 10 o'clock. It's too late to make amends. While Lin Hai was anxiously waiting, Zhou Shuyu finally arrived as promised. What made Lin Hai somewhat unhappy was that Zhou Shuyu was not at all flustered by being late. He walked calmly to his workstation and sat down. Lin Hai walked out of the director's office, twisted her waist like a water snake, came in front of Zhou Shuyu, and looked down at her. Sister Zhou, why are you here so late? Is there anything you need to explain? If it was before Wei Jiuzhou returned to China, Zhou Shuyu would definitely be extremely nervous. She couldn't afford to lose this job, nor could she bear the heavy penalty of having her salary deducted. But now, the entire Guangyu belongs to their family, and Lin Hai can't threaten her at all. I'm just late. What's the explanation? As he spoke, Zhou Shuyu raised his hand to cover his nose and tilted his body with some disgust, as if there was some unpleasant smell on Lin Hai. Ever since she was diagnosed with gynecological disease, Lin Hai has been worried that her smell would leak out, so she even sprayed strong-scented perfume. Zhou Shuyu was overwhelmed by the smell of perfume and didn't notice at all. Her subconscious action stimulated Lin Hai's sensitive nerves. Of course, even if Zhou Shuyu knew, he wouldn't care now. Lin Hai was going crazy. She had already sprayed a strong scent of perfume, but it still didn't cover it up. Lin Hai's mind uncontrollably recalled what Zhou Shuyu once said. Do you think everyone is a seafood merchant like you? Lin Hai's voice was a little distorted. You think being late is reasonable? Do you believe I will deduct your salary? Colleagues in the design department looked at Zhou Shuyu with pity. How could Sister Zhou be late? She was caught by Director Lin. This is terrible. What disappointed Lin Hai was that she did not see the desperate and helpless look in Zhou Shuyu's eyes. Zhou Shuyu was too lazy to even look at her, and naturally would not beg her for mercy. Zhou Shuyu just uttered one word lightly. Oh. Oh. Zhou Shuyu's indifferent look completely irritated Lin Hai's twisted mind. Didn't Zhou Shuyu just find a gigolo boyfriend? Why is she so proud? With a bang, Lin Hai slammed the desk hard and shouted angrily. Zhou Shuyu, what's your attitude? Do you believe I will fire you? Zhou Shuyu was a little unhappy with Lin Hai's repeated harassment and couldn't help but frowning. Director Lin, it's up to you to do whatever you want. You can go through the procedures. If you are able to complete the procedures, I will leave immediately. Please don't disturb me while I am working. Lin Hai was almost choked to death. Follow the procedure you have on your face. According to Guangyu's rules and regulations, being late once is far from enough to get someone fired. At most, some bonus will be deducted, which will have no impact on Zhou Shuyu at all. But, Zhou Shuyu, do you think being late is my trump card? You are so naive. Lin Hai snorted coldly. According to the procedure, being late once is indeed not enough to get you fired. But you killed the orchid that Mr. Chung bought. Mr. Chung will definitely fire you. Orchid? Zhou Shuyu then realized that she had arrived too late and had no time to take care of the orchids. Zhou Shuyu quickly stood up and checked several pots of orchids, and then her face turned very ugly. Someone watered the orchid too much, and the newly grown sprouts have been soaked and rotted. The worst thing is that someone used a lot of alkaline plant nutrients on the orchids. The tips of the leaves of several orchid pots have started to turn yellow, which is obviously not going to work. There's no need to think about it. It must have been Lin Hai who did it. Zhou Shuyu was so angry that she was shaking all over. If Lin Hai was only targeting her, perhaps, considering that Lin Hai had good business skills and could make money for their family, she would not bother with her. However, Lin Hai actually deliberately killed her beloved orchid. This is absolutely unbearable. Zhou Shuyu looked at Lin Hai coldly. Lin Hai, you are fired. Go to the finance department to settle your salary and leave immediately. I don't want to see you again for a second. Confused. Everyone was stunned and stared at Zhou Shuyu for a long time without saying a word. Is Sister Zhou really confused? She can't even protect herself, and she wants to fire Director Lin? After a brief moment of shock, Lin Hai couldn't help laughing wildly, and her stomach hurt from laughing. Ha ha! Zhou Shuyu, are you crazy? Did I hear you right? You want to fire me? This is such a joke. Chapter 145. Sister Zhou is not an ordinary receptionist. She is our boss lady. Chung Nanwei learned from the front desk that the lady had come to the company, and she immediately went to the design department to improve her impression. As soon as I walked into the door of the design department, I heard Lin Hai laughing. Chung Nanwei asked with great interest. Jaime, what are you so happy about? Tell me, so that I can be happy too. Lin Jaime stopped laughing wildly and walked towards Chung Nanwei with a flattering face, accusing her with blood and tears. Boss Chung, let's not talk about happy things yet. Let's deal with the bad things first. Zhou Shuyu killed the orchid you bought yourself. You must not tolerate her anymore. This black sheep must be fired. For a moment, all the colleagues looked at Zhou Shuyu with pity. Sister Zhou was so miserable. This was simply an unprovoked disaster. They must take this as a warning in the future and must never provoke Director Lin. Chung Nanwei couldn't help but frowned. What was wrong with Jaime? She had already warned Jaime not to provoke the lady. So why didn't Jaime listen? Chung Nanwei said calmly. If it dies, just buy a few more pots. Lin Jaime was stunned, and her colleagues around her were also stunned. These orchids cost hundreds of thousands. How come Mr. Chung is not angry at all? Do you want to buy a few more pots? Mr. Chung, you can't. Lin Jaime wanted to persuade her, but Chung Nanwei waved her hand and interrupted her. Jaime, let's not talk about the orchid. You haven't told me why you were so happy just now. Lin Jaime felt choked and uncomfortable, but she had to answer Chung Nanwei's question. Just now, Zhou Shuyu shamelessly said that he fired me and asked me to go to the finance department to collect my salary. Mr. Chung, don't you think Zhou Shuyu is funny? She is just a receptionist, but she is crazy enough to want to fire me. The design director? Colleagues around him looked at Zhou Shuyu with strange eyes. Obviously, in everyone's mind, what Zhou Shuyu said was indeed a bit funny. However, what no one expected was that Chung Nanwei did not smile. Her expression became very interesting, and one could even clearly see pity in her eyes. Jaime, Sister Zhou is not funny at all. You are fired. Go to the finance department to collect your salary immediately. Huh? Everyone was stunned and stared at Chung Nanwei blankly, unable to say a word for a long time. What's going on? Why did Mr. Chung cooperate with Sister Zhou in making trouble? Sister Zhou is just a small receptionist, while Lin Jaime is the director of the design department and also Mr. Cheng's classmate. Lin Jaime couldn't believe what she heard with her own ears. She laughed awkwardly and said, Mr. Chung, you are kidding, right? I didn't expect you to be so humorous, huh? Chung Nanwei's expression was very serious. Jaime, I'm not kidding. Sister Zhou said she wants to fire you, so she must fire you. No one can save you. Let's part ways in peace and don't make it too ugly. Lin Jaime finally couldn't hold it anymore and yelled at Chung Nanwei. Chung Nanwei, you are destroying the bridge after crossing it, right? Have you forgotten how difficult it was for us when we first started our business? Have you forgotten who has been silently supporting you? Now you kick me away. Don't you feel guilty? Chung Nanwei's face was very calm. Jaime, I know you have done a lot for Guangyu. I appreciate your efforts. No matter what mistakes you made, even if you took more than 2 million kickbacks, I didn't say anything. That's what you deserve. But you should never provoke Sister Zhou. Lin Jaime was even more dissatisfied. I just provoked Zhou Shuyu. So what? She is just a poor bitch, a useless receptionist. You want to fire me just for a receptionist? Chung Nanwei sighed softly. At this point, the lady's identity could no longer be hidden. Jaime, let me make it clear to you that Sister Zhou is not just a receptionist. Her husband, Mr. Wei, the brother-in-law you all call him, has acquired Guangyu in full. I am currently working for Mr. Wei. Therefore, Sister Zhou, the boss lady, said she wants to fire you, and as an employee, I can only obey. Boom! The entire design department office was in an uproar. Jiang Min and others who have a good relationship with Zhou Shuyu are so excited that their faces turn red. They said that the brother-in-law doesn't look like an ordinary person. It turns out that the brother-in-law is their boss. But the people who had been Lin Jaime's lackeys were trembling with fear. How could this happen? Wasn't the brother-in-law a gigolo? How did he become their boss? Wouldn't Sister Zhou settle the score? What did Mr. Ching talk about? My brother-in-law is so rich. He actually acquired Guangyu in full. So Sister Zhou is the boss lady of all of us. I envy Sister Zhou so much. Her husband is so handsome and rich. Moreover, he brings meals to Sister Zhou every day. If I had a man like him, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Lin Jaime want to fire the boss lady just now? That's just wishful thinking. Understand. I finally understand why the design department office suddenly changed so much, and I finally understand why we have such luxurious employee meals. It turns out that all this was done by my brother-in-law. Oh my God, no, brother-in-law, no. The chairman is too fond of Sister Zhou. Listening to her colleagues' discussions, Lin Jaime finally realized that all the unreasonable things in recent days have become reasonable. No one at the office has changed so much. No wonder Nan Wei is unconditionally on Zhou Shuyu's side. It turns out that Zhou Shuyu is the boss lady of Guanyu, and she has been trying to suppress the boss lady, which is really ridiculous. Lin Jaime was like a deflated ball. She knew she was finished, completely finished. Nanwei, why didn't you tell me earlier? Chung Nanwei smiled bitterly. At the beginning, the boss did all these things without telling the madam. I didn't dare to reveal the madam's identity. The boss told me to find a suitable opportunity to confront the madam, and I just found the opportunity to confront the madam. Moreover, I have reminded you many times before not to provoke the madam casually, but why didn't you listen? Lin Jaime staggered and almost fell. Yes, now thinking back, Nanwei really reminded her many times, but she just ignored it. It really proves the saying, you're responsible for the consequences of your own actions. It's all my own fault. I'm leaving. Lin Jaime was in tears. She started a business with Chung Nanwei before she graduated. She went through numerous hardships and finally got to the current situation. Unexpectedly, all of this has nothing to do with her anymore. Lin Jaime knew very well that Zhou Shuyu would never forgive her for what she had done to him. She was too lazy to beg for mercy from Zhou Shuyu and happily returned to the director's office to pack her personal belongings. Several colleagues who had been Lin Jaime's lackeys wanted to die. Ever since her brother-in-law bought Guanyu, Guanyu has been developing rapidly. It has a great future, and they really don't want to leave. Several people came before Zhou Shuyu and bowed respectfully to repent. Sister Zhou, we were intimidated by Lin Jaime's power before and offended you a lot. Please forgive us this time. Chapter 146, Zhou Shuyu resigns. Zhou Shuyu looked at these people with cold eyes. If Wei Jiuzhou hadn't bought Guanyu, she would definitely be the one who was blasted out of Guanyu. These people will definitely not have any sympathy and will definitely applaud. Such people must never be tolerated. If apologies are useful, what's the point of patrolling? If I were the one being driven away, would any of you beg for mercy? I'm afraid you would applaud. Everyone lowered their heads and dared not speak, because what Zhou Shuyu said was the truth. If the loser was Zhou Shuyu, they would definitely flatter Lin Jaime. Let's go with Lin Jaime. My company doesn't need you bootlickers. Several people turned pale and returned to their workstations to pack up their things like zombies. They could never have imagined that the handsome and unpresentable brother-in-law was actually so powerful. Zhou Shuyu is so lucky. Soon, all the annoying people left, and the ones left were all good colleagues who worked hard. Zhou Shuyu looked at them with a smile. I'll make the decision. For all the remaining colleagues, each will get a salary increase of 1,000. Wow, the design department office was in an uproar. Long live Sister Zhou. The lady boss is so arrogant. I have long felt that Sister Zhou is something special, but I didn't expect her to really soar to the sky. Swear to be loyal to the boss lady until death. Zhou Shuyu felt a little embarrassed by being shouted at by everyone, so he pressed his hands down slightly, and everyone's emotions gradually calmed down. Don't be too happy yet. Salaries have increased, but your workload will also increase. Can you fill the vacancies they left behind? Everyone laughed. No problem. Zhang Rongrong and the others were just slacking off in the company and didn't do much work. If it weren't for Director Lin, if it weren't for that bitch Lin Jaime protecting them, they should have been fired long ago. Brother Li is right. They're just a bunch of parasites and should have been fired long ago. Madam, what you did is really gratifying. Everyone was praising her, but Jiang Min could not help but frowning. Sister Zhou, it's okay to fire Zhang Rongrong and the others. We can definitely fill their vacancies. However, although Lin Jaime's character is not very good, she is very capable at work. I'm afraid no one can fill her vacancies. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Yes, Lin Jaime's working ability is quite strong, and her shortcomings are indeed difficult to make up for. Zhou Shuyu looked at Jiang Min with a smile. Xiao Min, although you are only an intern, I have always seen your work attitude and work ability. Do you have the confidence to be the director of the design department? Huh? Jiang Min was stunned and almost knocked unconscious by the huge pie falling from the sky. Jiang Min's face flushed red, and she waved her hands in panic. Sister Zhou, please don't mess around. I don't have enough experience. I've been in the company for less than 3 months. The one with the most experience to be the director of the design department is Sister Lu. Sister Lu is a veteran of our company and has several big clients. Hearing this, Sister Lu looked at Jiang Min with a softer gaze. Xiao Min was very sensible, and it was worth it that she had always taken such good care of Xiao Min. She must promote her well in the future. Sister Lu took a step forward, raised her head slightly with dignity, and waited for Zhou Shiyu's appointment. Colleagues around her looked at Sister Lu with envy. Sister Lu finally made it. From now on, we have to call her Director Lu. However, what no one expected was that Zhou Shiyu just glanced at Sister Lu indifferently. Xiao Min, you just said it very clearly. You just don't have enough qualifications, but you are capable enough. I don't look at qualifications, I only look at ability. Do you have the confidence to be the director of Guangyu's design department? No regard for qualifications? Just look at ability? Jiang Min's eyes lit up, and he straightened his chest and promised loudly. Thank you for your trust, Sister Zhou. I have every confidence that I can be a good director of the design department. I will definitely assist Sister Zhou and President Cheng to help Guangyu reach a higher level. Zhou Shiyu nodded slightly. Very good, I believe Xiao Min. Oh no, I believe Director Jiang can do it. Confused. Everyone was stunned. The most confused one is Sister Lu. When Jiang Min first came to the company, she knew nothing. There were so many people in the company, but she was the only one willing to teach Jiang Min. Everything Jiang Min learned came from her generous teaching. But in the blink of an eye, Jiang Min used what she taught him to climb over her head. It's really hard to put it into words. However, Sister Lu couldn't get angry with Jiang Min. After all, he was her apprentice. Moreover, she has to do her best to cooperate with her apprentice so that he can take control of the design department as soon as possible. Sister Lu quickly calmed down and gave Jiang Min a sincere smile. Director Jiang, congratulations. If you have any work in the future, just let me know. Sister Lu has expressed her stance, and other colleagues have also expressed their willingness to cooperate with Director Jiang in his work. Zhou Shiyu had been observing Sister Lu's performance. Seeing how broad-minded Sister Lu was, Zhou Shiyu couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Nanwei, didn't you say you wanted to set up a branch company? Let Sister Lu be the person in charge of the branch company. Sister Lu is indeed the best candidate for the head of the branch. Swish! Sister Lu finally couldn't hold it in anymore and shed tears of excitement. Sister Lu bowed to Zhou Shiyu and Cheng Nanwei with great gratitude. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Mr. Cheng. I will do my best to run the branch well. Sister Lu is very sensible and is willing to help her apprentice take control of the design department. However, working under her apprentice is too embarrassing. If she could become the head of a branch, there would be nothing to be ashamed of. After all, she is half a level higher than Xiao Min. Jiang Min was sincerely happy for her master and couldn't help but pick up Sister Lu and spun around. Great! With master's ability, he will definitely be able to run the branch well. Zhou Shiyu also had a smile on her face that came from the bottom of her heart. She had worked at Guangyu for several years and had very deep feelings for it. Kicking away the bad apples in Guangyu and promoting those who are truly capable and want to do things can be regarded as the final return to Guangyu. Nanwei, come out for a moment. Zhou Shiyu waved to Cheng Nanwei, and Cheng Nanwei quickly followed her footsteps. Soon, the two walked out of the design department office, and Zhou Shiyu went straight to the point. Nanwei, I plan to resign. Swish! Cheng Nanwei's face turned pale with fear. Madam wants to resign? If the boss knew that Madam resigned, he would definitely not let her go. Ma'am, can you tell me what I did wrong? I can change it. Zhou Shiyu waved her hands repeatedly. No, no, no. Mr. Cheng did a great job. There is nothing wrong with it. It's my own fault. My boss told me to find the right time to confess to you. I thought I found the right time, but unexpectedly, alas. Zhou Shiyu smiled and said, Nanwei, don't think too much. I just don't want to be Wei Jiuzhou's canary. I hope to make a career on my own without relying on his strength, so that I can have the confidence to stand by his side. Therefore, I must resign. It has nothing to do with what you have done or said. Chapter 147, Li Aiying's Revenge. Cheng Nanwei breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it had nothing to do with her, the lady is too strong-willed. If she had a man like the boss, she would definitely be willing to be the boss's canary. How nice it would be to be carefree all day long. Moreover, in today's society, is it so easy to make a career? After spending so many days with Zhou Shiyu, Cheng Nanwei has already regarded her as her friend. She feels she needs to remind her of this unrealistic idea of friends. Madam, Starting a business is not as simple as you think. It requires capital, connections, a team, and a very sophisticated business philosophy. Have you considered these? Zhou Shuyu smiled confidently. Nanwei and I are classmates, and I also study finance. In addition, I am not from a grassroots family as you imagine. Let me introduce myself again. I am Zhou Shuyu from the Zhou family. Chung Nanwei's voice trembled a little. Sister Zhou, is the Zhou family you're talking about the Zhou family I think of? Zhou Shuyu smiled slightly. Zhou Jindong is my elder brother, a brother from the same mother. Gulp. Chung Nanwei swallowed hard. Is it true that the story of Cinderella becoming a princess does not exist in this world? Sister Zhou is actually the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. The Zhou family is an old family in Qingzhou. The Zhou group is involved in multiple industries, with a total market value of hundreds of billions. In an instant, Chung Nanwei thought of a lot. More than a decade ago, a big event happened in Qingzhou. The eldest daughter of the Zhou family broke up with the Zhou family and eloped with a poor boy for the sake of him. The Zhou family was furious, and in order to maintain family discipline, they ruthlessly expelled the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. It seems that the madam is the eldest daughter of the Zhou family who was kicked out of the family. Chung Nanwei looked at Zhou Shuyu with great admiration. If it were her, she would never have resolutely chosen to elope with Wei Jiuzhou back then. After all, on one hand, there's an old family with assets of hundreds of billions, and on the other hand, there's a poor boy with nothing. Any normal person would know what to choose. Sister Zhou, you have a good eye. You made the right bet. If the Zhou family knew Mr. Wei's current achievements, they would definitely regret it. Zhou Shuyu smiled slightly. She had no intention of using Wei Jiuzhou's achievements to return to the Zhou family. She had to rely on her own strength and have the confidence to stand beside Wei Jiuzhou. In fact, as early as 3 years ago, the old man had already softened his stance and vaguely mentioned letting her return to the family. However, this proposal was strongly opposed by her brothers and sisters and eventually came to nothing. Zhou Shuyu knew that her 2 brothers and 2 sisters were afraid of Wei Ning because Wei Ning was too outstanding compared to his cousins. If Wei Ning returns to the Zhou family, he will definitely get a lot of resources, and the children of the other families will not have enough to share. It seems that it is necessary to go back to the old house and visit the old man. The old man will definitely let her return to the Zhou family out of consideration for their old friendship. With the Zhou family as a seesaw, she will soon be able to stand beside Wei Jiuzhou with dignity. Tingya Space Design Company, Chairman's Office. Wei Qinghe sat quietly in the boss chair, reviewing documents. 3 days have passed since she took over Tingya. During these 3 days, she finally sorted out all of Tingya's business. Wei Qinghe finally realized how difficult it is to helm a company. However, Wei Qinghe was not timid, but full of energy. Dad, don't worry, I will never let you down. I will definitely let Tingya go beyond Qingzhou and become the leading space design company in Daxia. Just when Wei Qinghe was full of pride, there was a knock on the office door, and assistant Lu Xiumei walked in. Mr. Wei, Mr. Long from Lonka Real Estate just called and canceled the cooperation with our Tingya. Swish! Wei Qinghe's face changed drastically. Lonka Real Estate is Tingya's most important partner. No doubt about it. It is because of winning the fine decoration project of Lonka Real Estate that Tingya has become the leader in Qingzhou's decoration industry. If Tengya loses Lonka Real Estate, a major client, it will be instantly reduced to its original state. It may even fall apart. Why? Why did President Long suddenly terminate his cooperation with us? Lu Xiumei hesitated and said, from what President Long said, he seems to be quite dissatisfied with the change of chairman of Tingya. Wei Qinghe remained silent. It was her mistake. After taking over the position of chairman, she did not immediately maintain the relationship with Lonka Real Estate. Give me Mr. Long's phone number, and I'll talk to him in person. Yes. 10 minutes ago, in the office of the vice president of Lonka Real Estate. Long Fei leaned sideways in the boss chair, with his shiny crocodile leather shoes resting on the luxurious desk. He looked at Li Aiying, who was standing opposite the desk, with a very frivolous look. Aiying, are you telling the truth? Your father was taken over by a 20-year-old chick. Brother Fei, why would I lie to you? Our family can no longer survive in Qingzhou, but I don't want Wei Qinghe to have an easy life. Brother Fei, please help me put an end to Wei Qinghe's arrogance for the sake of our relationship over the years. Long Fei curled his lips in disdain. What kind of relationship did he have with Li Aiying? The Li family was just a dog raised by their Long family. When their master is in a good mood, he can reward them with a few bones. But now the dog is useless, so why keep it? Being able to bring down Lao Li shows that she has some ability. She is working for our family anyway, so why should I do such a thankless job? We at Lonka Real Estate don't care who controls Tingya. As long as we do a good job, that's fine. Li Aiying knew that Long Fei would turn against her and be ruthless, but she was prepared. Brother Fei, Wei Qinghe is quite pretty. Are you sure you don't want to play with her? Long Fei raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, how beautiful is it? Is it as beautiful as my baby? Li Aiying curled her lips in disdain. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit it. Wei Qinghe was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen in her life. If Wei Qinghe was not her love rival, she would probably have a great liking for Wei Qinghe. There is no comparison at all. That little celebrity you raised is not even worthy of carrying Wei Qinghe's shoes. Long Fei retracted his feet, sat up straight, and became interested. Words are not enough. This is a photo of Wei Qinghe. The moment he saw Wei Qinghe, Long Fei's titanium alloy eyes widened. He was sure that this was a photo taken from a pure passerby's perspective, without any beauty filters or photo editing. Even so, Wei Qinghe was so beautiful that it made his heart tremble. Okay, considering our friendship over the years, I'll do you a favor. Then congratulations to Brother Fei for getting the beauty. Wei Qinghe's cell phone number is 138XXXXXXXX. After saying that, Li Aiying left. She knew Long Fei very well. After seeing Wei Qinghe's photo, he would definitely try every means to get Wei Qinghe. Wei Qinghe destroyed her family, her pride, and everything she had, and she also wanted to destroy Wei Qinghe. Chapter 148, Is This Mr. Wei's Sincerity? Long Fei watched Li Aiying leave, his eyes flickering constantly. He couldn't fight a battle without confidence. Long Fei dialed a familiar number. I need information about Tingya Wei Qinghe. Soon the information came over, and Long Fei immediately laughed. Abandoned by the Phoenix Man? The daughter of the Zhou family's abandoned daughter? Then there's nothing to worry about. You can do whatever you want. Long Fei took out his cell phone and entered Wei Qinghe's number. However, after hesitating for a while, he did not call Wei Qinghe, but called the chairman's assistant's landline. After all, he probably didn't know Wei Qinghe's phone number now, and calling him rashly might backfire. I'm Long Fei. I hereby announce that, because Tanya has arbitrarily replaced its chairman, Lonka Real Estate will terminate its cooperation with Tanya from now on. After saying that, Long Fei hung up the phone and waited quietly for Wei Qinghe's call. In less than 3 minutes, Long Fei's cell phone rang. Looking at the name displayed on the screen, Long Fei's mouth curled up slightly. The fish was hooked. Long Fei pretended not to know it was Wei Qinghe and said in a formal manner, Long Ku, Long Fei, who is this? Hello, Mr. Long. I am Wei Qinghe, the new chairman of Tengya. I'm sorry for not visiting you. Please forgive me. Long Fei's voice became very cold. It turned out to be Director Wei. What's the matter with being rude or not? We don't have any intersection, so don't take it to heart. Wei Qinghe was so anxious. Boss Long, how can we not have any intersection? From now on, we must communicate more. I am here to make it clear to Boss Long that although Tanya has changed its chairman, the quality of Tinya's projects will never be reduced. Boss Long, please do not terminate the cooperation with our Tanya. The corners of Long Fei's mouth curled up slightly. The more anxious Wei Qinghe was, the greater his chances. Words are useless. I don't feel Mr. Wei's sincerity. Boss Long, are you free now? I'll go to Lonka Real Estate right away to talk to you. Long Fei said calmly. It seems that Director Wei is still not sincere. I'm afraid there are some things that cannot be said in the company, right? Long Fei had made it as clear as possible. How could Wei Qinghe not understand what he meant? This is for kickbacks. This is really hard to say in the office. Asking for kickbacks is an unspoken rule in corporate cooperation, and Wei Qinghe doesn't object to it. Boss Long, are you free at noon? I'd like to treat you to a simple meal. Long Fei showed a smile of success on his face, pretending to be reluctant. Since Mr. Wei is so sincere, I will try to find time to have a simple meal with him. The Hilton Doubletree Hotel is a good choice. Wei Qinghe finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then let's go to the Hilton Doubletree Hotel. I'll go book a private room. No need, Mr. Wei. I have a good personal relationship with the Hilton boss. and he has reserved a private room for me all year round. Mr. Wei can just come directly to Chunfeng Pavilion. Well, see you there. After hanging up the phone with Long Fei, Wei Qinghe kept encouraging himself. As long as Long Fei didn't go too far, the cooperation with Lonka Real Estate must be maintained. This is the cornerstone for Tanya to operate smoothly. Xiaomei, prepare the car. I need to go to the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel in a while. Yes, Mr. Wei. Wei Qinghe took out a makeup mirror and carefully put on makeup for herself. She deliberately made her eyebrows thicker and the facial lines heavier, so that her whole face would look more heroic. At least she would not be looked down upon by the other party during the negotiation. After putting on makeup, Wei Qinghe walked out of the chairman's office carrying her high-end imitation bag. For Wei Qinghe, this is her first battle, and it is a battle that she can only win and not lose. Wei Qinghe sat in the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz 450, constantly deducing in his mind, taking into account as many possible situations as possible so as not to be passive when the time comes. Soon, the Mercedes 450 arrived at the Hilton Doubletree Hotel. Wei Qinghe got out of the car and walked into the hotel lobby with the driver and assistant. Under the guidance of the lobby manager, they quickly found Chunfeng Pavilion. The restaurant of Hilton Garden Inn is on the second floor, and Chunfeng Pavilion is the largest private room on the second floor. It can be seen that Long Fei is very prestigious in the Hilton Hotel. At the entrance of Chunfeng Pavilion, two young men were standing quietly. The two young men were burly and strong, wearing neat suits, sunglasses, crew cuts, and combat boots. They looked like two door gods, full of oppression. Wei Qinghe was experiencing this kind of scene for the first time and couldn't help but feel nervous. What made Wei Qinghe speechless was that her driver was obviously a grown man, but his performance was even worse than hers. He was trembling all over and didn't dare to look the two young men in the eye. Lu Xiaomei's performance was much better, and her face was very calm. Wei Qinghe suppressed her nervousness, walked forward, and asked in a gentle voice, "Is Mr. Long here?" "I am Wei Qinghe." The two young men nodded slightly and slightly shifted their positions. "Please come in, Director Wei." Wei Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward. The driver and assistant hurried to catch up with her. However, what the three did not expect was that after the two young men let Wei Qinghe pass, they raised their hands to stop the two people behind them. "I'm sorry, Mr. Long has only invited Mr. Wei. No one else is allowed in." The two young men were so fierce that the driver was shocked. How could he dare to refute? The driver nodded hurriedly. The bosses are talking about things, and I, as a driver, certainly have no right to listen in. After saying that, the driver backed away again and again until he reached the buffet restaurant, where he felt a little safer. Wei Qinghe was very disappointed with the driver's performance. It seemed that he had to find a reliable driver next time. In this kind of situation, having a reliable man around would make him feel a little more at ease. Lu Xiaomei remained calm, staring at the two young men calmly, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "Sorry, I'm Director Wei's assistant. Wherever Director Wei goes, I'll go." The two young men's faces darkened. "Beauty, don't make things difficult for us. Don't force us to do it. Take action." An extremely sharp light flashed in Lu Xiaomei's eyes. She was the bodyguard arranged by the boss to be beside the eldest lady, and she had undergone the most brutal special training. Among the boss's bodyguards, no one has ever been scared except for the four captains of Jingsong Baiguo, who couldn't be defeated. Lu Xiaomei turned her wrist, and a bright light flashed between her fingers. It looked like a war was about to break out. Wei Qinghe was very nervous. Why was Xiaomei so fierce? Others were so strong, and she was so thin. She couldn't be beaten by just one finger, right? Wei Qinghe quickly grabbed Lu Xiaomei. At this moment, Long Fei slowly walked to the door of the box and looked at Wei Qinghe with a very cold look. It was Director Wei who took the initiative to invite Long. Is this Director Wei's sincerity? I don't think there is any need to eat this meal. Having said that, Long Fei made a gesture to leave. Wei Qinghe panicked and quickly stopped Long Fei. "Boss Long, how can you leave? It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." After saying that, Wei Qinghe turned his head and looked at Lu Xiaomei. "Xiaomei, go to the buffet restaurant and wait for me." As he spoke, Wei Qinghe covertly made a phone call gesture, meaning that Lu Xiaomei should be more alert and call the police immediately if she found anything wrong. Lu Xiaomei was very anxious. Her boss sternly told her that she had only one mission, which was to ensure the young lady's safety. How could she dare to leave the young lady casually? But Wei Qinghe knew very well that only if Lu Xiaomei stayed outside would she have the opportunity to call the police and her safety be guaranteed. Wei Qinghe said in a very serious voice, "Xiaomei, this is an order, not a discussion with you." As he spoke, he again made a subtle gesture of making a phone call. Lu Xiaomei was very troubled. The eldest lady thought she was just an ordinary assistant. If she disobeyed orders, her identity would be exposed. Lu Xiaomei decided to ask her boss for instructions before taking any action. Lu Shui took out her cell phone and called Wei Jiuzhou. "Boss, the young lady has strictly ordered me to wait in the cafeteria. If I disobey, my identity will be exposed. The young lady has already followed Mr. Long of Lonka Real Estate into the Spring Breeze Pavilion box of the Hilton Garden Inn alone. Can I reveal my identity?" Chapter 149. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Wei Jiuzhou secretly felt fortunate that he had arranged Wei Mei. Lu Xiaomei was Wei Mei's pseudonym. To be next to Qinghe early on, otherwise, Qinghe would probably suffer today. Even if my identity is exposed, I can't let Qinghe suffer any loss. "Yes, boss." After hanging up the phone, Wei Jiuzhou said calmly, "Xiaojiu, turn around and go to the Hilton Doubletree Hotel." "Yes, boss." Trusova, immediately investigate all the information about Long Fei from Lonka Real Estate. "Yes, boss." Soon, all of Long Fei's information was investigated clearly. "Boss, Long Fei is the executive vice president of Lonka Real Estate. His father is Long Tianxiang, the largest shareholder of Lonka Real Estate. Long Tianxiang is the vice president of Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce. He has many industries under his umbrella, including real estate, hotels, and biomedicine." A cold light flashed in Wei Jiuzhou's eyes. "Immediately buy the shares of Lonka Real Estate. I want to become the largest shareholder of Lonka Real Estate. Immediately snipe all of Long Tianxiang's industries. I want to bankrupt him." "Yes, boss." Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Chunfeng Pavilion. Even though Wei Qinghe deliberately put on makeup with harder lines, Long Fei was still very stunning. Even Long Fei thought of Lin Qingxia's Dongfang booby look. The Wei Qinghe in front of him was even better than Lin Qingxia. She was simply a living queen. Long Fei was so excited when he thought about the chance to win over such a queen. Of course, as an experienced driver like Long Fei, he would never show his impatience. Instead, he behaved very reserved, sitting quietly in his seat, waiting for Wei Qinghe to make a move. This is Wei Qinghe's first business negotiation. It would be a lie to say that he is not nervous. But now that I'm in this position, I have to move on no matter how difficult it is. Wei Qinghe poured himself a glass of juice and raised a glass to Long Fei. Qinghe was inconsiderate and did not visit Mr. Long. Qinghe will use juice instead of wine to toast Mr. Long. How could Long Fei let Wei Qinghe go so easily? Drinking juice is definitely not an option. You must drink alcohol and strong liquor. Long Fei showed an unhappy look on his face. "It seems that Director Wei looks down on me, so there is nothing to talk about." As he spoke, Long Fei leaned back slightly and leaned against the seat. Wei Qinghe was stunned. President Long was her bread and butter. How dare she look down on him? "Boss Long, you misunderstood. How could Qinghe look down on you? Qinghe has great respect for you. What did Qinghe do wrong? Please tell me, Boss Long." Long Fei curled his lips and said, "Using juice instead of wine means you look down on me." Wei Qinghe was in a difficult situation. She knew her alcohol tolerance very well. She lost consciousness after having a few drinks at the bar that day. Fortunately, the boss lady took care of it. Otherwise, it might have been picked up by someone else. Thinking about it now makes me scared. I can't drink much, but to show my sincerity, I can't have a drink with Mr. Long. As he spoke, Wei Qinghe grabbed a bottle of red wine, picked up the wine opener, and was about to open the wine. What Wei Qinghe didn't expect was that Long Fei grabbed a bottle of brandy and placed it heavily in front of her. "Drinking red wine is too insincere. Drink this, otherwise we have nothing to talk about." Wei Qinghe turned her head to look at the brandy, feeling a little embarrassed. This was strong liquor. She remembered that on the day when the Phoenix Man got married, she only drank 3 glasses in the bar and blacked out. If possible, Wei Qinghe didn't want to touch this kind of strong liquor again, but this was the situation now. After a slight hesitation, Wei Qinghe took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "To show my sincerity, I'll give a glass to President Long. Let's make it clear first, I can't drink much, so just 1 glass." Long Fei then showed a satisfied smile on his face. "Okay, 1 cup will be fine." Wei Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief. He remembered that when he drank the first cup that day, he was still conscious. It should be okay to drink only one cup, right? Wei Qinghe opened the brandy bottle, poured wine for Long Fei very politely, and then poured wine in the glass in front of himself. Boss Long, Qinghe doesn't know the rules and doesn't do things well. I'd like to toast you here. I hope we can put aside our past grudges and that Tengya and Lonka real estate can continue to work closely together. I'll drink first to show my respect. After saying that, Wei Qinghe and Long Fei clinked their glasses, tilted their heads back, and drank the glass of hot liquor in one gulp. The brandy was too spicy. Wei Qinghe felt as if his throat and esophagus were on fire. His stomach was also churning. High concentrations of alcohol enter the blood through the capillaries and enter the heart and brain through blood circulation. Wei Qinghe's heart was beating wildly, and his face began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The brandy was too strong. After just a dozen seconds, Wei Qinghe felt a little dizzy and his consciousness became a little dull. Fortunately, there was no blackout and my thinking was still clear. The tipsy Wei Qinghe is simply stunningly beautiful. He is heroic, handsome, and a little charming. When Long Fei thought that he would be able to catch such high-end prey soon, he couldn't sit still. Wei Qinghe suppressed his discomfort and tried to force a smile at Long Fei. Boss Long, we've had our fill. Let's get down to business, shall we? How about a 2-point commission? A conspiratorial smile appeared on Long Fei's lips. Talking about business? Wei Qinghe is too naive, isn't he? Do you think you can get away with just a glass of wine? Long Fei shook his head gently. Mr. Wei, you are a little impatient. The wine has not been finished yet. Let's not talk about business first. Wei Qinghe was stunned. Boss Long, we just agreed that I would only toast you. And you agreed. Could it be that you, the vice president of Lonka Real Estate, don't keep your word? Long Fei was not panicked at all and nodded slightly, saying, yes, Director Wei should only toast to one person, but it is impolite not to reciprocate. I have to toast Director Wei in return. Wei Qinghe couldn't help but frown. If she drank another glass of liquor, she would probably become confused and would definitely be at a disadvantage during the negotiations. Boss Long, I really can't handle alcohol. Can I drink red wine? Long Fei put down his wine glass heavily. Since Director Wei is so disrespectful, let's not talk about business anymore. After saying that, Long Fei stood up without hesitation and walked out. Wei Qinghe was so depressed. If she didn't need a favor from Long Fei, she wouldn't even bother to pay attention to someone like Long Fei. However, Long Fei controlled Tingya's lifeline, so Wei Qinghe had to stop Long Fei. Don't be angry, Mr. Long, drink. I'll drink it. Long Fei's face was instantly filled with smiles. That's right. This is how you talk about serious matters. As he spoke, Long Fei personally filled Wei Qinghe's glass with wine. Mr. Wei, what I admire most is a heroine like you. Come, let me toast you. After saying that, Long Fei raised his head and drank the glass of liquor in one gulp. Drink. Wei Qinghe gritted his teeth and drank the second glass of brandy. Even for a nightclub prince like Long Fei, he would have some reaction after 2 glasses of brandy, let alone a girl like Wei Qinghe who doesn't drink much. Wei Qinghe felt dizzy and confused. Who was I? What was I doing here? Oh, by the way, I'm here to talk business. What serious business were you talking about? Chapter 150. Good things come in pairs. After thinking for a long time with her head tilted, Wei Qinghe finally realized that she came here to take down Long Fei so that Tengya could continue to cooperate with Lonka Real Estate. Why is Mr. Long always in front of me? What was he talking about while holding a glass of wine? Before drinking, Wei Qinghe's overall image was very capable and heroic. However, after drinking, Wei Qinghe's temperament changed completely and became a little naive. The 2 completely different temperaments stimulated Long Fei's visual nerves. In fact, at this moment, Long Fei had a crazy idea. If he could get Wei Qinghe, he, the little prince of the nightclub, would be content. For a moment, Long Fei became even more enthusiastic and filled Wei Qinghe's glass with wine again. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. I'll give another toast to Mr. Wei. Mr. Long, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Wei Qinghe shook his dizzy head vigorously, trying to make himself more awake. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. Let me toast to Mr. Wei again. As long as Mr. Wei drinks this, we can get down to business. Long Fei is certain that Wei Qinghe will definitely black out if he drinks another cup in this state. By then This time, Wei Qinghe heard Long Fei's words clearly, and Wei Qinghe subconsciously picked up the wine glass. Fortunately, Wei Qinghe still had a little bit of consciousness left. Wei Qinghe realized that if he drank another glass, he would lose his memory. What the hell was there to talk about? Boss Long, I'm already very sincere. If I drink one more glass, I'm sure I'll black out and we won't be able to talk anymore. Long Fei finally showed his fangs and smiled sinisterly. It's okay if you lose your memory. We can go to the compartment inside to rest and talk after you sober up. Go take a break in the cubicle inside. Even though Wei Qinghe was slow-witted, she understood what Long Fei meant. Wei Qinghe's face turned cold. Tongue was just a small gift from her father. She cared about him so much just because she didn't want her father to be disappointed. Wei Qinghe was certain and confident that her father did not give her this little gift to ask her to sell her body. If we can't come to an agreement, then just go bankrupt. Boss Long, please be respectful. I'm not the kind of woman you think I am. I'm already very sincere. If you don't want to talk at all, then cut off cooperation with Tingya. Having said that, Wei Qinghe stood up and wanted to leave. However, after drinking 2 glasses of liquor, although Wei Qinghe did not get drunk, he felt dizzy and stumbled into a chair, almost falling down. How could Long Fei let the meat right next to his mouth fly away? Long Fei grabbed Wei Qinghe's arm. Wei Qinghe, now that you are at Chunfeng Pavilion, do you still want to leave? Today, Brother Fei must have a few moments of spring breeze with you. Come, Brother Fei will toast you. As he spoke, Long Fei picked up the wine glass and handed it to Wei Qinghe's mouth. Wei Qinghe certainly would not sit there and wait for death. He struggled and shouted, Long Fei, let me go. Otherwise, I will call the police. As he spoke, Wei Qinghe took out a cell phone. Unfortunately, how could Long Fei let Wei Qinghe call the police? He raised his hand to snatch her phone, threw it to the ground, and stepped on it twice. Damn it. I'm giving you face, right? You have to drink this wine, whether you want to or not. As he said that, Long Fei grabbed the wine glass and forced it into Wei Qinghe's little mouth. Outside the door, after receiving Wei Jiuzhou's order, Wei Mei listened carefully to the movements inside Chunfeng Pavilion. After hearing Wei Qinghe shout, Wei Mei's eyes focused, and she quickly rushed towards Chunfeng Pavilion. The 2 bodyguards standing guard at the entrance of Chunfeng Pavilion looked cold and stopped Wei Mei. Stop. Otherwise, we brothers don't care whether you are a woman or not. Get out of here, otherwise I'll cripple you. Wei Mei was too lazy to talk nonsense with the 2 bodyguards. Instead of slowing down, she increased her speed and rushed towards them. Cripple them? The 2 bodyguards snorted disdainfully. They have practiced fighting for several years. An ordinary strongman can beat 3 or 5 people. How can a mere girl beat them? So funny. Bodyguard stepped forward and raised his hand to grab Wei Mei's hair. To deal with a woman, just grab her hair and pull hard, and she will lose her fighting ability. This trick works every time. This time, it was successful as well. Bodyguard grabbed Wei Mei's hair accurately, with a trace of disdain on his face. That's it? You dare to challenge them? But soon, Bodyguard A's expression changed because he felt an intense and sharp pain in the palm of his hand. Bodyguard retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted and looked up. There were densely packed pinholes on his palm, and bright red blood bubbles were coming out. You bitch, hiding a needle in your hair? You're looking for death. Bodyguard A was furious and punched Wei Mei in the chest. He just couldn't believe that this bitch would hide needles on her 2 balls. But what Bodyguard didn't expect was that Wei Mei's movements were much faster than his. Bodyguard A only saw a flash of silver light and heard a puff. Immediately afterwards, a sharp pain came and a bright red bloodline appeared on Bodyguard A's wrist. Bodyguard A's fist could no longer be clenched and fell down limply. It was obvious that the tendons in his hands were cut. It was only at this moment that Bodyguard subconsciously covered his wrist and uttered a shrill scream. Old Third. This is a tough guy with a blade in his hand. The bodyguard known as Lao San's eyes turned cold, and he quickly took out a pair of brass knuckles from his pocket and put them on. Before the 3rd brother could launch an attack on Wei Mei, he felt a chill on his neck, and an extremely sharp blade was pressed against his neck. The 3rd brother felt the cold, murderous intent. He was sure and certain that this woman really dared to kill people. Calm down, big sister, calm down. I admit defeat. We are all just trying to make a living. So it's enough to decide who wins and who loses. There's no need to decide whether to live or die. If this weren't a Xia, you would already be a corpse. I hope you can take care of yourself. Being a bodyguard is fine, but aiding and abetting the evil is wrong. As she spoke, Wei Mei attacked without warning. With a bang, A heavy punch directly knocked the third brother into a shrimp. The third brother fell to the ground, holding his stomach, losing his ability to fight. Just at this time, Wei Jiuzhou and others finally arrived. Even though Wei Jiuzhou had been exercising these days, he was still a little tired after rushing to the second floor so quickly and was gasping for breath. However, Wei Jiuzhou had no time to rest. Wei Mei had already taken action, which meant that Qinghe might suffer a loss. Wei Jiuzhou asked loudly, Wei Mei, where's Qinghe? How is Qinghe? The young lady is inside. She was calling for help just now. Wei Jiuzhou's face turned extremely gloomy, and a murderous aura emanating from his body was like a raging storm, instantly covering the entire second-floor restaurant. Even Wei Jing, Wei Zhong, Wei Bao, and Wei Guo were shocked and could not bear the boss's murderous aura. Wei Mei looked at Wei Jiuzhou with great fear. The current boss was too scary. Even if his body had not fully recovered, she had no confidence that she could defeat the current boss. Wei Jiuzhou had no idea what kind of trouble he had caused his subordinates, so he strode into Chunfeng Pavilion and happened to see Long Fei forcing Wei Qinghe to drink. Chapter 151. My dad is the vice president of Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce. Wei Jiuzhou's eyes were red. He couldn't even bear to blame his precious daughter. This bastard. How dare he force his daughter to drink? Court death. Let Qinghe go. Wei Jiuzhou's voice was extremely gloomy, like the god of death crawling out from the underworld. Wei Qinghe subconsciously turned her head and saw Wei Jiuzhou. She couldn't help but shed tears of grievance. Great, Dad is here. Safe. Wei Jiuzhou's momentum was too frightening. Long Fei was frightened and subconsciously roared, Old 3, Old 5, get in here quickly and kick this pretty boy out. Unfortunately, his two bodyguards were already in trouble themselves. So how could they take care of him? Seeing Wei Qinghe crying, Wei Jiuzhou was so angry that his teeth were almost broken. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he strode to Long Fei and pulled Wei Qinghe behind him. Qinghe, don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can bully you. Wei Qinghe nodded vigorously, looking at his father infatuatedly. Is this what it feels like to have a father protecting you? It really makes you feel so safe. Kid, I advise you to stay out of other people's business. I am Long Fei from Lonka Real Estate. Be smart and don't ruin my good deeds. Get out now. Wei Jiuzhou certainly would not be threatened by Long Fei. He raised his hand, grabbed the wine glass, and violently poured it towards Long Fei. Don't you like drinking? I'll let you drink as much as you want. With a splash, Wei Jiuzhou splashed wine all over Long Fei's face. Long Fei was furious. As the son of Long Tianxiang, Long Fei is a first-class rich second generation in Qingzhou. In Qingzhou, who dares not to give him face? This is the first time that someone has poured wine on him. Of course, Long Fei would not indulge Wei Jiuzhou. He flicked his wrist and poured the wine in the glass towards Wei Jiuzhou. Unfortunately, a giant man nearly 2 meters tall suddenly rushed over and stood in front of Wei Jiuzhou. With a loud crash, all the wine was poured on the giant man. This giant is Wei Guo, one of the 4 bodyguard captains of Wei Jiuzhou. The pressure from Wei Guo was so strong that Long Fei was almost scared to death. He sat down on the chair and looked at Wei Guo with horror. It was not until this moment that Long Fei realized that his 2 bodyguards were probably not derelict in their duties, but were useless. Wei Guo did not attack Long Fei. After blocking the wine, he calmly stepped aside and gave the prey to the boss. After all these years, you are the first person who dares to throw wine at me. Can you tell me why you are so brave? As he said that, Wei Jiuzhou raised his arm high and slapped him hard. With a slap, Long Fei's face was swollen. In fact, for a person of Long Fei's level, there is no need for Wei Jiuzhou to take action personally. However, Long Fei dared to force Wei Qinghe to drink. As a father, he must vent his anger for his daughter personally. Long Fei subconsciously covered his face and looked at Wei Jiuzhou in disbelief. You dare to hit me? My father is Long Tianxiang, vice president of Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce. Let me go immediately and apologize to me. Maybe I will let you die quickly. With a slap, Wei Jiuzhou slapped him again with his backhand. Vice president of Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce? What a big title. I'm scared to death. After being slapped twice, Long Fei was overwhelmed with anger. He stood up with a bang, raised his hand to grab a wine bottle, and smashed it hard on Wei Jiuzhou's head. I'm going to fight you. Unfortunately, how could the state of Wei allow Long Fei to attack Wei Jiuzhou? With a snap, Wei Guo raised his hand and grabbed Long Fei's wrist, snatching the wine bottle away. His palm, as big as a palm fan, pressed down on Long Fei's shoulders and pushed him down. Wei Jiuzhou took the bottle of wine from Wei Guo and looked at Long Fei coldly. Over the years, all those who dared to hit him with wine bottles have died. If this was not Daxia, Long Fei would have become a corpse long ago. Wei Jiuzhou swung the wine bottle expressionlessly and smashed it hard on Long Fei's head. With a loud crash, the wine bottle was smashed, and the orange-yellow wine mixed with bright red blood flowed out, soon blurring Long Fei's eyes. However, Wei Jiuzhou was still not satisfied and stared at Long Fei's right hand expressionlessly. Just now, you used this hand to pour wine for Qinghe, so use the other hand to eat next time. Wei Guo instantly understood Wei Jiuzhou's meaning, raised his hand to grab Long Fei's wrist, and pressed it hard on the table. Wei Jiuzhou held the wine bottle that was broken into pieces of glass and stared at the back of Long Fei's hand. This was the first time that Long Fei was beaten so badly. Long Fei was a little scared. Long Fei was sure and certain that this pretty boy really dared to cripple his right hand. Long Fei quickly yelled at Wei Qinghe. Wei Qinghe, stop him quickly. Otherwise, Lonka Real Estate will never be able to cooperate with Tingya and will ban Tingya in the entire Qingzhou. Unfortunately, Wei Qinghe was not moved at all. Her father was already here, and she had already lost face. It didn't matter whether Tungya was there or not. If her father hadn't come, she would have been drunk today, and something unspeakable would have happened later. Such a scum must be taught a lesson. Tungya is just a mere threat to Wei Qinghe, let alone Wei Jiuzhou. Trusova, take Qinghe out. The following scene is not suitable for her to watch. Wei Jiuzhou turned his head and looked at Trusova. Trusova bowed her head, came to Wei Qinghe, and said respectfully, "Miss, please move." What Wei Jiuzhou didn't expect was that Wei Qinghe stood firmly in place. "Dad, I want to see this bastard get punished with my own eyes." Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly and no longer insisted on letting Wei Qinghe go out. With a puff, the half-broken glass bottle in Wei Jiuzhou's hand stabbed Long Fei's hand hard. Blood spurted out. Long Fei let out an extremely shrill scream. But unfortunately, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from Wei Guo's control. Fortunately, Wei Jiuzhou's body has not fully recovered and his strength is limited, so he did not break Long Fei's hand bones. The wound looks a bit tragic, but he can recover after resting for a few days. Wei Jiuzhou was not very satisfied with his masterpiece and ordered calmly, "Aguo, cripple his right hand." "Yes, boss." Wei Guo suddenly raised his hand and slapped the bottom of the wine bottle. With a loud crash, half of the glass bottle shattered completely and hit Long Fei's hand hard. The power of Wei's state was too strong. Long Fei's hand bones were instantly shattered, and he fainted from the pain. With a splash, Wei Jiuzhou poured a glass of wine and splashed it on Long Fei's face again. Long Fei was stimulated by the cold wine and woke up. When had Long Fei ever suffered such a big loss? His voice was a little distorted. "Little white face, you have guts. Do you dare to let me make a phone call?" Wei Jiuzhou laughed so hard that his stomach hurt a little. "You scare me to death. I'm so scared. Aguo, let him go and let him make the phone call." "Yes, boss." Long Fei was a little confused. Why was the other party so easy to talk to? Was there no conspiracy? Fearing that Wei Jiuzhou would regret it, Long Fei quickly took out his cell phone, called his father, and issued a protest of blood and tears. "Dad, I was beaten in the Hilton Spring Pavilion box. Come and save me quickly." Chapter 152, a piece of advice for you. Don't try to compete with Mr. Wei. Tianxiang Finance, Chairman's office. Long Tianxiang sat in the boss chair with an irritated look on his face. The office was filled with smoke, and there were 7 or 8 cigarettes, but smoking in the ashtray on the desk. Just now, bad news came from many of his companies. Tianxiang Finance's stock price hit the limit down in just half an hour. Long Tianxiang thought about it, but he had no clue. He hadn't offended anyone recently. Why were all his businesses being attacked at the same time? In just one morning, his assets had shrunk by 1/3. If this continues, he will probably go bankrupt in a few days, right? Long Tianxiang really had no other choice but to take out his cell phone and call Lu Jinke. The reason why Long Tianxiang cooperated with Lu Jinke was entirely because of the relationship between Lu Jinke and Xin Yuanming. With this relationship, Long Tianxiang has developed smoothly over the years. The call was quickly connected, and Lu Jinke's somewhat tired voice was heard. "Director Long, What do you want to talk to me about? Old Lu, you and Mr. Xinyuan are childhood friends. Can you help me get some information? Of course, what's the matter? I don't know what happened. This morning, some unknown capital suddenly attacked all my industries. Currently, the share price of Tianxiang Finance has hit the limit. Can Mr. Xinyuan help me find out who is targeting me? Okay, I'll ask Brother Ming to find out. Soon, Lu Jinka called back. How is it? Is there any news from Brother Ming? Lu Jinka's tone was very strange. Director Long, do you know how I got injured? Even Brother Ming couldn't protect me. Buzz. Long Tianxiang's brain almost exploded. A few days ago, he heard from Lu Jinka that a world-class tycoon had come to Qingzhou, and even Qingzhou's richest man, Xin Yuan Ming, had to call him boss. Lu Jinka accidentally offended this tycoon and had his legs broken. Moreover, he transferred all his shares in Lonka Real Estate to the other party, which saved his life. However, after the Chaebol became the second largest shareholder of Lonka Real Estate, he did not come to Lonka Real Estate to attend the shareholders' meeting. He did not offend the Chaebol, right? Old Lu, who is this tycoon? I shouldn't have offended him, right? Director Long, to be honest, I don't know either. I just know his name is Wei Jiuzhou. Brother Ming didn't reveal too much, but sternly warned me not to have any bad thoughts. Otherwise, even he couldn't save me. Oh, by the way, Brother Ming seemed to have said that the difference in wealth between him and Mr. Wei was several digits. Director Long, I have a piece of advice for you. If it is true that Mr. Wei has set his sights on you, cut off your tail and save your life. Do not try to confront Mr. Wei. I will send you a photo I took secretly later, so don't mistake him for someone else. Several digits? Long Tianxiang swallowed hard. Xinyuan Ming was already the richest man in Qingzhou, but there was such a huge gap between him and Mr. Wei. Could it be that Mr. Wei's wealth was comparable to that of a large economy? I see. Lu Jinka hung up the phone and sent a photo of Wei Jiuzhou to Long Tianxiang. Long Tianxiang was shocked. This Mr. Wei looked so young. He actually possessed such terrifying power. With the last glimmer of hope, Long Tianxiang called his son. The call was quickly connected, and Long Fei's wailing came. Dad, where have you been? My hand is broken. You must avenge me. Fei, tell Dad. What's the other person's name? Long Fei was stunned. Why did his father ask that? I don't know the name of that pretty boy either, but I was drinking with Wei Qinghe, the new chairman of Tengya, and that pretty boy appeared out of nowhere and beat me up so badly. Long Tianxiang staggered and almost fell. When he saw Mr. Wei for the first time, he also felt that Mr. Wei had the potential to be a gigolo. The surname is Wei, and the name is also called Pretty Boy, so there's a high probability that he is Mr. Wei, and that Miss Wei Qinghe should be Mr. Wei's relative. In just a moment, Long Tianxiang figured out everything. His son must have had some bad intentions towards Miss Wei, which was why he angered Mr. Wei. It seems that I have to spend money to avoid disaster today. Fei, you must stay calm and don't offend the other party again. Do you understand? Dad will be here soon. Good. After hanging up the phone, Long Tianxiang called his assistant through the intercom. Draft a Lonka Real Estate equity transfer agreement for me immediately. Yes. Soon, the assistant drafted the equity transfer agreement of Lonka Real Estate. Swish, swish, swish. Long Tianxiang signed his name on the equity transfer agreement. He has many businesses, and this small stake in Lonka Real Estate will not cause him any major loss. On the other side, in the Chunfeng Pavilion box, after hanging up the phone, Long Fei glanced at Wei Jiuzhou and Wei Guo gloomily. These two people are dead. As for Wei Qinghe and that beautiful but unremarkable foreign horse, he wants them both. He hasn't tried combining Chinese and Western elements yet. It should be exciting, right? Of course, before his father came, Long Fei only dared to think about these things in his mind. Long Fei sat quietly on the chair, not even daring to wipe the blood off his head and hands. He just kept praying, Dad, come soon, come soon. Long Tianxiang didn't let Long Fei wait any longer and soon arrived at Chunfeng Pavilion. In order to show his sincerity, Long Tianxiang did not bring his own bodyguard team, and he believed that it would be useless even if he brought them. His bodyguards were all hired from ordinary bodyguard companies, while Mr. Wei's bodyguards should all be mercenaries who have fought on the battlefield. Sure enough, after seeing the two captains Wei Jing and Wei Zhong standing guard at the door, Long Tianxiang confirmed his judgment. The murderous auras of these two people were so strong that they must have seen blood. Even the delicate-looking girl gave him great pressure. I'm Long Tianxiang, here to pick up my son. Wei Jing and Wei Zhong searched Long Tianxiang without saying a word and made sure that he did not have any dangerous items on him before letting him go. Long Tianxiang is indeed a character. Although the situation is obviously very unfavorable, he is very calm. He calmly raised his leg and stepped into Chunfeng Pavilion, subconsciously looking around. Soon, Long Tianxiang saw Wei Jiuzhou. Wei Jiuzhou was so dazzling. He was just sitting there quietly, but he seemed like the center of the universe. Long Tianxiang was startled. Mr. Wei was indeed one of the world's top chaebol. His aura was unmatched. Dad finally came. Long Fei was ecstatic and couldn't bear it anymore. He jumped up and rushed to Long Tianxiang in 2 or 3 steps. Long Fei raised his finger and pointed at Wei Jiuzhou, accusing him with blood and tears. Dad, this pretty boy and that big guy broke my right hand. Help me kill them. I want these 2 women. We can play together. Chapter 153. Is Mr. Wei a beggar? Is Xiao Fei crazy? Killed Mr. Wei? Toyed with Mr. Wei's daughter? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Long Tianxiang's face turned pale. He was so scared that he peed himself. Long Tianxiang swung his arm high and slapped him hard. With a loud bang, Long Fei was whipped and spun several times, then fell softly to the ground. Long Fei was stunned, staring blankly at his father. Since he was a child, his father had always doted on him and never touched him. What happened today? Dad, I asked you to come here to help me get revenge. Why did you hit me? Long Tianxiang was almost pissed off by Long Fei. Didn't he already warn Long Fei? Tell him not to provoke Mr. Wei. This bastard. Shut up. After scolding Long Fei angrily, Long Tianxiang quickly rushed away Jiuzhou and bowed deeply. Mr. Wei, it is my fault for not disciplining you properly. On behalf of this unfilial son, I sincerely apologize to Mr. Wei. Confused, Long Fei was completely stunned and couldn't believe what he saw with his own eyes. His father is one of the top 20 richest people in Qingzhou. He can even have a say in front of the richest man in Qingzhou and the king of Qingzhou. His father is the omnipotent hero in his mind, his idol, and his totem. But now this totem collapsed. Dad, why are you apologizing to him? What are you afraid of? We're our bodyguards. Ask them to come and kill this pretty boy. Wei Jiuzhou glanced at Long Fei indifferently, then looked at Long Tianxiang expressionlessly. Mr. Long, I'm afraid Wei Jiuzhou, cannot bear your apology. Wei Jiuzhou's tone was obviously calm, and his expression was indifferent, but Long Tianxiang felt the murderous aura as tangible as if it were real. Long Tianxiang was certain that Wei Jiuzhou had the intention to kill him. With a thud, Long Tianxiang knelt on the ground and looked at Wei Jiuzhou very sincerely. Mr. Wei, it is my fault for not disciplining my son properly. When I return, I will definitely discipline my son strictly and will never let him appear in front of you in Miss Wei. Wei Jiuzhou looked at Long Tianxiang with indifferent eyes. Mr. Long, it's your son who is wrong, not you. Why are you kneeling to me? Long Tianxiang turned around and glared at Long Fei fiercely. Long Fei, hurry up and come over here and apologize to Mr. Wei. Otherwise, I will kick you out of the house and cut off your bank card. Long Fei was stunned, completely stunned. His father actually knelt down and apologized to this pretty boy? Even the richest man in Qingzhou and the king of Qingzhou are not qualified to accept my father's kneeling, right? Is Dad crazy today? Even if he was unwilling 1,000 times or 10,000 times, Long Fei had to come in front of Wei Jiuzhou and admit defeat. Mr. Wei, I was wrong. Wei Jiuzhou looked at Long Fei coldly. You just said that Qinghe had no sincerity in toasting. Do you have the sincerity to apologize? Long Fei looked extremely humiliated, but asking him to kneel down to Wei Jiuzhou, he couldn't do it. Long Tianxiang on the side was extremely anxious. He got up and kicked Long Fei hard in the knee. With a thud, Long Fei could not stand and fell to his knees. This was the first time that Long Fei had knelt down to someone other than his elders. He shed tears of humiliation and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Mr. Wei, I'm sorry. Is that a mosquito hum or an apology? Long Fei raised his voice and roared. Mr. Wei, I'm sorry. Wei Jiuzhou snorted coldly. You are sorry to Qinghe, not me. There's no need to apologize to me. Long Fei's steel teeth were almost broken. He slowly turned around and knelt to face Wei Qinghe, saying loudly, Miss Wei, I'm sorry. Wei Qinghe opened a bottle of foreign wine expressionlessly and handed it to Long Fei. You just said that my toast was insincere, but you are sincere. so drink this bottle of brandy. Long Fei was extremely humiliated, but with his father watching him, he could only raise his hand to take the brandy that Wei Qinghe handed over and drink it in big gulps. Even Long Fei, the little prince of nightclubs, can't handle a strong liquor like brandy. After drinking a bottle, I couldn't help vomiting violently. Bile came out, and I felt completely exhausted. Wei Qinghe took 2 steps back and stood behind Wei Jiuzhou. She had vented her anger. How to deal with the situation next was none of her business. Seeing that Wei Qinghe did not continue to embarrass Long Fei, Long Tianxiang breathed a sigh of relief, took out the equity transfer agreement that he had prepared long ago, came to Wei Jiuzhou, and handed it to Wei Jiuzhou respectfully. Mr. Wei, in view of the trouble my son has caused you and Miss Wei, I sincerely apologize. This is just a small token of my gratitude. Please accept it. So, Mr. Wei, can you stop attacking me? Trusova took the share transfer agreement and handed it to Wei Jiuzhou. Wei Jiuzhou glanced at him indifferently, with a look of disdain on his face. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wei Jiuzhou tore the equity transfer agreement to pieces. Mr. Long, do you think Wei is a beggar? You want to get rid of Wei with just this little bit of equity? Do you know how much net profit Wei makes in a day? Do you know how much money Wei has invested in sniping your industry? Long Tianxiang's face turned very ugly. This was really asking for too much. Mr. Wei, aren't you going too far? A few days ago, Lu Jinke transferred fewer shares to you than I did to you, and you could forgive him. Why can't you forgive me? Wei Jiuzhou snorted coldly. Lu Jinke is Ming's childhood friend, and you're also Ming's childhood friend? Moreover, the shares of Lonka Real Estate are 80% of Lu Jinke's worth, and the shares of Lonka Real Estate are nothing to Mr. Long, right? I Wei, never leave my enemies a chance to turn the tables. Long Tianxiang was so depressed that he wanted to commit suicide. Mr. Wei, please give me a rule. How can I let Long go? 60% of Tianxiang Financial shares. Swish. Long Tianxiang's face changed drastically. The Wei guy wants to kill us all. Long Tianxiang's most important asset is Tianxiang Finance. He holds a total of 62% of Tianxiang Finance's shares. If he directly gives away 60%, what's the difference between that and killing him? In extreme anger, Long Tianxiang completely ignored Lu Jinke's advice. Mr. Wei, you should have heard the truth that a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake, right? Leave some space for others so that we can meet again in the future. Wei Jiuzhou snorted disdainfully. I'm indeed a dragon, and you are not a snake, at best a caterpillar. Either 60% of the shares, or you go bankrupt and I buy all your assets at a low price. Long Tianxiang raised his hand and pulled his son up, looking at Wei Jiuzhou expressionlessly. Okay, then let's wait and see. Let's see who will have the last laugh. I would rather go bankrupt than sell my shares to you. Hearing this, Wei Guo took a step forward and came in front of Long Tianxiang. The murderous aura from Wei Guo was so strong that Long Tianxiang had difficulty breathing. However, Long Tianxiang was indeed a man of character, and he did not retreat. Mr. Wei, I believe in your character. I didn't bring any bodyguards with me. You can kill me if you want. Chapter 154 Yaoguang Group. Wei Jiuzhou waved his hand calmly. Aguo, let them go. Yes, boss. Wei State made Wei, and Long Tianxiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his bet was right. There were surveillance cameras everywhere in the Hilton Garden Inn. If he came in and didn't go out, the police station would definitely lock onto Wei Jiuzhou as the murderer. It seems that Wei Jiuzhou is not very willing to deal with the police station, or it can be said that Wei Jiuzhou's connections in the police station are not very good. In that case, he won't be polite. After the father and son left the box, Wei Guo asked in a muffled voice, Boss, this Long Tianxiang is obviously a nuisance. Why don't you let your subordinates get rid of him? Wei Jiuzhou waved at him, and Wei Guo quickly leaned over. With a thud, Wei Jiuzhou raised his hand and slapped him. You only know how to fight and kill, and you don't use your brain at all. I have told you many times not to do it in public, especially in places with surveillance. Wei Guo scratched his head subconsciously. I understand, then I will go to Long's house in the evening. Just know it, don't tell it. Wei Jiuzhou glared at Wei Guo unhappily. Wei Jing and Xiao Jiu were more useful, while the other idiots only knew how to kill and kill without using their brains at all. Wei Guo scratched his head and grinned foolishly. Wei Jiuzhou turned his head to look at Trusova and said calmly, Recently, strengthen the security of Shu Yu and the 3 children. Don't let them make any mistakes. Yes, boss. Long Tianxiang and his son Long Fei left the Hilton Doubletree Hotel and got in a Long Tianxiang's car. Only then did they feel a sense of security. Long Fei looked at Long Tianxiang with puzzled eyes. Dad, why did you hit me just now? Why did you kneel down to that Wei guy? Why did you transfer the shares to that Wei guy? Is that Wei guy very powerful? Long Tianxiang looked at his son with an extremely complicated look. If he was not the only son, he would have wanted to kill him with his own hands. It's more powerful than you can imagine. Long Fei asked with a look of dissatisfaction. How powerful can he be? Could he be more powerful than the king of Qingzhou and the richest man in Qingzhou? Long Tianxiang sighed leisurely. At least in terms of economy, this is the case. Do you know that your Uncle Liu had his leg broken? Even Xianyuan Ming couldn't protect your Uncle Liu. Swish! Long Fei's face turned pale, and he finally understood the seriousness of the matter. Long Fei was panicking, completely panicking. That guy surnamed Wei is Mr. Xuanyuan's boss? It's over. Our family is completely finished now. Long Tianxiang looked at his son with a very disappointed look and scolded him. Why are you panicking? They all have one head and two legs. I don't believe that I can't beat that guy named Wei. If I can't beat him in public, can I beat him in secret? Long Fei suddenly thought of something and asked nervously, Dad, are you going to use the power of the king of Qingzhou? The price will be too high. Long Tianxiang snorted coldly. Yang Xiaoyu has spent so much of my money. It's time to do something. Long Fei was so scared that he was shaking all over. Yang Xiaoyu was the brother-in-law of the king of Qingzhou, and the most ruthless of the 8 Vajras under the king of Qingzhou. In Qingzhou, people may not be afraid of mentioning the king of Qingzhou. After all, the king of Qingzhou has not taken action personally for many years. The title of the king of Qingzhou only exists in ancient legends. However, mentioning Yang Xiaoyu's name can definitely stop the baby from crying. Dad, Yang Xiaoyu is a devil who eats people without leaving any bones. Do you really want to use him? I'm afraid he will backfire after I use him. He doesn't recognize any relatives. It's okay. I've already transferred most of the funds to Swiss banks. Let Yang Xiaoyu and Wei fight each other. Our family will go abroad and watch the show comfortably. Long Tianxiang was relieved. Okay, let's go abroad. Qingzhou is too dangerous. Wait until they are both defeated, and it would be best if they die together. Then we can come back. Long Tianxiang took out his cell phone and dialed a familiar number. The call was quickly connected, and a very wild voice was heard. Boss Long, what a rare visitor. How come you have time to visit me today? Boss Yang, someone has killed my son. I need your help. Okay, I'll arrange 2 brothers right away. No, I'm afraid that Mr. Yang's brothers can't do this. Mr. Yang has to do it himself. Yang Tianyu immediately became interested and asked with great interest. Boss Long, you should know the rules of my actions, right? The protection fee you usually give is not the price I personally pay. I know. After the deal is done, I will give you 30% of Tianxiang Finance's shares. Grandiose. I like making friends with someone as generous as Mr. Long. Tell me, who is your target? Wei Jiuzhou. I only know that his daughter is the new chairman of Tingya Space Design Company. I don't know any other information. Does Mr. Yang dare to take this job? Yang Tianyu laughed, and his laugh was very crazy. Boss Long, there's no need to provoke me. In Qingzhou, there's nothing that my brothers can't do. We don't need to know his identity, as long as he's in Qingzhou. The person is in Qingzhou. That's all right. Wait for my good news. Yaoguang Building is the headquarters of Yaoguang Group. It is located on Hong Kong Middle Road, the most luxurious street in Qingzhou, diagonally opposite the municipal building. Yaoguang Building is a 38-story office building, but it is not rented out. The entire building is filled with fitness facilities, and even several floors have been designed as battlefields in different styles. In Yaoguang Building, you can see muscular men sweating everywhere. As everyone knows, the main business of Yaoguang Group is security and mercenary services. Very few people know that Yaoguang Group also undertakes assassination services. Of course, the price of assassination services is relatively high. 37th floor, Deputy General Manager's office. Yang Tianyu, wearing a camouflage vest and camouflage trousers, sat quietly in the rest area, making tea very attentively. There were a few brothers sitting quietly in front of him. They were all muscular men wearing training clothes. Obviously, these muscular men are very incompatible with the tea ceremony, but Yang Tianyu just likes it. After the tea was distributed, Yang Tianyu looked at his brothers indifferently. These brothers were all team leaders under Yang Tianyu. Each of them had been on the battlefield and was an elite mercenary. Of course, Yang Tianyu had also been on the battlefield, and even almost got the title of 100-Man Killer. The person Yang Tianyu admires most is his brother-in-law, the king of Qingzhou, who won the title of 100-Man Killer 5 years ago. Now, even Yang Tianyu doesn't know how strong his brother-in-law is. Find out all the information about Wei Qinghe, the new chairman of Tengya Space Design Company, especially her father. I must find out everything clearly for me. Yes, Mr. Yang. P.S. Friends who are waiting for updates can read the author's completed old book, The Whole World Knows My Dad is Super Rich, which is also about a chaebol father doting on his children, with a similar style. Chapter 155. Dad, your car is quite expensive, right? Wei Jiuzhou didn't know that he was being targeted. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Guessing that Zhou Shuyu's time to get off work was almost up, Wei Jiuzhou said calmly, "It's almost time to get off work. Let Xiaozhou prepare the car and go to encounter Shuyu." "Yes, boss." As soon as he got in the car, Wei Jiuzhou's cell phone suddenly rang. Wei Jiuzhou took out his phone and saw that it was Cheng Nanwei's number. Wei Jiuzhou was startled. Was there something wrong with Shuyu? Why did Cheng Nanwei suddenly call him? "Mr. Cheng, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Boss, I have something to report to you. My wife has resigned." "Resigned?" Wei Jiuzhou was a little unhappy. "Mr. Cheng, I bought Guan Yu at a high price just to take better care of Shuyu. Is this how you take care of Shuyu? Take care of her until she resigns." Cheng Nanwei smiled bitterly. "Boss, please listen to my explanation. Madam resigned because she felt the pressure from you. She didn't want to be your canary. She wanted to rely on her own strength to stand by your side." Wei Jiuzhou's face showed a look of sudden realization. This was indeed Shuyu's character. He pursued himself and was unwilling to be a vassal of wealth. Otherwise, they wouldn't have broken with the Zhou family for a poor boy like him. "This is really not your fault. My recent attacks were indeed too fierce. I understand. Just work hard and your treatment will remain the same. However, there is no need for the supreme working meal. Let's change it to an ordinary luxurious working meal." "Thank you, boss." After hanging up the phone with Cheng Nanwei, Wei Jiuzhou took out a cell phone and dialed a familiar number. The call was quickly connected and a female voice came. "Boss, what can I do for you? Where is Shuyu?" "Madam is at Wending Law Firm, and she has been in the office of her best friend Lu Qingge for the whole day." "New." After hanging up the phone, Wei Jiuzhou hesitated. Should he go to Wending Law Firm? Would it be awkward to see Lu Qingge? After all, he had done rope art for her once. After hesitating for a while, Wei Jiuzhou gave up the chance to meet Zhou Shuyu. He didn't want Zhou Shuyu to know that he also knew rope skills. Wei Jiuzhou said calmly, "Xiaojiu, go to the driving school." "Yes, boss." At Yongchang Driving School, under the dedicated teaching of Yang Jingming, Wei Ning's driving skills improved rapidly. In just one day, I had become very proficient in Subject 2. Wei Ning even quietly ran onto the track for Subject 3 when Yang Jingming was having a meal. I have to say that Wei Ning is really talented. The coach hasn't even taught him the third subject yet, but he's already running quite well. Except for the fact that he's not very accurate in hitting the mark, his other operations are flawless. After Yang Jingming came back, Wei Ning asked what he had been holding back for the whole afternoon. "Coach, I should be almost done with the second part of the test, right? Can I try the third part?" Yang Jingming shook his head without hesitation. "Young master, I suggest you consolidate your knowledge and practice Subject 3 after the Subject 2 exam is over. Otherwise, you will soon forget the muscle memory and various stuck points that you have worked so hard to practice." Wei Ning sighed. He really wanted to tell the coach that he had actually secretly completed Subject 3 and had not forgotten the muscle memory and bottlenecks of Subject 2. Of course, Wei Ning would not expose himself on his own initiative. "Okay then, I'll practice Subject 2 for another 2 days." As he was talking, Wei Ning finished another lap of Subject 2. When he saw a familiar figure in the direction of the finish line, he couldn't help but get excited. Dad is here. The coach doesn't let him run the third subject, but his dad should be able to do it, right? "Coach, my dad is here to pick me up. How about we stop here today?" Yang Jingming nodded, and the two got out of the car and walked quickly towards Wei Jiuzhou. "Boss, you're here." "Dad, are you here to pick me up?" Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly to Yang Jingming, then turned to look at Wei Ning. The more he looked, the more he liked him. His son was really sensible. If it weren't for his son's help today, Shuyu would definitely have refused to pay the debt. "Ning, you behaved very well today. Dad will take you to a feast." "Thank you, Dad." Soon, the father and son came to Wei Jiuzhou's car. Wei Ning looked at Wei Jiuzhou with eager eyes. "Dad, Your car is quite expensive, right? Can you let me drive it and satisfy my desire? Wei Jojo raised his eyebrows slightly. When you first start learning to drive, you should practice the second subject, right? When you practice the third subject, I will let you have a try. Dad, I secretly practiced the third test today. Besides, your car is an automatic transmission, which means you just need to step on the brake and the accelerator at the same time, so it should be easy to drive. Let me try. It was the first time that Wei Jojo experienced the feeling of his children acting like spoiled brats. He couldn't help but feel comfortable all over and nodded without hesitation. Okay, the driving school is located in the suburbs, so the road conditions are not very complicated. However, Aining, you can only drive at 40 miles per hour at most. If the traffic conditions become complicated, you can park on the side of the road and let Xiaojiu drive. Wei Ning was ecstatic and gave Wei Jiuzhou a big hug. Long live Dad. Thank you, Dad. Wei Jiuzhou smiled from the bottom of his heart. Is this the joy between father and son? What a precious thing he has missed all these years. If he were allowed to choose again, he would rather die than abandon his wife and children for so many years. Xiaojiu, you're sitting in the passenger seat. Be careful. If you see something wrong, pull the handbrake immediately. Xiaojiu nodded slightly to show that he understood. Wei Jiuzhou turned his head to look at Wei Ning and warned, if you encounter danger and don't know what to do, lift your feet immediately and Xiaojiu will help you pull the handbrake. Wei Ning smiled and said, Dad, who are you looking down on? I will definitely not make the wrong move with one brake and one accelerator. Your son is definitely not a road killer. Wei Jiuzhou shrugged and hoped so. He was nervous when driving and hoped his son would not inherit his habit. Wei Ning sat in the driver's seat, and the luxurious interior of the 68S made him a little dazzled. Wei Ning exclaimed, Dad, your Maybach is so luxurious, isn't it? It should be quite expensive, right? Is it as valuable as the LaFerrari you gave me? Wei Jiuzhou's mouth corners curled up slightly. His 68S was specially made for him by Mercedes-Benz, using aviation-grade T1 materials. Later, after being transformed by the Immortal Research Institute, the 68S now has 3 forms, becoming an amphibious aircraft on land, sea, and air. Its value is even as good as the Immortal Army's most powerful deterrent weapon, the Immortal No. 1 fighter. Even 10 LaFerrari cars are not as good as this 68S. A little more expensive than your Lafa. Wei Ning grimaced and couldn't help but feel a little scared. He had heard from Zhou Yuan and Yang Peiyu that the LaFerrari his father gave him was sold for more than 40 million yuan back then. Is this 68S more valuable than LaFerrari? Damn it, how could he dare to open it? Just getting some paint would cost hundreds of thousands, right? Dad, I'd better not drive this 68S anymore. You should get an ordinary Maybach from the fleet. Chapter 156, Just Act. Wei Jiuzhou smiled and said, Aining, drive with confidence. Even if it gets bumped, the paint won't fall off. This car is super solid. It won't be damaged even if you hit it with a sledgehammer. Wei Ning. Then I'll try. Don't worry, try it boldly. Even if you hit the wall, it won't hurt. As long as you don't hit anyone, everything else will be fine. With Wei Jiuzhou's approval, Wei Ning became a little bolder, and under Xiaojiu's guidance, he started the car smoothly. Friends who have changed cars should have had similar experiences. Driving cars of different grades gives completely different feelings. When I was driving the training car, I felt that it was floating very fast. If a hurricane came, it would definitely blow the car away. However, when driving the 68S, the first feeling is that it is heavy and solid. Even a flash flood or tsunami cannot shake the 68S. Wei Ning finally had a preliminary understanding that a car is just a means of transportation. Why do rich people like to buy luxury cars? It turns out that the driving experience is completely different. Wei Ning suppressed his nervousness and excitement and started running at idle speed. As he ran, Wei Ning's tension eased a little and he began to speed up slightly. Xiaojiu set the 68s to urban road mode, using the lowest gear of power. He stepped on the accelerator lightly, but there was no strong sense of pushing back, which made Wei Ning feel relieved. It seems that the engine of 68s is not as awesome as LaFerrari. There's nothing to be afraid of. If Wei Jiuzhou and Xiaojiu heard Wei Ning's inner thoughts, they would definitely roll their eyes. Dad, this 68S is super easy to drive. At least it's much easier to drive than the LaFerrari. When you step on the accelerator of the LaFerrari, the front of the car will lift up slightly, but the 68S is still more stable. Wei Jiuzhou and Xiaojiu almost laughed. Well, since Aining, the young master, said it was stable, then let's just assume it was stable. Soon, the 68s drove out of the driving school and entered the social road. It has to be said that Wei Ning did not inherit Wei Jiuzhou's driving ability. Even after entering the society, he was not nervous. Of course, it is also because the driving school is relatively remote and has less traffic. Dad, what do you think of my driving? Isn't it great? Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly. Aining, you're much more mentally competent than Xiaojiu. When Xiaojiu drove the 68s for the first time, he was so nervous that he ran at idle for 10 minutes before he dared to step on the accelerator. Xiaojiu was so embarrassed. Boss, can you please stop talking about things that are irrelevant? Don't you know yet? The 68's nuclear power gear is really scary. The normal idle speed is over 200 miles per hour. Wei Ning was stunned for a moment. No way. Brother Jiu's driving skills were so amazing that he could tie with the first-place winner of the Qingzhou Grand Prix. How could he perform so poorly? Brother Jiu, is what my dad said true? Did you really run at idle speed for more than 10 minutes back then? Xiao Jiu smiled bitterly. How can I explain this? I can't tell the young master that there is a small nuclear-powered engine hidden in the 68s. This is the core secret of the Immortal Army. There are only 10 people who know about this nuclear-powered engine. Boss, Deputy Army Commander Yi Tian, and 7 other experts participated in the transformation of 68s. Xiaojiu could only pinch his nose and admit, yes, I was timid at that time. Wei Ning suddenly became excited. Wow, I didn't expect that I'm actually better than Brother Jiu in driving. Because he was too excited, Wei Ning's attention was a little distracted, and he didn't notice that there was a middle-aged man about 50 years old on the side of the road who was looking around constantly. This middle-aged man is called Su Daqiang. He idles around all day and wanders around several roads around Yongchang Driving School. Although he didn't have a job, he was wearing all branded clothes, smoking Shaosu cigarettes, carrying a men's handbag on his waist, and had a shiny slick back hair. He looked like the leader of a large company. The coaches at Yongchang Driving School have become accustomed to Su Daqiang's presence, and when they see him, they will avoid him from a distance. In addition, the coaches will strictly remind the students that they are not allowed to drive the training car out of the driving school without the coach. Of course, there are always some disobedient students who quietly drive the training car out of the driving school when the instructor is not paying attention. The coaches will not get angry about this, because Su Daqiang will help them teach these students a lesson. Su Daqiang's luck was not very good today. He wandered around all day, but couldn't find a suitable target. Just when he was about to give up, he saw a 68 driving slowly towards him. Under normal circumstances, Su Daqiang would not try to steal such a high-end luxury car. After all, those who can drive luxury cars usually have strong connections, and it would be easy for him to end up making things worse and be detained for a few days. However, the car was closed all day today, and there were few cars on the road. The young man driving was not on the phone, but he was driving so slowly. He must be a novice. This car should belong to the young man's elder, and he might be driving without a license. This is the fattest pig among all the fat pigs. If I don't give a good beating, I'd be letting myself down. Su Daqiang seized the opportunity, rushed onto the road, and rushed towards 68s. Wei Ning was shocked. Fortunately, his driving psychological qualities were not inherited from Wei Jiuzhou, but from Zhou Shuyu. Even though his heart almost jumped out of his chest, he didn't step on the accelerator, but stepped on the brake hard. Squeak, squeak. The 68's braking system is super awesome. It can stop the car in less than half a meter. After all, it is a braking system that can break nuclear power. Wei Ning patted his chest in fear. It was so thrilling. It was only 30 centimeters away. It was only 30 centimeters away from hitting. What's wrong with this uncle? Doesn't he look at the road before crossing it? If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have definitely crashed into it. Su Daqiang was also a little confused. What was going on? Wasn't this guy's reaction too fast? He was ready to be knocked away, even ready to roll on the ground a few times. So why did the Maybach stop? This Maybach's brakes are unscientific. However, since we've already started the work, we must carry it through to the end, no matter if we get hit or not. Just act. You hit me to death. Su Daqiang let out an extremely shrill scream, fell to the ground suddenly, and even rolled on the ground several times. His branded clothes were covered in dust. The blood bag in his mouth was torn, and a trickle of blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Hearing Su Daqiang's screams, some passers-by who didn't know what was going on gathered around and pointed at Wei Ning. Isn't this guy too cruel? He was hit so hard that he vomited blood. Just wait for the compensation. This guy is wearing all branded clothes. Judging from his appearance and attire, he must be the head of a large company. This young man is in trouble now. Hurry up and call the traffic police and take a picture of the license plate number. We can't let him get away. Chapter 157, I'll compensate you with 5 million. Wei Ning was completely confused. He turned away Jojo and panicked to explain, Dad, I didn't hit him. Brother Jio can testify for me. I was still 30 centimeters away from hitting him. Xiao Jio, who was standing by, quickly testified, Boss, the young master did not hit him. Wei Jojo smiled slightly. Don't be afraid. Wei Ning, this is probably a scammer. Is this a scam? Wei Ning was so angry that he was scared to death just now. With a click, Wei Ning opened the car door, walked up to Su Daqiang, and said coldly, Uncle, I clearly didn't touch you. Stop pretending, okay? Hearing this, Su Daqiang rolled over on the ground. Young people nowadays are really evil. They hit someone and falsely accuse me of acting. Is there anyone kind enough to call 120 for me? I'm vomiting blood. I'm seriously injured. The people around were confused, and when they saw Su Daqiang vomiting blood, they all blamed Wei Ning. This guy looks quite sunny, but why is he so dark inside? You hit someone and you don't even admit it. Are you still thinking of running away? Young man, look, he's vomiting blood. How can you falsely accuse him of acting? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Brother, don't worry, I can testify for you. I saw with my own eyes that the Maybach hit you. Everyone, please keep an eye on this young man. Don't let him get away. When the traffic police come, they will test his alcohol to see if he is driving under the influence. Wei Ning had never experienced such a scene before. Amid the crowd's siege, he had no idea what to do. He waved his hands and explained, Everyone misunderstood. I really didn't hit him. He was a scammer. Unfortunately, no one believed Wei Ning's words. He even vomited blood. How could it be a scam? Young man, do you think we are fools? He is vomiting blood. Who would risk his life to commit fraud? Su Daqiang said weakly, Young man, stop quibbling. You should pay the money quickly. After you pay me, I could go to see a doctor and it won't delay your journey. Wei Ning felt helpless and could only ask Wei Jojo for help. Dad, they don't believe me. What should I do with the dash cam? Only the dash cam can prove my innocence. There's no need for a dash cam. Wei Jojo smiled slightly, opened the car door, got out, and looked around with an indifferent look. Wei Jojo's momentum was too strong. The passers-by, surrounding Wei Ning, could not bear it, and subconsciously stepped back to make way for Wei Jojo. Wei Jojo walked in front of Su Daqiang with steady steps and asked calmly, Brother, are you seriously injured? Su Daqiang clearly felt that Wei Jojo was not someone to be trifled with, but the arrow was already on the string and had to be shot. I cough, wow. Su Daqiang bit another blood bag and spat out a large mouthful of blood. This scene was so scary that the crowd watching couldn't help but let out bursts of exclamations. Even Wei Ning was a little doubtful. Did he really not bump into this uncle just now? Dad, this. Wei Jojo smiled slightly and signaled Wei Ning to calm down. Brother, how much money are you going to make us pay? Su Daqiang was stunned. What was going on? This boy's father looked like someone who was not easy to mess with. Was he so easy to talk to? It seems that he wants to spend money to avoid disaster. This is an extended version of the Maybach. It costs at least 10 million yuan. It's not too much to ask for a few 100,000, right? It would be a waste not to slaughter such a fat sheep. At least it will cost tens of thousands of dollars. Su Daqiang opened his mouth and said loudly, Ahem, I'm seriously injured. You pay me 500,000 and this matter is over. 500,000? Wei Ning couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Before his father returned home, this number would definitely make him despair. Everyone around looked at Wei Jojo and Wei Ning with teasing eyes. We let you drive luxury cars and hit people. 500,000 is enough to make rich people like you feel the pain, right? Wei Jojo looked at Su Daqiang with a smile. Brother, how can 500,000 be enough? I'll give you 5 million. 5 million? Confused. The onlookers were stunned. Was the boy's father stupid? How could someone raise the price for this thing? Su Daqiang was also confused. In fact, Su Daqiang was already prepared for Wei Jojo's bargaining, and his bottom line was 50,000 yuan. However, what Su Daqiang did not expect was that Wei Jojo not only did not bargain, but instead raised the price for him. What the hell is this? 5 million? Boss, you're kidding me, right? Wei Ning on the side was also confused and looked at his father with a puzzled expression. Not to mention that he didn't hit anyone. Even if he really hit someone, he didn't need to pay 5 million in compensation. After all, many people who died in car accidents only received 2 million in compensation. 5 million is enough for him to kill the scammer twice. Dad, why are you? Wei Ning was interrupted by Wei Jiuzhou before he finished speaking. Wei Jiuzhou grinned at Su Daqiang and said, Brother, of course I'm not kidding you. After saying that, Wei Jiuzhou turned his head to look at Xiaojiu and ordered calmly, Xiaojiu, his injury is far from worth 5 million. Beat him at 5 million first. If it's not enough, I can continue to raise the price. I, Wei Jiuzhou, don't have anything else but money. Yes, boss. Xiaojiu opened the trunk, took out a baseball bat, shook it gently in his hand, walked quickly to Su Daqiang, and looked at him with a half smile. Brother, what do you think I should start? The head? No, if I hit you with one blow, you'll die instantly, and the maximum I can pay you is 2 million. I think it's necessary to break all the bones in your body. After you're completely disabled, it will be easier for you to continue to scam people, right? Well, let's start with the legs first. As he said that, Xiaojiu raised the baseball bat high. Su Daqiang was terrified and shouted to passersby for help. They're killing people. Please help me. The passersby watching around were filled with righteous indignation. But seeing Xiaojiu's ferocious look, they did not dare to go forward to help, and could only wave flags and shout from the side. Lawless. Absolutely lawless. He hit someone and beat him up in the street. He wants to spend the rest of his life in jail. Brother, don't worry, I'm recording it. If they really beat you, I will immediately post the video online and let them get legal punishment. For a moment, passersby who liked to play Douyin took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Su Daqiang is so depressed. What's the point of your video recording? By the time you guys finish recording, I'll be beaten to death. Okay? Seeing Xiaojiu's baseball bat falling heavily, Su Daqiang quickly retracted his legs. The baseball bat hit the ground heavily. With a snap, the baseball bat couldn't withstand the incredible force and broke into 2 pieces. Su Daqiang was so scared that he pissed himself. This was a fatal attack. If he didn't dodge, his legs would definitely be broken. Xiaojiu grinned at Su Daqiang. Brother, your reaction is quite quick, right? I don't believe you can dodge my next blow. Woo, woo. Xiaojiu swung the baseball bat again and hit Su Daqiang hard. Su Daqiang couldn't lie still any longer, so he nimbly turned over to avoid the attack, then stood up and pointed at Xiaojiu, yelling, You are committing murder. I don't want a 500,000. Pay me 50,000. Because he was too excited and spoke too loudly, the blood bag fragments in his mouth accidentally sprayed out and fell to the ground. Chapter 158 Women Dress Up to Please Themselves. Wei Ning had sharp eyes. He saw the blood bag that Su Daqiang spat out at once. He immediately became excited and pointed at the blood bag and said loudly, Did you see it? This is a blood bag. The blood bag spat out from this uncle's mouth. This blood bag is the ironclad evidence that he is committing fraud. Suddenly, the wind direction changed. It is true that the onlookers hate the rich, but that doesn't mean they are stupid. They hate Su Daqiang very much for taking advantage of their sympathy. Passers-by apologized to Wei Ning and blamed Su Daqiang. Young man, I'm sorry. I was deceived by his acting skills and wrongly accused you just now. Shameless. Really too shameless. He actually held a blood bag in his mouth. What a professional actor. Damn, just now when I saw him dodge the attack so flexibly, I felt that he didn't look like he was seriously injured. It turns out he is a veteran actor. Don't let the scammer get away. Let the police come and punish him. This scene was too embarrassing. Su Daqiang was stunned and didn't know how to deal with it. That's not a blood bag. It's a piece of chewing gum. It's just stained with my blood. Su Daqiang raised his finger and pointed at the blood bag on the ground, successfully diverting everyone's attention. Su Daqiang took the opportunity to slip away and rushed quickly towards the gap in the crowd. Unfortunately, Xiaojiu and Wei Ning had been watching him, so how could they let him succeed? 2 men rushed towards Su Daqiang from the left and right, and one of them grabbed one of Su Daqiang's arms. Su Daqiang wanted to die, and hurriedly smiled and said, My 2 little brothers, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I was just joking with you. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Unfortunately, Wei Ning didn't bite at all and said coldly, Misunderstanding? Ha! You want to run away after committing fraud? You can go to jail. It was not until this moment that the onlookers realized that they had been fooled again. If it weren't for the quick reactions of these 2 young men, the scammer would have probably escaped. 2 young men, you better keep an eye on him. He must be a veteran and must have cheated many people. Damn, you run really fast. You must have practiced this from being caught for scamming people so often. Don't even think about running away today. Wei Ning turned his head and looked at Wei Jiuzhou excitedly. Dad, did I perform well? We caught the scammer. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. And Ning behaved very well. Let's leave this scammer to everyone. We have something else to do, so we'll leave first. As he spoke, Wei Jiuzhou waved away Ning and Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu obediently let go of Su Daqiang, but Wei Ning was a little hesitant. However, in the end, he did not go against his father's will and let go of Su Daqiang. Seeing that the two men let go of him, Su Daqiang subconsciously wanted to escape. However, the onlookers had been fooled by him twice, so how could they let him leave? Damn it, this scammer is trying to run away. Catch him quickly. The scammer must pay the price. We can't let him get away. Beat this scammer to death. I hate scammers like this the most. Soon, Su Daqiang was overwhelmed by the crowd of onlookers. Wei Ning got in the car and asked with a little confusion, Dad, what's going on? Why do we have to leave first? I want to see the traffic police uncle deal with this scammer with my own eyes. Wei Jiuzhou rolled his eyes at Wei Ning in annoyance and was too lazy to explain. Xiao Jiu explained, Master, you were driving without a license just now. What will you do if the traffic police come and check your driver's license? Forehead. Wei Ning was speechless. His father was still the most stable one. Now that he was gone, a lot of trouble could be avoided. Arfik Law Firm, Senior Partner's Office. Zhou Shiyu chatted with Lu Qingge for the whole day. Qingge, you have a general understanding of the situation in Wei Jiuzhou. What do you think I should do? I really can't take it anymore. Lu Qingge shook her head slightly. Shiyu was caught in the trap and had no idea that she had never let go of Wei Jiuzhou, but she just didn't want to admit it. Shiyu, after listening to you say so much, I only want to ask you one question. Do you have him in your heart? Zhou Shiyu was silent. She couldn't say with a clear conscience that Wei Jiuzhou wasn't in her heart, but she didn't want to admit in front of her best friend that she couldn't let him go. After all, she had said a lot of harsh words in front of Lu Qingge before. For example, after Wei Jiuzhou comes back, he will never be allowed to step into the house, and he will never forgive Wei Jiuzhou. So, you still have him in your heart. Zhou Shiyu sighed leisurely. Wei Jiuzhou is my first love, my first man, and my only man. For him, I'm willing to break up with the Zhou family. How can I let go completely? That's it. Since you can't forget each other, why do you want to bear it? Just accept Wei Jiuzhou calmly and slowly adapt to his existence. Isn't that right? Zhou Shiyu was a little stunned. Qingge was right in reminding her. Why should she carry it? Why are we obsessed with 15 years and 15 days? Why torture each other? As long as she has Wei Jiuzhou in her heart, as long as she can't let go of Wei Jiuzhou, does anything else matter? Zhou Shiyu looked at Lu Qingge deeply. Qingge, you have enlightened me. You are right. I should try to accept Wei Jiuzhou's existence and adapt to his existence as soon as possible. Lu Qingge breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Shiyu finally figured it out. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for her to survive being caught between her boss and Shiyu. Shiyu, according to what you said, Wei Jiuzhou is very attentive to you. If someone is so attentive to me, I will marry him without hesitation. Zhou Shiyu sighed. I just feel that forgiving him so easily is too easy for him, but I just can't control myself. Lu Qingge rolled her eyes speechlessly. Shiyu, I seriously suspect that you are showing off to me. Zhou Shiyu smiled bitterly. No way. I am really distressed. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. There's one more thing. I lost a bet to Wei Jiuzhou. I have to go on a date with Wei Jiuzhou this weekend. Can you help me with some advice? Which place should Wei Jiuzhou choose? What clothes should I wear? Lu Qingge looked at Zhou Shiyu with a strange look. Shiyu was already thinking about her makeup and dress-up for her date with Wei Jiuzhou. What does this mean? This shows that Shiyu cares a lot about this date, which means that Wei Jiuzhou holds a very important position in Shiyu's mind. Zhou Shiyu felt a little embarrassed when Lu Qingge looked at her, so he gently hit her. Qingge, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Lu Qingge smiled and said, Shu, you must have heard the saying that women dress themselves to please others, right? I seriously suspect that you are in the late stage of love brain, and there is no cure. Hate it. I'm talking to you about serious matters. Hurry up and give me some advice. As he spoke, Zhou Shiyu pretended to hit him. Lu Qingge made a gesture of surrender. Okay, I'm wrong, right? According to what you said, Wei Jiuzhou is very rich, and the place where he takes you on a date must be a very high-end cocktail party or a very high-end private club. There's no need to think about it. Wearing an evening gown and crystal high heels must be right. Chapter 159. The Arrogant Zhou Shuyu. Evening gown? Crystal high heels? Zhou Shuyu couldn't help but sigh. She had worn it several times when she was the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. However, since she married Wei Jiuzhou, those hypocritical high-end banquets have been completely isolated from her, and she has not worn an evening gown and high heels for more than 10 years. Zhou Shuyu still has 2 sets of evening gowns and high heels, but they are both styles from more than 10 years ago and are already out of date. It's really a headache. Humph. It's all Wei Jiuzhou's fault. Otherwise, why would she have such a headache? Seeing Zhou Shuyu's embarrassment, Lu Qingge smiled and said, Shuyu, I do have a few evening dresses and a few pairs of high heels. Although they are not first-line brands, they should be wearable. If you don't mind, I'll get them for you. Zhou Shuyu shook her head gently. Qingge, I don't dislike your evening gown and high heels. It's mainly because our temperaments are different. You have a very flamboyant personality, and your evening gown and high heels are also more flamboyant in style, which don't match my temperament. Lu Qingge nodded slightly. Shuyu's temperament was very graceful and full of bookish air. Her temperament is very royal and full of charm, and her clothes really don't match Shuyu. What should I do? How about you go buy one? Zhou Shuyu smiled slightly. Qingge, don't worry about this. I can handle it myself. Lu Qingge couldn't help but frowned. Shuyu, it's okay to wear street goods at work on weekdays as long as the combination is good. It's okay, but at high-end cocktail parties, it's not just the style that matters, but also the material. If you wear street goods, I'm afraid. Zhou Shuyu smiled confidently. It's not a street stall product, it's a first-line brand. Qingge can rest assured. Well, okay. After bidding farewell to Lu Qingge, Zhou Shuyu left Wending Law Firm and headed straight for Liku Department Store. After all, Zhou Shuyu was once the eldest daughter of the Zhou family and was no stranger to luxury goods. She went straight to a relatively niche exhibition hall. This showroom is not a world-famous brand, but a private showroom of Malaysian designer Faisali Abdullah. Zhou Shuyu strolled into the exhibition hall. Although she was wearing an outfit bought at a street stall, her clothing taste was very good and the matching was really great. Coupled with her unique, bookish temperament, her every move was like that of a lady from a wealthy family. The salesperson did not dare to neglect her and greeted her with a big smile. Hello, ma'am. Are you here to look at the clothes? Yes. Zhou Shuyu nodded slightly and looked at the exhibits in the exhibition hall calmly. Soon, Zhou Shuyu took a fancy to a burgundy evening dress. This evening dress was noble and elegant, but not ostentatious, which suited her temperament very well. Let me see this one. While helping Zhou Shuyu pick up the clothes, the salesperson said in a slightly flattering tone, Ma'am, you have a good taste. It's called Nightingale. It's Master Faisali Abdullah's entry in the STYLO Fashion Grand Prix, and it won the second prize. Zhou Shuyu raised her eyebrows slightly. The STYLO Fashion Grand Prix brings together more than 90% of the world's fashion designers. It is already very rare to win the second prize. Nightingale, that's a good name. I'll give it a try. Zhou Shuyu took the Nightingale, entered the fitting room, quickly put it on, and walked out slowly. The salesperson was stunned. Oh my God, isn't this lady so beautiful? She's simply a goddess descending from heaven. No, she likes men. How can she be attracted to women? Ma'am, you are so beautiful. I have no doubt that you are a true aristocrat. Zhou Shuyu smiled slightly. I also think this Nightingale is good, but I have a question. If I find that it doesn't fit after I buy it, how long can I return it? Ma'am, it's like this. In principle, you can return the product within 3 days. However, you have to make sure that the Nightingale is in perfect condition, with no signs of washing or stains. Okay, I get it. Let's pack it up. As she spoke, Zhou Shuyu took out her credit card. She didn't even ask the price. As the former eldest daughter of the Zhou family, Zhou Shuyu's credit card limit was very high. But she hasn't used it for many years. After all, I can't afford to spend it. Soon, the card was swiped, and Zhou Shuyu got the Nightingale. Zhou Shuyu was in a very happy mood when she thought that she would become the most dazzling star at the high-end cocktail party again. She even couldn't help but turn around gracefully. As he walked, Zhou Shuyu stopped at the door of an exhibition hall. Seeing Zhou Shuyu carrying the bag containing Nightingale, the salesperson did not dare to be negligent and stepped forward to greet her very respectfully. Hello, ma'am. Welcome to the private showroom of Master Stuart Weitzman. Zhou Shuyu nodded slightly, walked into the exhibition hall, and went straight to a pair of red high heels. The salesperson quickly introduced very attentively, Ma'am, Hello, this is the ruby high heels designed by the master Stuart Weitzman. Its design is inspired by Dorothy's red shoes from King Ok. It can perfectly set off your fair skin. Zhou Shuyu nodded slightly. That's it. Give me size 37. I'll try it. The salesperson quickly gave Zhou Shuyu a pair of size 37 shoes. Zhou Shuyu tried them on and found they were the right size and quite comfortable. If I buy it and it doesn't fit me, how long does it take to return it? Ma'am, as long as there are no stains on the rubies on the upper are not missing, and the soles are not worn, you can return or exchange them within a week. Okay, got it. Swipe the card. Soon, the card was swiped successfully, and Zhou Shuyu drove the Audi A4 home happily, carrying 2 packaging bags. Originally, Zhou Shuyu was planning to return the car to Luchinga, but when he thought about taking Wei Ning back to see the old man, Zhou Shuyu had no choice but to continue to requisition Luchinga's A4. After returning home, Zhou Shuyu opened her ruby high heels, took out the sole protective film that she had prepared long ago, and covered the entire sole. With the sole protective film, you don't have to worry about the soles being worn out. You can have a pleasant date with Wei Jiuzhou, and after the date, you can return the shoes. Zhou Shuyu put away the box and evening dress, took out her cell phone, and called Wei Ning. The call was quickly connected. Mom, what do you want from me? Tomorrow at noon, your grandpa will be turning 70. I plan to take you back to celebrate your grandpa's birthday. After you finish learning how to drive, go and prepare some birthday gifts for your grandpa. Wei Ning's tone suddenly turned cold. I'm not going. I don't have a grandfather. After saying that, Wei Ning hung up the phone angrily. Zhou Shuyu was very troubled. Aining was too stubborn, and she, the person involved, had given up. Forget it. Let her buy the birthday gift herself. At this time, the 68S drove to the gate of Hepping District 2. Seeing that Wei Ning's face was not very good, Wei Jiuzhou asked with a little curiosity. Aining, what's wrong? Why is your tone so bad? What happened to your grandpa? Chapter 160 Dad. This tea cake is very expensive, right? Wei Ning said with a depressed look on his face. My grandpa has a birthday tomorrow, but I don't want to go. The Zhou family kicked my mother out of the family, so why should we go to celebrate his birthday? Wei Jiuzhou raised his eyebrows slightly. Back then, Shuyu was expelled from the Zhou family in order to be with him. Now it's time to restore Shuyu's dignity. Aining, you have to go. You have to protect your mother. You can't let her be bullied by the Zhou family. Wei Ning was stunned. Yes, Dad was right. According to Mom's personality, since she said she would go to celebrate the birthday, she would definitely go. In that case, he has to go with his mother. Otherwise, his mother will definitely be bullied. Okay, I'll go. Dad will take me to the supermarket, so I can prepare some birthday gifts for Grandpa. Wei Jiuzhou smiled slightly. Why go to the supermarket? Dad has a lot of good things here. Xiaojiu, help Aining get a piece of tea cake. Yes, boss. Soon, the 68 stopped at the parking space. Xiaojiu got out and opened the trunk. The trunk of 68s is stronger than the strongest safe in the world, so Wei Jiuzhou directly uses the trunk of 68s as a safe. The things in the trunk of the 68s are all very precious. In the middle of the trunk, there lies a brown tea barrel quietly. The color of the tea barrel has faded severely and the patina is thick. It is obviously an old item. Xiaojiu opened the tea bucket, and 6.5 tea cakes were lying quietly inside. Xiaojiu took out a piece of tea cake with some pain, wrapped it with the rice dumpling leaves in the tea bucket, and handed it to Wei Ning, and solemnly reminded him, Young master, this piece of tea cake is very precious. You must keep it well. Although Wei Ning didn't know much about tea, he could tell from Xiaojiu's serious expression that the tea must be very expensive. Brother Jiu, don't worry, I will definitely keep it well. Xiaojiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This tube of pu'er tea was the boss's sweetheart. It was a round tea cake produced by Fuancheng Tea House in 1920. 5 years ago, the boss bought it at an auction in the island country for $200 million. Of course, $200 million is nothing compared to Wei Jiuzhou's wealth. But this tube of round tea cakes is a one-of-a-kind piece, with only 7 pieces in the world. No, there were 7 pieces back then, but now there are only 6.5 pieces left. For 5 whole years, the boss only drank half a piece of tea cake. In order to celebrate his father-in-law's birthday, the boss was willing to take out a whole piece. Xiaojiu's cautious look made Wei Ning feel like a cat's claws were scratching his heart. Wei Ning turned his head and looked at Wei Jiuzhou with a questioning look. Dad, is this tea cake expensive? How much is it? Wei Jiuzhou waved his hand calmly, It's not very expensive, about 100,000 US dollars. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wei Ning. Wei Ning quickly returned the tea cake to Wei Jiuzhou, as if he was holding a hot potato. $100,000 apiece is too expensive. I can't take it. There's no need to give that old guy such a low price. He kicked my mother out of the house, and our family has suffered so much over the years. The corner of Wei Jiuzhou's mouth twitched slightly. In fact, he hadn't finished speaking yet. It was not 100,000 US dollars per piece, but 100,000 US dollars per gram. Never mind. $100,000 for a piece already scared Aining, so $100,000 for a gram would make him even more reluctant to spend it. Aining, this little money is nothing to your father. You shouldn't feel so burdened. Besides, don't you want to see your grandpa's relatives get scared? Wei Ning was startled. What was he so nervous about? His father owned the Lacoon commercial building, and his net worth was at least 10 billion. What was a mere 100,000 US dollars worth of tea cakes? Wei Ning's mind flashed with the scene where his mother took out the tea cake and scared his uncle, aunt, and uncle, and he suddenly became excited. Okay, I'll take this tea cake. It's a bargain for that old guy. I'm going home now. Goodbye, Dad. Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly and watched his son walk into the unit door. Wei Ning's figure disappeared in the corridor, and Wei Jiuzhou let out a tired breath. Xiao Jiu, go home. Yes. As the car drove out of the community gate, Wei Jiuzhou's cell phone rang. Wei Jiuzhou took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Trusova. Trusova, what's the matter? Boss, someone is looking for information about the young lady. Some suspicious individuals have appeared around Tingya and Heping District 2. Should we deal with them? Do it cleanly and find out who is behind this. Yes, boss. After a pause, Trusova continued to report. Boss, there's one more thing. I just found out that Long Tianxiang and Long Fei have booked a flight to RS tonight. Send me the flight information. Yes, boss. Soon, Long Tianxiang and Long Fei's flight information was sent over. Wei Jiuzhou couldn't help laughing. Why did Long Tianxiang and Long Fei choose any other airline? Why did they choose the Lufthansa group, which he controlled? Wei Jiuzhou took out his cell phone and dialed a number he didn't contact often. The call was quickly connected, and a very standard English pronunciation came through. Hello, Karsten Spar. Wei Jiuzhou said calmly. I am Wei Jiuzhou. Castable quickly switched to the rather awkward Deshut dialect. Boss, the financial statements of Lufthansa Group have been sent to Miss Trusova on the 1st. You came to me in person. What instructions do you have? Wei Jiuzhou gave a straightforward order. Immediately suspend Flight 9617 from Qingzhou to Bern and resume flights in the early morning. Castable was confused. The boss was the controller of the Immortal Kingdom, controlling an economy comparable to that of a large economy. The amount of money flowing through his hands every day was astronomical. How could he personally inquire about the information of small flight? However, Castable did not dare to ask and could only follow Wei Jiuzhou's orders without hesitation. Yes, boss. Yaowang Building, Vice President's office. Yang Xiaoyu drank tea quietly. Suddenly, a burly man rushed into the office in a panic and said anxiously, Boss Yang, it's bad. Something happened. The brothers who were stalking in Tangya and Heping District 2 have lost contact at the same time. Also, I just found out that Wei Qing's father crippled Lu Jinka's leg in front of Xin Yuanming, but Xin Yuanming didn't even dare to fart. Have we hit a wall? Yang Xiaoyu couldn't help but squint his eyes. It was quite interesting. No wonder he could force Long Tianxiang to go abroad. This guy surnamed Wei is quite powerful. However, the more this happens, the more interesting it becomes. I have seen the information about Wei Qinghe's family. Since Wei Qinghe and his family are protected by someone, let's start with their friends. For example, Zhou Yuan and Han Kai Yuan. After a pause, Yang Xiaoyu couldn't help but frowned. Han Kai Yuan was a retired soldier. If he was touched, it might cause dissatisfaction in the War Department. Let's start with Zhou Yuan first. Chapter 161. Of course, I walked in. Jindu Garden is a relatively high-end residential area in Qingzhou, located near May 4th Square and only a 5-minute walk from the CBD office area in the city center. As one of the top 20 richest people in Qingzhou, Long Tianxiang bought the top floor of Building 8, a duplex flat with a total area of more than 600 square meters. Long Tianxiang valued his life very much and hired more than 20 bodyguards, who were scattered in various corners of a large flat. However, to Wei Guo, these 20-plus bodyguards were as fragile as pieces of paper. Some of them were even knocked unconscious by him before they even noticed him. Wei Guo's movements were as swift as a civet cat, and he arrived at the study room silently. The atmosphere in the study was depressing. Long Tianxiang and Long Fei kept smoking, making the study room full of smoke. Long Fei's head and hand were bandaged. He extinguished his cigarette, but in the ashtray in annoyance. Damn, my luck is so bad. Lufthansa's flight is delayed. This is the first time in more than 10 years. Long Tianxiang couldn't help but frown. Just when he and his son were about to escape, the flight was suddenly delayed. Was this a coincidence or something else? For some reason, Long Tianxiang's eyelids suddenly twitched wildly. I don't feel well. Fei, please change to another airline. We must leave tonight. Otherwise, there may be changes. Long Fei hesitated. Dad, are you really that nervous? Has the fight started over there? I don't know either. I feel really bad. I need to change airlines immediately. I can't waste even a second. Seeing his father so serious, Long Fei nodded quickly. Okay. Just as Long Fei opened the app to book tickets, a familiar voice came. There's no need to book tickets. You can't leave tonight. Long Fei and Long Tianxiang subconsciously turned their heads and saw Wei Guo's huge body flashing out from the shadows. The two were so frightened that the hair on their bodies stood up. Long Fei subconsciously pointed at Wei Guo and asked in panic, You, how did you get in? Wei Guo looked at Long Fei as if he was a fool. Of course he walked in. Could it be that he flew in? Long Tianxiang reacted much faster than Long Fei and raised his hand to press the alarm on the desk. A shrill alarm sounded in the large flat. I've already pressed the alarm. My bodyguard will be here soon. Don't mess around. Wei Guo grinned, revealing his big white teeth. Are you talking about those 20 or so idiots outside? If nothing unexpected happens, they're all sleeping now. Long Tianxiang's expression was very ugly. He was certain that this big fool was here to silence him. Good man, let's discuss something. As long as you release my son and me, I will give you double the amount of money that Wei gives you. Is that okay? Wei Guo raised his eyebrows slightly. Okay. The boss gave me 1 life. If you give me twice, that's 2 lives. You and your son will be just right. Long Tianxiang's face changed. This big fool was an assassin hired by the Wei family. It seemed that there was no way to end this peacefully. Long Tianxiang pulled out a pistol from under the table, pointed the black muzzle at Wei Guo, and roared, I don't believe it. Which is faster, the bullet or your speed? Having said that, Long Tianxiang pulled the trigger without hesitation. With a loud bang, Long Tianxiang shot and killed a lonely target. Although Wei Guo was extremely strong, he was also very agile. He had already made an evasive move the moment Long Tianxiang raised his gun. The bullet grazed Wei Guo's ear and hit the bookshelf behind him. Wei Guo remained calm and rushed to Long Tianxiang in an instant like a cheetah. Long Tianxiang subconsciously wanted to pull the trigger, but unfortunately, a strong hand tightly grasped his wrist. With a loud crash, Wei Guo grabbed the pistol and put the black muzzle against Long Tianxiang's forehead. Under normal circumstances, Wei Guo would definitely pull the trigger without hesitation, but he just heard Long Tianxiang and Long Fei talking about taking action. Wei Guo felt that it was necessary to find out what was going on. The boss always says that he only knows how to fight and kill and never uses his brain. So this time he must impress the boss. Tell me, who is that over there? Who are you going to attack? Long Tianxiang laughed bitterly. This big fool was too strong. He had no ability to resist at all. It seemed that both he and his son were in danger today. It was not until this time that Long Tianxiang felt a little regretful. Why didn't he follow Lu Jinka's advice? Otherwise, how could it have fallen to this point? Compared to life, what is 80% of your wealth? Unfortunately, it's too late now. The man surnamed Wei has already taken action, and there is absolutely no possibility of recovery. Long Tianxiang cursed. Tell the guy surnamed Wei that even if he turns into a ghost, I will not let him go. Let him live in fear of death forever. Wei Guo raised his eyebrows with interest. Interesting, and he is not afraid of death. I wonder if your son is as brave as you. Wei Guo slowly turned the gun and pointed the black muzzle at Long Fei. Long Fei was so scared that he peed himself. He fell to his knees with a plop. I'll tell you. I can tell you. After I tell you, can you let me go? Of course I can't let you go. However, Wei Guo did not say this directly, but rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. As long as you tell the truth, I will give you a chance to live. Okay, I'll tell you. My dad has found Yang Xiaoyu, the vice president of Yaowang Group, to take revenge on you. Yaowang Group? Wei Guo curled his lips in disdain. In his eyes, such a local group company was not worth mentioning at all. Wade was slowly wiped off the fingerprints on the pistol, raised his hand, and threw the pistol to Long Fei, saying lightly, I keep my word and give you a chance to live. Only one of you can survive. The gun is in your hand. You choose. You can also try to shoot me. If you kill me, both of you can live. Of course, if you can't kill me, both of you will die. Long Fei subconsciously took the pistol. He really wanted to shoot Wei Guo to death. However, Long Fei knew very well that he couldn't do it. His father was a lesson for him. After hesitating for a moment, a sinister light flashed in Long Fei's eyes. He raised his pistol and pointed it at Long Tianxiang. Long Tianxiang was so angry that he was shaking all over. He raised his finger and pointed at Long Fei. He couldn't utter a word for a long time. Rebellious son, are you going to kill your father? Do you think that if you kill me, he will let you go? Dad, I'm not even 30 yet, and you're almost 60. You've had enough, and I really don't want to die. After saying that, Long Fei pulled the trigger hard. With a bang, Long Tianxiang fell in a pool of blood. With a click, the pistol in Long Fei's hand fell, and he fell to the ground, trembling. I killed him, you must keep your word. Leave my life. As he spoke, Long Fei turned his head to look at Wei Guo. However, what confused Long Fei was that there was no sign of Wei Guo in the study. Chapter 162. This is the tea cake my father gave me. At this time, Wei Guo had landed on the ground via the Immortal Army's individual flying vehicles. Wei Guo took out his cell phone and called the police. Hello, I'm calling the police. This is Building 8 of Kindergarten. I just heard gunshots from the top floor. Someone seems to have been shot. After saying that, Wei Guo hung up the phone, took out the anonymous phone card from his phone, and threw it into the sewer. In Hisense Junhui Villa No. 1, 7 or 8 strong young men were imprisoned in the basement. These young men were either tied to chairs or to pillars, their skin torn and flesh exposed. It was obvious that they had been tortured. Wei Bao held a whip soaked in salt water, and every time he whipped, there would be a deep mark. Under the erosion of salt water, the pain was so excruciating. However, it must be said that Yang Xiaoyu was very good at training his subordinates. None of these men gave in, and they all held on. Wei Jiuzhou walked into the basement surrounded by Xiao Jiu and Trisova. He looked at the 7 or 8 tortured and dying young men expressionlessly and asked calmly, Aren't you letting go yet? Wei Bao said in a deep voice, They're all tough guys. If they were abroad, they could definitely be recruited as mercenaries outside the Immortal Army. Wei Jiuzhou nodded slightly, looking up to these young men and his secret opponents. However, Wei Jiuzhou would not show mercy to these young men just because he admired them. Being kind to your enemies is the greatest cruelty to yourself. Over the years, countless real warriors have died at the hands of Wei Jiuzhou. He would never allow any instability to appear around Shuyu and the children. For this, he would not hesitate to kill anyone. Use the rat torture until they confess. Rat punishment? Wei Bao couldn't help but sighed. If the rat punishment was really used, these good men would be wasted. He was still thinking of recruiting a few of them. However, Wei Bao dared not disobey the boss's orders. In the corner of the basement, there was a transparent box made of unknown material. The box was closed, and a squeaking sound could be heard from inside from time to time. At first, the captured youths had not yet guessed what the mice in the box were used for. After Wei Bao brought the box over, they realized that this was the legendary rat punishment. Wei Bao looked at the stubborn young man in front of him with a complicated look. Brother, I respect you as a man. You better confess. If they really use the rat punishment, even if you confess, you will be ruined. Bah, I'm a disciple of Master Guan. How could I betray my own elder brother? Come on if you dare. If you make a noise, I lose. Wei Bao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then he laid the chair flat under the young man and let him lie on it. With a ripping sound, Wei Bao tore the young man's shirt into pieces, revealing his 8 strong abdominal muscles. Wei Bao placed the box on the young man's belly, and with a click, he opened the exit mechanism, and a round exit appeared on the young man's belly. The mouse's toes ran across the young man's abdominal muscles from time to time, which felt strange. Heating, Wei Jiuzhou gave a faint instruction, and with a click, Wei Bao turned on the switch, and several metal rods in the box began to glow red. Soon, the temperature inside the box rose rapidly. Under the scorching heat, the mice seemed to have gone crazy, biting and scratching wildly. Soon, the mice discovered that only the young man's abdominal muscles could be destroyed. All of a sudden, All the mice gathered around the young man's abdominal muscles, biting and scratching him madly, trying to dig a hole and escape. Originally, the young man had a look of dissatisfaction on his face, but now he let out bursts of extremely shrill screams. He could only watch helplessly as bloody holes were punched in his stomach by the rats. Even the intestines and kidneys were dug out by the rats. Because the box was transparent, this scene was seen by other young men. All of them turned pale and trembled all over. The look he gave Wei Jiuzhou was filled with fear. This sickly-looking pretty boy is simply a devil. How could he come up with such a horrific punishment? I say, let me go. Don't let the rat bite me anymore. Unfortunately, Wei Jiuzhou and Wei Bao were indifferent because even if they killed these rats now, the young man would not survive. His intestines and kidneys had been bitten to pieces, and his only purpose was to serve as an example to others. Wei Jiuzhou looked at the other young men with an indifferent look. How are you thinking about it? Do you want to talk about it? Speak. Let's speak. The young men were really frightened, and without hesitation told everything they knew, like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. It was Vice President Yang who arranged for us to monitor Wei Qinghe's family. We were just monitoring them and did not do anything to harm Wei Qinghe's family. We are all professional mercenaries of the Yaoguang Group. We just follow orders. Yaoguang Group? Vice President Yang? Wei Jiuzhou turned his head, looked at Trusova, and said calmly, investigate. I want all the information of Yaoguang Group. Focus on investigating this Yang Xiaoyu. Yes. Equals 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 equals. In Heping District 2, Wei Ning walked into the corridor and happened to meet Zhou Shuyu, who was going downstairs. Wei Ning pretended to be confused even though he knew the truth. Mom, where are you going? Zhou Shuyu snorted. Isn't it because you don't want to buy a birthday gift for your grandpa? I'll buy it myself. Wei Ning smiled and raised the tea cake in his hand. Mom, I just said it in anger. I have prepared the gift. Zhou Shuyu took the tea cake and glared at Wei Ning in anger. Ning, you are too perfunctory, aren't you? This is loose tea. How can you show it off? Won't people laugh at you? Wei Ning smiled mysteriously. Mom, this is not ordinary loose tea. You know a lot about tea. Smell it. Zhou Shuyu placed the tea cake to his nose suspiciously and took a deep breath. A strong tea aroma came over him, making him feel happy all over. Zhou Shuyu was instantly intoxicated. Good tea. This is good tea. It's even more fragrant than your grandfather's treasured Lao Banjiang. Where did you get such good tea? Wei Ning did not hide anything and said proudly, my dad gave it to me. It is said that this piece costs 100,000 US dollars. Mom, do you think it is worth it? Zhou Shuyu nodded without hesitation. Of course it's worth the money. In fact, it's even more than that. You must take it. After saying this, Zhou Shuyu was stunned. This was the tea he gave her. Shouldn't she refuse it? Why was her first reaction to be afraid that Wei Ning might accidentally break or lose it? Has she forgiven Wei Jiuzhou? Wei Ning's eyes lit up too. That was great. Mom didn't resist. Dad was one step closer to winning over Mom. After returning home, Wei Ning put away the tea cakes, and suddenly, his cell phone rang. Wei Ning took out his cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Without thinking too much, he answered the call directly. Hello, I'm Wei Ning. Who is this? A sinister voice came from the phone. Zhou Yuan is in my hands. If you don't want Zhou Yuan to get into trouble, you have 1 hour to come to the abandoned factory behind Heping District 2 alone. Chapter 163. Shura, Ghost, Demon Nine Lords. Wei Ning suddenly became nervous. Who are you? Why should I trust you?